Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 74. Haha. Orochimaru's face twitched slightly. Didn't answer immediately. Kimimaro is the body he likes. He is the perfect candidate to prepare for reincarnation. If it weren't for Kimimaro, he would have been terminally ill. He has already begun to reincarnate. Of course, the most perfect body is Sasuke's. But now Tsunade has been kidnapped. Kimimaro's illness may not be incurable. Orochimaru is in a dilemma. Because he really didn't want to offend Sasuke. It's not because of her power and strength. It's her passionate pursuit of forbidden technique. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru finally made a decision. I want a pair of Sharingan. Can. But what Orochimaru never expected was this. Sasuke actually agreed immediately. Haha, do you value Kimimaro so much? Of course, overnight. I seem to have seen this surname in ancient books. Sasuke seemed to be deep in thought. Then he took out a culture container and threw it to Orochimaru. Inside was a pair of Sharingans. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan leader would actually use the eyes of his clan members. Orochimaru did not continue. But it's full of fun. There were some arrogant tribesmen when I was young. You think you have the courage to challenge me? Then I gouged out his eyes. Of course, I was not the clan leader at that time. Sasuke smiles and looks like a cute girl from the outside. But the aura it exudes makes people shudder. Originally, these eyes were prepared for Shisui. But Shisui refused. I didn't expect that it would be used after many years. Make a deal. Orochimaru stared feverishly at the container in his hand. With his ability, it is not difficult to get a pair of Sharingan. But now Sasuke is something he has to worry about. Although I have just entered cage level. However, the methods are endless and it is really difficult to prevent them. Where's Tsunade? It's been 3 days, you must have finished it. Sasuke would not bring a sick person back. Orochimaru also understood what Sasuke meant. Then lead the way. He has also sought treatment from Tsunade in the past few days. Forced by Shizuo's threat. Tsunade agreed. But the end result is invalid. Tsunade said that Orochimaru's method of sealing souls goes beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu. But Orochimaru doesn't give up and plans to keep trying. Shinigami. Sasuke mused. She has also studied the ninjutsu of corpse sealing. It was discovered that the underworld is indeed an existence that cannot be explained at present. Same goes for Shinigami. Enter a secret room. Tsunade is in a good situation. It can be seen that this dead snake is still talking about old feelings. And the first moment Sasuke walked in the door, it immediately caught Tsunade's attention. She will never forget this girl who kept moving the sword in and out of her body. Uchiha Sasuke. Angry Tsunade felt his weak constitution. In the end, I had no choice but to continue doing it. Treat him. Sasuke is no nonsense. Kimimaro was pushed out directly. Deadly ill. Dead. Tsunade didn't even look at it and turned his head away. But the next moment. Pfft. Ah! The Sachi sword pierced Shizuo's shoulder fiercely. Pinned her to the wall. You! Tsunade glared angrily, shaking with anger. Treat him. It needs to be cured. Sasuke continued to point at Kimimaro. Let go Shizuo. Tsunade said every word. Good. Pfft. Take back the Caoji sword. Shizuo collapsed to the ground. Shizuo. Tsunade hurried over. He wanted to heal his wounds, but was too scared to move due to the wounds on Shizuo's body. Take her out to heal. Sasuke ordered casually and was stunned for a moment. Finally he glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's mouth twitched crazily. This little girl really doesn't regard herself as an outsider. Heal her. It wasn't until Orochimaru spoke that he started to act. Now it's your turn. The long sword parted Tsunade's long hair. Sasuke said condescendingly. Hey! Tsunade let out a long breath. Finally chose to compromise. His illness will take a long time to treat. As soon as possible. Sasuke turned and left. Orochimaru followed suit. Looking at Kabuto in the distance, Sasuke joked. You are a very loyal subordinate. Haha, Kabuto is the most talented ninja under my command, and the only one qualified to be my assistant. You didn't consider choosing him. There was something strange in Orochimaru's eyes. Haha, forget it. I can't control this person. Sasuke shook his head. Kabuto is weak though. But don't know why. Sasuke always felt that this man was planning something. Not only Orochimaru, but also himself is within the scope of his plan. You think so highly of him. Orochimaru's expression also became more serious. Originally he just said it casually. But Sasuke's reaction suddenly made him think deeply. He also began to take the role of Yakushi Kabuto seriously. But I found that there seemed to be nothing unusual. When Kimimaro is well, send a message and I will pick him up personally. Good. The two discussed a few words verbally. Sasuke took Shisui and left. And why do you have to pick up Kimimaro in person? Very simple. Kill Tsunade with your own hands, of course. Tsunade died. Jiraiya will be forced to take up the position of Hokage. By trapping him in Konoha, Naruto would also have a guarantee. Danzo will also get checks and balances. And Tsunade's death can be entirely blamed on Orochimaru. Although Jiraiya might take revenge on her too. However, people like Jiraiya who put the overall situation first will not start a national war. As long as there is no large-scale war. The current Zanin village can completely crush Konoha. Brother Shisui, Suijutsu is asking you to take care of him. Don't worry. I will guide him well. Shisui quickly understood what Sasuke meant. Someone brought from Orochimaru. Of course you have to monitor it for a while. As for a fragrant phosphorus, Sasuke took her directly to his place. First, this girl has little fighting ability. 2 is Uzumaki clan. Consider you lucky. Well. Daily bias Uzumaki. From today on you live with me. I'll take you to training. All your supplies will be delivered shortly. That is your room, and from now on you will be my assistant. Do you understand? Looking at Sasuke who looked like a goddess in front of him. Xiang Phosphorus nodded slowly. But the next moment, her face turned red inexplicably. Kitten Suijutsu, no, Sasuke is a girl now. You blush like a bubble teapot. Xiang Phosphorus, I want you to take care of it. I like it, don't you? Uzumaki Naruto, I like it too. He who doesn't like this. Uzumaki Kushina, it's great, there are still members of my Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Nagato. Konan, the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan are actually unknown in the ninja world. It seems that they are not developing very well in our world. Jiraiya, hey. Orochimaru, you wasted a talent. Uzumaki Naruto, my clansman. It is different from the current fragrant phosphorus. The fragrant phosphorus in the screen seems to be afraid of strangers. Facing the clothes Sasuke handed over. She didn't even dare to reach out to pick it up. Do you want me to change it for you? Gently lift Xiang Lu's chin. Sasuke smiled warmly. Xiang Phosphorus was stunned for a moment. He seemed very determined. She slowly took off her clothes. The scene in front of him also made Sasuke frown. Teeth marks were all over the girl's body. There is simply nothing good about it. It looked shocking. At Orochimaru, Sasuke already knew about the girl's abilities. Her chakra is an excellent support ability. Able to restore chakra and recover from injuries. 1b. Gently dress the phosphorus. Then he took her into his arms. Your ability will no longer be enabled in the future. No one is biting you. Xiang Phosphorus was stunned for a moment. She knew what she was capable of. Everyone who has chosen her over the years has chosen her for this ability. But the girl in front of me. Whoa whoa whoa. Xiang Phosphorus began to cry loudly. She also couldn't believe the promise of the girl in front of her. But at least now I can believe it for a moment. But what he saw and heard afterwards made Xiang Lian finally feel relieved. Her actions were not restricted. In addition to the daily hard training, she also slowly integrated into the village. She found that even though the name of this ninja-killing village was very murderous, but the atmosphere in the village is surprisingly harmonious. Although there are some ninjas who are arrogant, but within a few minutes he would be taken away by patrolling ninjas. The ninjas who protect the ninja village all wear a very strange ping-pong symbol. Just like the one on her. Xiang Ling thought, and his face turned red unconsciously. Although life in the village is very good, but the training Sasuke customized for them was very difficult. But what they got in exchange was a real improvement in strength. Sasuke's precise discovery. Suijutsu's hydration is absolutely perfect for absorbing injuries if used properly. The Kagura heart eye of Xiang Phosphorus can perceive a wide range of things. Coupled with the adamantine sealing chain sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. It may not be so obvious against people, but it is a perfect weapon against tailed beasts. One takes the damage, the other controls. Then Kimimaro will be added as the main battler. A team was formed to physically influence the tailed beasts. It is worth mentioning that Bai Zhongluo also joined these people. They are the same age. They are also lonely people. In just a short period of time, we have already gotten along very well with each other. Probably not an undercover agent. Look at the people training hard below. Shisui nodded with satisfaction. These are the new generation forces of Zanin village. 0 Please give me flowers. During this time, Shisui did not stop observing Suijutsu, including Zabuza and Haku. As Uchiha's behind-the-scenes guardian, he must remain extremely vigilant. Plus Kimimaro, with the control of phosphorus and white. Capturing a tailed beast shouldn't be a problem. Sasuke nodded. Wait until Kimimiro's treatment is over. Then you can start taking action. Her target is 7 tails in Longren village. Try to spread it to your own village. The next goal is 1 tail. The red panda seems to be having a bad time lately. Because of the failure of Konoha's collapse plan, Sand Shinobi undoubtedly became a defeated country. Angara, the Jinchūriki, was once again slandered by the villagers. Ignorant people spurn the power that guards them. I hope I won't regret it until the day I lose it. Sasuke's thinking is simple. Uchiha respects the strong. Jinchūriki protects the village as it expands its territory, but is constantly attacked by the tailed beasts. They deserve to be treated like heroes. In Zanin village, all this can be achieved. Education in the Land of Waves has undergone a transformation. The threshold for ninjas has been lowered. All basic ninjutsu were handed out by Sasuke to give civilians more opportunities. And if it performs well, it is really possible to transcend classes to the top position. The Zanin village treats everyone equally. Uchiha is no exception. It is very difficult for the top to not be corrupt. Unless I am the only top. But then Sasuke sighed. Then he slowly touched his eyes. Hashirama cells have been taken back for a long time. Sasuke has also studied a lot. But he found that if he wants to use it on his body, he can only transplant it. Sasuke doesn't want this. She can't accept that someone else's cells will act on her. That snake. Maybe there are new ideas. Sasuke had to admit. In terms of scientific research, Orochimaru is 8 streets ahead of him. A country, a secret room. Didn't you say not to disturb me when I'm doing experiments? Looking at Sasuke, who came in directly, Orochimaru was a little impatient. This Sasuke really doesn't treat himself as an outsider more and more. Is there any way to extract Hashirama's energy? Sasuke asked directly. Hey! Orochimaru slowly moved his eyes over. There was some surprise on his face. It seems that you have discovered some secrets. I believe you have discovered more than I have. Hearing this, Orochimaru's waist straightened immediately. Sasuke's recognition of his scientific research made him happier than his recognition of his ninjutsu. Uchiha and Senju are really two perfect races. Orochimaru sighed. Anyone can see that he has a strong desire to talk. But Sasuke did not give him face. Take me to see Kimimaro. Orochimaru's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. But he still smiled and led the way. Kimimaro, she is here to see you. I am only loyal to Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro walked out calmly. But he showed disdain for Sasuke. He's a loyal dog. Sasuke didn't care. Suijutsu and Karin are not threatening. But Kimimaro, she's going to be cursed with the Uchiha seal anyway. It's okay as long as he can do his job. Anyway, he didn't intend to make him loyal in the first place. He just glanced at Kimimaro. Sasuke turned his head and looked at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru, I have some hidden diseases recently. I want to ask Master Tsunade to treat me. Orochimaru's face stiffened for a moment. But Sasuke clearly caught it. What? Master Tsunade is gone. She ran away by accident. Orochimaru stared at Sasuke with a pair of snake eyes. He didn't hide it anymore. Ah! But the next moment his pupils had already shrunk. Because Sasuke had already drawn the Kusanagi sword. Chidori blade. The violent lightning smashed the laboratory to pieces. It also made Orochimaru very frightened. Sasuke has become stronger with every move he makes. So he was released. Sasuke is now very annoyed. In her plan, Tsunade must die. Because if she becomes Hokage, she will release Jiraiya. This is what Sasuke doesn't want to see. Being watched by a top cage level strongman is not a good thing. Orochimaru, don't forget. You are cooperating with me now. Since you like your so-called bond so much, why not go with them? Sasuke slowly approached. It made Orochimaru's scalp tingle. He hesitated. But in this life, he could not bring himself to kill two people. Don't be so angry. Tsunade's temper will only hinder the radicals of Konoha. Orochimaru smiled. As a partner, he really couldn't justify it. But it doesn't matter, he has something Sasuke wants. Sasuke, come with me to see something. You will be satisfied with the knife. Chapter 75. Jiraiya, Tisk. In the end, Tsunade was let go. Orochimaru is a duplicitous guy. Senju Tsunade, then I won't forgive him for coming to arrest me. Orochimaru, BD, what does this have to do with me? I was so indecisive in the other world. Terumi Mei, I didn't expect Orochimaru, the cold lord of the ninja world, to have such a side. Uzumaki Naruto, very good. This is already the best ending. Orochimaru, the characters in these two worlds simply don't match, I wouldn't do such a thing. Danzo, that's right. Orochimaru is right, the characters in the two worlds simply don't match, so we can't impose what we do in the other world on our world. Everyone in the group. No. Can this be washed? But at this time, everyone is more concerned about whether Orochimaru in another world will be slaughtered by Sasuke. After all, Sasuke in the other world is really decisive in killing. But they soon discovered that they had thought too much. In fact, Sasuke had no intention of killing Orochimaru. I don't know the Hashirama cells, the ingredients of the curse seal, or the magic. These are all reasons why Sasuke can't kill Orochimaru. Besides, this snake is indeed not that easy to kill. Lead the way. Sasuke chuckled. If what Orochimaru showed her didn't satisfy her, then she will still teach Orochimaru some profound lessons. He. Orochimaru laughed dryly. Take Sasuke into a secret room. Countless jars stand in the secret chamber. There are countless children locked inside. Children have various tubes inserted into their bodies. There was still a look of pain on his face, although very cruel. But Sasuke was in no position to criticize. Regarding Orochimaru's human experiments, Sasuke could only express disapproval, but respect. She can guarantee that such a thing will never be allowed in her village. But he will not force a 370 person who is not in the same force as him to be a good person. Haha, look! Orochimaru pointed at a child. The child was immediately filled with fear upon seeing Orochimaru. But the next moment, his right arm suddenly swelled. Become a tree. That's it. Sasuke's eyes lit up. Exactly before Danzo's wood style? Sasuke wasn't sure. Because she hasn't seen the real wood style either. The trees are still growing. The child's whole body had turned into wood unknowingly. Is the wood petrified? Sasuke frowned. I didn't expect Orochimaru's experiments to be so advanced. Hashirama cells are indeed very violent. Sasuke has also discovered this. Haha, don't worry. Orochimaru seemed not to be surprised. Continue to lead Sasuke forward. There is still a child in front of him. There are still trees growing in front of the child. But this time it was indeed very weak. Compared to the towering trees before, they can only be regarded as some small tree trunks. But this child has indeed been fine. It's even possible to control these trees. At this time, Sasuke also observed that child's eyes. Sharingan. I see. That's right. Wood style and Sharingan can achieve a perfect balance. Sasuke, if you transplant Hashirama cells, you can even control wood style. Wood style of the ninja god. Orochimaru stared at Sasuke. There was fanaticism in his eyes. And Sasuke was not bewitched by Orochimaru. She just stared blankly at Orochimaru in front of her. Although neither of them spoke. But I was extremely nervous in my heart. Before, Sasuke only discovered that Hashirama cells seemed to be able to restore his own pupil power. But I didn't expect Orochimaru to have discovered the use of wood style. It is impossible to say that Sasuke is not moved. As the two major clans that built the village in Konoha, there's no way Sasuke doesn't know the power of wood style. According to ancient records from the Sengoku period, wood style even suppressed the Sharingan of Uchiha's lineage for a time. But look at Orochimaru's enthusiastic face. Sasuke also calmed down. She couldn't believe the snake. And Orochimaru also doesn't really believe in his own scientific research results. So he needs a guinea pig. A powerful experiment. I will consider it. Sasuke smiled slightly. This disappointed Orochimaru. Sasuke looked around. Gently pick up the wood chips handed to you. The next moment she was surprised to find out. There is actually amazing life energy hidden in the sawdust. This is left behind by the person who turned into wood. Something seemed to flash through my mind. Sasuke quickly ran to the child who had transformed into a wooden golem sculpture. Feel the remaining life energy of the wooden sculptures. There was something crazy in Sasuke's eyes. What's wrong? Orochimaru frowned. He felt that Sasuke must have discovered something extraordinary. Nothing. I also built a laboratory in the country of waves. If you are interested, you can go and sit. Of course, please bring your own materials for human experiments. Sasuke said, planning to leave. She had an attempt that she wanted to verify as soon as possible. Wait a moment. Orochimaru felt like there were ants crawling on his body at this moment. He was absolutely certain that Sasuke had discovered something. But she had no intention of telling him. This is unacceptable to a scientist. Is something wrong? Look at Sasuke's beautiful smiling face. Orochimaru doesn't find it cute at all. I just feel my scalp is numb. What did this girl like about him again? Humph. It's nothing. I'll go. Suddenly I thought about being suppressed by this little girl for such a long time. Orochimaru suddenly felt angry. He returned to the sawdust and observed it carefully. He didn't believe what Sasuke could discover. He, a scientific geek, couldn't discover it. Out of Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke rushed all the way to the land of waves. Shisui on the side didn't ask any more questions. Sasuke will tell him what he wants to say. From now on you will be the captain of the probation team. After instructing Kimimaro and Xiang Phosphorus to assemble, Sasuke hurried back to his secret room. Is that so? Although it was swallowed by Hashirama cells, the energy was not dissipated. Sasuke murmured, suddenly thinking of his best friend again. Uzumaki Naruto. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto had always had a way of training that Sasuke couldn't imitate. He can train with shadow clone. Then disband the clone and feed the results of practice back to the main body. But this method can only be used by himself. Because he has a powerful body and a huge chakra. Although I can't use it for practice. But it's not that this approach cannot be used for reference. Shadow clone technique. Slowly separate a shadow clone. Sasuke controls it to extract Hashirama cells into his own body. Soon, shadow clone Sasuke's arm began to turn into wood. Although there is a trace of resistance. But the speed of wood transformation is still very fast. Arms, torso, calves. Boom. Finally, it completely turned into wood, and the shadow clone turned into a cloud of smoke. But a section of wooden piles was actually left on the spot. A strong sense of feedback came. Sasuke fully realized the pain of turning into wood. Kneeling on the ground, there was cold sweat on his head. Sasuke didn't have time to wipe it. Manjiki. The Megatama in his eyes became one piece. The next moment, Sasuke was ecstatic. Success! Feeling the lifeless wood in front of me. Sasuke clearly felt that his eye power had recovered. Although not a lot, it has definitely recovered. This is what Sasuke discovered in Orochimaru's laboratory. Even if it is turned into wood, the pure life energy will not dissipate. And combined with Naruto's shadow clone training method. Although the clone is turned into wood, its pure energy will be fed back to the main body. Sasuke would like to call it, refining life energy. It's just that the feeling of feedback is more painful. This is also the drawback of this method. But his eye power has indeed recovered. If this continues, theoretically, I don't have to worry about Manjiki's consumption. End. Wood style. Sprig technique. A very weak sapling rose from the ground. Although it looks very ridiculous. But Sasuke was still in good spirits. Hashirama's wood style was also inherited along with the energy. Although the weak ones can be ignored. But it gave Sasuke unlimited hope. Moreover, Sasuke's chakra amount and physical condition have also improved slightly. Although it is very weak, it is a real increase. I purify Hashirama energy to increase chakra constitution. Increasing chakra constitution can purify Hashirama energy faster. If this continues, it will be a virtuous cycle. Sasuke believes this continues. Sooner or later, he could do what Naruto did. Summon hundreds or thousands of shadow clone to practice. But at this time, Sasuke felt that he needed to take a rest. She cannot continue this action for the time being. Shadow clone's training method is still too harmful to the body. At the same time, Konoha, Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were barely able to move, cleverly gathered at the entrance of the village. Jiraiya, who was covered in bandages, looked at Tsunade in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. Tsunade, you! Jiraiya is planning to take revenge on Tsunade. I never expected that Tsunade would come back on his own. Tsunade looked complicated. The two also changed the location to a pub. This is also the first meeting between the two after many years. When it comes to Orochimaru, both of them seemed a little silent. It can be clearly felt that Orochimaru still cares about them. But Orochimaru actually killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha needs you. The village can no longer be left to them. Jiraiya took a sip of wine and said pleadingly. Good. Unexpectedly, Tsunade agreed directly this time. What are your plans next? Tsunade asked. I'm going to take Naruto out to practice for a few years. The village is not suitable for him to grow up zero. Orphan of the 4th generation. That's right. It was also my dereliction of duty. I can't stand idly by anymore. There was a look of remorse in Jiraiya's eyes. How to deal with Uchiha Sasuke? Tsunade's words once again brought silence to the drinking room. Neither of them spoke. They have to admit that this is no longer something they can solve temporarily. We don't have time to limit her development. Jiraiya smiled bitterly and shook his head. He has too many things to do. And he has his own little ideas. Train Naruto well. Then let Naruto persuade Sasuke. At this time, Tsunade also managed the village. That's when Uchiha returns to Konoha. Isn't it perfect? But he didn't tell Tsunade about this plan. It is indeed not very honorable to let your disciples seduce other girls and tell them. It greatly affects his status as a hero. After the two discussed again, he finally reached a consensus. After returning to the village, the two immediately went to see Naruto. But he found Naruto unusually calm. She didn't care about the insults from the villagers. Her words and actions showed the will of fire. Jiraiya and Tsunade were relieved immediately. Fortunately, Naruto's mentality was still very good. It was very likely that Sasuke would rebel in the future. Thinking of this, Jiraiya finally relaxed. The next step was the ceremony of taking office as Hokage. Tsunade's return made the precarious Konoha much more stable. As a disciple of the 3rd generation, the granddaughter of the 1st generation, and the title of Sunin, it made her process of becoming Hokage extremely smooth. Of course, if Danzo's dead face was excluded, everything became harmonious. Soon, Jiraiya also took Naruto away. It can be seen that Naruto was very excited about this experience. He was also very curious about Jiraiya, the master who suddenly appeared. After Sasuke left, Naruto rarely felt such a warm feeling. On the day of departure, all the Xiaoqiangs of Ye came out to see him off. But in the end, they left a separate space for Naruto and little Sakura. Facing the separation, little Sakura did not seem sad. Her talent was discovered by Tsunade some time ago. She has officially become Tsunade's disciple. Naruto, practice hard. Don't forget our agreement. Little Sakura slowly stretched out her fist, and did not show any sadness because of the departure of her partner. Naruto gently put his fist on it. The smile on his face turned solemn. They made an agreement. One day, Sasuke will be brought back. Then, overthrow this Konoha and rebuild it. His goal, Uzumaki Naruto, has not changed. Still Hokage. This is just the way this time. Maybe it will change a little. Only those who are recognized by people can become Hokage. Those who defeat everyone can also become Hokage. Sasuke. Wait for me. Wait for a brand new Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto thought so and was about to turn around. But then a big hand was placed on their fists. Yo Team 7 won't take me with them. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared, his eyes smiling into crescents. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto's 4.4 eyes seemed to be evasive. Naruto. Do it boldly. This time. I support you. Kakashi touched his eye patch. I don't know what he was thinking. Yet. Naruto nodded vigorously. Although he has gone to the opposite side of everyone. But at least there are still a few people supporting him. But, this is enough. Uzumaki Naruto's back slowly pulled away. Kakashi and little Sakura knew. When they see him again, there will be a different Uzumaki Naruto. Hey! I don't know what Sasuke is doing now. Little Sakura frowned, but didn't think much about it. Instead of thinking about these useless things. It's better to practice, this is practical. AQ. A secret room in the land of waves. Sasuke couldn't help but sneeze. The Jinchūriki reform team below looked at each other in bewilderment. Be careful to keep warm. Even ninjas need to take care of their health. Shisui immediately turned into a nagging brother and put a coat on Sasuke. The members below sighed. Especially Mizuki, who had already started to laugh. Sasuke coughed awkwardly twice. He glanced at the members below. Kimimaro, Karin, Mizuki, Shiro. Although the training time was short. But they can barely act. Jinchūriki reform team. Get ready to attack. Target, Longnan Village. 7 Tails. PS regarding shadow clone absorbing Hashirama cells, let me explain. The author did refer to the part about Xianming's clone. Let's not talk about the rationality first. The author's original intention was not to transplant Hashirama cells. Because transplanting Hashirama cells either means hanging a Hashirama portrait on the chest, or having arms like Obito. It's too ugly, and I believe many readers will be disgusted. So this is the most reasonable way the author has come up with to use Hashirama cells. It is simply a substitute for transplanting Hashirama cells, so I hope readers will not argue about this aspect. Chapter 76. Deidara, isn't this Sasuke's idea similar to that of our Akatsuki organization? They are all about capturing tailed beasts. Uzumaki Naruto, it's different, Sasuke is doing it for Jinchūriki to get better treatment. It's for love and peace. Deidara, do you believe this nonsense? She just wants to use the power of the tailed beasts to strengthen herself and prepare for the future overthrow of Konoha. Scorpion, it seems that it's not just Konoha, her target is the 5 major countries. Uchiha Madara, a very rational mind, we agree with her point of view. If Hashirama had this kind of thinking back then, the ninja world would have been peaceful. Senju Hashirama, Madara, war cannot solve the problem. I don't like her behavior. Only peaceful coexistence is the long-term solution, and war will deepen hatred. Senju Tobirama, after destroying all other countries and unifying them, where will the hatred come from? Senju Hashirama, Tobirama. You. Senju Tobirama, sorry bro, this is the only thing, I think Madara is right. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, let's wait and see. If we can't do it in our world, let's see if another approach in another world can bring peace. Live broadcast room, ding. Trigger a large-scale special event, peace in the ninja world. Large-scale gambling event, leaders are asked to make a choice. Can the girl Sasuke's series of actions truly bring peace to the ninja world in the end? A yes. B no. Please give your answers to the leaders. The one who finally answers correctly will receive huge rewards for his power. Candidates who are qualified to answer questions. Shimura Dans, Hokage, represents the force, Konoha. Terumi Mei, Mizukage, representative force, Mist Shinobi. Tsuchikage's representative force, Rock Shinobi. Gaara, Kazekage, representative force, Sand Shinobi. Representative force of Raikage AI, Movie Cloud Shinobi. Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, represents the force, Akatsuki. The leader on the surface is also considered the leader. Mifune, Admiral Army, represents the force, Iron Kingdom. Uchiha Madara, Indra's privilege. Senju Hashirama, Ashura privilege. Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails, representative force, Jinchūriki. Uchiha Sasuke, comparison person, privilege. The comparison person has an extra right to participate. Ichiraku, Satsuki, representative force. Ding. Leaders, please answer carefully. If you answer incorrectly, your power will be destroyed. Of course, you can also choose to abstain. A series of news made everyone stunned. But just a moment later, the group exploded. Senju Tsunade. Who chose this bullshit leader? Why should Danzo be the leader of Konoha? Jiraiya, that's right. The leader at least wants us to choose. Shimura Dans, hey. I am now the Hokage of Konoha. It is justifiable. Senju Tobirama, in other words, Danzo's choice can even affect people from ancient times like me and my eldest brother? Senju Hashirama, in the live broadcast room, I have the right to choose and I belong to the Konoha lineup, so how do I calculate this punishment and reward? Live broadcast room, it counts as double, if you both answer wrong, you will be punished double. Uzumaki Naruto, damn. Why? This is not fair. Uchiha Sasuke, ha 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 ha. I was assigned to the Akatsuki lineup, and the old BD can't influence me. Uchiha Itachi, I am actually a dual lineup of Akatsuki and Konoha. Uchiha Madara, fortunately, my label does not have Konoha's lineup. Terumi Mei, I feel like Konoha is so chaotic. Onoki, yes. Is the leader of the organization so controversial? Reikage AI, how many times have I told you, Konoha is best at internal fighting? Uzumaki Nagato, Tisk. A catastrophe? Choose whatever you want. Anyway, there are not many people left alive in the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Sasuke, please be more careful. Hey! Deidara, ha 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 ha. Little thing, are you numb? Hey? Wait. Why do I still have the label of Rock Shinobi? Kuratsuki, hee hee. Brother Deidara must care about the village. You see, Uchiha Sasuke does not have the label of Konoha. Deidara, BD. Who cares about Rock Shinobi? I wish the old man would just do it. Onoki, brat. Don't think that I can't do anything to you even if you die. Scorpion, I am also dual labeled by Akatsuki and Sand Shinobi. Cho, haha, I knew Xia was still a good boy. Third Kazekage. Haiden, why do I only have the tag of Xiao? Are you looking down on our evil sect during the live broadcast? Daimyo, and we are the real masters. Uzumaki Naruto, I actually represent Jinchūriki. It's so exciting. Killer Bee, yo little devil. Choose carefully, Bagayalu Kaunialu. Gaara, it's okay Naruto, relax. Hyuga Hayashi, I am the strongest clan and don't deserve to have a choice? Uchiha Madara, you'd better shut up while I'm in a good mood. Most other villages are less controversial. Only the three lineups of Akatsuki, Konoha, and Jinchūriki seem to have a lot of controversy. And some people are extremely miserable. Take Hashirama for example. As the god of ninja, he is actually affected by the group's choice. And Obito, his face dropped when he looked at Akatsuki on the label. Nagato seems to have no intention of making a good choice. But there is no way. He is the apparent leader. And Konoha was even more chaotic. It seems that most people are unhappy with Danzo's choice. But there was nothing they could do. They cannot change the decision made in the live broadcast room. And Danzo is indeed present at the Five Shadows conference. This is undeniable. But when you think about it, your fate lies in Danzo's hands. Everyone felt as if they had eaten shit. And Jinchūriki is just pure chaos. Most people don't seem to be very convinced by Naruto as a representative. There are more than 9 Jinchūriki forces here. The Jinchūriki of all ages are included in this, such as Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Mito, Fenfu Monk. There's even no Hararin's name. And Naruto is a person who cares about other people's emotions. So I was confused for a while. In the end, Onoki made the choice first. After all, in the land of Earth, Onoki can be said to be the best. Oh Hanaki, I am opposed to Sasuke's approach. Her attempt to unify the 5 major countries will not bring peace. Terumi May, I also object, war cannot bring peace. Reikage AI, humph. I agree with her idea, but I still choose not to. Because although her thoughts are fine, her strength cannot unite the 15 major countries. Gaara, I also choose not to. Bonds are the power that can resolve hatred. The 4 major nations except Konoha quickly made their choices. And the answers are surprisingly consistent. If anything, it's different. That is Reikage AI admires Sasuke's thoughts. But he questions Sasuke's strength. Uzumaki Nagato, I think he can succeed. Her ideas are correct. I also believe in her strength. Haiden, hey, hey, hey. Don't choose randomly just because we are dead. Hey. Deidara, exactly. Although I agree with her thinking, I also doubt her strength. The country of waves is a small country. Even if she is powerful, once a national war is launched, what can she do alone? Scorpion, what if she conquers your art? Deidara, that can actually fight against the 5 major countries. I will just dump a bunch of art on it, the 5 major countries are nothing. Kuratsuki, covering face. Uchiha Madara, I think she will succeed. I can choose. Uchiha Sasuke, I also choose yes. No matter what, it's still me. Uzumaki Naruto, I also choose yes. I believe her. Naruto's choice shocked everyone. Naruto, who has always followed the will of fire, actually. It seems that love does make people blind. Senju Hashirama, this is definitely a wrong idea. I choose to deny it. Only love can influence everything. But let's talk first, I am certain of her strength. Mifune, I also choose to deny it. The Kingdom of Iron always advocates peace. Ichiraku, haha, I'm so sorry, I choose yes. Terumi May, wait. I just noticed. Who is this Ichiraku? Onoki, why is his power a question mark? Uzumaki Naruto, hand slap uncle. Why is it you? Harano Sakura. Zhong Xiaoqiang. Uzumaki Naruto, the hand-beating uncle is actually a hidden expert? Ichiraku, ha ha ha. I am just a ramen seller, maybe there is a malfunction in the live broadcast room. Uchiha Madara, you can't go wrong in the live broadcast room. Who are you? Ichiraku, I am really just an ordinary ramen seller. Everyone was speechless. Who believes this? But just when everyone was about to ask questions, they were attracted by another piece of information. Shimura Dans, I also choose yes. She Uchiha Sasuke can bring peace to the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto, I read that right? You actually recognize Sasuke? Shimura Dans, hey. I hate a person, but it's not like I question her ability. On the contrary, I agree with her idea. The ninja world only needs one voice. Danzo's choice immediately caused most people in Konoha to put on masks of pain. Because the chance of winning is too small. Let's not talk about whether peace can be achieved after reunification. Just talk about unification, can we do it? Are you kidding? Just one Uchiha clan? That man couldn't do it back then, how could a little girl like her do it? Check out other movie selections. Danzo really got killed this time. But the selection has been made and cannot be changed. Many people from the Konoha forces are already thinking of collecting the corpses for themselves. Ding! All leaders have been selected. Note, the rewards and punishments for large-scale gambling battles are extremely extreme, please be mentally prepared. Play continues. The picture on the screen continued to move. But this time everyone's eyes were completely different. The scene in front of me was more than just fun. Now Sasuke's every decision affects the fate of major forces. Today's moviegoers have automatically divided into two factions. Some people who admired Sasuke very much before now also wish that Sasuke would die the next moment. In this way, you can obtain gambling rewards. But when I see the configuration on the screen, everyone was silent. Sasuke a cage level. Kimimaro is an accurate shadow. Shiro and Suijutsu are at least on Janin's level. As for Xiang Phosphorus, her function is to sense and seal. Use this configuration to arrest, no. Influence a comparison. The weak Seven Tails is more than enough. In particular, Sasuke's Manjiki can also control tailed beasts. In addition, there is no need to consider the consumption of pupil power now. And Longian village doesn't have any high-end combat power. Even if the tailed beast is captured, the 5 major countries will not take any action. After all, when the tailed beasts were distributed, 7 tails was just to kill the little ninja village below. It doesn't matter who this little ninja village is. Maybe Konoha will take action. But now Tsunade may be busy fighting for power with several major advisors in Konoha. I had no intention of intervening. Now the people in the group finally know. What a smart move Sasuke made to let go of Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura at the time. Remember our plan. First, let's focus on probation invitation. Don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary, do you understand? Sasuke warned before taking action. According to inquiries, the living environment of 7 Tails does not seem to be too harsh. Much better than Naruto Gaara or something. So this time it will probably be physical. But Sasuke still decided to give it a try. Because she is delusional. Your own persuasion will go a long way. Understood. The people below all agreed immediately. Kaoru and Suijutsu have now fully transformed into Sasuke's fanboys and fangirls. Bai was more grateful and admired Sasuke. Only Kimimaro remained expressionless, with almost no loyalty at all. But it doesn't matter, the curse seal control is enough for the time being. Ready to go. Shisui's intelligence department is now quite developed. Several people also made quite thorough plans. And right now, Shisui suddenly appeared in front of everyone. He looked very anxious. Sasuke. Things have changed. What's wrong? Sasuke immediately stepped forward. 327 She still rarely sees Shisui anxious. Tsunagakur. Gaara. Defection confirmed. What? The news immediately shocked Sasuke. Unexpectedly, Gaara would defect in such a short period of time. It seems that my words have had a great impact on him. Sasuke thought. Gaara, what? I actually defected. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, ha 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 ha. Someone just chose negative. Cho, how is this possible? I remember that Gaara changed her temperament after she returned and was recognized by the whole village. Gaara, what happened in this world? And Shisui quickly gave the answer. According to our information, Gaara, since Konoha collapsed the plan. Tsunagakur still places most of the blame on Gaara for the defeat in Konoha. But although Gaara was fierce in the past, he could still control his nature. But this time when I went back, I violently attacked the villagers and directly killed many villagers who made rude remarks. Every time I kill someone, I emphasize. What's the emphasis? Sasuke asked quickly. Shisui's expression turned strange. He said a little awkwardly. I should emphasize that I should be a hero. The state is so crazy that the senior management of Sand Shinobi suspect that Gaara has been brainwashed. Or an illusion. The corners of Sasuke's mouth began to twitch crazily. I didn't know what to say for a while. I never thought that my casual words would have such a big impact on Gaara. I should try to persuade these Jinchūriki more. It seems to be working. Sasuke thought so. 3 days ago, Gaara killed someone again, and Sand Shinobi is preparing to control Gaara's actions. He killed 3 elders and defected. Now Tsunagakure is an S-class rebel ninja. Does this mean that One Tail is now in a wild state? Sasuke pondered for a moment, but didn't hesitate too much. The choice was made immediately and set off straight away. Report to me Gaara's location at any time. I'll leave immediately. Operation Seven Tails is temporarily cancelled. The probation class is disbanded on the spot. Brother Shisui, go contact Itachi, I need Akatsuki's movements. Looking at Sasuke's back. The members of the probation class all looked at each other. What do you mean? You won't need them to capture One Tail? And why is it so urgent? Sasuke didn't have time to explain to them. It was impossible for him to know the news of Gaara's defection. Itachi became a three-way spy since he set up his own business. She also learned a lot of information about Akatsuki. After learning the information, Sasuke knew better. Gaara would be in danger even in the village. And now that they have defected, the Akatsuki organization will not give up this opportunity. Red Panda, before I get there. Don't get caught. Chapter 77. Sandstorm Funeral. Bang bang bang. Crush a few sand shinobi who are catching up again. Gaara couldn't help but collapsed on the ground panting. This is already the 10th wave of pursuit. For Jinchūriki, Shinobu doesn't take it very seriously. After all, this is Tsunagakure's only tailed beast. Isn't it over? Don't I have a choice of my own? Are Jinchūriki born to die? The violence on Gaara's face became a little more serious. But the long trek also left him physically and mentally exhausted. At first, it was relatively easy for him to face pursuit in the desert. But due to gradually leaving the Kingdom of Wind and coming to the Kingdom of Fire, his home field advantage is also significantly reduced. The consumption of chakra can't keep up. Recalling the ugly faces of those villagers, Gaara couldn't help but burst out with an evil chakra. Ha 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 ha. What a brat. Do you want me to help you? Give your body to me, and I will help you kill them all. Shut up. Gaara roared crazily. But his condition is getting worse and worse. She's right. I thought of that stunning girl. Gaara's violence softened slightly. Ever since Konoha's collapse plan, Tsunagakure undoubtedly became a defeated country. But many civilians did not dare to vent their anger on the ninjas. Gaara has been a target of public criticism since she was a monster. The villagers' abuse became even more crazy. Because they know this monster is controlled. Although it looks cruel. In fact, there is no threat at all. And they didn't know the details of the war at all. They just need an outlet. Gaara is actually used to these. But something is different now. The girl's words lingered in his mind. Build a world where everyone is equal. Jinchūriki will not be discriminated against. I can be cared for too. I can have a partner too. Jinchūriki is a hero. Hero. Gaara kept mumbling. But at this time, the insults that he usually didn't care about suddenly became more harsh. Yes. That's right. I am a hero. I sealed the monsters with my body. Create a living environment for them. I still have to fight for them, so what right do they have to accuse me? I'm supposed to be a hero. Hero. Sandstorm Funeral. Boom. Gaara is going crazy. He killed someone. Monster. Monster. Run. Shaking his head crazily, the recent scene appeared in front of him again. Am I crazy? You actually believe this? Gaara laughed to himself. Uchiha Sasuke. She's just using you. Maybe Jinchūriki, was born to die. Dragging his tired body forward slowly. Gaara didn't know where he was going either. He was heading towards the Fire Nation. Maybe get closer to her. It's getting closer to your dream. What? But the next moment, Gaara's eyes became sharp again. I turned around and saw some small white spiders appearing on the ground. These little spiders are weird looking. Just like it was kneaded out of clay. Drink. Bang bang bang. With a man laughing loudly. The spider on the ground rushed toward Gaara crazily, and then exploded violently. Art. Wonderful art. A big white bird high in the sky slowly landed. A handsome young man with blonde hair walked down. He had a crazy smile on his face. Seems to be admiring his masterpiece. Deidara, stop playing around. An old voice came from beside him. It was a fat, scorpion-like thing lying on the ground. Hey! Really, we agreed to gather the team members first. This person hasn't even recruited them yet, and they actually started taking action. Deidara said dissatisfied. Stop complaining, wild-tailed beasts are rare. Of course the leader will not give up the opportunity. Scorpio added. At this time, the aftermath of the explosion slowly dispersed. A sand shield lit up in front of Gaara, seemingly unscathed. It's interesting. Brother Scorpion. Don't take action. Let me do it myself. Humph. I hate waiting. Don't make me wait too long. Scorpion was muttering in his mouth and slowly retreated. The moment the pile of sand exploded. It must be wonderful. Deidara was like discovering a toy. His hands seemed to be chewing something. Then the next moment, a bunch of white spiders and birds were thrown out. Haha, your sand doesn't seem to react very quickly. Drink. Countless bombs exploded. Gaara could only resist as much as possible. But although the automatic defense sand blocked all the spider bombs. But that bird bomb is very fast. A few rushed right through the protection of the sand. Drink. A violent explosion sounded. Gaara was already half kneeling on the ground. No injuries though. But pieces of sand slowly fell on his face. Ninja technique. Quicksand waterfall. At this moment, Gaara has a trace of red chakra lingering on her body. The forest-covered terrain also spewed out countless amounts of sand due to his movements. The waterfall formed by the sand rushed towards Deidara. Even though Deidara was well informed, he was a little surprised. Is this Jinchūriki? What a terrible chakra! Only in this way can I better showcase my art. Deidara laughed maniacally. The next moment, a white dragon-shaped creature appeared next to him. C2. Dragon. Roar. The huge clay dragon sprayed countless clay bombs on the sand waterfall in front. It didn't take long to punch a big hole in it. But Deidara soon discovered that he was wrong. Sand is fluid. Even though the sand has been dispersed. But the sand coming from both sides quickly surrounded it. Die. Sandstorm burial. Gaara slammed his hands on the ground. Countless amounts of sand fell down. The clay dragon was instantly buried underground. Then the ground shook crazily. Everything ahead that is hidden by the sand will be crushed to pieces. But Deidara had already summoned the clay bird. Flying in the air, Deidara couldn't help but shed a cold sweat. What a dangerous ninjutsu! But it's no use. The ninja who can control the air in the ninja world. Not much. Looking at Deidara in the sky. Gaara only felt weak for a while. He is now extremely weak. After 3 days of running away. The 2 moves just now had consumed all his chakra. And even if he has chakra, facing Deidara in the air, he could only be beaten passively. Moreover, there is still one person on the other side who has not taken action. Death will not make things easier for you. Gaara's eyes flashed with cruelty. It's not without reason that Jinchūriki is ostracized by everyone. Because they have the ability to go berserk at any time. Damn civet cat, you win. Ha 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 ha. Have you finally decided to let me out? Feeling it gradually take over Gaara's body, Shikaku had already started laughing excitedly. I will finally be free. At this moment, Shikaku's eyes became blurred. Hiding in the sealed space, he saw those eyes he hated most again. Kid. It's you who ruined my good deeds again. Hee, it's me again. I can't let you out this time. Little Tanuki. Manjiki. No. Feeling that the control of his body that he had finally won was taken back again, Shikaku yelled madly in space. But, it was useless. The girl's control over him became much stronger. Kr. Yes. Me. Looking at Gaara, who was a little surprised in front of him, Sasuke smiled sweetly. What? Is it strange? We agreed. I'm here to pick you up now. Pa. Gently flicked Gaara's forehead with his finger. Gaara felt like he was going to be petrified. Uzumaki Naruto, damn. What kind of plot is this? It can't develop like this. Gaara, this. Naruto, listen to my explanation, this is not my work. Temari, stop fishing, my brother has already caught a black bass. Kankuro, that's right. This is obviously cheating. Harano Sakura, this is just a simple partner bond, tisk. People with a heart see everything as dirty. Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. This is a partner bond, nothing else. Hyuga Hinata, why do I feel a little? Uzumaki Kushina, impossible. That's my daughter-in-law. This is a bond. A simple bond. Tisk. Mind your own business. At this time, Deidara saw another person suddenly appear. He immediately became irritated. He suddenly sprinkled a bunch of spider bombs. Deidara looked forward to the results of his art. Hey! Bang bang bang! A series of explosions came. But the dust dispersed. It was indeed blocked by the white sand shield. Tisk! There's still chakra. Deidara spat. He stuffed a large piece of clay in his hand. You like to show off. Watching Gaara overdraw chakra to make a sand shield to protect himself, Sasuke had a headache. Just like those boys when he was a child. They all like to show off. What do you care? Get out of here. I don't need your charity. Gaara turned his eyes away. Pushed Sasuke away. Hey, wait. Sasuke looked at the proud little panda in front of him. Suddenly felt that Jinchūriki was actually quite simple. They are often not good at hiding their emotions. At this time, Deidara had already accumulated power. With his action, a large clay doll was thrown down. C3. 18. Hey! The violent explosion seemed to tear the space apart. With the explosion of 18, Scorpion on the side also subconsciously took 2 steps back. What a lunatic! But this kind of thing can't be called art. Gently shook the scorpion's tail. Scorpion was ready to capture Jinchūriki. But as the smoke slowly dissipated, the imagined 2 people who were captured did not appear. Although the ground should have been blown into a deep pit. But Gaara and the others were now wrapped in a huge purple skeleton. The skeleton was huge. It was not hurt at all in the explosion of the 18th. How is it possible? My art. Deidara also widened his eyes. What on earth can it resist his C3? Wait. Those eyes. The same eyes as Itachi. Deidara was immediately attracted by Sasuke's enchanting Manjiki. He will never forget the oppressive feeling that man brought to him. Uchiha, Manjiki. Uchiha Sasuke. Deidara seemed to have thought of something. He became more excited. Itachi's sister. Really? So lucky. Scorpion. Don't interfere. I want to deal with this person myself. Uzumaki Naruto, hey? Does this kid have a grudge against Itachi? Aren't they from the same organization? Konon, he was repaired by Itachi when he first joined the organization. Deidara, shut up. That's restraint. Just restrain me. Kisame, once you restrain yourself, you will restrain yourself for a lifetime, right? Deidara, shut up. I will definitely win this time. Apparently Deidara on the screen thinks so too. He really didn't take a little girl seriously. Is this the power of Manjiki? It's fascinating. Sasuke felt that his energy consumption had decreased a lot. Couldn't help but sigh. I never dared to use this power much before. But now. It is indeed a fascinating power. Sasuke thought, but closed Susanoo the next moment. Even so, you don't have to rely on your own strength to endure. It's not that we can't afford it now. It's about not developing the habit of dependence. Besides, this chirping blonde guy doesn't deserve it either. Fire style. Dragon fire technique. The ferocious fire dragon spurted out into the sky. After absorbing some Hashirama energy recently, Sasuke's chakra is stronger. So much so that the fire dragon she is breathing out is bigger than Deidara's big bird. Deidara was dumbfounded. Damn, this is fire style? C3. Number 18. Throwing down the clay figures like crazy. Deidara barely blocked most of the fire dragons. Damn it! Not enough clay. Deidara realized that he had underestimated the enemy. But he didn't have much reaction time. Because at this moment, traces of lightning began to flash in the air. And it started to rain lightly. Deidara! Come down quickly! Xie suddenly jumped out of Fei Liuhu. Yelled frantically at Deidara. At the same time, he took out the first of the 3 scrolls behind him. Ah! Deidara also realized something was wrong at this moment. The thunder in the sky seemed to swallow him up. Damn it! It's actually a lightning-style ninja. Deidara cursed angrily. Ray is his nemesis. There was no time to show off at this moment. He could only rush towards Scorpion crazily. C2. Dragon. Lightning style. Kirin. Sand iron wall. Boom. In Gaara's horrified eyes, the thunder beast rushed downwards. The earth seemed to be torn apart. It took a long time for the aftermath of the explosion to pass. Cough cough cough. Deidara coughed violently. The dragon just now had consumed the last of his clay. The scorpion next to him was also checking his third Kazekage puppet. Because the sand iron used just now has been beaten to pieces by lightning style. At this moment, both of them looked very embarrassed. But luckily it was barely blocked. Damn! Red secret book. Hundreds. Scorpion's puppet seems to have been somewhat damaged. I saw him angrily taking out the second scroll. Just about to take action. But Sasuke and Gaara were no longer in sight. Ran. So fast. Deidara was also a little surprised. He looked at the angry-looking scorpion next to him. Then he closed his mouth. It's better not to mess with Brother Scorpion. Uchiha Sasuke. Scorpion's expression became a little more solemn. He touched his third scroll. I don't know what I'm thinking. Brother Scorpion, this girl actually cut off our Jinchūriki's beard. Chase. Chase him immediately. Scorpio made a decision quickly. He is now more interested in Sasuke than Jinchūriki. Brother Scorpion should be unable to catch up. Why? Can't we fly? Why can't we catch up? I'm out of explosive clay. UXXXXXX. Chapter 78. Scorpion, sure enough, it's still so unreliable. Kakuzu, hey. What an embarrassment to the organization. Deidara, shut up. That's not me. Konon, I'm really worried about the organization. Uzumaki Nagato, with you, I feel relieved, maybe she can really win. Uchiha Itachi, fortunately, you didn't catch up. You will never know how terrifying Manjiki is without considering the power consumption. Uchiha Obito, that's right, she didn't even have to run away. Uchiha Shisui, this is also a normal reaction. Everything she does is done with purpose in mind. Namikaze Minato, yes, her target is Gaara. It is enough to take the person away. There is no need to add complications. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. The plot can't develop like this. Naruto in front of the screen suddenly became anxious. This is not a good trend. Another world. Gaara's direction has completely changed. I finally got rid of myself in another world. I never expected that my home would be stolen by Gaara. No. It should be a normal bond. It shouldn't mean anything else. Naruto comforted himself. Judging from Sasuke's character, she is not someone who is overly obsessed with the love between her children. This can be seen from the fact that she didn't take Naruto away from the Valley of the End. Including Gaara, she was only valued by Sasuke because of her identity as Jinchūriki. Career is the most important thing. Career is the most important thing. Naruto thought so, but couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Naruto's worst fear happened. At this moment, the scene changed. Sasuke, who had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, easily escaped the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization. Although Sasuke's expression was normal, but everyone in the group can clearly feel it. Gaara's mood seemed to have changed drastically. Where are we going? The country of waves. At this moment, the two of them were riding a giant python, speeding towards the kingdom of waves. Gaara also recovered somewhat. He stared at Sasuke's back in front of him without saying a word. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered up the courage to say, "You're just using me. Is it right? All you care about is the tailed beast inside me." Finish this sentence. Gaara clearly regretted it. This is a very contradictory mentality. Both want to get something and are afraid of getting something. The figure of his uncle seemed to appear in front of his eyes. Gaara trembled subconsciously. That feeling of gain and loss, he didn't want to try again. "I don't. How could you miss me so much?" But what he encountered was Sasuke's somewhat aggrieved expression. "Look at the girl in front of you." Gaara wanted to slap herself a few times. He immediately became overwhelmed. "Ha ha ha. Okay. We agreed to build an ideal world together. I'm already halfway there." Sasuke turned his head. Gaara was given time to react. "Terumi Mei, she lied. She just went for the tailed beast." Uzumaki Naruto, how do you know she lied? Terumi Mei, women's intuition. Be wary of green tea. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't allow you to say that about her. Uchiha Shisui, humph. How could Mizukage Dano tell that? Sasuke seems to have no intentions of Gaara, right? Uchiha Itachi, I think she is mostly playful. As for using Gaara, it is nonsense, and she doesn't even bother to do it. Uzumaki Kushina, that's right. You see, she keeps a clear distance from Gaara. Don't slander Terumi Mei. But it turns out that Sasuke just wanted to tease Gaara. As for the others, she is the woman who wants to unify the 5 major countries. How could you do such a shameful thing? The two of them were very silent along the way. Finally, Gaara couldn't help but speak. The country of waves. What kind of place is it? After. Are you here to look after me? It seems that he has accepted his fate, at least now he has a companion. If she were to judge herself, that's barely acceptable. Care. Why do we need to guard it? On the premise of ensuring that you don't die. Go wherever you like. No one is going to control you. Sasuke replied proudly. This is what she has achieved for so long. perfectly brainwashing the entire country of waves. Good. Gaara wasn't shocked. Because he didn't believe it at all. It's not just his own village that fears Jinchūriki. Anyone who has this concept. Almost all the same. He believed Sasuke wouldn't reject him. But a country's people. Haha. I do not know how long it has been. The shadow of the village finally appeared in front of us. Although it looks much smaller than Tsunagakure. But it is better than Tsunagakure in terms of defense and prosperity. Okay. We're here. Gently took Gaara's hand. Sasuke was like pulling him closer to the village. But Gaara held on. Gaara, who has always been murderous and manic, was rarely afraid at this moment. This is a bit too dreamy. Now he seemed to have suddenly woken up. Just now, he was a defecting ninja. And he was hunted to death. And this girl appeared so suddenly. Take yourself to an unknown village. Said it was a good place established for him. Gaara couldn't believe it. Even some fear. He was afraid that it was all fake. He was afraid that as soon as he entered, he would find the disgusted looks of the villagers inside. Instead of telling him that the paradise in his dreams does not exist. He would rather live in a dream his whole life. Or even die directly. What's wrong? Sasuke also clearly noticed that Gaara was unusual. A hole. Who wants to go back with you? Stop being so self-righteous. Boom. Gaara had just finished speaking when Sasuke hit her on the head violently the next second. What are you talking about? I ran all the way to save you. When you get to the door, you chirp to me to no avail. Sasuke doesn't like him either. Are you trying to play tsundere with me? When have you ever coaxed someone? It's all about others to coax you. This little panda is still doing this with her. It was a direct dunk. Obviously. A dunk. Gaara seemed more awake. Although still very reserved. But slowly followed Sasuke. Next, I'll introduce you to some friends. Don't be so straight-faced. Treat yourself as an ordinary person from now on. Learn to get in touch with others. Sasuke kept explaining on the way. And Gaara just kept nodding. From time to time he would steal glances at the girl. Came back. Shisui has been waiting at the entrance of the village for a long time. And his first sight was immediately locked on Gaara. And he showed a vigilant look. This is Jinchūriki. I can't tolerate him not caring. And Gaara also discovered this sensitively. I was instantly disappointed with Sasuke's description. Eyes. Sasuke coughed twice quickly. Shisui then withdrew his wary gaze. Almost forgot their purpose. It relies on love and bonding to influence. How can we be vigilant? What does this make Jinchūriki think? And the next moment, Sasuke's expression turned serious. He said solemnly to Shisui. 2 members of Lu Yuxiao organization. A young man with yellow hair. Specializes in large-scale explosion attacks. Can release spiders, birds, dragons, dolls, and other explosives. Preliminary definition of strength cage level. The other one is a puppet master. It seems to be able to manipulate sand and iron. The strength is unknown, but it should not be weak. Distribute this information. The first thing Sasuke did when he came back was to sort out the information. 4 ninjas. Intelligence is life. Shisui took the information seriously. Although I am worried about Jinchūriki's stability. But Shisui retreated anyway. There is no way, he will unconsciously become hostile to Jinchūriki. Let's go. Introduce some friends to you. He brought Gaara to his cabin. The training ground ahead. The Jinchūriki probation team is training. Kimimaro and Shiro were discussing something. Shuiyu and Xianglan were quarreling on a daily basis. Just said a few words. Xiang Phosphorus began to chase Shuiyu crazily. And Shuiyu was also very mean and kept playing with Xiang Phosphorus. This has become their normal state. Since coming out from Orochimaru, these guys have become much more lively. And they are not very old. Childish. Gaara turned his head away disdainfully. But Sasuke could clearly feel Gaara taking a peek. Kaeg, ahem. You're back. Before Sasuke could say anything, Kimimaro had already discovered her. He stepped forward and saluted respectfully. It shows the demeanor of a subordinate, but it makes the sense of distance far away. Lord Sasuke. The fragrant phosphorus immediately pounced on him. Shui Yu, he bullied me again. No way. You are too stingy. Suijutsu retorted. At this moment, Xiang Phosphorus could not hear it. She hung happily on her goddess, desperately sniffing the fragrance of the goddess. Well, I'm so happy. This must be Mr. Gaara. Nice to meet you. Shiro bowed to Sasuke first. Then he keenly observed the somewhat reserved Gaara. Looking at Bai's outstretched hand, the sand in Gaara's first week subconsciously moved. But then he realized something. Becoming a little confused. Hey! I'm shaking hands with you. Sasuke teased. Put your sand away. Very rude. Oh. Gaara finally found her way. But he soon encountered another problem. Around oneself. Sand is self-protecting. I can't control it at all. Why not give it a try? Maybe your sand is gentler than you think. And didn't I bump into you many times? Sasuke said, pushing away the fragrance from his body. Taking Gaara's hand. Gaara felt that the sand around her seemed to be melting. He took courage. He handed his hand to Bai. Sandstorm. No. Nami no Kuni Gaara. Waterless moon white. The two shook hands. But Gaara seems to have opened up a new world. My name is Gui Deng Shui Yu. New here. You can be my little brother. Kagaya Kimimaro. Uzumaki fragrant phosphorus. You. Gaara seemed to dodge a little. Also a little puzzled. Even his brothers and sisters avoid him. Why do these people? Watching Gaara stop moving forward, Kimimaro took a step forward and said. It's just Jinchūriki, no big deal. Everyone has a different circle. To put it bluntly, it's just the fear of powerful power. Even if you go berserk, I dare to fight you too. This is my confidence. Kimimaro said and stretched out his hand. I have to say that Kimimaro's words really moved Gaara. In a place full of monsters, I am not the most special one. Snapped. He held Kimimaro's hand firmly. Gaara looked more relaxed. And there seems to be some fighting spirit. Okay. You two have plenty of time to fight later. I prepared a welcome party for the Red Panda. Sasuke immediately separated the two. Pick up Gaara and leave. What? Show me what I've done. Aren't you questioning the world in dreams? I'll show you now. Gaara was just passively pulled away by Sasuke. At this moment, his mind was already a little blank. Finally arrived at the place. It was a high platform. At this moment, the place below was already filled with people. Countless villagers gathered together. Just a glance. Gaara backed down. Sasuke, forget it. I thought the place before was pretty good. I'll just stay. Shut up. Oh. Woohoo, I got scolded by Sasuke again. Gather the chakra near your mouth. Sasuke's words immediately echoed throughout the audience. People, today we finally welcome our first hero. His name is Gaara. That's right. There's a demon trapped inside him. But today, he will join us in the country of waves. Listen to what's being said. Gaara's face quickly turned pale. He didn't even dare to look down. You can imagine it. Fear, scolding, condemnation, escort. Although he is used to it. But he really didn't want to experience it anymore. But the next moment, the imaginary curse did not appear. Instead, there was a burst of cheers. Woohoo! Hero! Hero! We in the country of waves finally have a hero to protect us. Gaara! Gaara! Look at the circles under his eyes, they are so cute. Look at the cheering crowd below. Gaara was stunned for a moment. This was a scene he had never experienced in his life. Is this real? Gaara seemed to be in a dream. No, he didn't even dare to imagine it in his dream. Of course not, this is the world I created for you. The girl slowly stretched out her arm and touched his head. Gaara was stunned. There was no room for anything else in his eyes. Go say hello to everyone. Sasuke smiled and pushed Gaara down. Lord Gaara, please don't be polite if you give me any orders. Lord Gaara, come to our shop. It's free forever. Ah! Lord Gaara. Can you sign your name? Gaara-senpai, please be sure to date me. Gaara just walked among the people. Facing the enthusiastic people, I was completely at a loss. Of course these were not designed by Sasuke. Because this is the philosophy of the land of waves. There were no shinobi villages in wave country before and the place was poor. After Uchiha occupied it, it immediately launched the economy here. Especially in education. But if you open the first lesson of ninja school, you can see it. Jinchūriki. A hero with a huge demon sealed inside his body. They use their bodies to seal demons inside their bodies to protect the people from harm. But he had to face inhuman torture. Lesson 1 of the Ninja Killing Village. Respect Jinchūriki. Respect the hero who used his life to block the demon. To put it bluntly, it is actually brainwashing from the ground up. But Sasuke didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Because the textbook is not groundless. In her heart, Jinchūriki is truly a hero. They should also be respected by others. For example, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 79. Uzumaki Kushina, my daughter-in-law is awesome. She truly lives up to her promise. I can't believe there really is such a holy place. Gaara, I have to admit that this will be the pure land of every Jinchūriki. Shimura Dance, hey. Stupid decision. Jinchūriki's mania is unpredictable, and one day she will pay the price for her childish ideas. Uzumaki Naruto, what do you know, are we Jinchūriki born to die? Shimura Dance, aren't you talking nonsense? Uzumaki Naruto, you. Uchiha Sasuke, you idiot, if you don't destroy Konoha, I will definitely look down on you. Hara no Sakura, actually, I'm a little curious about what our Sasuke is doing during this time period. The screen on the left seems to have skipped this period. Orochimaru, it must be too peaceful. Sasuke has been practicing with me during this time, and nothing thrilling has happened. Senju Hashirama, facts have proved that you cannot become talented by practicing peacefully. Uchiha Madara, that's right. Although her current living environment is very dangerous, her strength is improving rapidly. Namikaze Minato, okay, now that one tail has been obtained, the next 7 tails should not be a problem. I just don't know what the next goal is. Terumi Mei, except for 7 tails, the remaining tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 major countries. She should not dare to act for the time being. Terumi Mei was sending a message, but she suddenly stopped mid-sent. Because her figure suddenly appeared on the screen at this time. Terumi Mei How could she appear? Even these 8 poles can't hit her. But her figure did appear on the screen at this time. Behind him were Ao and Kojuro. Sir Terumi Mei, I didn't expect that you would be personally sent on this mission. 4th generation Sama is really making a fuss out of a molehill. Ching said helplessly. Haha, don't underestimate this country of waves. Don't forget our mission this time. On the surface, we are going to capture the traitors Abusa of Ninja Village. But actually I was going to investigate the Uchiha clan. Terumi Mei looks very serious on the screen. It's obvious she's not a Mizukage yet. Master Terumi Mei, are you worried too much? As a die-hard fan of Terumi Mei, Ching said bluntly. My lord actually suspected that the fourth Mizukage was controlled by someone. This is simply a fantasy. Although Kojuro on the side did not speak. But there is obviously some doubt about Terumi Mei's statement. But Terumi Mei looked serious. She didn't just tell the story out of thin air, it was all the result of her long-term investigation. Whether it's Kirigakuru's Blood Mist Rebellion or fourth generation's various decisions. Terumi Mei seems to feel a pair of big hands pushing fourth generation. Especially since fourth generation was attacked by people from the Akatsuki organization some time ago. Although one member of the Akatsuki organization was eliminated, the fourth Mizukage was also seriously injured by Yamato Yi's Uchiha Itachi. And since then, the fourth Mizukage's behavior is even more bizarre. All actions are suspected of being manipulated. And just when Terumi Mei found a clue, the fourth Mizukage named her to capture the self-reliant rebel Zabuza. Terumi Mei went happily. Of course her goal was not Zabuza, but the real target of her suspicions. Uchiha. After her investigation, she discovered that there were clues about Uchiha behind fourth generation. It's just Uchiha, but he actually stretched out his hand so long. A trace of viciousness flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. It would be fine if his own Mizukage had a brain attack. But if it is because of the strategies of ninjas from other countries that lead to the Blood Mist Rebellion, that is something Terumi Mei cannot accept. You must know that that massacre nearly killed all the bloodline ninjas in the village. As a result, Mist Shinobi's strength dropped significantly. Master Terumi Mei, the country of waves is ahead. Ching pointed forward. It's so prosperous. Terumi Mei was also shocked. Although it is located in a remote area and the area is small, but people's living standards are very high. In this regard, Terumi Mei can only lament Uchiha's wealth. As expected of a wealthy family during the Sengoku period. The leader of Uchiha is called Uchiha Sasuke, right? I heard she's still a little girl. Terumi Mei asked. Yes, he is said to be very capable. Played an important role in Konoha's collapse plan. Although he is young, he is also an S-class rebellious ninja of Konoha. Terumi Mei was lost in thought. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Let's get some information first. Yes. Roll your eyes. Ching immediately opened Baikan's path. The group of people entered the country of waves. There is no deliberate attempt to hide it. Terumi Mei, who was walking on the road, also sighed repeatedly. The people of Wave Country are not only wealthy, and live and work in peace and contentment. The domestic security is also very good. There are almost no beggars on the road. All this proves the ability of this guy called Sasuke. But no matter how capable he is just a little kid. It seems that he was hit by the prosperity of the Kingdom of Waves. Terumi Mei thought again of the time of blood and tears in her hometown. It's easy to know Uchiha's secret. Just catch that defecting ghost man. Terumi Mei doesn't plan to stay any longer. After watching the prosperity of the country of waves, she is now more eager to solve all this. Then change your country. With that said, the group of people immediately headed towards the ninja-killing village. With Ao's Byakugan around, he could easily find Zabuza. As for arrest? Haha, it's not a boast. In the Kingdom of Water, she, Terumi Mei, is the #1 master. Catching a mere rebellious nin is absolutely no problem. As for that Uchiha, I don't believe he dares to cross paths with their Kirigakure. The worst thing is to change to a puppet with a clear face. With this in mind, several people approached the ninja-killing village. But I only saw the entrance to the village. Terumi Mei stopped. Master Terumi Mei. Ching is a little confused. His white eyes saw no enemy. Ha, I'm quite vigilant. Terumi Mei sneered, look at the man with a strong fist in front of you. 01330512 Fila 1913233071. Rebellious ninja, demon Zabuza. How dare you come out? Terumi Mei didn't understand. Have you gained confidence after defecting for a long time? I am still very self-aware. So of course I'm not alone. As Zabuza said, Terumi Mei had noticed another aura. This is Flying Thunder God. Looking at the girl who suddenly appeared, Terumi Mei's expression was a little more serious. At this moment, Sasuke's expression was even more serious. They were already exposed when Terumi Mei first entered. Naturally, it's because of Xianglu's Kagura mind. According to her description, a very large chakra approached the Zanin village. But what Sasuke didn't understand was just one Zabuza. Miss Shinobi is actually so serious. You must know that Uchiha is also famous in the ninja world. Is it worth rebelling against a mere person? Is there any other plan? Sasuke mused. Shisui and Gaara also rushed over. The two followers were more nervous than the other at the moment. Uchiha clan leader, right? Miss Shinobi's traitorous ninja, please hand it over. Terumi Mei maintains the demeanor of a great nation in every word and deed. But in fact, she was also riding a tiger at this moment. Woman, do you dare to be disrespectful to our master Jinchūriki? Sasuke, on the other hand, had an expression of indignation. It seems that Terumi Mei has insulted her beliefs. You! Shut up! I won't allow you to talk nonsense about our beloved master Jinchūriki. Sasuke said, already taking action. To be honest, she is still very afraid of Ji Yin. After all, they are the five major powers, and she really doesn't want to offend them for the time being. But there was no way, as a leader, she couldn't hand over Zabuza. Then people's hearts will disperse. And she felt that the woman in front of her seemed to have other purposes. Because Miss Shinobi cannot go to war for Zabuza. So not worth it. Chidori blade. Caoji's sword flashed with lightning. It seems to split Terumi Mei in half. But the next moment, Terumi Mei suddenly spurted out a ball of green stuff from her mouth. Sasuke was immediately shocked when he noticed it. He quickly took back the Cao's Hejian. Damn, what this woman sprayed out was actually strong acid. If this is the case, come on. Your own artifact is useless. Hee little girl, why aren't you here? Terumi Mei's voice is full of temptation. But compared to natural beauty, she still loses too much. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. The fireball and water dragon collided fiercely. Sasuke immediately became serious. This woman's ninjutsu range and ninjutsu power were actually on par with hers. This woman already has a cage level start with this move. Terumi Mei also put away her contempt. Her water dragon bomb is enough to defeat a fire style class. I never thought I could compete with this little girl. And this battle was going on somewhat inexplicably. The other person seemed to be in a hurry. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to force himself away from the battlefield. Chidori. Sasuke didn't seem to give Terumi Mei much time to react. He directly raised the lightning and rushed forward. Terumi Mei dodges in a hurry. Another puff of mist spurted out from his backhand. Boil style. Kyohu technique. Sasuke immediately felt a rush of heat. Different from fire style. This mist seems to melt people instantly. Susanoo. The purple skeleton suddenly appeared. Then he punched Terumi Mei hard. But Terumi Mei did not make any move. Still spraying mist. Something surprising happened to Sasuke. Susanoo's fist actually melted directly from the mist. This was the first time Sasuke encountered a ninjutsu that could break Susanoo's defense. Boil style. Sasuke noted this bloodline. I also remember this woman. Then the next blow. How do you take it? The purple frame suddenly trembled. Countless threads come to life. In just a moment, the skeleton gradually transformed into a human form. Feeling the huge consumption of pupil power. But the results are also remarkable. Susanoo. Second form. This power. In fact, Sasuke can use this power now. 0*10. But she has been saving her power. In addition, there are no decent opponents. And now the appearance of Terumi Mei is supplemented by the energy of Hashirama, giving Sasuke a chance to finally experiment. Sharingan. Terumi Mei was also a little stunned. She had never heard of Sharingan having such an ability. I've underestimated Uchiha. Terumi Mei laughed to herself. I never thought that one day I would sit in a well and look at the sky. But at this moment, he was even more suspicious that Uchiha had some tricks on Mist Shinobi. Watching the purple giant slam down hard, Terumi Mei quickly formed seals. Lava style. Monster melting technique. A large area of yellow acid was spit out from Terumi Mei's mouth. This is the essence of double bloodline ninja. Sasuke felt as if his Susan was imprisoned. And his Susan is slowly being corroded. It's hard to imagine what would happen if this trick were applied to people. Although Susanoo cannot be completely melted. But it greatly restricted Susanoo's actions. Better than corrosion, right? Sasuke relieved Susanoo. His eyes suddenly focused on Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei also immediately sensed the danger. He was also forming seals quickly in his hands. Lava style. Monster melting technique. Amaterasu. Black flames and yellow acid intertwined. But soon Terumi Mei made a shocking discovery. The lava style that I was so proud of was instantly swallowed up in front of the dark flames. Beat 4th generation's weird fire style. Terumi Mei has a new understanding of Uchiha. At this moment, she already had the intention to retreat. Subconsciously he glanced at Kojuro and Ao next to him. But suddenly he found that the two of them were standing there blankly. In front of them stood a man in black robes. How could it be? There is no resistance at all. Terumi Mei was immediately shocked. You must know that Kojuro and Ayako are both full-fledged elite Jonin. He actually didn't even make a sound in front of that mysterious man in black robe. Do you still have time to observe others? But this time, Sasuke's figure suddenly sounded beside her. How could it be so fast? Although Terumi Mei thinks a lot. But it was only for a moment. But at this moment, Sasuke seemed to suddenly appear next to her. There is no trace of action at all. If she looked carefully she would have noticed. At this moment, she was performing a complex technique under her feet. Flying Thunder God. Boom. Sasuke didn't move much. It was just an ordinary punch to Terumi Mei's abdomen. But Terumi Mei's pupils did shrink sharply. It was as if half of his life was taken away by this punch. Yes, due to the Hashirama energy absorbed during this time. Sasuke discovered a new skill again. Strange power. That's right, it's Tsunade's strange power. This is actually the ability of the Senju clan. But the ability that Sasuke absorbed does not require the same skills as Tsunade. This seems to be a passive skill of Hashirama. But it became Tsunade's famous stunt. Feeling the sharp pain in the abdomen. I haven't had too much of a reaction yet. An illusory symbol appeared in front of Terumi Mei. Those are a pair of weird eyes. Oops. Terumi Mei secretly screamed, but it was too late. Boom. Kicked Terumi Mei away again. Sasuke, however, made no move to pursue him. Terumi Mei stood up and looked at Sasuke in shock. It seems that he saw something very incredible. Without any hesitation, Terumi Mei left quickly without saying a word. Sasuke. Shisui and Gaara ran over quickly. If Sasuke hadn't ordered them not to do anything, the two of them would have captured the woman long ago. I'm tired, take these two people back and keep them in good custody. He waved his hand casually. Farewell Shisui. Dissuaded the red panda. Sasuke came to a dark place alone. And what no one expected was, there is actually a person standing here at this moment. The man wore an Uzumaki mask, with only one eye exposed. A man who called himself Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared a few days ago. Why not kill her? Could it be that you still don't believe me? The man questioned Sasuke, but the next moment he was confronted by Sasuke's mysterious manjiki. Shut up, who do you think you are? Uchiha Madara? Stop joking. The masked man seemed to be silent for a while, and then said in a calmer tone. I am indeed Uchiha Madara, haven't you already verified it? That woman is the obstacle to our control of Miss Shinobi. You shouldn't have let her go. The masked man said seriously. Oh. Shura, the dignified ninja world, still need to use these conspiracies and tricks. Sasuke stared at the mask, wondering what he was thinking. If you have anything to say, just say it. The masked man also understood what Sasuke meant. Okay. Since you said you are Uchiha Madara, next time you join me in killing that woman. Prove your sincerity 7. Chapter 80. Why are you doing this? I believe you have seen Uchiha Stone Monument. Why not join me in building a peaceful world? Uchiha Madara said sadly. But Sasuke was not affected by him. The man who called himself Uchiha Madara suddenly appeared a few days ago and wanted to cooperate with her as soon as he opened his mouth. And he talked about a lot of things like peace and stone tablets. Sasuke also went to see that stone monument. To be honest, there was a time when Sasuke was shaken by the information on the stone tablet. But in the end she strengthened her heart. Instead of believing in those illusory things, might as well revive Uchiha on your own terms. As for Uchiha Madara, she didn't believe a word of it. The name Uchiha Madara is familiar to all Uchiha people. Sasuke also saw many of this man's deeds in ancient books. And in front of me is the mysterious masked man wearing an Uzumaki mask. Acts like a rat hiding in a sewer. Saying he was Uchiha Madara? Sasuke couldn't accept it. In her eyes, Uchiha Madara would not engage in such intrigues. He will only use his absolute strength to prove to the world that his ninja Shura is still alive. But it doesn't really matter. Whoever this person is, wants to plot against her. Everyone has to pay the price. The country of waves has been completely blocked by me. And that woman shouldn't give up on her partner. I hope you can take action next time. Otherwise I would rather let her go. It can be clearly seen that the masked man's figure froze. I never expected this little girl to be so difficult to deal with. Uchiha Obito, the first person to be blackened, certainly has his own agenda. The fourth Mizukage, the Kingdom of Water, is now under his control. But this Terumi Mei seems to have discovered his existence. There was no way, fourth Mizukage couldn't live long after being burned by Weasel. After fourth generation died, Terumi Mei had almost no opponents. 230 By that time Obito will lose control of Miss Shinobi. And it just so happened that he took a fancy to Sasuke as a chess piece. So he ordered Terumi Mei to go to the country of waves. He appears again and instigates Sasuke to kill Terumi Mei. Make Miss Shinobi hate the land of waves. He showed up to conquer the pawn Sasuke. This not only stabilized Miss Shinobi, but also subdued Uchiha. But the girl in front of him seemed to be much more difficult to deal with than he thought. Not only was Uchiha's stone tablet unable to brainwash her. Now Obito feels that Sasuke is already wary of him. No, Sasuke never believed him at first. But it doesn't matter, as long as Terumi Mei dies in the country of waves. Everything is done. Okay. I will take action when the time comes. Don't forget our cooperation. Excellent Junior. After saying that, Obito Hollow left the field directly, forcing grave to full. It's not like he was deliberately showing off. This just makes his identity as Uchiha Madara more credible. Space Ninjutsu. Watching the mysterious masked man disappear, Sasuke was lost in thought. At the same time, he threw the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand. A powerful and ambitious Uchiha tribesman who has designs on Uchiha. This is Sasuke's evaluation of the mysterious masked man. I, Uchiha, am really talented. But, I am the clan leader. Senju Hashirama, hey? Madara? What happened? Didn't you die earlier than me? Uchiha Madara, hey. The behavior is too ugly. Terumi Mei, so that's it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Even though I unlocked the illusion of 4th generation at that time. But the man behind the scenes is unknown. 4th Mizukage, tier I can't remember. My head hurts. Onoki, it turns out that this person started plotting so early. Raikage AI, he also announced the 4th Ninja War. I suspect that Miss Shinobi is still under his control, and Terumi Mei is just a puppet. Terumi Mei, you fart. If you look at the picture carefully, you can see that I am innocent. Gaara, I also believe Mizukage. According to this development, Mizukage should finally discover the secret of this mysterious masked man controlling Miss Shinobi. Hatake Kakashi, but who is this mysterious masked man? Senju Hashirama, Madara, you must know who this person is. Senju Tsunade, wait. I remember Madara seemed to have said something about her plan when the live broadcast room first came. Raikage AI, that's right. Someone else seems to have responded to him. Terumi Mei, that person must be the mysterious masked man. Shimura Dan's who? Raikage AI, the news went by too quickly and I didn't see it clearly. Terumi Mei, yes, everyone was just added to the group at that time, and the messages almost flooded the screen. Onoki, in the live broadcast room, can you check the message record? Live broadcast room, you do not have this permission. Uzumaki Naruto, I think I saw it too, but I just vaguely saw an Uchiha and walked away. Terumi Mei, it's all your fault for crazy screen viewing. Hey! The group was still quarreling fiercely. But Obito in front of the screen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the messages flooded the screen quickly. But then he was stunned again. Why should I be nervous? It doesn't matter if your identity is revealed. He, Uchiha Obito, is not afraid of these miscellaneous fish in the ninja world. But he was also curious at this time. Even he didn't see the girl Sasuke's plan. What does she want to do? Why do you have to let me take action? Obito couldn't understand, so he chose to watch carefully. The camera at this moment has locked on Terumi Mei. Although the actual damage was only a punch and a kick from Sasuke. But these two blows almost killed Terumi Mei. Sasuke himself was a little surprised. What if I was absorbing Hashirama energy for a few years? She felt like she could break Susanna into pieces with one punch. It can be seen that the ninja god in his heyday was really terrifying. Hey! That's great! Sasuke, who was ordering the lockdown, suddenly heard the noise in the yard. I saw Shuiyu excitedly holding up a pair of swords. It is Kojuro's weapon. Double sword flounder. Hikui Deng Shuiyu is determined to take all the 7 people on the phone and use the ninja sword. For this reason, he often challenges Zabuza Genkage. Hope to get the decapitating sword. But every time he was hung up and beaten. And today, he finally gained the endurance power of 10 versus 7 people. It is also the stronger double sword among them, the flounder. Suijutsu. Put it down quickly. Sasuke-sama will decide who owns these. Xiang Phosphorus immediately scolded. I don't. Sasuke-sama will definitely give it to me. Shuiyu subconsciously hugged the 2 swords. His eyes were full of reluctance. Hey! It's a foreign object after all. That's right. Kimimaro and Gaara both snorted disdainfully. Expressed disdain for this. 2. Shuiyu looked away and didn't care about these two people. Because I can't beat it. Okay. Let's gather. Sasuke looked serious. First give everyone a flying thunder god kunao. Terumi Mei is currently blocked within wave country. And already injured. Everyone is now in full force for the lockdown. If you encounter someone, please contact me immediately. I'll be there as soon as possible. Everyone did not ask too many questions and went directly to carry out the task. Only Suijutsu stood there looking at Sasuke with pitiful eyes. He was still holding the two swords, flounder, tightly in his hands. Take it, take it. Don't say you are my subordinate when you go out. Looking at Shuiyu's useless look, Sasuke waved his hand helplessly. Thank you, Sasuke-sama. Shuiyu's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, I took the first step towards my life goal. Just after Shuiyu left, a new Uzumaki wave is slowly generated. The mysterious masked man appears again. Can I guarantee a one-hit kill? If you take action. Madara. Big. Man. Listening to Sasuke's somewhat mocking tone, Obito also has some scalp tingling. He hadn't seen anything in so many years. But don't know why. It seemed like he could be seen through in front of this little girl. I'll take action. With that said, the mysterious masked man disappeared again. This time Sasuke carefully observed the trajectory of his disappearance. A space ninjutsu that I have never seen before. Manjiki. There is just too little information. At the same time, Terumi Mei was quite embarrassed. The quality of ninjas in the land of waves is simply too strong. And these ninjas who intercepted her all wore the family crest of a table tennis ball. At this moment, she didn't dare to take action at all. Once you are stopped for a while, the girl who has mastered the flying thunder god will appear. What's more, she won't give up on her companions. Ao. Kojuro. Terumi Mei never expected that the small country of waves would actually have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She must keep Miss Shinobi on alert after returning this time. Got you. And right now. The sound of quicksand came from behind. A huge wave of sand came towards her pavement. Sandstorm funeral. Monster melting technique. It quickly erodes the sand away at full speed. The subsequent Terumi Mei did not make any unnecessary moves. Fly away directly. But after taking a few steps, he was blocked by a man in black robes. The man's eyes were filled with enchanting three Magatama. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. He had already teleported to her side. What a quick body flicker technique! Pfft! A long gash was cut on the arm. But the next moment Terumi Mei also exhaled a breath of boiling air to avoid it. Feeling the figures approaching from all directions. At this moment, Terumi Mei's heart exploded like thunder. There are so many masters in the ninja village in this small country. At the same time, she saw the figure she least wanted to see. Uchiha Sasuke. Terumi Mei took a long breath. But fortunately, the others stopped moving after Sasuke showed up. There is no intention of siege at all. Lava style. Monster melting technique. Terumi Mei strikes first. A strange liquid immediately spurted out of his mouth. Summoning. Rashomon. With Sasuke's seal. A portal like the gate to hell was summoned out of thin air. Immediately blocked Lava Style's attack. That's right, I exchanged my scientific research results for Orochimaru, 0. Jiraiya. I have to say that Orochimaru's techniques are actually quite practical. Mitarashi Anko, hey. That's all. Reikage AI, Mizukage-sama shouldn't be able to run away now. Terumi Mei, cut. Impossible. Changjiro, my double swords. Harano Sakura, why didn't they all rush in? Sasuke seems to be a very stable person. Nara Shikamaru, I think it's to force the mysterious masked man to take action in order to obtain more information. Terumi Mei, I don't think so. She probably won't let me die in the land of waves. So what is her purpose? Uchiha Sasuke, it must be related to the mysterious masked man anyway. Namikaze Minato, I think I understand. Uzumaki Naruto, Dad. What do you mean? Namikaze Minato, do you remember the time when you hunted Danzo before? Harano Sakura, you mean? The mysterious masked man is the prey. Yamanaka Ino, but does this do any good to Sasuke? That person is also a member of her tribe after all. Uchiha Itachi, no, to Sasuke, the mysterious masked man is an unknown, ulterior, and uncontrollable unstable factor. Uchiha Sasuke, and she will not tolerate any instability. Everyone suddenly realized. Everyone stared at the screen carefully, afraid of missing any details. At this moment, Terumi Mei was being suppressed and beaten by Sasuke. But Sasuke has always refused to kill him. Just keep avoiding Terumi Mei. Obito, who was not far away, frowned as he watched this scene. He knew that Sasuke wanted Terumi Mei to die in his hands. Innocent, as long as I die in the country of waves. Whoever killed you, Uchiha Sasuke, killed you. Obito smiled disdainfully. It feels like everything is going to plan. The next moment he had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already between Terumi Mei and Sasuke. And to his surprise, Terumi Mei seemed to have expected it. She threw a kunai violently. Nailed all aspects of Obito. Obito fiercely pulled out the Uchiha fan from his back. It was easily knocked away. Lava style. Monster melting technique. At this moment, Obito already felt that something was wrong. It was as if Terumi Mei had known that he was going to appear. Always guarding against him. Uchiha rebound. Gently waving the fan, all of Terumi Mei's lava style was immediately bounced back. Such is the power of the Uchiha artifact. At this moment, Obito had no time to react. He rushed forward fiercely, grabbing Terumi Mei's throat. Lava style. Lava style is coming from the front. Obito didn't hide. Whatever plot this woman had, it was over. Lava style passes through Obito's body naturally. It's like hitting another dimension. Terumi Mei's pupils suddenly contracted. She couldn't understand the principles of the opponent's ninjutsu. Die. If you want to blame it, it's your fault for discovering something you shouldn't have discovered. Lava style shines through. Obito's hand has already wrapped around Terumi Mei's throat. Zera. Pfft. How come? A strong thunder flashed. A lightning blade appeared from behind with 2.7 soil and slashed towards him. Although Obito reacted a little. But he had just finished hollow and needed a moment to prepare. Hey! What a pity! Looking at the mysterious masked man with his arm cut off, Sasuke shook his head sadly. Gently pick up the Uchiha fan. If it hadn't been blocked by this thing, this person will stay here today. How did you find me? It's terrible that after only a few contacts, this person actually found the loophole in his hollow. In fact, it is not a loophole. I just caught myself at the end of hollow. If you react faster, you can still enter the hollow. It's too cruel. Terumi Mei glanced at Sasuke and complained. Sorry. But didn't I also give you a big gift? Looking at the two people talking to themselves in front of them, Obito finally realized that he was being plotted. These two people had actually planned it for a long time. It was actually him who was hunting today. Uchiha Sasuke, right? Very good. I remember you. Obito gave Sasuke a hard look and hollow disappeared. No need to stop me. Seeing everyone, I wanted to catch up. Sasuke simply waved his hand. Although there is not much contact. But she had already guessed the other party's ability. Because when we first met, I wore a Chidori thorn once. After 2 days of research, Sasuke has not found a way to crack it. What a terrifying ability! This time, the execution actually failed. I can't find a way to crack the opponent's ability for the time being. You, actually colluded. Shisui's eyes widened. Looking at the two beauties, one big and one small, in disbelief. Terumi Mei just wanted to complain. But he was so frightened by what Sasuke said next that he broke into a cold sweat. Who said that? I was just using her. Now she's useless. Kill it. Chapter 81. Terumi Mei, what? She actually wants to kill me. Isn't she afraid of Miss Shinobi's revenge? Uchiha Sasuke, hey. It's just Miss Shinobi. What's there to be afraid of? Ghost Lantern Huanyu, hey, hey, hey. Kid. You are too arrogant. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up first. As long as I have a whim. Namikaze Minato, I don't think it's possible. Uchiha Itachi, yes, it is not wise to kill Terumi Mei now, she will not do it. That's right, but Terumi Mei thinks so too. She looked at the girl in front of her in horror. I felt a little uneasy for a while. In fact, Sasuke's initial target was the mysterious masked man. What collaboration? What Uchiha Madara? She didn't believe it at all. All she knew was that a powerful Uchiha tribe member was trying to cause trouble. And tried to plot against her. Of course she couldn't keep such a person. The revelation of the mysterious masked man is combined with Shisui's information. Together with the mysterious masked man who desperately wants to kill Terumi Mei. Sasuke has already guessed 70% or 80%. But the opponent's space ninjutsu did not find a way to kill him. So when I played against Terumi Mei for the first time, I looked for an opportunity to use genjutsu to reach an agreement with Terumi Mei. She helped her kill the masked man. Help her investigate the truth about Miss Shinobi. But it's a pity that I caught the masked man's space-time ninjutsu. But in the end, he failed to complete the killing. Only a round fan and a severed arm were left. And this amputated arm. There is actually a strong amount of life energy on it. Hashirama cells. Sasuke frowned. Could this masked man be related to Danzo? Apart from Danzo, Sasuke can't think of anyone who has Hashirama cells yet. But fortunately, this time it was not completely fruitless. Pick up the handed Uchiha fan. This is good stuff. Not only is the material hard, but it can also bounce back most ninjutsu. Even Terumi Mei's bloodline has been bounced back before. And this is that man's thing, and it has always been controlled by the Uchiha clan leader. These are all recorded in ancient books. Humph. It can be considered that the property has been returned to its original owner. Sasuke waved the fan a few times and felt very comfortable. But this series of thinking and waving is not the case in Terumi Mei's eyes. At this moment, she had no doubt that the other party would keep her in the country of waves. Haha 20 ha ha ha. What a joke. How can I bear to hurt my sister? Sasuke laughed and went up to hug Terumi Mei. Gently lift her chin. At this moment, Terumi Mei even forgot to resist. And the impact of this scene on the men around him was also huge. A beautiful little beauty teases a big beauty with a hot body. Real. The picture was so beautiful that they didn't dare to look at it. Okay. We are now partners after all. Miss Terumi Mei. Come in and sit down. Your teammates are waiting for you. After saying that, Sasuke took Terumi Mei and walked towards the village. Terumi Mei was just pulled in a daze. She wanted to move, but she didn't dare. At this moment, she also redefined this girl's strength. Uchiha Sasuke. Good at fire style, lightning style. The physical skills are extremely powerful, and he seems to have strange powers. No. I just have strange powers. The illusion is so great that even my own cage-level strength can hardly resist it. There are many methods. You can use 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Sharingan bloodline development complete. Can use a self-defense technique that summons giants. It seems to be bloodline's ability. There are many masters in the country of waves. The mysterious man in black robe killed Ao and Kojiro in an instant. Excellent in speed and illusion. Other abilities are unknown. This is very important information. Be sure to report it to the village when you return so that they can take it seriously. Terumi Mei was calculating all the way. At the same time, he looked at the others. But only an outline can be seen. The specific strength is unknown. Unknowingly, we have entered the village. I saw Ao and Kojiro in front of me. Terumi Mei breathed a sigh of relief. These two people may not be the strongest around her. But he is definitely her die-hard loyalist. I'm sure there is someone behind 4th generation. Miss Shinobi is in turmoil. Terumi Mei thought about it and already had a plan. Thank you very much, Chief Uchiha, for your hospitality. Terumi Mei is acting very polite now. But Sasuke didn't pay much attention to her, instead he was deep in thought. Do you want to take off Qing's white eyes? This was Sasuke's first thought. Although she despises Hyuga's eyes. But the country of Wave does not have it for the time being. She felt the need for one. Even if it's useless. She must have one too. Just kidding, who is she? Uchiha Sasuke? Even if Madara comes to the land of waves, she has to leave something for me. Ao, who was being targeted by Sasuke, was also trembling. He always felt that this girl was going to do something to him. I wonder if we can go back. Terumi Mei saw that Sasuke ignored her. He spoke again. Now she just wants to go back as soon as possible. Miss Shinobi is waiting for her to be rescued. And the mastermind behind the scenes is waiting for her to be exposed. Certainly. Sasuke agreed easily. But just when Terumi Mei wanted to look back. But Sasuke sighed heavily and said. Hey. But. Coming. Terumi Mei knew it wouldn't be so easy. Sister, your action this time is actually a provocation. I don't care though. But you should never insult our master Jinchūriki. Our leader then. The shadow of our village. You came up and said that our master Jinchūriki is a traitorous ninja. People in this village are a little dissatisfied. Look. Terumi Mei forced a smile. Responded. It's our fault. Those double swords are considered as our apology to Master Jinchūriki. As soon as this statement came out, Gui Deng Shuiyu's eyes suddenly lit up. I originally thought that my lord Sasuke had cooperated with this woman. I thought I had to return the knife. It's fine now. This knife is yours. Kojiro's face turned pale instantly. 70% of his combat power is on that sword. He originally expected Terumi Mei to help him get it back. Did not expect. Terumi Mei can't help it either. It seems impossible for Sasuke to let them go without leaving anything in this posture today. And Sasuke even smiled slightly. But I was very dissatisfied in my heart. What a damn thing. This knife was originally my trophy. Did you use it as a gift? Haha, sister is joking. Zabuza-sama already has a beheading sword. There's no need for these swords. Let me see it this way. Let's change to something else. Terumi Mei's heart moved. I have a bad feeling. This little girl has her eye on something. Then what kind of apology does Master Jinchūriki want? Is such that Master Jinchūriki is a man nicknamed Ghost Man. I didn't want to let him go in the first place. It was my forcible suggestion. Master Zhang Ying just opened up the net. In this way, sister, keep those white eyes. I can also explain to Master Jinchūriki. As soon as this statement came out, the three of them all changed their expressions. If the knife can be given away reluctantly. In any case, it is still a foreign object. But if you want to take off the eyes of your subordinates and keep them, Terumi Mei is absolutely unwilling. The symbolism is different. Once you agree, that person's heart was completely shattered. Allow me to refuse. This is absolutely impossible. Terumi Mei refused without hesitation. This made Qing and Chongjuro behind him immediately show moved expressions. Obviously, Sasuke was also moved. But Terumi Mei didn't see it clearly. Because the Sasuke in front of her had disappeared when her voice disappeared. Lava style. Melt. Boom. Forehead. The severe pain in her lower abdomen made Terumi Mei swallow lava style hard. At this time, Sasuke had also appeared beside her. If you look carefully, Terumi Mei's clothes have been hung with a complicated magic spell for some time. Terumi Mei used all her strength to move. But the next moment the man in black robe also jumped up. A strange pattern immediately appeared in her eyes. She had seen similar patterns before, when Sasuke cast that purple giant. But the pattern at this time was completely different. Terumi Mei felt like her head was in a trance. It's as if something in my cognition has been changed. Stop! I'll give you my eyes. Ao's roar interrupted Sasuke's stabbing with the sword. At this moment, Sasuke is riding on Terumi Mei, holding the Caoji sword against Terumi Mei's chest. You have very loyal men. Sasuke smiled slightly and glanced at Kimimaro. Kimimaro understood. He went straight up and grabbed Qing's eyes, admiring the white eyes inside the container. Sasuke was like looking at a new toy. I don't know if Orochimaru is interested. It should be possible to exchange for some scientific research results. Can we go? Terumi Mei sat up holding her belly. Panting, he looked at Sasuke. Of course. Feel free. I wish you success in solving the mastermind behind the scenes. My partner. Sasuke smiled and signaled for immediate release. Kojuro quickly went up to help Terumi Mei up. Qing, on the other hand, covered his eyes in pain. But fortunately, he has an eye patch himself. This is the most embarrassing time in Terumi Mei's life. Kojuro lost his ninja sword. Qing's eyes were gouged out. He himself was a complete failure. Uchiha Sasuke. Terumi Mei chanted the name. But I don't know why. But there was no trace of hatred. The journey was smooth. The country of waves did not embarrass many people. Qing, are you okay? It's okay. Terumi Mei-sama. Although he lost his Byakugan, Qing has no regrets. Have one for yourself. The boss of the head is more important than anything else. Sir Terumi Mei. We will report it when we get back. The country of waves is just a tiny place. We destroyed them. Kojuro, who had always been silent, suddenly burst out. When he thought of the man who had snatched his knives, his teeth itched with hatred. No. Don't ever try to attack the kingdom of waves in the future. Unexpectedly, Terumi Mei blocked her directly. Why? Both of them were a little confused. Why? Terumi Mei was also stunned. Why? Why do I think this way? I don't know either. The Kingdom of Rain, a secret room. The huge secret room seemed a bit crowded at the moment. There were a few people standing densely inside, wearing black and red cloud robes. And a man with black rods inserted all over his body stood in the middle. Hey, there are so many people here. It's really rare. Deidara looked at the thugs around him, showing a sarcastic smile. Why don't you use the magic lantern body technique this time? Do you want the main body to come? Kakuzu was very dissatisfied. This move caused him to miss many opportunities to make money. Itachi himself hid behind and observed these people. Poker face. Chief. Didn't you say that we are recruiting people now? What big thing could it be? Deidara continued. Humph. It's not like you failed to capture one tail last time. Otherwise there might not be this meeting. Kakuzu mocked without hesitation. The people around him also looked over. The first attempt to capture the tailed beast failed. Many fanatics cast disdainful glances. Deidara was immediately furious. His hand had reached for his bag of clay. The scorpion beside him couldn't help but shake his tail. Enough! The man with the black stick in front stopped the two of them. The man's name is Pain, and he is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. This time I asked you to come because there is something big going on. Kakuzu is right, it has something to do with one tail. But... He looked at Deidara with a displeased look. Pain changed his tone. It doesn't matter if one tail is intercepted. 797 The important thing is that I will be intercepted in the future. Based on Zetsu's information. The target of this ninja-slaying village is also the tailed beast. Definitely our biggest enemy in the future. Pain just finished speaking. Deidara immediately said with disdain. If I remember correctly, the actual leader of the ninja village is called Uchiha Sasuke. She seems to be Itachi's biological sister. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Itachi. But Itachi was unmoved. He didn't even care about Deidara. Kisame on the side showed an inexplicable smile. Then this Uchiha Sasuke is already on the opposite side of the organization. Are you going to kill her? Scorpion added at this time. Kill her. I agree with killing her. Kakuzu jumped out first. There is a very high bounty on Uchiha Sasuke's head. Listen to these people's discussions. Itachi remained unmoved, as if he hadn't heard. What a cold-blooded brother. Deidara scoffed. Itachi slightly raised his head and looked at Deidara. Deidara was so frightened that she immediately looked away. He had not forgotten the fear of being dominated by Itachi in the first place. Whatever. But I want her eyes. Itachi spoke slowly, as if they were not talking about his sister. Haha, since Itachi has no objection. Then kill him. Kakuzu seemed impatient. But at this time Pain suddenly said. Everyone, be quiet. I have other ideas. This Uchiha Sasuke is also capturing tailed beasts. Proof that she might have the same ideals as us. So I think she has great potential to become our companion. It just so happens that Akatsuki still has another ring. Now Haiden has not entered. I decide. Invite Uchiha Sasuke to join the Akatsuki organization. As soon as Pain said this, everyone present was silent. I have no opinion. What people didn't expect was that Scorpio was the first to agree. I don't have any objection either. Kisame also agreed. TCH. It doesn't matter. Deidara turned away. Snort. Kakuzu was obviously dissatisfied. That's a lot of money. Then let's go. Pain made the decision directly. In fact, he was just going through the motions. Then who should be sent to recruit? Let's go. After all, it's easy for siblings to talk to each other. Kisame was the first to speak. Pain said nothing. Instead, he stared closely at Itachi's reaction. Itachi was expressionless. His eyes are always so calm. He raised his head slightly and looked at Pain. Itachi said slowly. My stupid sister. Barely enough. Look. Mr. Itachi also agreed. Kisame added. But Pain stared into Itachi's eyes and didn't respond. After a while, he looked away. The words he said made Itachi clenched his fists. No. I'll invite her myself. I want to make someone surrender. Of course we have to show some miracles. Chapter 82. I'd better go. There are some things that I naturally want to end with her. There was a hint of evil in Itachi's eyes. But I was shocked. He knows his precious sister very well. She has her own ideals. There is a high probability that Pain will refuse the invitation. And refusing to join Akatsuki has only one consequence. That is death. Let's not talk about these thugs organized by Xiao. It was the man named Pain in front of him. Itachi couldn't figure out his true strength. Pain's eyes were fixed on Itachi. And Itachi just stared at Pain. No need. You should go and do your own things. Wait until I find the last person. We're about to take action. Pain directly rejected Itachi's request, insisting on inviting Sasuke himself. When Itachi heard this, he immediately turned his head. There was no entanglement, so I just gave up. Konan glanced at Itachi subconsciously. He frowned and looked at Kisame again. Disband. Disbanded with a sound from Pain. No one had any intention of staying. Everyone here has something to pursue. I'm usually very busy. After taking everyone away, Konan spoke. Itachi obviously has a problem, he may have tricked us. No problem. Pain interrupted Konan directly. Some little moves are normal. Don't talk about Itachi, which character in the Akatsuki organization doesn't have some thoughts of his own? It doesn't matter. After all, they are still under control. Konan sighed and did not refute Pain. Okay. What about Uchiha Sasuke? Of course I invite you. I won't call a general meeting just to test a weasel. This Sasuke is a good pawn. According to Xie's description, the strength is definitely enough. And it's clear that she has one tail in her possession. Pain said this and nodded. He seemed to be thinking about something. Finally, he said to Konan. Pen 6 paths plans ahead. Let's activate the selected pen candidate in advance. Yes. Konan showed no expression. A lot has happened recently. It's normal for Nagato to make some changes. And just when the Xiao organization held a conference, Sasuke has now led the Jinchūriki physical conditioning team to the vicinity of Takigakure village. After the Terumi Mei incident, not only did Sasuke not take a break. On the contrary, there is an even greater sense of crisis. She just spent a few days to replenish her pupil power. The operation to capture Seven Tails began. In addition to the probation team, Gaara also followed. This was something Sasuke couldn't do anything about. The Red Panda just followed her very stubbornly. Sasuke really couldn't defeat him. Red Panda, I have something to tell you. Just before capture, Sasuke hesitated but pulled Gaara over. Explain. Gaara looked very cold. But he listened very carefully. I didn't lie to you about the ideal country. But not all Jinchūriki are like this. Jinchūriki Fu from Seven Tails' life in the ninja village is not like yours. Maybe she doesn't need the world I created after all. So if I take her away, there is a high probability that she will be arrested. All I need is her strength. As soon as this statement came out, both fell silent. Sasuke doesn't want to lie to Gaara, friends should be more honest with each other. She also admitted that most of her purpose of collecting Jinchūriki was just to fight against Konoha and the 5 great nations. Gaara was silent for a while and murmured. Do you still only care about the one tail inside me? Yes, in Konoha, not now. Sasuke's answer was concise, but normal. Haha. Isn't that enough? I am very special. Gaara actually smiled rarely. And it's a smile that comes from the heart. He was really happy that Sasuke could confess to him. He's not stupid either, he knows Sasuke's purpose. But today Sasuke can explain all this to him, Gaara is really satisfied. It doesn't matter what it used to be, at least now. He has a partner. I'm glad you understand me. Of course. Of course I will understand you. My only companion. The Red Panda finally smiled. Everything that was on my mind was spoken. Now Gaara has truly integrated into it. Damn. We are no longer your partners in love. Shuiyu immediately screamed strangely. The probation team also instantly became lively. Xiang Phosphorus comes out to quarrel with Shui Yu every day. Bai looked at all this with a smile. Kimimura's eyes were a little moved. Did he feel anything about what Sasuke said? After Terumi Mei left, Sasuke then released the curse seal around him. But Kimimaro found out. I seem to be somewhat dependent on this team. Lord Orochimaru. I'm a little confused too. Coming. And just when everyone was making a noise, Xiang Lu suddenly spoke. I have to say that Xiang Lian's Kagura Heart Eye is really a magical skill. Although her combat power is not strong, her ability is really too strong. Kagura's inner eye has a wide range of perception, which makes her eyes roll. Uzumaki's Golden Lock is a powerful weapon against tailed beasts, and it defeats all sealing techniques. By the way, not being strong in combat is a thing of the past. Now, under Sasuke's training, Koro has at least reached the level of Janin's combat power. The physique of the Uzumaki clan plus almost inexhaustible chakra. Let her go further and further in the attainments of ninjutsu. Before Shuiyu got the two swords, he even suppressed Shuiyu for a time. Shiro's progress is even greater. He is a genius himself and has unlimited resources from Lord Sasuke. Her strength is higher than Shuiyu and Xiang Phosphorus. As the captain, Kimimaro is even more terrifying now. Sasuke deduces that Kimimaro should have entered cage level. And Sasuke is looking forward to it now. Dead bone pulse plus 8 inner gates. Will there be a chemical reaction? Fu's figure has appeared within the field of vision. Although Fu, the Jinchūriki, did not live a miserable life. But in the perception of aromatic phosphorus, there were at least about 20 ninjas following him in the dark. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you all. Sasuke smiled sweetly. This time she is the winner. To deal with Fu, who is almost the weakest among the Jinchūriki, Sasuke had no intention of taking action. It is also time to show off the achievements of the younger generation of the Land of Waves. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shui Yu rushed forward without saying a word. How reckless! Xiang Lu complained, but followed closely behind Shui Yu. Kimimaro and Shiro looked at each other. They all hid in the dark. This is their division of labor. Suijutsu has the hydration technique and his attack power is not weak with the blessing of dual swords. So take the lead. Kimimaro is the strongest in physical skills, so he is the main force against the tailed beasts. Bai's ice shield is best suited for control, and is responsible for overall support and command. As for Xiang Phosphorus, he is responsible for sensing communication and responsible for the final seal. How's it going? It's perfect. Sasuke pointed at the team and showed off to Gaara. Yet, the configuration is very reasonable. Gaara nodded and continued. But you ignored the guardian ninjas around you. Gaara said, but found that Sasuke had stopped moving. When he turned around, he saw Sasuke looking at him with wide eyes. Red Panda. Don't you think sand is very suitable for dealing with enemies in the dark? The corners of Gaara's mouth twitched. Okay. Sasuke is the most thoughtful. I had already counted myself in. Stop ordering me. Gaara snorted disdainfully. Then it immediately turned into a ball of sand and disappeared. Fu, you can only come out for a while. No. Fu twisted her lips to express dissatisfaction. It's so painful, people can play whatever they want. Your own actions must be restricted. If the leader of Takigakuer knew this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Then he brought the videos of other ninja villages' treatment of Jinchūriki and gave them to Fu to play for 24 hours. That kid, is he here for us? It seems so. The two guardian ninjas looked at Suijutsu who rushed up blankly. I was a little confused for a while. Ha 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 ha. It's finally time for me to try the knife. Suijutsu excitedly opened the bandage of dual knife, flounder. Freed. Boom. The two guardian ninjas only saw a light sword that expanded instantly. Then their bodies were violently smashed out. That's right, it was smashed out. Although it is called a double sword, it is the heaviest among the 7 ninja swords. The way he uses it is more like a blunt instrument. Who are you? Fu immediately became alert. Little girl, do you want to join the country of waves? Shuiyu asked seriously. What are you talking about? It's inexplicable. Ah! The reformation failed. Look at the knife. Boom! There was no hesitation in Shuiyu's movements. It hit Fu directly. The corners of Xiang Lu's mouth twitched crazily. Know that today comes to convert 7 tails. She spent the whole night preparing her speech yesterday. I hope I can show you something in front of Goddess Sasuke today. Make Sasuke-sama look at you with admiration. But this Go Shuiyu actually chopped it off with just one blow. A whole Shuiyu. Don't you have a brain? But Shuiyu had no time to talk. Because at this moment, Fu has put on the tailed beast's coat. Ah! Fu roared and rushed forward. She is very fast in the tailed beast's coat. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Bickering is bickering, and Xiang Phosphorus, who has the best perception, was the first to discover the movements of 7 tails. As she quickly formed seals. Immediately there was an extremely thick earth wall separating Shuiyu and 7 tails. TCH. Xiang Phosphorus, you are still quite useful at critical moments. I have to say that Manchu ninjutsu is indeed pervert. The powerful chakra makes her earth walls at least 3 times thicker than Kakashi's. Of course, this lady is. Boom. And just when Xiang Phosphorus was proud, Fu Ke had already punched through the earthen wall with a fierce punch. Directly beat the water moon in front into a pool of water stains. BD Suijutsu. Xiang Phosphorus was shocked. At this moment, she finally realized the power of the tailed beast. Ice shield. Freeze. Fu's feet were immediately restrained by a layer of sharp soldiers. At this time, Kimimaro also took action. 10 finger-piercing bullets. Countless finger bones flew out. Fu couldn't escape. It can only be blocked hard. But the next moment she was beaten with finger bones and covered in blood. Even the tailed beast coat on his body was dulled a bit. Dead bone pulse. Willow dance. Pfft. The sharp bone spurs stabbed Fu fiercely. But this time it didn't go in easily. At this moment, Fu was no longer human, with wings growing out of her back. Oops! Jinchūriki went berserk. Rescue quickly! A dozen secretly guarding ninjas rushed forward. A few others have already gone back to report the news. But the next moment, the ground seemed to shake a few times. Many ninjas seemed to feel that the ground under their feet was much softer. Ah! With the scream of a ninja, the soil under his feet had completely turned into quicksand. Sandstorm funeral. Explosions kept coming. That was the sound of bones being crushed. It was destined that no one would be able to go back and report the news. All the ninjas that could be seen had been reduced to debris. Quick victory! Gaara reminded softly. Although the ninja who reported the news did not. But the noise here cannot be concealed. Clear. Dead bone pulse. Karamatsu dance. Kimimiro's body spit out countless bone spurs. Attacking 7 tails frantically. Secret technique. Ice crystal mirror. Shiro is no longer hiding. The ice crystal magic mirror immediately trapped Fu in it. Kimimiro's attacks continued. But Fu, who had partially transformed into a tailed beast, still put a lot of pressure on Kimimaro. At this moment, 7 tails in front of him suddenly distanced himself from him. At this time, Xiang Phosphorus's voice also sounded in his ears. A huge chakra. Suijutsu. Learn. Shuiyu agreed. Look at the black chakra ball that 7 tails finally condenses into. Still he pushed forward sadly. There is no way, this is the positioning of the team. Ice escape. White whale. The huge ice whale rushed towards Seven Tails. Bai wanted to use this to relieve Shuiyu from some pressure. Facts have proved to be very effective. After Bai's harassment, Fu's tailed beast bomb was not completed. Instead, he threw it out directly. Ninjutsu. Hydration technique. Shuiyu closed her eyes. Standing in front of his companions. Violent explosions resounded all around. The smoke dissipated and completely turned into a puddle of water. And it won't be able to condense for a while. Well done. After using up the tailed beast bomb, Jinchūriki was obviously in decline. At this time, Kimimaro was already in full swing. Open the first door. Open. The second gate is closed. Open. The third gate. Open. The fourth gate hurt, Lee's, door. Open. Kimimaro, who opens the fourth gate, is filled with blue chakra. At this moment, his veins popped out. Even the extracted ribs had some changes. Dead bone pulse, dance of the maiden hair flower. Boom. The huge bone penetrated Seven Tails' body fiercely. Kimimaro, who blessed the 8 inner gates, pushed Seven Tails to the ground without any suspense. Seven Tails, who was seriously injured, did not lose its tailed beast state. On the contrary, he became even more frantic. The body seems to be gradually getting bigger. Hang phosphorus. The tailed beast is going to take over her body. Quick. Clear. Xiangling agreed and rushed forward immediately. Adamantine sealing chains. With the shout of Xiang phosphorus, several golden chains were generated from her body. He tied up towards Fu fiercely and went away. Fu, who was bound by the golden chain, immediately fell silent. The wings behind him gradually disappeared. Even the tailed beast transformation slowly faded away. Fragrant phosphorus. Heal. Kimimaro frowned. The power of adamantine sealing chains is too overbearing. Seal all of Fu's tailed beast power. But with the fully sealed transformation, the wounds caused to her could easily cause her to die directly. One door will be enough next time. Jinchūriki seems to be nothing more than that. Kimimaro thought, he should be more careful next time. Otherwise, it would be bad if he accidentally beats Jinchūriki to death. But these 8 inner gates are really overbearing. And it's really suitable for a taijutsu ninja like him. While controlling the opponent's tailed beast power. At the same time, he had to treat her to death. Xiang Phosphorus said that he was really under a lot of pressure. But this is the first time everyone cooperates. There are many mistakes that can't be helped. Let's talk somewhere else. We'll be there soon. Gaara picked up Suijutsu who had turned into water. He ordered. Good. Everyone agreed with Gaara's point of view. But when a few people gathered, they immediately panicked. Their Lord Sasuke. Gone. Chapter 83. How so? I can't feel the breath at all. Xiang Phosphorus was immediately shocked. Even her Kagura mind could no longer sense it. That only proves one point. Lord Sasuke was already far away from them. Boom. The next moment, Xiang Phosphorus felt an evil chakra explode around her. Look back. At this time, Gaara has subconsciously grown fangs and half a tail. No. Looking at another big problem that is on the verge of going crazy. Xiang Phosphorus, a professional seal master, said he was under a lot of pressure. Calm down. Gaara. With Sasuke-sama's ability, no one can take her away quietly. She must have decided on her own. Bai stood up appropriately. He is the mediator of this team. Every member has a good relationship with him. Hey. Really? After listening to Bai's words, Gaara also calmed down. He knew Sasuke's strength. How said it without exaggeration? There shouldn't be anyone in this ninja world who can take her away silently. But Sasuke didn't think so at this time. She looked at the man in front of her with black rods inserted all over his body and was full of vigilance. Very strong. Very strong. This is why I followed them. In a battle of this level, Kimimaro can barely help. Others can only become a burden. Those eyes. This was the truth that shocked Sasuke. Uchiha is recorded in ancient books. The strongest pupil Rinnegan. I didn't expect it to actually exist. Sasuke murmured silently. But she was surprised to find that her first thought was, dig him up. When did you become so violent? Akatsuki organization. Sasuke started to act cold when he saw the two people opposite him. He said it himself. But Konan did not answer her, but asked. You're capturing 7 tails. Konan's brows formed a frown. This little girl is too ambitious. I originally thought that my Akatsuki organization was crazy enough. But I am still gathering people here. People have already started arresting them. Along the way, she also discussed with Nagato how to promote Akatsuki's superiority. As a result, when I arrived, I saw people arresting 7 tails. The brainwashing vocabulary I had prepared before could not be uttered for a while. Its inspiration. It is to create a world where everyone is equal. Let the ninja world achieve true peace. Pain was speechless. 487. It should be his line. Konan was also stunned. You said it all, what did I say? But fortunately, Nagato is locked and unable to move every day, so he has enough time to speak. Uchiha Sasuke, right. I believe you also learned a lot of information about our Akatsuki. Then since we have the same ideals, why can't we work together? I am Pain. Today, in the name of God, I invite you to join the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke was lost in thought. Invite me? Are you serious? With Itachi's information, Sasuke really knows a lot about this organization. Although I don't know their ultimate purpose. Based solely on speculation, their motivation for capturing the tailed beast should be different from his own. He uses the power of Jinchūriki to achieve peace in the shinobi world. And they seem to want to take away the tailed beast, regardless of Jinchūriki's life or death. From this point on, I have already been on the opposite side of them. Because if so, Naruto will be drawn one day. Our ideals are not the same. You just want the tailed beast. And I give it to Jinchūriki. Enough. Sasuke tried to say something, but was interrupted by Konan. Uchiha Sasuke, there is no need to sound so arrogant. Your purpose of collecting Jinchūriki is just to take revenge on Konoha. Even the 5 major countries. As long as you join us, we can do these things for you. You don't need to use the power of a tailed beast to accomplish all of this, either. Pain also nodded at this moment and said. Yes, I can help you destroy Konoha. It's a shortcut. I hope you will consider it carefully. Ding! Guess with prizes. How would the girl Sasuke respond to Pain's invitation? A. Okay. You go and destroy Konoha now. I will join you immediately after destroying Konoha. B. Let me join? Just you? Don't underestimate Uchiha. C. Your eyes are very good. I will accept it. D. Shut up. What do you know? Have you ever considered Jinchūriki's feelings? Don't think I'm talking like you. I'm here to free the Jinchūriki and let them live a heroic life. Even if I have selfish motives, they are better than those of you. Uzumaki Nagato, very annoying, I feel like her lines are better than mine. Konan, not only that. Her painting style is also better than yours. Terumi Mei, is this how you invitations from the Akatsuki organization are invited? There is no sincerity. Uzumaki Nagato, so what? I am already the gentlest in the organization. Kade, Onoki, a group of thugs, how can we talk about emotions? Uzumaki Naruto, what on earth should I choose? Which boss wants me to follow suit? I still have a lot to do in my time travel. Jiraiya, humph. I choose D. Senjutsu Nade, Jiraiya. You will suffer a big loss if you do this. Jiraiya, I have firmly mastered the rules of answering questions. Orochimaru, why do I feel that she will be more interested in Rinnegan? Chongjuro, that's right, this girl likes to steal other people's things. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, you'd better talk nicely. Uchiha Shisui, that's right. Terumi Mei, what do you mean? Bullying, right? Don't be afraid, Kojuro. Ding. Kojuro withdrew a message. Terumi Mei. Uzumaki Naruto, in this case, then I choose to trust Pervy Sage again. I also choose D. Harano Sakura, it's hopeless, can all of you stop being so careless? Orochimaru, then I will choose C. I think she will be more interested in Rinnegan. Uchiha Sasuke, I also choose C. She would not let go of something like Rinnegan. Nara Shikamaru, is it true that no one considers A? It feels like it fits her style very well. Temari, impossible. It feels like a bit of a joke. Nara Shikamaru, then I choose A. I feel like she will say that. Akimikichi, hehe. Then I choose A too. Yamanaka Ino, you too. Be careful. Sarutobi Asuma, exactly. How I usually teach you. Nara Shikamaru, old horse. You'd better follow me next time and try to go home to hold your son. Yuhi Hongkolin. Sarutobi Asuma. Uchiha Fugaku, is it true that no one considers B? I feel like Sasuke's family identity is quite strong. Uchiha Mikoto, put away your thoughts quickly, Sasuke will not say such things. Uchiha Sasuke, that's right. I believe she wouldn't say that. Uzumaki Naruto, ouch, I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm under so much pressure. Ding. Congratulations to Nara Shikamaru and Akimichichi for successfully answering the question. Ding. The reward for Nara Shikamaru's shadow skills is tripled. Ding. Reward Akimichichi becomes a super butterfly and doubles in size. Ding. Jiraiya answered the question wrong and will be punished with the sealing magic. Ding. Uzumaki Naruto answered the question incorrectly, and 10% of his progress in traveling through time and space will be deducted. Ding. Orochimaru answered the question wrong, lifespan -10. Ding. Uchiha Sasuke answered the question wrong. Mangeky's power consumption is doubled. TCH. Another enhanced skill. What's the use of me, an ordinary person, having so many abilities? Why don't you let me sleep better? Nara Shikamaru complained. That's right. Why not reward me with eating skills? Akimichichi didn't feel much either. Nara family. Akimichi family. Uzumaki Naruto, Pervy Sage. What's going on? Be careful. Hey. Jiraiya, what's going on? Why didn't you choose this? Orochimaru, she didn't gouge out her eyes? That's not her style. Uchiha Sasuke, yes, if it were me, I would dig it for him. Look at the punishment given to yourself. Ursha was heartbroken. Pain. It hurts so much. This punishment was too severe for him. How can he pretend to be cool? Originally, this little pupil power was not enough. Now it actually costs him twice as much. You know, even if a dog passes by, Urshizu wants to give him an Amaterasu. But now I'm afraid I can't use it casually. Otherwise, I might go blind in 2 days. That Hashirama cell of hers. Maybe I can try it too. Sasuke took a liking to this thing. It is simply tailor-made for them Uchiha. The picture on the screen continues to rotate. Okay. You go and destroy Konoha now. Once Konoha is destroyed, I will join you immediately. Sasuke said this without hesitation. Pain on the opposite side was also a little dazed. I never expected this answer. But anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Sasuke, this is Ultimate's perfunctory way. What? You just said you were in low spirits, but now you're not interested. Remember, you are the one inviting me now. Can't you show this bit of sincerity? Sasuke teased. Konan's expression had changed at this moment. Pieces of paper began to scatter on her hands. But her movement was quickly stopped by pain. If people fear and surrender, they will naturally want to show miracles. I'll do it myself. Pen took a step forward slowly. The body also gradually rose. It really does seem like it means a little bit of ascension. But in fact it is of no use. It's just that the posture of looking down makes people feel more surrendered. How many floors can a bag of rice resist? A bag of rice can resist the second floor. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Boom. Watch the super great fireball fly out. Although Pain had no expression. But Konan could clearly feel his surprise. What's the meaning? Are people still reciting their lines? You directly. Just a fireball? How rude. Always follow the rules? Spicy stuffing. Boom. Huge repulsive force burst out. Immediately pushed the huge fireball out. But at this moment, Sasuke had no intention of fighting. Just turn around and leave. Akatsuki is an organization. And the target is the tailed beast. She now suspected that Pain had sent other members to intercept Kimimaro and the others. But she can't just fly Thunder God either. She needed to lure Pain to another location. Then fly back to the team. But the next moment she felt a strong attraction. The direction of attraction comes from Pain. Control gravity and repulsion. This was Sasuke's first judgment. Universal pull. Susanoo. A huge skeleton. But Susanoo didn't slow down her attraction. Instead, Susanoo was sucked in along with her. Rinnegan's power. Sasuke raised his Chidori blade and stabbed it fiercely. Spicy stuffing. But the Chidori blade did not touch Pain's body. Just getting close. Sasuke immediately felt another strong repulsive force. The strength caused Susanoo to crack instantly. How can it be? As Susanoo's body shattered inch by inch. Sasuke finally fell into shock. Although only Susanoo in skeletal form. But this is the first time Susanoo has been broken. And it's not some weird bloodline thing. Instead, they were broken into pieces by relying on hard power. Whoosh! Bang! 1. The next moment, Pain had rushed to her side. A long black stick hit Cao's Hejian. The strength was so strong that Cao Ji's sword was thrown away directly. Countless pieces of paper also fell from the sky. Sasuke was wrapped up in an instant. The next moment Konan suddenly appeared. Choking Sasuke's neck. I can't move. Feel the restraints in your body. Those strange papers completely restricted Sasuke's movements. Amaterasu. Black flames shot out of Sasuke's eyes. Konan immediately disappeared and hid. They have figured out Sasuke's information. This Amaterasu, she will never do it forcefully. 8 inner gates. 5th gate Duman. Open. A sudden burst of intense chakra erupts from the body. Bounce all Konan's papers away. Sasuke's movements were more than twice as fast. Universal pull. Huge repulsion absorption. Although his speed has increased a lot, Sasuke still can't dodge. Pfft. A black rod penetrated Sasuke's shoulder. He seemed to want to pin her down. But Sasuke also immediately grabbed Pain's hand. A Chidori reflected away. But it seems to have touched the wound. Pain used another gangster to directly bounce him away. Spicy stuffing. The overwhelming force struck again. Susanoo. Directly summon the second stage Susanoo to resist. Sasuke held his shoulders and looked solemn. Fire style. Great fireball. Spicy stuffing. Sasuke started a crazy attack. Various ninjutsus emerged one after another, but they were bounced away by Shinra Tenzin. 5 seconds. Look at the surface and kill everyone. But there are times when pain still avoids him. Sasuke made a bold guess. That repulsive ninjutsu has intervals between uses. What no one saw was that a sapling had grown behind Sasuke. And it is growing rapidly. But Sasuke hesitated. Gently pressed the sapling down. Forget it. There's no need for it yet. Spicy stuffing. Another large-scale attack directly shattered Sasuke's Susanoo. Pain's chakra is like infinite. 2 at the moment Susan was shattered. Sasuke had disappeared. He looked at Sasuke who suddenly appeared in front of him. Pain was also surprised for a moment. Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at the black rod that Sasuke reached out to grab. Pain was also a little shocked. But it doesn't matter. So what if she caught Pain's loophole? You know how strong Pain is. The 6th gate is open. Towards the peacock. The air ahead seemed to get hotter. Countless firelights shone in front of Pain. Fire style. Konan was relieved. Take Pain's making of Chengdu. Merely fire style won't. Bang bang bang. The next moment she realized she was wrong. At this moment, Pain's body burst into intense fire. That's definitely not fire style. That is Taijutsu. Konan immediately wanted to go to support. But it was already a little late. Sasuke furiously pounded Pain's body. This move towards Peacock is made by using the friction between the fist wind and the air. Although it looks like fire style, it is actually a pure physical technique. And this move is originally a long-range attack. But Sasuke hit Pain closely. Because Sasuke is scared. She was afraid that something might happen that would cause Pain to immune to death. Chapter 84. Might Guy, this is the trick. Hatake Kakashi, it's incredible. Senju Tobirama, what's so incredible? Isn't it normal for her to have a sealed book? Rock Lee, the talent is so scary, how long has it taken? She can already open the 6th gate. Senju Hashirama, maybe it's because of people's hard work. Rock Lee. Uchiha Madara, this world has always been a world of geniuses. Working hard? To be honest, it's not of much use. Senju Hashirama, Madara. What you said is so shocking. Uchiha Madara, is it wrong? This is how the world is, including these Kagera. Reikage AI, what are you talking about? Are you going to wipe out my efforts with just one word of talent? Terumi Mei, although my double blood inheritance is limited, all this is achieved through my hard work. Oh Hanaki, that's right. What happened to bloodline's elimination? It has nothing to do with me becoming a Tsuchikage. Rock Lee. Uchiha Madara, Tisk. What a boring argument. It's either talent or connections. In a world like this, no wonder Sasuke wants to destroy it. Senju Hashirama, that's enough. Madara. You said you relied on talent and I could barely bear it, but if you said it relied on connections, that's an insult to the Hokage's name. Senju Tobirama, you are so right, brother. Madara, you are such a mouthful. Sarutobi Hiruzen, teacher is right. We all become Hokage through hard work. Namikaze Minato, well, I think what the teacher's teacher said makes sense. Senju Tsunade, Madara. You are not allowed to talk nonsense about my grandfather. Shimura Dans, I agree with Mr. Hashirama. Onoki withdrew a message. Terumi Mei retracted a message. Reikage AI withdrew a message. Rock Lee applies to leave the group. Uzumaki Naruto, suddenly it seems that being a Hokage is not that difficult. There was some silence in the group. Without realizing it, most ninjas discovered an unbridgeable gap. Looking at Sasuke on the screen, he suddenly felt a little more confident. Create a world where everyone is equal. Is it really possible? Boom! As the last flame flew out, Pain's body was almost beaten to pieces. But at this moment, he also lost his ability to fight. Grasp the black stick gently. The spell of Flying Thunder God is engraved on it. It's that time. Konan suddenly woke up. When Pain pierced Sasuke's shoulder with the black stick, it turns out that it was all in her calculations. It's really terrible. Konan stared at Sasuke in front of him in shock. There is no longer any resistance. But she couldn't back down. The other party actually killed Pain Tiendeo directly. But he must take back Pain's body. Because it was the body of her best friend, Yahiko. It turns out to be a puppet. Sasuke also discovered this at this moment. At the same time, I was secretly frightened. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, is actually a puppet. It seems that there is a mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. And there is such a powerful puppet in this world. And this Rinnegan's ability also opened Sasuke's eyes. Too bad this isn't the real Rinnegan. Otherwise, I would have made a lot of money this time. Oh? Want this puppet? Sasuke keenly caught Konan's intention. I immediately felt relieved. She was still worried about not being able to kill Konan. Then since the other party cares so much about this puppet, you can handle her yourself. What do you want? We can trade. Konan thought over and over again and chose to discuss. With what little sanity she had left, she should be no match for Sasuke. I don't think you can bring me anything. This puppet, Sasuke said halfway. It immediately disappeared in place. In Konan's horrified eyes, the other party has already rushed up. Sasuke's speed blessed by sixth gate has turned into an afterimage. Konan just wanted to turn into paper. But he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. It was as if it had been hit by a prehistoric beast. Just let her spit out a mouthful of sour water. Sasuke really likes to use strange powers more and more. She found that the Caog sword was sharper. But compared to the subsequent impact, even if you penetrate the opponent still has the ability to fight. But the strange power is amazing. One punch seemed to be able to break up the opponent's soul. Just look at Konan's condition. Although there are no wounds on the body, but it has almost lost its combat effectiveness. Amaterasu. No longer hesitate. Sasuke releases Amaterasu directly. Be sure to kill with one hit. At this time, Konan suddenly became distorted. Uzumaki's space suddenly became distorted. Konan was sucked in before being swallowed by Amaterasu. You again. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. This mysterious masked man must have been observing him for a long time. Sasuke. We will end this later. The mysterious masked man's arm has recovered. Hollow activated and sucked away Pain beside him. It was very quiet. If it weren't for the mess on the ground, it was as if nothing had happened. What a tricky ability. Sasuke felt a deep sense of powerlessness. She knows many things. And they are all top-notch. But so far she has not found any way to counter the mysterious masked man. Flying Thunder God. Sasuke had no room for maneuver. Unless the spell is used on the mysterious masked man. But Sasuke couldn't touch him at all. And even if it is hit, Flying Thunder God may not be able to enter that mysterious space. Sasuke could sense it. The opponent's space ninjutsu level must be higher than Flying Thunder God. Space. Leave slowly. Sasuke had someone in mind. Orochimaru. I have to say that it was a waste to give the title of Doctor of Ninja World to that old man from third generation. The period of contact with Orochimaru Sasuke truly believes that Orochimaru is the real doctor of the ninja world. The next step is to be on alert. The Akatsuki organization's actions put a lot of pressure on Sasuke. Especially intelligence. Sasuke knew so little about it. Take pen, for example. If you don't have enough means, I'm afraid I'll have to stop here today. A flying thunder god technique returns to Gaara. Fortunately, I left a mark on his gourd before Sasuke saw Sasuke appear. The Jinchūriki probation team breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that Xiao just came here by chance this time. There was no intention to target the tailed beast. Done. Looking at Fu lying unconscious on the ground, Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. What's the situation? Gaara asked seriously. Nothing, I met a few friends. Sasuke smiled. Gaara asked no more questions. What Sasuke wanted to say, we'll tell him. Run back to Wave Country immediately and hand Fu over to Shisui. For Jinchūriki who are not reformed, Sasuke still needs to control himself. As for illusion, Shisui is above himself. After all, Shisui's Manjiki is the Genjutsu Eye. And what Fu and Seven Tails Jinchūriki discovered wasn't perfect. Controlling her is not difficult. The whole village will be on alert when we return. Go tell Shisui, he knows what to do. How about you? Gaara heard a different meaning in Sasuke's words. I'm going to find Orochimaru. Sasuke didn't hide it either. The mysterious masked man is a little too active. She needs to work on countermeasures. Is that so? Everyone felt relieved after hearing this. Orochimaru is now considered an ally of the Land of Waves. Sasuke was very afraid of him at first. But as the two often do experimental research together, Sasuke discovers that Orochimaru is actually a relatively simple person. Everyone immediately returned to the Kingdom of Waves. And the first level of alert was activated. Strictly prevent people from the Akatsuki organization from entering. Sasuke, on the other hand, walked to a secret room. Orochimaru is in the laboratory of Wave Country. 0. How many times have I told you? Knock on the door. Knock on the door. Orochimaru seemed dissatisfied with his experiment being interrupted. He didn't even look back. He was used to Sasuke's behavior. I'm studying your bad reincarnation technique again. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. To be honest, the idea of Orochimaru's soul being immortal is a good one. But Sasuke doesn't like living corpse reincarnations method very much. The price is too high, and it greatly affects the power of one's soul. And it will become more and more dependent. In the end, the soul becomes weak to a certain extent. In fact, there is no difference between death and death. Orochimaru naturally heard Sasuke's sarcasm. But he was used to it, and he agreed with Sasuke's point of view. But what should I do? Is there any other way to live forever in the ninja world? What's up? Look at you, empty nester. Sasuke fiddled with Orochimaru's machinery casually. Some curious asked. By the way, how did the Byakugan study for you last time go? Is there room for development? I haven't seen it yet. And there is no record in history, so don't waste your time on that garbage bloodstain. Oh. Sasuke nodded silently. I thought the Byakugan would have other forms. Orochimaru, have you studied space ninjutsu? Seeing that the foreshadowing was almost done, Sasuke got to the point. Space ninjutsu. Orochimaru stopped the experiment in his mouth. Somewhat interested. You have mastered the Flying Thunder God and you still ask me. Then do you know about different dimensions? It's about entering another space through ninjutsu. Sasuke thought for a while and could only describe it this way. Isn't that summoning space? Orochimaru said subconsciously. Summoning space. Summoning beast. Sasuke was lost in thought, but he always felt that the mysterious masked man was not like this. What would a space like that look like? Haha, you can go and see for yourself. Oh. How do I get to? Sasuke raised his head. But he saw Orochimaru's expression full of nostalgia. Very simple, reverse summoning technique. Reverse summoning? Where will it go? Snake hole. Sasuke thought. Haha. That's a great place. Have you ever heard of the Immortals' place? Rika Cave. Chapter 85. Rika Cave. Sasuke thought for a moment. But I've definitely never heard of this name. Haha, it seems that you don't have a lot of communication with Wanshi. Orochimaru smiled and began to collect the experimental equipment on the table. Really? You have time to communicate with this dead snake? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. It seems that a new continent has been discovered. Where are we going? See, Orochimaru has set off. Sasuke asked. Haha, I'll take you to understand the basic concepts of immortality. After determining the coordinates of Orochimaru, Sasuke used the Flying Thunder God technique to lead him over. This is a secret base in Orochimaru. The two entered slowly. There isn't much in this secret base. It seems that everything is serving the prison in the middle. Go ahead. You should be able to feel something. Orochimaru gestured to the central prison. Then he stood there smiling without saying a word. Sasuke didn't hesitate. Go straight up to the prison. The people inside seemed to sense Sasuke's arrival. But he did not greet 800. In Sasuke's perception, the other parties seemed to be hiding. Don't come here. Don't come here. I beg you. A young man's pitiful voice came from inside. His voice was pleading. It sounds subconsciously convincing. But only a few seconds passed. The voice inside the door suddenly changed. Ha 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 ha. Kill you. Kill you. Go to hell. Boom. The prison door was violently smashed open. Behind him is a monster with a ferocious face. The monster laughed maniacally. Although the sound is the same as before. But the tone and demeanor are completely the same as two people. This is FCD. Sasuke immediately noticed the strange lines on the other person's body. Boom. A simple fist bump. Kongwu's figure was directly hit and flew backwards. There are even signs of dent in the body. After this period of time, energy is absorbed. Sasuke's physique and chakra amount are even more terrifying. Sasuke believes that in a few years, his own chakra amount can even surpass Naruto's Uzumaki physique. Strange power. She found something indeed. What a genius. Orochimaru subconsciously stuck out his tongue. I'm already excited about Sasuke's scientific research results. Curse seal? No. Look at Yugo getting back to normal. Sasuke was lost in thought. At first she thought Yugo was Orochimaru's cursed seal test subject again. But just now she sensed a different energy. It is similar to the energy Jiraiya absorbed at that time. Haha, have you found it? That's right. Kongwu is the origin of the curse seal. The subsequent heavenly curse seal is actually just a part of his body. To put it bluntly, his curse seal is a manifestation of out-of-control natural energy. Listen to Orochimaru's explanation. Sasuke finally started to observe Yugo seriously. Yugo at this moment is completely different from the monster just now. He lowered his head in despair. Judging from his appearance, he looks like a shy big boy. In fact, under normal circumstances, he really is. In other words, the curse seal is actually the prototype of the immortal state. And Yugo is in the failed sage state. Compare Jiraiya's sage mode. Sasuke came to this conclusion. It can be understood that way. When it comes to senjutsu, Orochimaru, the loser, has done a lot of research. The research and development of the curse seal proves that Orochimaru still has some unwillingness to accept magic. BFTB. Their clan has a natural constitution. It can absorb natural energy naturally. He has a very strong physique. But there is no way to manage it. So it's hard to control your rationality. Zongwu is the only survivor of their clan. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Sasuke became a little more interested in Yugo. Seeing Sasuke in this state, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He knew that this dead girl was poaching again. But it doesn't matter, since I developed high-end topics such as Hashirama cells with Sasuke. Orochimaru has no in-depth development of curse seals. Without him, it is low-end. So Jongo isn't that important to him anymore. Your name is Kongwu. Is Kimimaro with you? Yugo didn't answer Sasuke's words. But he asked with expectation. Yes, you are friends. Yugo nodded vigorously. Kimimaro serves as his check and the only person willing to listen to him. What Zongwu is most concerned about is the whereabouts of this brother. Follow me, and I'll be with Kimimaro every day from now on. Good. Yugo nodded without hesitation. Good. Windfall. Sasuke was satisfied. I didn't expect that Kimimaro, a tsundere with a facial paralysis, would have such a charming personality. As for Zongwu, she is still very optimistic. Although he was knocked away with one punch. But Sasuke usually selects players based on their ceiling. Yugo's pseudo-sage body is really powerful. If one day he could control the natural energy in his body. Isn't it the kind of sage mode that can maintain Jiraiya permanently? Because according to the truth, his natural energy never runs out. His body will absorb natural energy on its own without limit. As for how to control sage mode, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru. Haha, yes, it does exist. Everything you want is there. It's dangerous. Very dangerous. This is my advice to you. And I'm not afraid of your jokes, I'm a loser. Do you still remember the body we first met? Sasuke thought back to the white snake sage. I shuddered subconsciously. Although she always bickers with Orochimaru. But it's actually in Sasuke's heart. She admires Orochimaru very much. He also recognized his abilities. But Orochimaru has accepted the fact that he is a loser. A trip to Rika Cave has proven to be treacherous. I know. That's ridiculous. Sasuke gave a small smile. He took out a scroll from his pocket and threw it out. Stop doing that crap reincarnation technique of yours. Let's study Hashirama cells. This is my achievement. Even if you still don't give up your bad reincarnation technique. At least use this to build a decent body. Send Yugo back to the country of waves. Ninja technique. Reverse summoning technique. The blood formed a strange symbol on the ground. Sasuke's body disappeared from the spot. Only Orochimaru was left holding the scroll in his mouth. Humph. This little brat. It's quite cute. Uzumaki Naruto, it started. It started. So Sasuke is going to have sage mode too? Terumi Mei, the three holy places of Senjutsu? Why have I never heard of it? Senju Hashirama, Mount Maiboku, Shijun Forest, Rika Cave. Logically speaking, they are all qualified to practice Senjutsu. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, so you have also practiced Senjutsu? Orochimaru, yes, but I failed. Do you think the snake fairies in Rika Cave are as easy to talk to as your toad? Uchiha Sasuke, damn. Why didn't I know? Orochimaru, are you still hiding something? Orochimaru, how dare you say that? Look at this person, even though he is not called a master or a disciple, he still knows how to respect his teacher. Look at you. I'm just looking for a father to go back to. Uchiha Sasuke, tisk. You still want my body? Senju Tsunade, oh no. Don't talk about the other. Uzumaki Naruto, what's in it? I feel that apart from being a little more difficult to practice senjutsu, there doesn't seem to be much danger. Orochimaru, I told you that is your Mount Maiboku way of training. Do you expect snakes to be as friendly as toads? Senju Tsunade, yes, Katsuyu and Toad are both very friendly summoning beasts, more like partners. Half of the snakes in Rika Cave were either enslaved or sacrificed. For example, most of Orochimaru's summoning beasts were forcibly enslaved by him, while the slightly more powerful ones like Xiang Wanqi only had a cooperative relationship with him and required sacrifices. In short, they were not very friendly. Uzumaki Naruto, really? I feel like Wan Snake is quite friendly to Sasuke. Senju Tsunade, she was also enslaving, she just enslaved all the snakes. Harano Sakura, so Sasuke's career is dangerous, after all, no snake is her partner. Uchiha Madara, don't worry too much. No matter where you are, hard power is always the most important. It seems to confirm Madara's conjecture. Sasuke's figure appeared on the screen. But there seemed to be no sign of Rika Cave in front of me. Move forward slowly. Sasuke was alert to everything around him. But just for a moment. A luxurious palace suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke. It is marked Rika Cave. At the same time, there was a girl in white with dark green hair standing in front of the palace. Tria list. Welcome to Rika Cave. Chapter 86. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect Rika Cave to be so luxurious, it was actually a castle. This is much more majestic than Mount Maiboku. Jiraiya, Naruto, what's the use of that? What really matters is ability. It's just flashy. Orochimaru, haha, if we really talk about the level of senjutsu, Rika Cave's senjutsu is definitely above Mount Maiboku. Yakushi Kabuto, I think so too. Jiraiya, arrogant. Orochimaru, I won't refute you otherwise, but I still have some say in the attainments of senjutsu. Senju Hashirama, there is nothing to argue about, Ashu is just a support. It really depends on the individual's experience. Uchiha Madara, yes, with Uchiha's power, what's the point of learning senjutsu if you don't learn it? Uchiha Shisui, she just wants to crack the mysterious masked man's space ninjutsu, but then again, this ninjutsu seems to be unsolvable. Hitaki Kakashi not necessarily. Uzumaki Naruto, what's wrong Kakashi-sensei? Do you have any idea? Hitaki Kakashi, not really. Just some ideas. At this moment, Kakashi stared at the screen and fell into deep thought. The twisted ripples of this space ninjutsu. How come it looks a bit like Kamui? I wonder if Kamui can capture the trajectory of this space ninjutsu. Kakashi thought. His eyes were on the screen. At this moment, Sasuke has entered the castle. Under the leadership of the green-haired girl, he walked inside. My name is Tien Xin Chenji, and I am the person here who is responsible for receiving tria lists. Haha, let's take a rest first. The trial afterward. It will be very cruel. Tien Xin Chenji showed a gentle smile. She seems like a kind-hearted big sister. At this moment, everyone in the group was sighing. The castle inside Rika Cave is simply magnificent. There is golden light and treasure everywhere. The table was also piled with various delicacies, which looked delicious. Uzumaki Naruto, wow, look at the treatment at Rika Cave, I could only eat bugs when I was training at Mount Maiboku. Akim Ichichi, wow. Look at those foods. I really want to eat them. I want to go to Rika Cave to practice too. Jiraiya, such a lovely receptionist. Orochimaru, I take back what I said before. Rika Cave's senjutsu does have merit. Orochimaru : Senju Tsunade. Uchiha Madara, I don't think it's that simple. Uchiha Itachi, yes, the trial should have started. Uchiha Shisui, yes, but it doesn't matter, Sasuke should have noticed it already. Just like Shisui said. Sasuke didn't touch the food on the table. He didn't even make a move to sit down. She just stared at Tianqinji. The three megatama in his eyes slowly merged into one piece. Tianqianji's expression also changed a little. Her smile gradually solidified as Sasuke became wary. Ahahaha! Why don't you eat this food? Oh! These are all excellent. Eat! Why don't you eat? Don't eat! If you don't eat, I will bite you to death. Seeing that Sasuke was unmoved, Tianqinji gradually broke through. The next moment, the young lady Duwan immediately opened her mouth. Snake patterns also appeared on her face, and she rushed towards Sasuke. At this time, there are no magnificent palaces and exquisite food. There are only empty and eerie caves and gloomy bones on the ground. These are all trialists who fell into illusion. Once you eat the food transformed by Tianqinji, the tester's flesh and chakra will be eaten by Tianqinji. Pfft! Tianqinji's neck suddenly stretched out, and she bit Sasuke's shoulder fiercely. What a delicious chakra! I felt that the thing in my mouth slowly became stiff. Tianqianji's snake eyes widened a bit. You're the best at sage art. So you trust your eyes too much. Pfft! The CAO's Hejian penetrated Tianqianji's shoulder. Directly nailed Tianqinji to the ground. I can actually fall into an illusion. When Tianqianji lay weakly on the ground. She couldn't understand why her unique magical skills were lost to this little girl. When the moment you appear, Sasuke's Manjiki slowly retracted it. There is no Hashirama energy replenishment during the time spent in Rika Cave. She wants to save her eyesight. Stop! At this moment, two screams came. Sasuke looked closely and saw two more beautiful young ladies. Rika Cave's transformation technique is pretty good. Much stronger than Mount Meiboku's toad. Sasuke sighed in admiration, but did not get up from Tianqinji. Instead, he just sat there on top of her, with Cao's Hejian pinning her hard. What a bold tester! Since you have come to Rika Cave, you must follow the rules of the White Snake Sage. Hurry up and release Tianqinji. Ichikashima him and Tatsuim glared at each other. As the senior leaders of Rika Cave, they have never seen such a violent trialist. Oh! The rules of the White Snake Immortal. Pfft! Ah! Sasuke snorted coldly and swung his sword fiercely. Tianqianji's wound was torn. She screamed in pain immediately. I don't have time to play any trial games with you. Take me to see the White Snake Immortal. You. Neither Ichikashima nor Tatsujin looked very good looking. This is the most arrogant tester they have ever received. Sasuke is not crazy either. But the perception is different. In her eyes, Rika Cave is a territory built by a group of summoning beasts. How strong can it be? She didn't believe if this White Snake Immortal was really extremely powerful. He would not have no reputation in the ninja world for so many years. So she initially concluded that this was just a treasure land with secret techniques. Including these three transformed snakes, their strength is just that. Get her over here. The illusory voice entered the ears of the three snakes. The expressions of Ichikashima and Tatsuji changed. There is no longer any thought of testing Sasuke. He led her straight inside. Sasuke made no move. Instead, stare into the distance. Ichikashima and Tatsuim also looked in Sasuke's direction. A huge thing rushed over. But in front of Ichikashima and Sunjin, she was obviously a little more reserved. 10,000 snakes. As Rika Cave's top runner. Naturally, Ichikashima and Tuanjin are no strangers. What? Not welcome. Sasuke smiled and touched the snake. Then jump on his head. No way. Miss. You are welcome to come. All the snakes will cry. Why did this little ancestor come to Rika Cave? He even summoned him specially. This would put him between the White Snake Immortal and her. 060. What should I do? Looking at Ichikishima and Tatsuim's eyes, there was obviously some warning in their eyes. Although these snake ladies are not strong, they are indeed the people around the White Snake Immortal. I can't afford to offend him. Let's go. Go meet the so-called White Snake Immortal. Wan Shi hesitated for a moment, then slowly started to squirm. This little ancestor can really hit people when he is angry. With the squirming of all the snakes, one person and several snakes slowly entered an empty cave. And a thin old lady was sitting in the first place. Today's young people are so rude. Wan Shi. You go down first. Yes. White Snake Immortal. When all the snakes heard this, they felt as if they were being pardoned. He nodded to Sasuke and quickly slipped away. Sasuke did not embarrass him, but began to observe the White Snake Sage. Rika Cave is good at shape-shifting. This was Sasuke's first thought. The old man in front of him was no longer any different from a human being. Young man, the people in this place are not good people. They are all crazy people looking for power. The White Snake Immortal spoke first. I am. Sasuke answered without hesitation. Haha, okay, okay. Your coming here proves that we are destined. Of course I won't be stingy. But you changed the rules by forcing yourself here. Then what do the immortals think? Immortal White Snake thought for a while and suddenly showed a strange smile. How about this? There is a big snake with obsession and resentment sticking out of Rika Cave. The name is Zinnia. Go and relieve his resentment. Tell him not to attack other snakes again. This is barely a test for you. Chapter 87. Zinnia. Yes, it's a violent snake. Your test is to tame it. The White Snake Immortal looked quite distressed. It seemed as if he didn't know how to deal with his own rebellious child. Rika Cave, does it really have immortal arts? Sasuke didn't move, but asked back. Of course, the way to practice immortal arts is not worth money. Almost everyone who comes here can practice. It's just that the mortality rate is a little higher. The White Snake Immortal said casually, looking at Sasuke with a hint of interest. Okay. Lead the way. Green Snake. As the White Snake Immortal called, a small snake as tall as a person came out from the corner. Respectfully signaled Sasuke to follow him. Sasuke didn't hesitate too much. Her curiosity about immortal arts has now reached its peak. Following the green snake, slowly entered the depths of Rika Cave. From a distance, Sasuke sensed a trace of violent breath. Master Sasuke, it's just ahead. This Zinnia has a long career. But his last contractor betrayed him. That's why he hates humans now. Ar. It doesn't matter. Sasuke waved his hand casually. He just walked in. There was no snake outside the door of Zinya's cave. Or there were no snakes around him for miles. From this point, it can be seen that this is an extremely violent existence. Interesting. Feeling the breath of hatred, Sasuke had some new ideas in his mind. It's just right to experiment with you. Thinking like this, Sasuke has already walked into the cave. And behind her, saplings have grown. Human. You're looking for death. Has already entered the cave. A huge red python came into view. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. At least the image is okay. Submit. Or die. Sasuke's words are very concise. Her time is precious. She has no time to nag at a snake. She also doesn't want to know about the others' tragic deeds. Because she didn't intend to have any ties with these snakes at all. After entering Rika Cave, there are traps everywhere. In such a place, it's better to be cautious. Human. So hypocritical. Sasuke's words reminded Zinnia of the betrayal in the past. It suddenly became crazy. Pounced on Sasuke. Wood style. Big forest technique. Put your hands together, Sasuke shouted. Trees began to grow wildly on the ground. In an instant, a small forest was formed in the empty cave. The forest was so complicated that Zinja was trapped in it. A success. Although the scale was much smaller than he had imagined. But it was used to some extent. After releasing this ninjutsu, Sasuke had a basic understanding of wood style. First, it is definitely strong. Second, it consumes a lot of chakra. Except for the Senju Uzumaki, who are born with a lot of chakra. Even if ordinary people awaken, they can't afford it. For example, she can't always use what she has obtained through other means. But there is a way. As long as she keeps absorbing life energy, one day the amount of chakra will exceed their physique. Third, it is the wood style form. In short, only some simple wood styles can be used now. Wood styles recorded in ancient books can't be used at all. This has nothing to do with the amount of chakra. It's purely for wood styles understanding is not enough. But this forest has trapped Xianya in it. And the next moment, Xianya suddenly spit out a mouthful of liquid and dripped it on the forest. The forest immediately began to petrify. Then it broke apart. The ability to petrify. Interesting. Sasuke widened his eyes. She suddenly felt that the option of surrender was better than death. Wood style. Cutting technique. A thick branch shot out directly. Although it was much smaller than Xinya's body. But when it pierced into Xinya's body, it exploded violently. Countless wooden thorns exploded in Xinya's body. Instantly, Xinya was blown to blood. Human. You are looking for death. Xinya once again remembered the betrayal many years ago. He just ignored the pain on his body and went crazy towards Sasuke. Try this trick. Looking at Xinya rushing over, Sasuke concentrated his energy. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon suddenly appeared out of thin air. But it disappeared quickly. It broke into pieces of sawdust. Failed. Sasuke sighed. His wood style skills were still not good enough. But it doesn't matter. Wood style. Wood snake technique. The same ninjutsu strikes. A huge wooden snake rose into the sky. Immediately entangled Zinja. Although it cannot be compared to the scale of Malong. But the power of wood style immediately suppressed Zinja. Moreover, the wood snake also has the effect of absorbing chakra. Although not as good as Mulong, Xianya couldn't resist at this moment. Zinja. Sign a contract with me. Don't even think about it. Despicable humans. Wood style. Cutting technique. A wooden thorn stabbed into Xinya's body. Then it exploded inside him. Contract. Don't even think about it. Wood style. Cutting technique. Roar. Contract. Why bother suffering if it's like this? He patted Zinja's head gently. Zinja, who was bruised and bruised, finally chose to follow his heart. Let's go back. Green snake. Yes. Sasuke-sama. The green snake, which was still in its juvenile state, immediately straightened up. This Zinja is the master of Rika Cave. Today actually. It's too awful. Green snake will always remember this girl's face. You must be more polite in the future. What a rude brat. Does this count as enlightenment? Just return to the main hall. Sasuke saw the dissatisfied expression of the white snake sage. Just tell me whether the enlightenment is successful or not. The white snake immortal was silent. For a moment she was speechless. You won't get their approval if you do this. I didn't intend to get his approval either. With all due respect, it's hard to find bonds in your place. The white snake immortal smiled slightly when he heard this. Not angry either. Snakes are cunning by nature, which is why their Jiryodong lineage is not active in the ninja world. Next. Don't worry. I will definitely help you. You are also considered a destined person. The white snake immortal stood up slowly. Sasuke only felt in a daze. The old lady in front of me has disappeared. What emerged was a huge white snake. Tear. The practice of immortality is simple and simple. It's hard to say. The main thing is to see whether you can withstand the infusion of natural energy. If you fail, you will turn into a snake. This is the threshold. Clear. Sasuke nodded. This is pretty much what Orochimaru said. Okay. I hope you can make it through. The white snake immortal showed a strange smile. Get through it. No one has been able to survive this Rika cave yet. This little girl was disrespectful. I might as well turn into a snake and eat it immediately. The white snake immortal thought so. Immediately shot out two fangs. Don't resist. They will imbue you with magical energy. After listening to the words of the white snake immortal, Sasuke stopped moving. Accepted those two fangs. She also has her own confidence. Absorbing Hashirama's life energy over a long period of time has greatly improved her physical condition. So she firmly believed she could do it. But Sasuke soon realized that he was wrong. Powerful energy flows into his body. Let yourself lose the ability to resist in an instant. The body seems to be changing. The magic energy is devouring his own chakra crazily. The body seems to be deforming. Sasuke knows. This is a sign of turning into a snake. Why are you so violent? Sasuke regretted it a little. I really underestimated the magic of this Rika cave. If I had known this, I should have waited for my body to grow to its peak condition in a few years. But fortunately, there is a huge force of vitality in the body resisting. This made Sasuke's snake transformation slow down. But this is not a long-term solution. Fang's energy seems limitless. The white snake immortal on the stage had already stuck out his tongue. In front of him, snake lines appeared on Sasuke's face. According to her deduction, Sasuke will definitely not survive. Another late-night snack. The white snake immortal thought so. But Sasuke's condition was not very good. Vaguely she felt as if her consciousness was in a trance. Did I fail? It was dark for a while. Sasuke seemed to be looking for a burst of light. And right now, my eyes seemed a little brighter. Sasuke could clearly see an old man dressed in weird clothes sitting in front of him. That old man actually has Rinnegan. Chapter 88. Uchiha Madara, it's actually a Rinnegan? Is this her dream? Senju Hashirama, it looks like it, but it doesn't look like it. Orochimaru, is it really too much? At her age, it is still difficult for her to resist the infusion of the Senjutsu chakra. Uzumaki Naruto, what happens if you fail? Orochimaru, transform into a snake, but based on her ability, her life should not be in danger. Harano Sakura what? Sasuke will turn into a snake. Orochimaru, haha otherwise? Everything has a price. Harano Sakura no. Orochimaru, her consciousness is now blurred, which is a sign of failure, but why is there an old man in her conscious space? Senju Hashirama, Rinnegan? Old man? Why does it feel familiar? Uchiha Madara, I feel the same way, but it always feels like a good thing. Sasuke on the screen also has a sense of blood connection. But her body couldn't move. And the old man just glanced at her lightly. Just waved his hand casually. It seems to be saying, go back. It's not the time yet. Sasuke's consciousness suddenly became clear. A little magical power seemed to emerge from his body. Although it was very weak, it easily withstood the impact of Rishi Chakra. The white snake immortal frowned. She seemed to have discovered a magical aura just now. That was an old friend from ancient times. Sasuke was still sitting cross-legged absorbing the sage energy. But this time it was completely smooth. And a black sphere slowly formed around her body. The sphere just surrounded her body. Keep spinning. It was as if 853 was guarding her. Immortal White Snake's eyes suddenly widened. This is truth-seeking ball. How can it be? See this thing from ancient times. The White Snake Immortal was silent. Of course she had seen this before, on that man. But it is impossible for this thing to appear on this little girl. Could it be? Immortal White Snake suddenly made some bold guesses. When he looked at Sasuke, his eyes looked different. Finished. Open your eyes slowly. Sasuke felt the two new powers emerging in his body and fell into deep thought. The first is the huge magical energy. It is undoubtedly very powerful. If you can make good use of this energy. Sasuke believed that when facing pain, his head was screwed off. The other energy is very weak, but very domineering. It can even crush the celestial being chakra. Think back to the old man who appeared in your consciousness again. It's as if he gave himself the power. Who is that? Rinnegan. What's this? This was Sasuke's first thought. Who is the old man? Why is there a Rinnegan? What is this floating black ball around me? He gently controlled it with his mind. It seems that it can change its shape at will. And Sasuke can feel it. This little black ball seems to have the energy to destroy the world. I can't figure it out. I'll stop thinking about it. Anyway, thanks to old man Rinnegan for the gift. Now Sasuke is becoming more and more interested in Rinnegan. There must be clues to the mysterious old man there. Uchiha Sasuke, right? Immortal White Snake had a complex look in his eyes. Thank you. Sasuke bowed respectfully for the first time. Anyway, the other party allowed themselves to master the magic of immortality. Yet, would you like to follow me and learn the senjutsu of Rika Cave? Okay. But can I bring someone with me? Sasuke thought of Yugo immediately. No matter what, I can hold on. The White Snake Immortal said indifferently. Do you really think her Rika Cave senjutsu is useless? Can everyone practice cultivation? Thank you, Immortal White Snake. Sasuke was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Then he said goodbye and went back to pick up Kongwu. Before leaving, I left all things in the Kingdom of Waves to Shisui Izumi to take care of. Because this time Sasuke didn't know how long he would have to practice. At the same time, he got rid of Orochimaru and asked him to help look after Jinchūriki. Orochimaru shook his head in disdain. Then he agreed. Since then, the country of waves has finally begun to calm down. Entered a long period of development. The final scene freezes with Sasuke and Yugo following behind a giant white snake. The screen on the right has since stopped showing. Uzumaki Naruto, is it over? Senju Hashirama, it should be over. Uchiha Madara, it seems that the development period has been skipped on both sides of the screen. Senju Tobirama, what is the development period on the left like? I have no idea. Senju Tsunade, I have been following Orochimaru. You can ask him. Orochimaru, our Sasuke has learned a lot of ninjutsu along the way, gained a lot of practical experience, can perfectly control the curse seal, and is becoming more and more skilled in the use of snake summoning. Senju Tobirama, okay. I just haven't learned anything yet. Senju Hashirama, can these reach the cage level threshold? Ju, I barely reached cage level by dunking his brother's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, you fart. How dare you bark at anything? You waited until the comparison was over. Caft, Uzumaki Naruto, they should meet soon. Hyuga Hinata, yes. After finishing their training, they should be able to meet each other. I'm looking forward to Otherworld Naruto's expression. Uzumaki Naruto, absolutely not. I haven't gone there yet. They must not meet. Naruto in front of the screen suddenly panicked. He had not been very successful in answering the questions recently. If you look at it in terms of comparison, Nezuo will meet soon. The kind of emotional outburst that has been suppressed for many years is the most fatal. Naruto knew this best. He still can't forget the excitement he felt when he saw Sasuke after returning from training. And I am just the male version of Sasuke. If other world. Naruto couldn't imagine the madness at that time. In that case, your chances will be pitifully small. Calm down. Calm down, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto cheered himself up like crazy. What if they can't meet each other? What if Sasuke still rejects him? These are all very possible. Now Naruto could only pray that Sasuke would be more enterprising. Don't engage in any kind of love between children. At this time, the left screen also lit up. The picture that appeared again attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Sasuke is dressed in white and has a cold expression. The Kaoji sword was slung on his back. Look as coquettish as you want. Uzumaki Naruto, tisk. Only now do I realize that Sasuke really deserves a spanking at this stage. Senju Hashirama, it's exactly what I expected. The live broadcast skipped their training process, and I don't know what the strength of this young man is now. Uchiha Madara, these few years have been the golden age of ninjas. I think they must at least be at the Kage level. Uchiha Shisui, Sasuke's talent is not weak, he should be almost there. Terumi Mei, apart from anything else, I recognize Lieutenant Commander's appearance. Onoki, hey. Superficial person. And while everyone was talking about it, the picture on the screen also became clearer. Sasuke stood on the high platform. Below is the new Class 7 that we haven't seen in years. Naruto, Sakura, Sai, Yamato. It can be clearly seen. Naruto, whom he hadn't seen for many years, looked very excited. It's enough to show that he cares about the bond between him and Sasuke. But Urshiza's face was full of disdain at the moment. Sai took the lead and prepared to take action. Yamato also took advantage of Wood Styles' move. There is no bond in their eyes. Sasuke is a rebellious ninja of Konoha. At this time, Sasuke should be at the peak of his age. He easily defused the two attacks. Then he came to Naruto's side in a flash, patting Naruto's shoulder lightly. At this moment, Naruto didn't know what to do. Naruto knows that there is no point in shouting Hokage's dream without practicing. I am now. Only a whim. I can kill you all. Saying that, Sasuke already raised the Sachi sword. But he was stopped directly by Yamato, who came over. Naruto's Nine Tails also has a trend of going wild. But Sasuke's 3 Megatamas shined. He easily entered Naruto's spiritual world. Crush the Nine Tails phantom that bewitched Naruto. To this moment, everyone in the group finally recognized Sasuke's strength. Judging from the strength shown now, it is indeed a devastating existence. Of course, compared to the girl Sasuke, I am still a bit petty. At this time, the excited little Sakura finally rushed forward. Sasuke may be about to realize what he said for the first time in his life. He rushed towards little Sakura. As long as I have a whim. Can. Chapter 89. Sakura-chan. Naruto suddenly became nervous. Everyone in the group could also see it at this moment. These two pillars really want to kill little Sakura. But there are always people standing in the way. Urshiza seemed to be irritated. Jumped directly onto the high platform. He raised his hand very forcefully. Suddenly thunder rolled. Deidara, this move seems familiar. Uzumaki Nagato, this is the trick that little girl invented when she was 12 years old. Terumi Mei, maybe this is the gap. Uchiha Sasuke, shut up. I developed this ninjutsu when I was 12 years old. It just never works. Uchiha Itachi. Although the second pillar is very decorative. But I have to admit it. The second pillar of this period does have the ability to crush the 7th team. Of course, that's without considering 9 tails. But fortunately Orochimaru's appearance stopped all this. It can be seen that Sasuke on the screen is dissatisfied. And his attitude towards Orochimaru is not very respectful. Senju Tsunade, I'm laughing so hard. Orochimaru really found a father to go back to. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, haven't you had a great life these past few years? Senju Tobirama, humph. The inherently evil Uchiha brat. Orochimaru : Orochimaru didn't respond. Because something even more embarrassing is yet to come. No way. It's best not to. Orochimaru began to pray. Doesn't he, the dignified Lord Sun in Leng Jun, have no face? But his prayer didn't seem to be heard in the live broadcast room. But the scene changed. Sasuke's figure appeared again. He walked in the dark secret room and moved forward slowly. Stop in front of a certain door. But he didn't knock on the door, but said nothing. A Chidori blade pierced directly into it. At this time, the scene also entered the house. Orochimaru was extremely weak at this moment. Moreover, Sasuke's Chidori blade penetrated his arm directly. Jiraiya, filial piety, so filial piety. Senju Tsunade, Orochimaru, you really have a father. Orochimaru : Uchiha Itachi, it's not that he wants to take over Sasuke's body, let's not tell anyone else. Uzumaki Naruto, that's right. Sasuke is just protecting himself. I can only say that the teacher is kind and filial. Sasuke keenly captured Orochimaru's weakest moments. And immediately launched an attack. At this time, Orochimaru really had no power to fight back. He could only be forced to reveal his true form as the White Snake. Countless little snakes swarmed towards Sasuke. But Sasuke easily blocked it with a curse seal. Seeing this scene, everyone in the group felt a little embarrassed. Jiraiya, he relies too much on the power of the curse seal, and this power is not stable. Senju Tobirama, the curse seal is just an external force, but the girl Sasuke is pursuing the origin of senjutsu. Make a judgment. Senju Hashirama, after practicing for so long, do you still rely on external forces? The screen next to you can't see this thing at all. Uchiha Sasuke. I really wanted to curse, but I couldn't refute. Can these old guys die? How can you pretend to be so awesome? Haruno Sakura, Sasuke has worked very hard, don't be too impatient. Yamanaka Ino, that's right. Uzumaki Naruto. In the end, Orochimaru suffered the consequences after all. He wanted to devour Sasuke, but was killed by Sasuke. It took 2.5 years of hard work to cultivate. In the end it was all in vain. After solving Orochimaru, Sasuke immediately went to find helpers. Although the pillar is conceited, but also sensible. So the Eagle Squad in his own world was officially established. But it's also recruitment. The members of the Eagle Squad in the two worlds are completely different. Eagle Squad Suijutsu. He was trapped for many years as an experimental subject. After resurrecting, he used a decapitation knife to cut through the water. Jinchūriki Reform Team Suijutsu. A man who has received brutal training since he was a child, perfected the bloodline of Ghost Lantern, and can withstand the tailed beast bomb. The Eagle Squad is fragrant and mindless. They follow Sasuke as a health pack every day, and their own huge chakra has no effect. And Jinchūriki reformed the team to be self-reliant and self-reliant. Although she also admired her Lord Sasuke, she kept chasing and perfected the Uzumaki bloodline, Grandmaster 5 Elements Escape Technique, Uzumaki Sealing Technique and Kagura Heart Eye. As for the ability of the power bank, I have never used it again. I rely on myself and do not need gifts from others. This life's fragrant phosphorus even seems to have huge room for growth. Yugo of Eagle Squad. Being subdued by Sasuke's mouth, the naive boy went up to help fight every time the pillar was hit. As for Yugo of the Jinchūriki probation team. Although I can see it now. But when the screen ended, Jongo went to learn Senjutsu. Imagine an infinite sage who absorbs infinite chakra. Jongo's upper limit even exceeds that of everyone else. And Sasuke also told everyone the purpose of forming the team. Kill Uchiha Itachi. After experiencing the counter-killing of Orochimaru and the formation of the Eagle Squad, Urshi's expanding heart has reached its peak. Itachi. I'm here to kill you. Sasuke was filled with confidence. During this practice period of 2.5 years, he, Uchiha Sasuke, is unbeatable. Thinking of Itachi. That's all. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto, alas it's a good thing to have confidence. Can you give me some encouragement? Uchiha Sasuke retracted a message. Too painful. The screen to be played is requested for a while. Sasuke felt like there were ants crawling all over his body. Everyone is also very interested in this. Everyone stared at the screen. But the picture they longed for did not appear. An unexpected guest interrupted everything. Kuratsuki, it's Deidara brother. Deidara, oh no. Kill Itachi. This is the end of his journey. Haiden, hey you're going to kill him based on your tone. Deidara, of course. I remember I released the final art. He would never survive. Uzumaki Nagato, are you so sure? Deidara, definitely. That is my ultimate art. 0 request flowers 0. To be honest, for Deidara's appearance, everyone in the group is somewhat deceived. It seems that there is no connection between the two. Deidara's excuse is that Sasuke killed his target Orochimaru. It sounds far-fetched no matter how you sound. But then everyone was relieved. A member of the Akatsuki organization. It is normal to be abnormal occasionally. Why try to figure out what a crazy person is thinking? Only Itachi might have understood something in his heart. When Deidara first joined Akatsuki, it was once taken care of by myself. It may have been Deidara's shadow for so many years. So I saw Sasuke's eyes. Deidara may have thought of his tragic experience again. This is the most formal first battle after the resurrection of Urshu. At the same time, he also showed the results of his practice to everyone. Have to say, Urshu's combat IQ is still acceptable. Plus lightning style counteracts Deidara's explosive clay. All of a sudden. 0. Deidara, a strong cage-level player, was actually at a disadvantage. The next step is to reveal my final art. Deidara on the screen has a crazy smile. It's about to start self-destruction. Everyone in the group had big question marks on their heads. No, bro, you are sick. It's not a dead end. You'll blow yourself up if you're not happy. Even more speechless was Sasuke. I just finished practicing. Halfway through, I met a madman. After saying a bunch of incomprehensible things, he started beating himself up. Halfway through the fight, I gained the upper hand. The other party will self-destruct and die together with him. Zhu really wanted to curse at this moment. It's not that you are sick. Did I offend you? And if you can't beat me, just run away. I won't stop you. As for direct self-destruction, I can only say that I am not pervert enough. I can't figure out what these crazy people are thinking. This may be the reason why Sasuke didn't fit in at Xiao later. I often can't fit in with you because I'm not pervert enough. Harano Sakura, oops. Sasuke is in danger. Uchiha Madara, although my brain is not good, my power is still very objective. Senju Hashirama, is it objective? That's just it. Deidara, you are not allowed to insult my art. Scorpion, still so brainless. Terumi Mei, wait, Sasuke is not dead. He actually survived here? Reikage AI, is there some secret technique? Onoki, I think there is something remarkable about being able to escape this. Everyone in the group praised him one after another. This Uchiha Sasuke didn't survive such an explosion. It seems that the cultivation is still in place. Then the Patrick star on the screen slowly dispersed. Everyone could only see a giant snake lying on the ground. The giant snake was dying at this moment, and it was Orochimaru's 10,000 snakes. Sasuke slowly jumped out of the snake's mouth. It seemed to be saying something to Wan Shi. Ding! Wan Shi applied to enable language permission, plus. Chapter 90. Deidara, hey? Did you really let your kid survive? Jiraiya, did you survive using this method? Orochimaru, new ways to use summoningman. I learned it. Uzumaki Naruto, it seems that Boss Toad and I are still very harmonious. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Ding. The human-animal translation function is not enabled in this live broadcast room. Uchiha Sasuke, just tell me whether you win or not. Orochimaru : it can also be regarded as a way of using the summoning technique. Deidara, I can't accept it. My supreme art only killed one summoning beast? Uchiha Sasuke, this is what your bad art deserves. Deidara, BD. What did you say? Uchiha Sasuke, don't forget. Now the entire ninja world spurns your art. Deidara, no. Damn it. I want to resurrect. I want to kill you. Sasuke ignored Deidara. Instead, he stared at the screen in silence. We're almost there. See you soon. Itachi. With Sasuke's vision, the screen changed again. After the battle just now, the 047 people in the group also have a relatively intuitive understanding of Sasuke's growth. The evaluation is: that's it. Sasuke is currently at a level that is neither up nor down. The general ninja world will be completely defeated by the second pillar's whim. But slightly more high-end cage level combat. The strength of the second pillar is somewhat stretched. But our protagonist just doesn't follow common sense. Uchiha Sasuke. Only play high-end rounds. Soon the Eagle team was targeting Itachi. Itachi, on the other hand, had already started waiting for Sasuke. At this time, everyone in the group also became curious. Based on subsequent information, Sasuke killed Itachi. And everyone who has fought with Itachi knows this. How to say? It's hard to evaluate Itachi's strength. But no matter what the odds are, no one in the ninja world dares to underestimate him. Of course, except for a certain ninja Shura and ninja god. This time Sasuke's pomp was very grand. Kisame was already waiting outside. And there was no obstruction. But Kisame looked at Sasuke's back with a hint of loneliness in his eyes. It seems that the ending has been guessed. Itachi on the screen was sitting on a high chair. It looks lonely and desolate. The two brothers met without much greeting. The hatred accumulated by Ursha for many years exploded directly. Countless shurikens flew out fiercely. And Itachi actually shot against Sasuke with great interest. See the battle from the audience's perspective again. At this moment, Sasuke understood Itachi's good intentions even more. Watch and watch. Sasuke's eyes were a little moist. It seems like I'm back to that childhood again. A little boy is chasing his older brother asking for shuriken skills. Elder brother. At this moment, Sasuke understood how it was possible for Itachi's shuriken skills to be evenly matched with his. But soon Sasuke was at a disadvantage during the fight. It only took one punch and one kick to control Sasuke against the wall. And started to take Sasuke's eyes. It seemed that he had returned to the fear of being controlled by Itachi's genjutsu. But this time Sasuke was prepared. The conversation changed again. The controlled Sasuke has already created a substitute. And used genjutsu to counter Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto, has Sasuke's genjutsu improved a lot? Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Madara. Only those who have played Mangekyou know how big the gap between San Magatama and Mangekyou is. Itachi was more than just letting off steam. This is simply letting go. At this moment, Sasuke in front of the screen smiled bitterly. He has now awakened Mangekyou as well. Of course he knew how ridiculous his actions were in front of Itachi. At this moment, he seemed to be thinking of that night again. What the man said to him. My stupid brother. Come to me again when you have eyes like mine. Only now did he understand Itachi's good intentions. At this time, Sasuke on the screen has entered the cursed state. Itachi could clearly be seen frowning at Sasuke's curse seal. He seems to hate this kind of power. The two also moved the battlefield to the rooftop. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Two huge fireballs spurted out. Collide together. Everyone was speechless for a while. With Itachi's strength, it's not easy to control the power of an evenly matched opponent. As Sasuke's fireball moved forward, Itachi also had to use the Amaterasu that hurt his body. It seemed that he was about to die. Itachi finally let loose once. He released the Amaterasu flame crazily. I have to say that Orochimaru's ninjutsu actually has its merits. For example, this molting technique. It is really pervert abnormal. It dealt with Itachi's flame with difficulty. Sasuke was already at the end of his strength. But the last Kirin still gave him great confidence. Because he believed that Itachi should also be at the end of his strength at this time. The huge thunder roared down. It silenced everything. It also silenced everyone in the group. It was really not easy. It was easy to kill his brother if he was not careful. When the Red Susanoo appeared, maybe Sasuke really understood the gap between himself and Itachi. And at this moment, there was a reversal. The immortal Orochimaru appeared again. And Itachi finally exposed his true purpose. To remove the last threat for his brother. The Yaki technique does look impressive. But facing his natural enemy, the 10 perfect swords, Orochimaru can only be considered unlucky. With Orochimaru being sealed, Itachi's life finally came to an end. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Itachi, who has always been known for his rationality, fell on the screen. Sasuke was also stunned. Perhaps at this moment, he has begun to question something. Uzumaki Kushina, it's a good intention, but I'm not negative about Itachi's killing of the clan. Terumi Mei, he is a good brother and a good ninja, but not a good clan member. 0. Jiraiya, there will be some regrets after all. I don't know how to evaluate such a result. Uzumaki Naruto, so. Uchiha Sasuke, this is all caused by the top leaders of Konoha. No one can stop me from destroying Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, humph. Different positions. We can't make plans together. Shimura Dans, regrets happen from time to time. Do you want to sacrifice the interests of the village because of your regrets? Kisame, he Mr. Itachi, how far can your Mangekyou Sharingan see? Uchiha Itachi. Just like what Kisame said. Later, Sasuke did not develop according to Itachi's idea. Sasuke did not serve the village. Instead, he joined Akatsuki. Officially stepped on his own road of no return. Everyone sighed. Itachi worked hard all his life. Except for giving his eyes to his brother. In the end, nothing could be changed. A thoroughly tragic character. At this time, everyone became curious. Although the Sasuke in the two worlds are completely different. But Itachi is the same. He finally wants to leave his eyes to his younger brother and sister. I wonder what choice the girl Sasuke will make? Because everyone believes that the Itachi in the other world does not need to let go. But they did not wait too long. The side screen has lit up. Everyone immediately looked forward to it. Soon, the girl Sasuke immediately appeared on the screen. The appearance of the girl made everyone stunned for a moment. So beautiful. She had already begun to take shape as a beauty when she was a child. Now she has really grown up for a few years. Many beauties in the ninja world had to sigh secretly. But the picture on the screen was not very calm. As the screen unfolded, everyone saw a prehistoric monster flying wildly in the sky. Uchiha Madara, is that Seven Tails? Senju Hashirama, it looks like Seven Tails is going berserk. 2.4 Uzumaki Nagato, Jinchūriki is really dangerous, it's better to pull it out. Uzumaki Naruto, she won't be in danger. It can be seen that the scene on the screen is not the land of waves. It is obvious that Sasuke used Flying Thunder God to transfer the tailed beast. Hey! Jinchūriki's spirit is really hard to control. Sasuke shook his head. She has never dared to unseal Seven Tails. But over time, there will always be mistakes. Mysterious masked man. Recalling the figure that appeared a few days ago, Sasuke's eyes turned cold. If this person hadn't made trouble, there would be no mistakes. It doesn't matter, I have found a way to deal with you. Sasuke thought. But at this time, Seven Tails in the air had already pounced on him. Ah! I forgot about you. Sorry. Sasuke seemed to realize it after a while. He casually clapped his hands together. Countless trees swarmed up from the ground. The originally empty ground immediately became a forest. Seven Tails was instantly wrapped. In just a moment, he lost his battle history in front of Sasuke. Wood style. The tree world is born. Chapter 91. After practicing for up to 2.5 years, Sasuke's wood style is already perfect. During this time she continued to absorb Hashirama's life energy. It feels like it has completely surpassed Uzumaki's pseudo-sage body in terms of physical quality. I spent most of these years practicing in Rika Cave. Things with the tailed beasts are over. Mainly because the remaining tailed beasts are in the hands of the 5 major nations. At present, Sasuke does not have the capital to start a national war. And Akatsuki hasn't done much in these years. According to Itachi's information, Pain has been crippled by him since then. He stopped his plan to track the tailed beast when he returned. Instead, they kept expanding their manpower. Instead, the mysterious masked man was very active. During this period, he appeared in the Land of Waves several times. There was nothing Sasuke could do against him. That hollow space ninjutsu is really incomprehensible. No, this time I found an opportunity to control Seven Tails. Fortunately, I used Flying Thunder God to divert the tailed beast. This resulted in no casualties. Lord Sasuke. At this time, Fu had returned to normal. She looked at Sasuke apologetically, like a little girl who had done something wrong. Over the years Reeve has fully come to terms with her situation. In other words, I accepted my fate. And she is more free in the country of waves. And I made many close friends. Although it was intercepted. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not your fault. Sasuke smiled and touched Fu's head. 20 Fu's face turned red instantly. My leader is too gentle, who can withstand this? Although Sasuke looks kind on the outside. But deep down in my heart, I still want to go back and let Shisui strengthen her protection. She is the ruler of the Land of Waves. She is responsible for all her people. Fu can't be completely trusted by her yet. She is different from Gaara. It was intercepted after all. Care needs to be strengthened. Of course, she won't be allowed to come out. Uchiha Madara, she knows how to win people's hearts without being emotional. She is a qualified leader. Senju Hashirama, compared with these, I am more curious about the level of her strength. Uchiha Madara, you are already very proficient in using wood style, and your chakra volume may soon catch up with you. Yakushi Kabuto, I'm even more curious about how her senjutsu practice is going. Jiraiya, me too. I'm very curious about Rikaku's senjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, she probably won't meet Naruto. Probably not. Haruno Sakura, I'm looking forward to me in another world. Terumi Mei, she here won't cause a big fuss in the Five Shadows conference. I'm a little panicked. Xiang Phosphorus, I feel like I can cast a shadow on everyone here. Orochimaru, haha, what new discoveries will I make in these years? The most curious thing here is Orochimaru. The two people here are obviously not in the filial son plot. It can be seen that Sasuke respects Orochimaru. Especially supportive of his research. And Orochimaru has a lot of novel ideas that haven't been developed yet. But in this life, Orochimaru feels that the world will not shake because of Sasuke. And will be shaken because of him. And the truth did not disappoint Orochimaru. After Sasuke brought Fu back to Zanin village, I immediately rushed to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru seemed to be in much better spirits at the moment. But his hands are still in a sealed state. But Uncle Snake has gotten used to not having hands over the years. He also has a tongue and a snake. Coming. Yet. It's that masked man again. Sasuke sat casually in the laboratory. She and Orochimaru have completed countless scientific research projects over the years. The two have become both teachers and friends. And Orochimaru, after someone supported his experiment, there has been a huge change in personality. He no longer cared about the affairs of the ninja world. Yuxin thought about completing various ideas of his own. Orochimaru only knows now how important support is. No one ever understood him. But luckily there is one now. You've been a bit quiet these past few years. Although you are enough to destroy Konoha by yourself now. Orochimaru smiled. Sasuke has stopped trying to influence the tailed beasts in recent years. But the strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Hey! The 5 major countries are still the 5 major countries after all. Even if one tail and 7 tails go berserk together, it's difficult to completely destroy Konoha. Sasuke shook his head. She has no problem crushing Konoha with her current strength. But once Konoha advances to the Kingdom of Waves, there is still nothing I can do. She has her own things to worry about. Haha, are you a ninja base? Come. Orochimaru smiled, and then there was a hint of enthusiasm in his eyes. Is there another new invention? Sasuke followed curiously. Orochimaru has given her many surprises in recent years. You are afraid that the 5 major countries are nothing more than the base of ninjas. That's the strength at the bottom. That's right. Sasuke nodded. Ninja fighting is not just as simple as a few masters fighting each other. What is at stake is the base of ninjas and the country's heritage. The small country of Wave is destined to be unable to form a ninja army. This is also the reason why the 5 major countries tolerate the existence of the country of Waves. Haha, come and take a look at this. Orochimaru smiled with enthusiasm on his face. Sasuke followed Orochimaru's command and looked. I saw that it was a huge container. Inside the container was a little boy with white hair. The boy's body contains great vitality. Looks like he has a lot of explosive power. The experiment you did with Hashirama cells. Sasuke guessed. Orochimaru's human experiments have become commonplace. As long as the people of the Kingdom of Waves are not used. Sasuke didn't bother to care about him. Haha, Sasuke. This is my crowning masterpiece in the past few years. It is also our capital against the 5 major countries. Cyborg. Sasuke narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. What's the meaning? Haha, they were given life by me. Use various bloodlines to blend together. A new life form. This is experiment no 1. The name is CU. This is our hope against the 5 major powers. Sasuke seemed to understand what Orochimaru meant. At the same time, my heart was shocked. What a crazy thought! When I was still studying ninjutsu and bloodline, Orochimaru has actually begun research on creating humans out of thin air. You mean? Can it be mass-produced? Sasuke suddenly became excited. Create 100,000 artificial humans. Several tailed beasts ahead opened the way. What are the 5 major countries? Just bulldoze them all. Mass production should be no problem. But the quality shouldn't be what you expect. CU is the first experimental subject. So there's more to pour into. If you want to start a war with mass production, the quality will definitely not be able to keep up. Is this so? Sasuke nodded. That was already great. It seems we have to think of other ways. You continue your research. Now this artificial man-made project is the #1 project in the Kingdom of Waves. Push everything back. Any resources you need except living people can be found in Chuan. For Orochimaru's research, Sasuke expressed strong support. I really found a treasure. What Jiraiya Tsunade? Just 2 reckless men. He doesn't deserve to be compared to Orochimaru at all. Clear. Orochimaru smiled sincerely. His kind of thinking must be despised in the ninja world. But the girl in front of him was willing to fully support him. This is what a soulmate feels like. Something seemed to come to mind. Orochimaru suddenly smiled and joked. Sasuke, there was news from my subordinates a few days ago. What news? Uzumaki Naruto. I went back to Konoha a few days ago. Sasuke was silent. The expression on his face is a bit complicated. To be honest, she 163 has the ability to take Naruto over now. But time flies. It's hard for anyone to imagine Naruto's current attitude. Maybe he still hates me. Sasuke smiled bitterly. After all, he left as if he didn't take him with him. Hey! He let out a long breath. Sasuke put all these worries behind him. Career is the most important thing. Career is the most important thing. The love between children is not something that a leader should consider. At the same time, poor village workers. The young man who returned from many years of experience appears much more capable. Hey! I haven't been home for many years. No one scolds me anymore. I'm really not used to it. Naruto walked casually on the streets of Konoha. No one seems to be able to recognize that he is the demon fox from back then. Yo Naruto! You're back! A familiar voice brought Naruto out of his thoughts. Hit uncle with your hands. Naruto's eyes finally flashed with emotion. Unexpectedly, there are passers-by in Konoha who can recognize him. Sitting gently in that familiar position. Nothing seems to have changed. Ha 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 ha. You kid. I'm treating you today. Uncle Handbeat was very excited to see Naruto. This child he has seen since childhood. Hey. Sorry about that. Naruto smiled, feeling a rare warmth. Hey. Why are you so polite? I grew up watching you. Remember when you were with that little girl every time? The uncle was holding the noodles with his hands. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Forehead. Naruto's eyes darkened. I feel a little overwhelmed by my hand. Haha, what uncle means is, I don't have any hands to beat uncle. Just when Shouta was about to say a few words of comfort, Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. Uncle. Next time. I will definitely bring her to support me next time. Immediately. I can bring her back soon. Chapter 92. Okay. Uncle believes in you. The hand-beating uncle laughed. It seemed that I saw the 2 young figures from back then. Boss. One more bowl. And right now. A girl's voice attracted Naruto's attention. Naruto turned around sharply. The first thing I saw was the pink color in my impression. Sakura-chan. Although a lot has changed. But Naruto recognized her immediately. Long time no see. Naruto. Little Sakura also had some emotion in her eyes. Nowadays they have changed a lot. But the bond that once existed has become stronger with the passage of time. Haven't seen you for a long time. Naruto was in a better mood. This is one of the few bonds he has in this world. The two immediately began to talk about their experiences in the past few years. When it comes to Sasuke, both fell silent. Sasuke is in the land of waves. Little Sakura tentatively spoke. Now it is no secret that Uchiha is establishing his own business in the land of waves. And all countries have paid enough attention to it. It can be said to be the most powerful country among the 5 major countries. It is an existence recognized by the 5 major countries. But it's proven. Sasuke will never return to Konoha. I see. Naruto smiled. He already knew this information when he was practicing. Little Sakura. On my way to practice. I have wanted to go to the land of waves to find her more than once. And I believe that as long as I go to the country of waves, she will definitely relent. Naruto had a hint of longing in his eyes. Then, why did you? Little Sakura asked tentatively. Not to mention Naruto. She has wanted to go to the country of Bo more than once. Because of ability. I have been protected by him since I was a child. She helps me chase away people who bully me. She taught me ninjutsu. She took care of my life. I'm too dependent on her. But this is not the life I want. What I want is for her to depend on me. She didn't abandon me a few years ago. It's my incompetence that failed to keep her. Now, I want to go my own way. Little Sakura was stunned. It feels like Naruto has really changed a lot. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Sakura said decisively. She has been working hard for so many years. Now not only is he a genin of Konoha, but he is also a part-time assistant to the Hokage. He has completely entered the upper echelons of Konoha. It's nothing. Let's talk about it when we are stronger. Naruto didn't answer Little Sakura. Now Little Sakura is a disciple of 5th Hokage. He can't say that he wants to destroy this poor village. Then rebuild a Konoha village on the ruins. All right. Little Sakura also saw that Naruto didn't want to say anything. He didn't press any further. The next moment, she suddenly smiled. Eat quickly. Kakashi-sensei is still waiting for us. It's time for Class 7 to reunite. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Aira, you are really too slow. Have you also lost your way on the road of life? Kakashi looked at his 2 disciples with a smile. Now they have completely transformed. Time has not left any trace on Kakashi's face. He is still the same as he was a few years ago and seems to never grow old. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto felt a little heavy. Back to Class 7 again. He couldn't help but think about that girl again. TB. It should be even more beautiful now. Okay. I haven't seen you for so long. I feel a little rusty. Let's play a little game. Kakashi smiled and took out 2 bells. Shake it in my hand. Hey. No. Little Sakura complained. It's not that she looks down on Kakashi, if they are fighting for the bell now. Come on. You have to have the attitude of killing me. Kakashi said with a smile. Hey? Mr. Kakashi. Are you sure? Naruto's eyes lit up. He is now really afraid of accidentally beating Kakashi to death. You'll know if you try it. Teacher, you're not standing still. Hatake Kakashi's eyes became sharp. Okay. It's time to show the results of your practice. Naruto now felt that he also needed a sparring partner. Then you fight, I'll watch over it. Little Sakura thinks she should save some face for her teacher. Come on, Sakura-chan. Kakashi-sensei is not a reckless person. Naruto's face turned serious. Little Sakura nodded and gently removed the bandage on her hand. Then let's get started. Kakashi finished speaking and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Naruto. Boom! The clear sound of kunai colliding was heard. Naruto easily caught Kakashi's movements. So fast! Little Sakura sighed subconsciously. Teacher Kakashi's speed has indeed improved a lot compared to a few years ago. But it's no use. Ah! Little Sakura rushed out. But her speed is hard to catch up with Kakashi. But it doesn't matter. Her targets are not Kakashi. Boom! A light punch hit the ground a few meters away from Kakashi. Boom! The entire earth was instantly smashed into a pit of more than 10 meters by Little Sakura. Kakashi's Sharingan also shrank subconsciously. The level of this strange power is a bit too exaggerated. The body unconsciously fell towards the pit. Naruto didn't know when he appeared above him. Raise Nan. The huge balls reveal powerful chakra. It made Kakashi's scalp tingle. The power of this Raise Nan was definitely compressed by Naruto's chakra several times. I'm so envious. Kakashi sighed and was about to do something. But at this moment, my brain was suddenly in a trance. Oops! Little Sakura on the ground smiled slightly. In Konoha now, if we talk about illusion skills, I'm afraid no one is taller than her. 8 inner gates. Open the first gate. Open. In a critical moment, Kakashi opened the 8 inner gates. Powerful chakra rushes into the acupuncture points. Let him break the illusion. Then he used his explosive power to dodge Raise Nan violently. Looking at the pit that dropped a few meters again, Kakashi sighed again. The more chakra, the better. Kakashi-sensei. Do you want to fight again? Looking at Kakashi, who was so embarrassed for a moment, Little Sakura wanted to give up. Mr. Kakashi will really be beaten to death if this continues. Naruto also stopped. Of course we have to fight. Again. You must have the attitude of killing me. Kakashi smiled slightly. Then Naruto and Little Sakura looked at each other in shock. Covered Sharingan. Teacher Kakashi, Sharingan is no longer needed. Naruto asked with a frown. No. This thing is not mine at all. Kakashi said fondly. Then he slowly took out a short sword from his back. The moment I picked up short sword, Kakashi's demeanor changed instantly. It seemed that he had turned into a knife. Sharp and sharp. Hotake sword skills. Little Sakura suddenly became serious. She is now considered a high-ranking member of Konoha. Knows a lot about each family. The Hotake family has never been famous for copying ninjas. Back then, Hotake White Fang's short sword was enough to kill the ninja world with fear. Kakashi-sensei, have you found yourself too? Naruto also became serious. In fact, Kakashi's experience is very similar to his own. Don't be so serious. But then, I won't be polite. Kakashi's eyes turned into crescent moons when he smiled. But the next moment, he had disappeared from where he was. Faster. Wind style. Vacuum sphere. Countless wind blades erupted from Naruto's mouth. But was killed by Kakashi. Raise Nan. Too slow Naruto. Pfft. Raise Nan hit a blank. But Naruto's arm had been cut with long wounds. Too fast. Illusion can't keep up. Little Sakura cracked the ground with one punch. Kakashi's speed is too fast. She could only rely on terrain protection. He gently placed his hand on Naruto's arm. Heal plus the restorative power of 9 tails. It only took a few seconds for Naruto's wounds to heal as before. Hey! Next time, Nyozea how, it won't be the arm. Ninjutsu. Mist Shinobi technique. Countless fogs rose. Kakashi's figure is more difficult to capture. Kakashi, who picked up his own sword skills, didn't realize it until now. That Zabuza ninjutsu is so useful. Naruto. Little Sakura suddenly became nervous. Teacher Kakashi actually changed his tactics without saying a word. Is he really a genius? It doesn't matter. Naruto was calm. A large raised nan formed in his hand. Kakashi-sensei. Let you see the true results of my practice. Kakashi, hiding in the fog, is still looking for opportunities. But the next moment a figure suddenly appeared behind him. How is that possible? There is no breath. It's over, Kakashi-sensei. Flying Thunder God raised nan. If Kakashi can observe his short sword by himself at this time, you will find that there is a complicated spell on short sword. Boom! The ground was instantly destroyed by raised nan. The smoke slowly dissipated. Little Sakura saw Naruto with a wry smile at first sight. *0. The short sword placed around Naruto's neck. A lot of progress. Naruto. But unfortunately, the user of Flying Thunder God is not only your father. He is also my teacher. Chapter 93. Namikaze Minato. I didn't expect that it wasn't just Naruto. Kakashi also underwent a transformation. Hotake White Fang. He has been a genius since he was a child, but that Sharingan held him back. Jiraiya, that's right. Back then, White Fang made the entire ninja world frightened by his sword skills. He didn't learn the sword skills and used Sharingan every day to act like a copy ninja. Hotake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. It turns out that the things passed down from Kakashi-sensei's family are so powerful. Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto actually learned Flying Thunder God. I'm so excited. Harano Sakura. Sasuke didn't take it for him specially. Uzumaki Kushina. Yes. My son can't even learn his parents' ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Minato. Yes. If Naruto learns Flying Thunder God, the upper limit will become higher. Harano Sakura. The me in the other world is so scary. Not only is my monster power far greater than it is now, but I don't even have the Grandmaster Phantom Bed. Uzumaki Kushina. You have always had this talent, you just didn't meet a good teacher. Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't expect that the Hotake sword technique was so terrifying. Naruto, who had learned the Flying Thunder God, was actually powerless to fight back. Hotake Kakashi. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was expected by Hung, but I also practiced it in another world, but Naruto didn't know about it. It can only be said that it was due to the gap in intelligence. Jiraiya. Yes, in a ninja duel, intelligence must account for at least 50%. Senju Tobirama. I am more concerned about the current situation of Konoha. Although Harano Sakura has entered the top management, her methods including Tsunade are still too immature compared to Danzo and others. Uchiha Itachi. This is also Sasuke's foresight. If he hadn't let go of the two members of Konoha's elders, he might have let Tsunade control Konoha now. Senju Tsunade. Jiraiya. Hey. That's how Konoha is. From Sarutobi-sensei to Minato to Tsunade, they have always been suppressed. Uchiha Sasuke. A group of people destroyed the third generation, but you old guys can survive. Shimura Dans. I am the root of Konoha, everything I do is. Uchiha Sasuke. Okay. Stop inking, even if you are cleared, I will definitely hack you to death. Kakashi's blow to Naruto was quite big. Naruto, who has been practicing for 2.5 years, boasts that he is already very strong. But he never expected to be countered by Kakashi, the Flying Thunder God. Okay. Naruto. It's just a gap in intelligence. Kakashi smiled and comforted Naruto. Naruto actually didn't care too much, he was just a little depressed. And right now. Suddenly there was an eagle flying in the sky. Kakashi frowned immediately. The Hokage has an order. Come with me. Naruto thought for a moment and followed. Although I don't want to work for Konoha, But it's better to hide it for the time being. Soon several people arrived at Hokage's office. Tsunade, who has a great mind, looked serious at this moment. The narrator, Kaoi, Might Guy, Niji, Tian, and Rock Lee are already waiting. Naruto. Long time no see. Rock Lee was the first to go up and say hello. Other Xiaoqiang also cast friendly glances. Tsunade's eyes also turned to Naruto. After all, he is Jiraiya's disciple. But she quickly looked away. Looking at everyone, he said seriously. Get information temporarily. The fourth Mizukage is dead. Cause of death unknown. Fifth Mizukage is succeeded by Miss Shinobi's Terumi Mei. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This is a big deal. But what Tsunade said next made them even more serious. The fourth Mizukage is Three Tails Jinchūriki. The tailed beasts have reunited after a long time since his death. And we already know the exact location. Guy class. Kakashi class. Both teams of you go to the location immediately and seal Three Tails back to Konoha. Tsunade finished speaking. The people below were silent. Seal the tailed beast? Still a wild-tailed beast? Just rely on their two classes? Naruto even grimaced. Why are you working so hard to earn such a small subsidy a month? But Tsunade's next words also attracted his attention. You have many competitors this time. The first is Uchiha's Wave Country. According to reliable information, Uchiha Sasuke has already led the team there. The second is Kirigakure. There is also an organization called Akatsuki. You must be cautious this time and try to seal Three Tails in a situation where many parties are fighting. Kakashi and Guy's expressions became cautious. At this time, Naruto's mind had already drifted away. Will she go too? Naruto was in a dilemma. He was thinking about a problem. If he met Sasuke, he would just catch Three Tails and turn against him. But after thinking carefully, he was unwilling to give up. His current identity is still very important. He wanted to find a critical moment to give Konoha a hard blow. Guy's team and Kakashi's team did not hesitate too much. They set off directly. After all, the situation was urgent. But from this, it can be seen. Tsunade's control over Konoha is very weak. Except for these few close teams, she can hardly mobilize any power. After Sarutobi died, she couldn't even gather Enbu. Because even if she gathered them together, she didn't know how many of them were undercover agents of the root. Grow up quickly. Looking at his disciples, this hand showed some relief. It seems that Konoha can only rise in the next generation. At the same time, the land of waves. I'll go with you. Shisui asked tentatively. No. You are the guardian of Uchiha. Sasuke smiled and rejected Shisui's request. After the development of these years, the Jinchūriki indoctrination team has been reborn. Kimimaro has definitely officially entered the cage level. And he has developed dead bone pulse to ultimate after practicing 8 inner gates. Gaara is the same, and after friendly communication with Sasuke. Shikaku can barely cooperate with Gaara. Compared with these two people, Suijutsu has limited room for growth. But his development direction itself is very single. The most surprising thing is Karin. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she is undoubtedly the one who has made the biggest improvement. Not only Grandmaster 5 Elements escape technique, but also the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is unique. If there were no competition among many forces, Karin could even seal the Wild Seven Tails by herself. Haku used the ice release to the ultimate, and even found a few surviving members of Mizuno Tsuki in these years. But Sasuke felt that the most terrifying among these people was the silly boy. Since Jago joined the team, he has not taken action. There was even one time when Mizuno Tsuki took the initiative to provoke. Jago just smiled and got beaten. Although he was beaten back by Kimimaro later. But Jago still had no intention of showing his strength. But only Sasuke, who practiced with Jago, knew how terrifying Jago was now. A fairy who absorbed the energy of fairy arts infinitely. Maybe no one knows what it means. Sasuke brought many people with him for this operation. Because there were a lot of forces competing this time. Originally, he wanted Gaara to stay behind. After all, his identity was not suitable for going out, and the three tails were in the water. It was too much of a restraint on him. But Gaara still insisted on following Sasuke. Sasuke couldn't resist him and had to take him with him. Before leaving, Sasuke left many flying thunder god spells in the Zanin village. To prevent the mysterious masked man from attacking. While she was setting up defenses. The Akatsuki organization had already started a meeting. The Akatsuki organization, which had been silent for many years, was finally ready to take action this time. After a fierce discussion, Pain decided that Deidara and Scorpion's team would complete this capture mission. And he let the newly created Six Paths Pain completely solve Uchiha Sasuke. While the various forces were taking action, Haiden and Kakuzu's team were not idle either. They had other tasks. Mission name, Capture 7 Tails. Target, Wave Country. Chapter 94. A certain sea area. The nearest fisherman noticed that the sea seemed to be rough. Some villagers even claimed to have seen monsters. And recently, many ninja masters have come here to explore. They were also prohibited from fishing. The villagers complained one after another. But he didn't dare to make any noise. If one person is unhappy, the ninja-sama will destroy them all. But today is different. The two new ninja teams are very kind. Even after seeing their hard life, some relief was also given to them. Kakashi-sensei, do you think it is possible to realize a world where everyone is equal? Naruto looked at the poor local villagers. Lost in thought. They are already in dire straits. However, the appearance of three tails caused them to lose their only source of livelihood. Kakashi hesitated. His eyes narrowed into crescent moons. There will be. I believe. However, you can't rely on others. We need to work hard on our own. That's right. This is youth. Yet. Guy immediately agreed. He didn't seem to understand the meaning of his best friend's words. Or he understands but pretends not to understand. Miss Shinobi's people are already here. A mini Katsuyu appears on little Sakura's shoulder. It seems to be reporting something. Then, she's coming too. Naruto's eyes flashed with confusion. But it soon dimmed. More than Miss Shinobi. There are quite a few people coming. A cold glint flashed in Kakashi's eyes. The next moment he had disappeared. The short sword in his hand turned into a stream of light. When he reappeared, he was already behind a ninja in the dark. Pfft! Ninjas who could be called elites were powerless to fight back in his hands. The ninjas in the group who had experienced ninja battles seemed to see that figure again in a trance. Konoha's White Fang. Kakashi-sensei. What's going on? Others wanted to gather around. But he was dismissed by Kakashi with a wave of his hand. Hey! It's nothing. It's just a spy from the enemy country. Kakashi's eyes turned into crescent moons as he smiled. Then put your hands behind your back. Slowly crush the mask in his hand to pieces. 2 teams are sent from one village. How ridiculous! Kakashi's fists were tight. But the expression remains the same. No one cared. Only little Sakura and Niji seemed to see something. A solemn look appeared on his face. 3 Tails appears very regularly. Let's find a place to settle down first. Then probe for information. The 2 classes immediately found a place to settle down. This coastal town has no idea how many forces have poured into it at this time. Elder Ching. He is from Konoha. The 2 Miss Shinobi ninjas told Ao. I know. Don't make any noise yet. Kakashi looked ahead. Ching showed a solemn expression. They missed Shinobi. This time he and Kojuro led the team to recover Three Tails. But now it seems that there are quite a lot of forces targeting Three Tails. But soon he discovered the new world. This time in Konoha's team. There seems to be a Hyuga family. Ching touched his eyes, showing a greedy look. Hey, isn't this an acquaintance? But at this time, a careless voice came from behind him. Even after a few years. But Ching still remembers this voice. Turning around, he saw Shuiyu staring at him with a playful smile. It's you. Ching will never forget this bad-mouthed player from the enemy camp back then. It's me. I didn't expect you to come too. You stretched your hand too far. Shuiyu showed her white teeth, but her tone and movements were a bit dangerous. This is our Miss Shinobi. Oh? Did I say what it was? Don't be so nervous. Cold sweat had already broken down on Ching's forehead. This water moon appears here. Doesn't that prove? Uchiha Sasuke. Although this person has been silent for many years. But Ching will never forget the fear of being dominated by that girl. My own Mizukage-sama has great scenery. It is called the Hope of the Land of Water. But he is the only one who knows how miserable Mizukage-sama's experience in Wave Country was. Oh. You're in the way, why don't I get rid of you now? There was a fierce light in Shuiyu's eyes. These people may get in the way later. It's better to go directly. Thinking of this, Shuiyu clenched her swords. Ching was also fully focused at this moment. Stop it, Suijutsu. At this moment, a voice stopped Shuiyu. Ching felt his body stiffen. A hand was placed on his shoulder. When Ching's back was covered in cold sweat at this moment. He turned his head stiffly. I saw a man with handsome features. The man had a cold expression, and Ching would never forget this face. The man who dug out his eyes with his own hands. TCH. Stop ordering me. Shuiyu complained, but still put away her swords. Kimimaro is the team leader. But he had never taken Shuiyu. Of course, it's just a matter of words. Sorry. I scared you. The Kingdom of Waves and the Kingdom of Water are allies. Mizukage-sama and Sasuke-sama are partners. So do we. Kimimaro politely apologized to Ching. But it made Ching shudder. This man is many times more terrifying than before. Uchiha Sasuke. Sir, are you here too? Watching the two people leaving. Ching still asked bravely. Miss Shinobi cannot get involved in this muddy water. Looking at Terumi Mei's face, I advise you to go back quickly. A few fewer people will die. Kimimaro did not answer directly. Although his words gave people a strange feeling. But actually I misunderstood him. Kimimaro is thinking about Miss Shinobi from the bottom of his heart. Just these so-called elite troops sent by Miss Shinobi. It is very likely that the group will be wiped out by Siang Phosphorus alone. And at the same time, the scene suddenly became choppy. The beast seemed to be awakened. At the same time, there was a violent explosion. Art is an explosion. Drink. Boom. A mushroom cloud immediately appeared on the screen. Someone has already taken the initiative. All parties no longer hesitate. They rushed over one after another. It's really. Pain Tiendao looked at the mushroom cloud in front of him. Although expressionless. But Konan still felt Nagato's speechlessness. How many times have I said this? There are many forces fighting for Three Tails this time. Let them hide first. Why did Deidara take action first? Forget it. There are a lot of people dispatched this time. No problem. Konan's face was full of confidence. The new Pain 6 Paths is released for the first time. It will definitely bring pain to the entire ninja world. That's fine. Pain also nodded. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is unruly. Not many people listen to orders. He's used to it. I went looking for Uchiha Sasuke. Konan, go and support Deidara and the others. As long as you stop Uchiha Sasuke, no one else matters. Pain is confident. He paid no attention to the people of Konoha and missed Shinobi. Good. Konan immediately turned into pieces of paper. Dissipate in the air. And at that moment when Konan was mistress, Pain's expression changed greatly. If you stop me, everything will be safe. What a plan. But just right. I think so too. Look at the beautiful girl appearing in front of you. Pain was a little silent. Aren't you going to help them? You don't want to fight for three tails with your men. You are the same. Sasuke smiled. He looked towards the battlefield in the center. Don't move. I will win. Haha, just because of your young boys. Pain shook his head disdainfully. But he values Sasuke very much. But other people in the land of waves. Haha. Fair enough. Save yourself and go find her. The two of them have a good understanding. Wrong. The seven of them had a tacit understanding and didn't move. It seems that he subconsciously changed his fighting method. If Uchiha Sasuke doesn't appear, Pain still has confidence in Scorpion and Deidara. At the same time, Guy's class and Kakashi's class also started taking action. But Naruto, who rushed to the battlefield, seemed to sense something. His body shook violently. Then ran in the opposite direction. Naruto! Little Sakura shouted, but it was of no use. Naruto has his own mission. I sent him. Kakashi explained this to the stunned Guy-ban. At this time, Naruto couldn't care much anymore. It's her. It's her. I haven't been this embarrassed in a long time. Naruto finally saw the figure. He froze for just a moment. She has become more beautiful and more. After practicing for many years, Naruto felt that he must be able to perfectly control his emotions. But at this moment, all the years of practice and concentration disappeared. The girl also smiled. Yo Naruto! Long time no see. Chapter 95. Hey! He let out a long breath. Naruto could no longer describe his current mood in words. In the past days, he wanted to abandon everything and find him countless times. But he knew it. Without strength, he will only become a burden to her. At the same time, he has been brainwashing himself. You can do it yourself, it's no big deal. But when we meet again today, all ambitions were thrown out the window. Uzumaki Naruto just moved closer numbly. Then slowly stretched out his hand. He seems to want to touch the person in front of him. But it seems a little afraid. Dia. Sasuke in front of him naturally took his hand. But he didn't speak. At this moment, thousands of words ended in the girl's grasp. Take me away. Naruto, whose mind went blank, only said this sentence. At this moment all plans and ideals disappeared. Just like many years ago, he chose to drop all pleas again. It's embarrassing though. Although it is not what I think. But at this moment, Naruto couldn't say anything grand. Good. Sasuke agreed, as if answering the call from many years ago. 153. Now the two of them no longer need to be too afraid of external threats. Isn't it a little too arrogant? Spicy stuffing. Pain on the side was stunned. What's the meaning? What's the meaning? What's the meaning? Doing this on the battlefield. I don't take him as a god at all. What a bully. Boom. A huge repulsive force struck. But Sasuke didn't move. A small black ball immediately turned into a barrier and absorbed all the impact of Shinra Tianzheng. Pain was stunned. What is this little black ball? Can actually. Don't worry. Is it possible? You don't want to watch anymore. Sasuke didn't look back. Focus on the center of the battlefield. Humph. Satisfy you. Pain snorted coldly. He has absolute confidence. And following the sight of the three people, Three Tails in the center of the battlefield has been blown up. Deidara hasn't been this happy in a long time. The big-tailed beast was a target for him. And Three Tails has no anti-air means. Scorpion on the side just watched with cold eyes. That's what the Akatsuki organization is like. If you interfere, it will make people unhappy. Drink. Art is an explosion. Deidara was absolutely delighted. Konoha and Miss Shinobi outside also made no move. They are all waiting to reap the benefits. But, not everyone thinks so. Scorpio on the side clearly noticed. The water by the river dried up a lot unconsciously. I don't know when there was a pile of sand. Scorpion frowned. And the next moment, the sand on the ground rose into the sky and rolled towards Deidara. Deidara also discovered this. His eyes immediately lit up. Hey, we are old acquaintances. Sandstorm funeral. Drink. Thick sand exploded in the air. Gaara on the ground curled her lips in disdain. Fighting by the sea would be really bad for him. But he also has his own methods. Create a territory out of sand. Giving Gaara the ability to float briefly. Hey, isn't this a little raccoon cat? Looks like I can catch two at a time today. Deidara's eyes flashed with fighting intent. He was ridiculed by others for letting this kid escape from him back then. Brother Scorpion. Three Tails is left to you. I'll do it myself, kid. TCH. Don't play too long. Scorpion agreed casually. Control Fei Liuhu and move slowly towards Three Tails. But at this moment, everyone around him started to move. Three Tails has been destroyed by Deidara. And Deidara was lured away again. It's a great time to seal. Everyone in Konoha who drank Miss Shinobi came out in unison. But the people of Konoha seemed to have dispatched two waves. TCH. Are you being underestimated? Looking at the people who were sealed as if nothing had happened. Scorpion sneered again and again. These people really don't take him seriously. Then let's all die. Fei Liuhu seemed to be moving a little faster. But at this time Xiang's footsteps were blocked by someone. I'm sorry, I can't let you go. Zhongwu scratched his head, this was his mission. Just you. Scorpion said that he had no information about this person. Could it be that he is a rising star from the country of waves? If you have this time, you might as well stop others. Scorpion complained. It doesn't matter, someone stopped them. Kongo's words are still naive. But full of confidence. Sealing class. Sealing class. Seal immediately. Qingze yelled, this is a great opportunity. Hey? Where's the sealed Madara? Qing looked back and discovered in horror. The sealing class was already littered with corpses. Everyone was stabbed in the throat, shot to death. How is it possible? There is no murder weapon. Looking at the empty body, Qing's hands and feet were cold. Because the murder weapon is a soldier, there is no murder weapon. A nice female voice sounded. Accompanied by countless ice thousand books. So fast. Qing blocked it madly. Only when he stopped did he realize that he was surrounded by ice crystal mirrors. Secret technique. Ice crystal mirror. The huge mirror spreads. Dao Qing and the 20-odd elite ninjas around him were all trapped inside. Ice escape? How is it possible? Shui Wuyu is not in the blood mist. That's right. Shui Wuyu has been killed in the blood mist. Today. It's time for revenge. Countless ice whales leap out of the ice mirror. Ice escape. Octagonal white whale. Chongjuro. Kagai rescue. Watching his elites die tragically. Qing shouted loudly. Kojuro is a stormtrooper. So outside. But there was no response from outside. At this moment, Kojuro fell to the ground. Looking at his double swords, a feeling of powerlessness came. Ouch! Ouch! The victims of the blood mist are not just Minajiki. The Ghost Lantern clan. It's the same. Boom! The huge double sword slammed down fiercely. Kojuro closed his eyes subconsciously. Zero. This man is stronger and he is no match for him. But the shattered bones he imagined did not come. TCH. Mind your own business. Looking at the fragrant phosphorus in front of her, Shuya was a little dissatisfied. Lord Sasuke said, "These two people cannot be killed. Xianglan has no intention of giving in, and Sasuke-sama must not disobey." "I know. I just want to scare them. But, I didn't expect that such a good-tempered guy like Bai also has a cruel side." Looking at Shiro who was madly slaughtering Miss Shinobi, Suijutsu also felt a little emotional. Bai has always been the most popular in the team. Although he is a boy, he is very beautiful. The person is gentle and generous. But today, Bai also has his own worries. Xiangling sighed, although these two people cannot be killed. But for everyone else, let's take it out for free. Hey? Miss Shinobi's people were stopped. Guy was stunned. Just a few people chasing Miss Shinobi's people? No, go after Miss Shinobi and kill him. He's from the country of waves. A flash of light flashed in Niji's eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey? Why is there still a team of people? At this moment Guy also sensed the existence of the roots. But of course there is no exclusive mask for the roots. Ah! Miss Shinobi must be behind it. I'll deal with it. Kakashi stood up immediately. Not waiting for Guy to speak. It turns into a stream of light and kills towards the roots. Kakashi. Guy's eyes dimmed a bit and he tried to stop him. But Kakashi didn't give him any chance. I'm going to support Mr. Kakashi, and I'll leave the sealing matter to Mr. Guy. A cold glint flashed in little Sakura's eyes. He also followed Kakashi and killed him. Why? Guy sighed. Looking at the three tails in front of me, I hesitated. Niji, Tenten. You two go support Kakashi. Yes. Tian did not hesitate and obeyed orders directly. Niji looked at Guy in shock. Guy smiled and patted Niji's shoulder gently. Yes. 4.0. Niji agreed and also headed towards the root ninja to kill. Mr. Guy, why do you think Niji and Kakashi-sensei are a little weird? Rock Lee tilted his head and asked. Forward. Guy looked at his stupid apprentice. He sighed softly. Lee. Teacher hopes that you can always maintain this innocent heart. Teacher Guy. What do you mean? It's no fun. Prepare to seal it. The master and apprentice walked forward. But he soon stopped. Really? Lee, take the sealing class first. The sealing class is taken by default and is not included in the two classes. Looking at the cold man in front of him. Guy looked serious. Yes. Lee didn't say much nonsense. He believes in teacher Guy's ability. But now all the forces are being held back. There is only one little girl left in front. Lee is also very confident in his own strength. Come on. Let's have a youthful showdown. Guy wasn't careless. Open the 8 inner gates directly. But the next moment, the other party's actions made him uneasy. 8 inner gates. 5th gate Duman. Open. Chapter 96. Might Guy? What's going on? Hitaki Kakashi, Sasuke took away the sealed book, is it difficult to understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's a bit too much to pass on the village's forbidden technique to outsiders. Senju Tsunade, old man, look carefully, who is the outsider now? Shimura Dans, why do you feel like there's something wrong with Kakashi here? Don't tell me they see the root of the person. Hitaki Kakashi, oops. I wouldn't even notice it now if you didn't tell me. Uchiha Sasuke, Humph! Have you finally woken up? Kakashi. Uchiha Fugaku, like Uchiha, White Fang's death is inseparable from the senior management. Hatake Kakashi, I didn't think too much. Don't frame me. I guess I in the other world just killed the roots by chance. Kaimimaro, this guy seems to have noticed something too. Nara Shikamaru, every Jainin is not a simple character. You can't just take it at face value. Rock Lee, what are you talking about? Tianation : nothing. Rock Lee, compared with these, I care more about my performance, I am not good at dealing with women. Uzumaki Kushina, you don't have to hold back, that's me, a member of the Uzumaki clan, the kind whose genius is ahead of you. Rock Lee, sad. Orochimaru, Sasuke does have many novel ideas. Dead Bone Pulse is originally focused on physical arts, and with the addition of 8 inner gates, I am looking forward to it. Guy, I don't know how many 20 doors he can open. Of course, Guy in another world thinks so too. Looking at Kimimaro with powerful chakra erupting around him. Guy also showed a solemn expression. It had only been a few years since Sasuke took the sealed book. And the boy in front of me opened 5th gate directly. No matter how you calculate, the other party is a genius. 5th gate. Domain. Open. Guy also opened the 5th gate in an instant. Then the two of them collided violently. At that moment, it was as if two prehistoric beasts had collided. The ripples spread by the impact even shattered some surrounding ninjutsu. Hey! Kimimaro flew in response. It took him more than 10 meters to regain his balance. If the confrontation is based on pure physical skills, there is a big gap between him and the funny watermelon head in front of him. Sasuke-sama is right. This man is really not simple. Sasuke's instructions rang out. Kimimaro also became serious. 8 inner gates are just his additional means. His real development direction is still Dead Bone Pulse. Slowly pull out 2 rib whips. Guy who looked across from him was stunned. Good guy, you slap your ribs whenever you disagree? Dead Bone Pulse Willow Dance. Kimimaro rushed forward like a hedgehog. The bone spurs on Guy's body make it a bit difficult. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. A strong kick directly broke the bones in Kimimaro's hand. The next moment Guy was behind Kimimaro. Shadow Dance Leaves. Larenhua. Boom. Not good. Kimimaro felt bad after being kicked into the air by Guy. The next moment, strange curse marks appeared on half of his body. It is different from the previous curse seals. The current curse seal has been improved by Sasuke. I have left behind the previous drastic changes to my body. It's just a simple enhancement using magic chakra. No physical changes occur, but greater enhancement does occur. Kimimaro, covered with the cursed seal, immediately burst out with powerful power. The ability to move was forcibly restored. Guy, who was about to use the lotus flower, frowned. The Kimimaro in front of him was already out of his control, and attacked him in the air with an extremely incredible posture. Dead Bone Pulse Tsubaki's Dance. Dead Bone Pulse Karamatsu no Dance. Continuous attacks left Guy covered with bruises. There were scratches from bone spurs all over his body. This is also a side effect of him being in the air. Can't block freely. 6th gate, Jingmen. Open. Seeing that the opponent's bone whip was already strangling, Guy could only open the 6th gate. Towards the peacock. Countless fire fists were fired, driving Kimimaro away. Kimimaro also opened the 6th gate, and surrounded himself with bone spurs all over his body. But he also suffered unclear injuries. Hey! Guy, who landed on the ground, also seemed to feel the difficulty. This was the first time he had seen bloodline like Dead Bone Pulse. Coupled with the 8 inner gates, even he found it difficult. At this time, the battles elsewhere are about to come to an end. Because it was the seaside, Gaara was being pressed down and beaten by a big guy. There is almost no power to fight back. But luckily Suijutsu and Shiro have already taken care of the mist shinobi. Already supported. Scorpion also looked solemn at this moment. At this time, he has revealed his true body. The remains of the third Kazekage lay beside him. It looked like it had been severely damaged. In front of him was a monster with dragon horns. At this moment, Kong Wu's state remains undiminished, as if he has endless strength. The most surprising thing is the fragrant phosphorus. At this moment, 8 thick golden locks stretched out from behind the fragrant phosphorus. 6 golden locks securely lock 3 tails. It looks like the seal has been completed. The other 2 golden locks pinned Rock Lee to the ground. Guy suddenly panicked. That's his own son. Absolutely nothing can happen. Looking at Kakashi again, he was still killing unknown ninjas. Why? Guy knew they had lost this time. The strength of the country of waves is truly beyond everyone's imagination. 8 inner gates. 7th gate. Shocking gate. Open. The violent chakra blew out a clearing on the sea surface. Looking at Guy in front of him, his momentum suddenly increased. Kimimura's scalp felt numb. He can only drive as far as the 6th gate at the moment. And I feel like Guy at this time can't escape. He gave up the idea of escape for the first time. Behind him is fragrant phosphorus. It's a teammate. He won't run away. At this time, Shuyu and Bai also noticed the movement here. He hurried over. Sasuke on the shore also frowned. She counted everyone present. But she still underestimated Might Guy. Kimimaro can't be stopped. Sasuke immediately prepared to leave. But the next moment he was surrounded by Pain 6 paths. Hey! The results are the same. Sasuke didn't hesitate either. Unexpected things have appeared on the battlefield. Susanoo. The purple giant directly entered the second stage. At this moment, Naruto also put on the 9 tails coat. Although there is no tacit understanding at all. But Naruto and 9 tails made an agreement. As long as he destroys Konoha, he will be free when the time comes. So now I can barely use 9 tails abilities. Spicy stuffing. Summoning technique. Door of Hell. With a huge repulsive force coming. The random things behind him were also summoned. Chameleon, 3-headed dog, big crab. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. Naruto and Sasuke also formed seals at the same time. In an instant, the shore was covered by various giant summoning beasts. Gadbunta, Gamajiun, Gamahiro. Wanshi, Zinja, Snake. The huge noise immediately woke everyone up. Only then did everyone realize. Where is the main battlefield? Deidara shook his head dissatisfiedly. He is not the protagonist. Drink. Vent all your anger on Gaara. He is almost successful. Hey! Gaara said it was very sad. His fighting ability near the water is really reduced. Stupid raccoon 213 cat. Pay the rent. Boom. The smoke from the violent explosion dispersed. Gaara has grown a long tail. At the same time, black spheres condensed around his mouth. Small-tailed beast bomb. C4. Drink. A real man, Deidara never dodges an explosion. It was just a C4 thrown down. At this time, Guy is also eager to save the disciples. No more nonsense. Strong chakra waves flattened the sea. A huge tiger head gathered in his hand. Kimimaro on the opposite side suddenly felt his scalp numb. But the movements in his hands did not stop. Go away. Let me. Suijutsu rushed in front of Kimimaro. His face was covered in cold sweat. But he didn't flinch at all. Get away. Suijutsu. Kimimaro was shocked. Humph. Stop ordering me. Laozi has never obeyed you as the captain. Shuiyu smiled carelessly. But the body didn't flinch. He still vaguely remembered what Mr. Sasuke said when he chose him. This ghost lamp clan has good hydration ability. It can resist the attacks of tailed beasts. That's right, his position from the beginning was to block damage to the team. This is also his mission. Although he has never respected Sasuke very much, in his heart, Suijutsu has always respected her like a god. At last. Kimimaro, Laozi won't show off to you this time. At this time, Guy has also finished accumulating his energy. The huge impact seemed to tear apart space. Hitara. At this time, Kimimaro also condensed a small bone in his hand. Although it's only a small part. But Kimimaro's condition deteriorated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. The secret of dead bone pulse. Kill the grey bones together. Secret technique. Ice crystal mirror. Ghost lamp. Water transformation. Chapter 97. Terumi Mei, who is this guy? Does Konoha actually have such fighting power? Onoki, isn't 8 inner gates an auxiliary ninjutsu? How could it be? Reikage AI, this, is simply more exaggerated than the Thunder God's armor. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke is still careless, he is too confident in his subordinates. Uchiha Shisui, actually, it's not bad, except that one guy is missing from the calculation, and everyone else is still included. Konan, otherwise, what else can she do? She must stay and hold pain back. Uchiha Madara, she can choose to deal with the 6 puppets first instead of sitting back and watching. Konan, are you kidding? Solve pain 6 paths? She might not even be interested. Senju Hashirama, if you include wood style, it might not be that difficult. Ghost Lantern Huanyu, is this the destiny of my Ghost Lantern clan? Gui Deng Shui Yu, I can't do it anymore. Rock Lee, I feel like this. This blow from Teacher Guy. Uchiha Madara, that blow called Kimimaro is very powerful. If it hits someone, it is likely to be an instant kill. Of course, the premise is that it hits someone. Senju Hashirama, yes, this Huayuryuaki clan seems to have some ancient atmosphere. Uzumaki Naruto, I am more concerned about what I will do in another world now. Naruto was completely panicked. Can I have some backbone in myself in another world? Pay close attention to developing your own career. Stay away from Sasuke. Otherwise, how would you stand a chance? But more people are more concerned about the subsequent development. Because Might Guy's Day Tiger really makes people's scalp numb. There seemed to be a huge splash of water exploding on the screen. The huge Day Tiger collided with the ashes of the common killer. But the bones were quickly devoured by the Day Tiger. Bai's ice crystal magic mirror was not even qualified to stop him. Was swallowed up by the aftermath. Guy, who unleashed this blow, also fell into despair. But he still held on. Look forward again. An open space has been created in the sea ahead. Although it quickly resumed. But it still proves the strength of the Day Tiger. Kimimaro lay prone on the water. At this moment, his whole body was covered with ribs. Covered in blood. He gritted his teeth and held on for a few seconds. Finally, he lost consciousness. Falling directly into the sea. Fortunately, most of the impact was blocked by Suijutsu and Kimimaro. Bai slowly emerged from the water. First, he used ice to seal Shuiyu, which had been completely turned into a puddle of water. Then he carried Kimimaro behind his back. But at this moment, she was at the end of her rope. Kimimaro. Suijutsu. The feeling of fragrant phosphorus at the back is the most intuitive. With Kagura's inner eye, she can most intuitively feel how weak their chakra is. Pfft. Ah! The diamond chain violently penetrated Rock Lee's chest. Xiang phosphorus directly blocked Rock Lee in front of Bai. That damn watermelon head over there. Don't take a step forward. There was madness in Xiangling's eyes. If only this watermelon head still had some moves. She will forcefully seal 3 tails inside her body. Make yourself a 3 tails Jinchūriki. This is for her who has an Uzumaki physique and a grandmaster sealing technique. It can be done. Let Li go. I'm leaving now. Might Guy chose to give up. He is also at the end of his game. What? 8 gate? Why would you risk your life with that little offering in January? Xiang Phosphorus still did not act. She controls 3 tails on the side. While going to heal the 2 of them. In fact, this team can be without anyone. But we just can't live without fragrant phosphorus. There are many combatants. But reconnaissance, sealing, and medical treatment. There is only one person. Few hold it steady. Sasuke on the shore breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not dead. Just use Hashirama cell milk later and it'll be fine. Looking back at Six Paths Pain. Sasuke doesn't talk too much. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The 2 of them are no longer the boys and girls they used to be. Now it's just the simplest ninjutsu. But it directly exerted its power to destroy heaven and earth. A fireball that even wanted to swallow the tailed beast bombarded Pain 6 Paths. It immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding battlefields. Xia looked at the fireball that could completely cover up his performance. Fell into silence. This is a shame. Kongwu also stopped his hand tacitly. Although a few puppets were broken. But he knew that if he delayed it any longer, it must be him who dies. However, something unexpected happened to everyone. The fireball that could swallow the tailed beast just disappeared out of thin air. In other words, it was absorbed. Del. Pain looked ahead and absorbed the great fireball with both hands. Sasuke's brows raised. Can you absorb ninjutsu? No. Can absorb chakra. Good pervert ability. Sasuke was deducing something. The next moment, missiles all over the sky were bombarded. What a joke! Look at these technologies that Orochimaru has not developed yet. Sasuke was speechless. There are also scientists across the street. At this moment, Shuradeo is at full strength. Ninpo. Rashomon. The huge Rashomon appeared and blocked all the missiles. But it's not over. Spicy stuffing. Boom. The air was shaken. There are also cracks in the second phase of Susanoo. The opponent's attacks were too intensive. The attack lasted only a moment. Naruto. His repulsion attacks have a 5-second interval. Clear. What a tacit understanding between Ming and Zou. Sasuke just said one word. Naruto got the general idea. Amaterasu. Taking advantage of the 5-second gap between Shinra Tianzheng, Sasuke simply released Amaterasu. An unknown pain was immediately burned to ashes. But just when Sasuke was about to continue using it, the next round of the Shinra Celestial Conquest strikes again. Boom! Susanoo has now entered the 3rd stage and put on armor. Tiandao's strength experienced a setback a few years ago. Even more powerful now. But fortunately I found an opportunity to solve one. But just when Sasuke was thinking about countermeasures, I saw the other party throwing the remaining human beings into the mouth of the summoned monster. After a while, a brand new human being named Pain was released. Is he resurrected? Wang is good. Sasuke finally felt a little troubled. The other party actually has the ability to resurrect? Is this what the Rinnegan is capable of? Humph! You have the power of hell, what can you do? Universal pull. Tiandao shook his head disdainfully. Pain 6 Paths is invincible. Uzumaki Naruto, this, why is it different from what I thought? Jiraiya, I feel like the Pain 6 Paths here are many times more powerful. Orochimaru, maybe it was because I was stimulated by Sasuke before, so I worked hard. Skewer. Senjutsu Nade, I think so too. Uzumaki Naruto, then she won't be in danger. Uchiha Shisui, I don't think so. I still believe in his strength. And while everyone was still discussing, an illusory Uzumaki suddenly appeared behind Nazusa. A man wearing an Uzumaki mask suddenly appeared. He holds a sickle in his hand. He slashed hard at Sasuke. This round, it was my mysterious masked man who won. Chapter 98. Uchiha Sasuke, why is it him again? Harano Sakura, this guy is the Xiaoqiang of immune to death. Uchiha Shisui, I can only say that his ability is too incomprehensible. Hitaki Kakashi, it is true, there is no way to deal with it. Namikaze Minato, I testify that Flying Thunder God can only be slightly restricted. Senju Tobirama, I have studied space ninjutsu for half my life, what a pity. At this time, the mysterious masked man who suddenly appeared was clearly captured by Naruto. A-Raise Nan took a photo. But it was all in vain. Hollow, the mysterious masked man, easily dodged Naruto's attack. But the rhythm was also disrupted by Naruto. Okay. It's your turn next. Sasuke stared at Pain 6 paths in front of him. There was a glint in his eyes. Dig. The sound of clasping hands was heard. The next moment, faint snake lines appeared in the corners of Sasuke's eyes. A pair of mini dragon horns also sprouted from his head. Sage mode. Jiraiya, what? How is it possible? Namikaze Minato, so fast. Jiraiya, it seems to be the perfect sage mode. Orochimaru, the divination should be perfect, the dragon horns don't look big enough. Uzumaki Naruto, the little one is so cute. Orochimaru, but the dragon horn of Rika Cave is a symbol of senjutsu mastery. Senjutsu Nade, it's not based on size, right? Look at her dragon horns. They are perfect. Yakushi Kabuto, how is this possible? Kabuto in front of the screen was shocked. How could there be such a perfect sage mode? You know, although he also transformed into a dragon. But most of his body has also turned into a snake. But Sasuke on the screen is Sage Art. Extra large Chidori. Violent lightning began to flash. A crystal thunderbird appeared in Sasuke's hand. Then he shot out hard. Hungry Kid Pain quickly went up to absorb it. But the moment he was about to come into contact with Chidori, Chidori just exploded. Spicy stuffing. Tiendeo quickly took cover. But all the impact was blocked by Sasuke's truth-seeking ball. Sage Art. White Kaki technique. A huge red dragon flew out. Start spinning in the air. A violent red light exploded in the middle. The flickering light illuminated the entire battlefield in white. Countless people lost their sight. Although the perspective of Pain 6 paths is shared. But everyone's eyes were pierced by bright light. So it is equivalent to total blindness. More than that, Pain 6 paths' body seemed to be shaking. Nagato in the distance seems to feel that the connection with Pain is disappearing. How can it be? Nagato was stunned. There is actually a ninjutsu that can affect Pain 6 paths' senses? They are just puppets. Powerful magic affected the entire battlefield. Almost everyone stopped fighting. It was difficult for them to fight against the spread of damage. Spicy stuffing. Regardless of the risk of losing contact, Tiendeo forcibly launched the Shenluo Tianzheng. This time the measurement was obviously increased. But just when the red dragon in the sky was broken. When looking back, the world and hell behind him have been reduced to ashes by the fire of Amaterasu. Hateful. Tiendeo suddenly had a headache. Once they die in the hell realm, they lose their battery life. Flame control. Countless jet black flames were gathered on Susanoo. An arrow was formed. Taking advantage of Tiendeo Shenluo Tianzhen's gap, Sasuke immediately attacked. Azure Road. Countless missiles bombarded the past. But apparently not enough. The pitch-black arrow penetrated the Shuradeo without any room. At this point, half of Pain's 6 paths have been killed. Cuz. Susanoo. The purple armor is wrapped with traces of the magical chakra. The huge figure slammed down. But at this time, Shinra Tianzhang was still cooling down. Boom. Hungry Kid tries to absorb it subconsciously. But Susanoo is not a ninjutsu either. Although the covering chakra is absorbed. But Kid's body was also smashed into pieces by Susanoo. At the same time, Loli said, the animal path has also reached its limit. In the top summoning beast battle at Rika Cave plus Mount Maiboku, the animal path has obviously become the loser. Walk. Countless papers floated in the sky. Konan suddenly appeared and wanted to take Pain away. They have failed. Although these Pain are just puppets. But the puppet of Tiandeo was their former partner. She won't give up. And right now, something Konan never imagined happened. The paper that originally protected him and others suddenly turned into various sharp weapons. Stabbed towards Konan fiercely. Konan was caught off guard, but fortunately he avoided the critical point. It's not that Konan is careless. She never knew how something she controlled could suddenly become a weapon. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. That's right. It's Rika Cave's senjutsu. Wuji's reincarnation can give life to any dead object. Konan's paper is directly controlled by Sasuke. But unfortunately it didn't pierce the heart. It's over. Wood style. The world of flowers and trees has arrived. Sasuke slapped it casually. The huge world of flowers and trees immediately enveloped Tiandeo and Konan. Countless amounts of pollen are emitted. It even spread to the sea. If the previous magic was an eye-opener, so today's wood style is already shocking. How many years? Wood style has not appeared in the world for many years. The ninja world seemed to have forgotten the fear of being dominated by that man. Fire style. Fire is extinguished. Huge fireballs were thrown down. Ignite with pollen. The flower and tree world immediately turned into a sea of fire. Don't give the other party any way to survive. But in the firelight, heaven seems to be rising little by little. There seemed to be something in his mouth. How many floors can a bag of rice resist? A bag of rice can resist the second floor. A bag of rice is too much. A bag of rice has something to do with it. Bitter oily mud. Who can open it to you, Tammy? Spicy stuffing. Chapter 99. It seems to be different from the usual Shinra Tianzhang. This time the scope of the Shinra celestial conquest has obviously expanded a lot. The sea surface was even shaking. The flower and tree world was destroyed in just an instant. Senjutsu Nade, that's the move. Hatake Kakashi, what does it mean? Hara no Sakura, this move directly destroyed Konoha. Hatake Kakashi, hey? Why didn't I know? Hara no Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, you were already dead by that time. Hatake Kakashi. Konan, I really didn't expect Nagato to use this move. It's quite taxing on his body. Uzumaki Nagato, compared to these, will those on the sea be killed by the aftermath? See this sentence. Most of the people in the group sneered. You fight on the coast. You said your ninjutsu can spread to the sea? There's no need to brag like this. But only those in Konoha who have experienced it know. Nagato isn't exaggerating. The huge wooden leaves were directly destroyed. Not to mention these people present. Alert! On the sea. Xiang Phosphorus was the first person to react. I feel a huge chakra spreading. The scope and power are extremely terrifying. Looking at my teammates who are not in good condition. Xiang Phosphorus made a decision immediately. He directly picked up the half-disabled Kimimaro Suijutsu and Shiro. jumped directly into Three Tails' mouth. It's not possible to barely control Three Tails for just a short period of time. Zhongwu and Xie on the side didn't fight either. Deidara flew over immediately. Pulled the scorpion onto the big clay bird. Gaara also pulled Yugo behind him. The huge sand shielded them. Look at the appearance. It is a female figure holding up her hands in a protective manner. Gaara's strongest defense. Mysterious meaning. Mazonangu. Kakashi also has quick eyesight and quick hands, and he fished Guy out immediately. Run wildly into the distance. But Nezuo, who was at the center of the battlefield, was not so lucky. The mysterious masked man's arrogance prevented the two from easily launching Flying Thunder God. It seems that there is a space barrier surrounding it. Humph! Let's all die. Nodding with satisfaction, Obito quickly hid in the hollow space. He didn't dare to resist this move. If you touch it, you will die. Wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Just for a moment. A huge wooden golem rises from the ground. Sasuke subconsciously pulled Naruto behind her. The next moment, Susanoo turned into armor and covered wooden golem's body. I originally wanted to summon a wooden dragon. But unfortunately there was not enough time. Naruto behind him also sensed the danger. He subconsciously wanted to summon Nine Tails. But the tacit understanding between him and Nine Tails is obviously not enough. Ninjutsu. 5-level Rashomon. Within the final time. This is the strongest defense Sasuke can do. But the huge Rashomon was turned into ashes in just an instant. The wooden golem wearing purple armor slammed forward violently. The air seemed to be torn apart. The sea was overturned. Hundreds of miles around were instantly razed to the ground. Terumi Mei, this. I take back what I said before. Reikage AI, how could it be so exaggerated? This is simply the power that can destroy a country. Onoki, this ability is simply too terrifying. Be on alert. All of Earth Kingdom are on alert. Harano Sakura, no need to be alert, they are already dead. Terumi Mei, how is it possible? So powerful? Who can withstand this blow? Harano Sakura, it's our Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. Movie AI, just him? A kid? Uzumaki Naruto, who are you looking down on? I want to be a Hokage man. Uzumaki Kushina, compared to these. Is my daughter-in-law okay? Everyone suddenly became curious. Look again. At this moment, with pain as the center, the surrounding area turned into a large deep pit. The seawater was pushed out for hundreds of miles. Three Tails only suffered a little fallout. But he already looked languid. Ahem. Xiang Phosphorus led everyone out of Three Tails' mouth. Everyone in the group was speechless for a while. Why does this method seem so familiar? Kakashi ran the fastest, and there were no casualties in Konoha for the time being. Of course, the roots do not count as leaves. Gaara's mother, Zonangu, is broken. He looked extremely embarrassed. His body has been subconsciously put on the tailed beast's coat. Deidara and Scorpion are the easiest. Deidara, who has air superiority, can be considered a small invincible. The main battlefield is the truly tragic place. Sawdust was scattered everywhere. The huge wooden golem has been smashed to pieces. Not to mention Rashomon. Even Susanoo has no resistance. Pfft! Spit out a mouthful of bruised blood. Sasuke slowly stood up. This time, he was seriously injured. It seems that he really underestimated pain. But it doesn't really hurt. You can spot it if you look carefully. The wounds on Sasuke's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is what you get from absorbing Hashirama's life energy all year round. Now Sasuke has completely surpassed his innate ancestor body. Even if the chest is pierced. As long as there is still breath, nothing will happen. Okay. It's my turn next. Gently summon the Uchiha fan. Sasuke's eyes also became sharp. But just when she was about to take action, an extremely large chakra rose up next to her. Naruto's eyes were blood red at this moment. Once again he was protected by Sasuke. And Sasuke even vomited blood to protect him. So what does his hard work for so many years count for? Naruto, calm down. I'm fine. Sasuke quickly comforted. But it's too late. The huge nine tails escapes from the trap. Different from the momentum of one tail and three tails. Nine tails has a crushing aura as soon as it appears. Sasuke frowned. Naruto seems to be conscious. Nine tails is violent though. But it was clearly not out of control. Is it similar to Gaara's fake sleep technique? Sasuke made his decision. Although it did not bring out the full strength of the tailed beast. But the good thing is that you can control your consciousness simply. Nine tails. Tiendao instantly felt his scalp numb. The first is why the opponent can still stand up after taking Super Shinra Tenzin. Second, the intelligence clearly shows that Uzumaki Naruto cannot control nine tails. But at this moment, Tiendao had no time to think too much. The huge nine tails has already pounced on it. Don't try to challenge God. Nagato has always been a very extreme person. Although he knew that this operation had failed. But he still forcibly used Super Shinra Tenzin. So since you can do whatever you want once, then there will naturally be a second time. Regardless of the state of the body. Tiendao forcibly activated the ninjutsu. Countless amounts of sand and gravel rose from the ground. The huge nine tails and Sasuke were sucked into the air by a huge force. Countless sand and stones cover it. In just a moment, Mingzhou was sealed in Kongchen. Planetary Devastation vs. Chapter 100. Onoki, this move is Terumi Mei, she actually has the power to seal the tailed beast. Raikage AI, and the strongest nine tails. Killer B, hey? Why do you say nine tails is the strongest? Uzumaki Naruto, it's just recognized. Lao Zi, who recognized it? The more tails, the stronger? Han, that's right. What does strength have to do with tail? Senju Hashirama, I don't mean to hurt you, but nine tails is much stronger. Uchiha Madara, they're all the same, just toys. Uchiha Sasuke, I shouldn't be able to block her. Harano Sakura, it definitely can't be sealed, Naruto can break it by himself, AGA Sasuke. Uzumaki Nagato, not necessarily. I have improved by more than one level here. Konan, it can be said that we in this world are too smooth in the early stage. And in another world got the pressure. Uchiha Madara, humph. There's no way to stop nine tails from living. Don't forget that adding Uchiha to nine tails will produce other changes. Senju Hashirama, you mean? Uchiha Madara, that's right. Everyone in the group was immediately confused by the riddle between the two. But they didn't dare ask. But fortunately, the answer was given to them on the screen. I saw the meteorites in the sky begin to shake. Tiendao Pain obviously had a hard time controlling it. But even though he's enhanced a lot. But the meteorite seal in the sky soon exploded into pieces. The Nine Tails demon fox roared angrily. At this moment, Nine Tails is wearing a layer of purple armor. This scene immediately made Hashirama in front of the screen fall into memories. Yes. He should have thought of it earlier. Uchiha's exclusive skill. Susanoo cooperates with the tailed beast. Nine Tails. Naruto. At this moment Naruto seemed to briefly regain consciousness. Because at this moment, Nine Tails' eyes have the shadow of Sharingan. The huge tailed beast bomb condensed in Nine Tails' mouth. At the same time, a circle of black flames condensed around the tailed beast bomb. Amaterasu tailed beast bomb. It seems to be able to destroy the world. The Kakashi people who had just escaped the aftermath of Shinra Tenzan immediately moved away again. Is this still within the scope of ninja? If you want to say who feels the deepest, then it must be Rock Lee in front of the screen. He stared at the tailed beast bomb on the screen. Combined with the process of being easily captured by Siang Phosphorus before, the faith in his heart seemed to collapse. Is there really a way out for civilian ninjas? No matter how much he practices, he probably won't be able to get involved in such a battle. Amaterasu tailed beast bomb fiercely bombarded the sky. As it flew, the Amaterasu flames left a dark path in the sky. It was as if the air was being burned away. At this time, Konan stared ahead in despair. She couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. And right now, violent spatial fluctuations suddenly came from behind. An Uzumaki suddenly appeared, trying to suck Konan into it. It's him again. Sasuke finally felt like breaking through his defenses. This mysterious masked man. He is not very capable, but he makes people disgusted everywhere with his spatial ninjutsu. It's just a shit stirrer. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. That's when the mysterious masked man appeared. The pieces of paper around Konan suddenly turned into sharp weapons. He stabbed the mysterious masked man fiercely. Inorganic reincarnation is unexpected. Obito's chest was immediately pierced. But he still forcefully sucked Konan in. But due to the impact of the wound, he ran out of time to recycle pain. No. Take him with you. Konan tried to grab Pain's hand. But she couldn't do it. To others, Pain Six Paths is just a figurehead. But for her, the way of heaven is Yahiko. It's her partner. She couldn't abandon it. At this time, Obito just wanted to curse. Damn, are these bees stupid? Can't understand the power of the opponent's skills? Looking at Konan who was still trying to struggle, Obito threw her into the space mercilessly. You. Why don't you save? Boom. A hard punch to Konan's stomach. Obito said sharply. Did everyone die trying to save a puppet? Did you think we were playing a ninja game? Wake up. See your real enemy. It seems that he woke up after being scolded by Obito. Konan's eyes were full of hatred. Uchiha Sasuke. Although Yahiko is dead, but he was also by his side in another way. But now, the only thought was gone. The country of waves. I will raise the entire country of waves to the ground. This isn't just Konan's thinking. Somewhere at the same time, Nagato violently tore off the tube on his back. Zero. He collapsed weakly on the ground. Yahiko's remains. Gone. Uchiha Sasuke. You and I have nothing to do with each other. What kind of tailed beast are you trying to catch? Uzumaki Nagato swears. The country of waves must be destroyed. And Sasuke didn't have time to think that much. At this moment, she only felt pity. It turned out that there was a pig teammate on the opposite side. But still not close. If the woman opposite drags the masked man into the water, then you can sit back and relax. All 6 paths of pain have been destroyed. Sasuke also put Susan away. Naruto looked more excited. So many years. Finally I can fight alongside Sasuke again. I'm going to do business first. Sasuke smiled slightly. A flying thunder god flew over 3 tails. It's your turn, you beast. The 3 Megatama in his eyes are connected together. 3 tails was quickly controlled by Sasuke. And the people of Konoha are far away. I have no intention of coming to snatch it. Deidara is swollen though. But he's not stupid either. As early as when the super powerful blue cat appeared, he took the scorpion and ran away. As for Mist Shinobi, Ao and Kojuro were almost killed by the aftermath. Whether he can return to Mist Shinobi alive is another matter. 3 Tails has finally been captured. Sasuke directly used the powerful chakra to seal it into the summoning world. She has a bold idea. There was a time when the man could summoning 9 tails. It's not too much to summoning 3 tails yourself. 4.8. Show the Jinchūriki probation team the injury. Except for Suijutsu, almost nothing happened. Put Orochimaru's newly developed Hashirama energy pill into Suijutsu's mouth. Suijutsu barely changed from the water form into a human form. Produced by Orochimaru technology. Effective in 1 pill. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto slowly leaned forward. He did not return to Konoha's camp. Instead, he walked straight towards Sasuke. Ding! Prize-winning quiz. What is Uzumaki Naruto going to do? A. Sasuke, why don't you take me with you? We agreed. B. Sasuke. Let's go back to Konoha directly. Destroy Konoha directly. C. Sasuke, let me be your strength, let us build our ideal country together. D. Sasuke, I'm here to say goodbye. I still plan to return to Konoha. An Uzumaki Naruto is of no use to you. Next time I see you, I will treat the whole of Konoha as a bride price. 1. Chapter 101. Yay, it's too easy. I choose A. Do you still need to think about it? The answer has been announced before. Ha 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 ha. Nara Shikamaru, well. I don't think such a stupid question will come up in the live broadcast room. I feel like there is another mystery. Tooth, what kind of mystery can there be? Naruto, that licking dog, must be eager to say that. What do you say? Naruto. At Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't know. Deidara, I don't know. Didn't you go up the pole to go with others before? Now they have agreed. Are you hesitant again? Yamanaka Ino, that's right. I don't think Naruto will give up this opportunity. Haiden, is it possible to choose B? It won't be difficult for these 2 people to destroy Konoha with their strength. Uchiha Itachi, it's completely impossible. If it were Sasuke before, he might do this because it was the best way, but now the appearance of clones has made Sasuke change his policy. As long as Orochimaru's clone army can avoid casualties in the Land of Waves, Sasuke will definitely do so. Haiden, what you said is all Sasuke's idea, but this topic is Naruto's idea. He doesn't know about cloning. Uchiha Itachi, then it's your choice. Haiden retracted a message. Just be happy, he has already answered the question like a dead man, don't get lost or something like that. Gaara, C is very likely, Naruto will go with Sasuke, but Naruto should not be so humble, I choose C. Nara Shikamaru, I also choose C. This is the most reasonable answer. Raikage AI, then I choose A. I don't think this guy has that kind of backbone. Just be a licking dog. Uzumaki Kushina, what are you talking about 20? Mom's fury. Raikage AI, humph. What's wrong? This guy is just like Minato, he's submissive to women. Namikaze Minato, I was. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D. Uchiha Sasuke, big idiot. Are you crazy? Uzumaki Kushina, yeah Naruto. I know you don't want them to be together, but that doesn't change anything. Hyuga Hinata, Naruto-kun. Uzumaki Naruto, I choose D. I am sure he will do this because he is me. Even if the experiences are different, most of the decision-making ideas are the same. Uzumaki Naruto, I know that feeling of powerlessness all too well. After so many years, he is still a protected character, and he will not accept it. Uchiha Shisui, actually, there is some truth to it. Hyuga Hinata, I choose D too. Hyuga Hayashi, Hinata. Nonsense. Hyuga Hinata, I believe in Naruto-kun's decision. Hinata in front of the screen seemed to be expecting something. She hopes to see Naruto from another world together. But he couldn't help but believe in Naruto in his own world. Ding! Congratulations to Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata for the correct answer. Ding! Reward Uzumaki Naruto's progress through time and space plus 10%. Ding! Reward Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan bloodline begins to awaken. Ding! Inyazuka Kaiba answered incorrectly, and he will be punished for completely adopting dog habits. Ding! Reikage AI answered incorrectly, and his physical strength will be halved as a punishment. Ding! Gaara answered wrongly and sealed his mother's Onangu. Ding! Nara Shikamaru answered incorrectly and was punished for inadvertently falling into a state of upset. Pretty! Naruto was very happy in front of the screen. Sure enough, I still have my own dignity. Hinata didn't know whether to be happy or disappointed. But there seemed to be some change in her white eyes. The changes in the teeth at this moment are the biggest. Although he transformed into a dog before, his habits are still human. But now, it seems that Damn! Woof! The movie also had a bitter look on its face. For a taijutsu ninja, losing half of the physical strength is very fatal. Gaara is full of questions. What is Mazonangu? Do I have this skill? Everyone at this time was also very strange. Naruto actually chose not to go with Sasuke? This is unscientific. What about the energy that you had to live or die before? And Uzumaki Naruto on the screen seems to be very confused. He wanted to leave with Sasuke, even in his wildest dreams. But after many years of experience, he no longer wants to be an insignificant useless person. I originally thought that these years of practice would be enough to protect my loved ones from the wind and rain. But after today, haha, I am still the one who needs to be protected. At this time, Kakashi and Sakura also came up. There didn't seem to be any unfamiliarity between them. The reunion of Class 7 seemed to come very naturally. Sasuke. Little Sakura gently stepped forward and hugged Sasuke. This goddess changed the trajectory of her life. Without Sasuke, I might still be a good-for-nothing ninja who thinks about love games every day. Long time no see. Little Sakura. Sasuke stroked the pink hair gently. He showed a knowing smile. Although little Sakura was a little embarrassed at first. But over time, you will find out. Little Sakura is actually a very good girl. Konoha. Things will change. Little Sakura is reluctant to let go of Sasuke. It seems to be making some promise. Or maybe he is reporting his efforts to his idol. I know. Sasuke knocked little Sakura's head. In recent years, there have been many actions against the country of waves in the intelligence. But little Sakura found a way to eliminate them. Maybe, little Sakura is more suitable to be a Hokage. Sasuke, I plan to return to Konoha. Naruto seemed to have finally made up his mind. Even little Sakura can do a lot. He, Uzumaki Naruto, couldn't just be a loser hiding behind women. Sasuke seemed a little surprised, but then he was relieved. 101-330-5120 Fila 1913833041. That's right. This is the Uzumaki Naruto she knows. A fool with a huge ego. Have you thought about it? Think about it. I'll become the Hokage. And replace Anbu with Uchiha. The promise made many years ago is spoken again. But compared to the joke, the promise now is much more serious. Good. I trust you. Sasuke is still Sasuke, she respects everyone's ideas. Kakashi-sensei. Yo, have you finally reached me? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and teased. Haha, I'm here to discuss business with you. Sasuke smiled. But what he said next stunned everyone present. Kakashi-sensei. I need you to report something. Kill the ninja village with the Land of Waves. The name of the first-generation Zankage Mamakai Zabuza. This is the application to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha village. As soon as this statement came out, The whole audience was shocked. What's the meaning? Just a second ago we were talking about how to destroy it. The next step is to establish diplomatic relations? Not only Konoha's side, but even Xianglan and the others showed shocked expressions. Are you serious? Kakashi's expression became serious. Sasuke didn't answer, just looked at him with a smile. Okay. I understand. What a wise choice. Kakashi nodded. Sasuke's move was very wise. If Konoha agrees, it will be an affirmation of the international status of the country of waves. And this is also an insult to Konoha. Kakashi-sensei. Your eyes. Sasuke looked at Kakashi thoughtfully. 517. She seemed to have seen a twisted space just now. That's right. Just like you. Kakashi didn't mean to hide it either. Teacher Kakashi, there is something I still want to tell you. You also saw the mysterious masked man on the battlefield. His ability is very magical, but it is guaranteed to be the Uchiha clan's pupil technique. And based on various clues, I can infer that I am the same age as you. I looked up all the members of the Uchiha clan who have sacrificed their lives over the years. Some targets locked in. The remains of these individuals have not been authenticated. For example. By the way. This mysterious masked man only shows one eye. But how could the Uchiha clan only use one eye? So I concluded that he only had one eye. His ability is also to twist the void. Kakashi on the other side was stunned. His body was still trembling, and the more he listened, the more frightened he became. One eye? Peer of the same age? Twisting nether. A long-lost figure appeared in Kakashi's mind again. This moment was like a thunderbolt from the clear sky. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto, Sakura-chan. Goodbye. Don't worry. You won't have to wait too long. Sasuke didn't intend to linger, she still had a lot to do. And right now, a figure appeared in Naruto's eyes. Sasuke, are you okay? Gaara didn't want to disturb Sasuke from doing business before. So I have been restraining myself. But now it's done. He couldn't hold back any longer. Unabashed concern and worry all fell into Naruto's eyes. Looking at Gaara, who was very close to Sasuke, Naruto subconsciously grew fangs. Damn it! What should I do if I regret it? Chapter 102. Just looking at the screen though. But Naruto's panic could be clearly felt. Who the hell is this red-haired person opposite? Oh! I remember. It seems to be the dead civet cat from back then. I met Chunin during the exam. Why is this kid so close to Sasuke? Naruto looked at Sasuke, who smiled at Gaara. Suddenly there was a great sense of crisis. Naruto doesn't care about others. But Gaara is also a Jinchūriki. This guy wouldn't use any excuse to approach Sasuke. Personally, I think Gaara in this period is very handsome. Naruto. Aren't you leaving? Little Sakura asked doubtfully. But Naruto ignored her. Instead, he walked straight up. Gaara also clearly sensed a hostility. He has been working with Sasuke as a bodyguard for so many years. But his arrogant personality made him always cold. But today, when I saw Uzumaki Naruto approaching, he finally lost control. Maybe his feelings for Sasuke are pure. It was a family feeling. Maybe not. But one thing is certain. That is because it makes the other party so yellow and unhappy. Boom. The two of them bumped their chests together like little kids. Gaara has regained the violent look in her eyes after many years. And Shikaku inside his body is still ready to move. Uzumaki Naruto also rarely showed a serious expression. The 9 tails in the body seemed to sense something. Not only the two of them, 9 tails and 1 tail are also at odds. Sasuke said it was a headache. As a very enterprising girl, this is the problem that worries her the most. We've gotten along over the past few years. Gaara is like family. But emotionally. But Naruto was very vague in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke couldn't describe what he was feeling. But before you achieve your ideal, she thought it would be better to treat Naruto as a little friend. But she's not stupid either. The two people are very hot-powdered now. But Sasuke's choice is. In spite of. That's right. Just don't care. She, Uchiha Sasuke, will not become a mother-in-law because of feelings. She would only be disappointed if these two were really that naive. Hiden, woohoo, to tell you the truth, I have been looking forward to this scene for a long time. Haruno Sakura, me too. Yamanaka Ino, it's so beautiful. Terumi Mei, actually, I also like watching it. Uzumaki Kushina, although I shouldn't say it, I really like this scene. Nara Shikamaru, tisk. Women are so boring. Yamanaka Ino, Shikamaru. Say it again. Nara Shikamaru, tisk. Women are really troublesome. Deidara, tisk. Hiden, your style of painting doesn't seem right. Hiden, tisk. Don't you want to see them fight? Deidara, oh. I want to see it. Although not many spoke. But almost everyone's eyes widened. What does it have to do with them no matter how strong Sasuke is? Those of them who are watching the excitement would prefer the plot to be more bloody. The most uncomfortable thing at this time was Sasuke in front of the screen. There was a nasty love triangle with Naruto in this life. Unexpectedly, the other world is even more vulgar. Even though I know that person is not me. But at this moment, I was digging my toes into the ground. I swear. I will definitely kill the person who used the contrast ninjutsu. At this moment, Gaara in the screen has put on the tailed beast's coat. Just talking about controlling the power of tailed beasts. He is now stronger than Naruto. Xiang Phosphorus on the side was a little dumbfounded. But it's obvious that she also loves watching this kind of plot. Tsunagakure slipped through the cracks. Naruto swears. This is the first time in his life that he has ridiculed someone. But he couldn't help it. A dead fox who only knows how to hide behind women. Gaara is not to be outdone. And it's obvious that his words make it easier for people to break their defenses. Hey! I have to say, this sentence directly penetrated Naruto's heart. He himself has a bit of inferiority complex. Now. Humph. She created that dream world just for me. Oh? Really? But she invited me first. That's because he's worried about my safety. Really? She invited me first. That's because you're just a traitor. So she invited me first. And we have been working hard for the country of our dreams. Why didn't I see you? Hiden, such a strong attack power. It feels like Naruto has broken his defense. Deidara, woohoo, I thought this guy was quite gentle when I first arrested him. Why is he so irritable now? Temari, it seems that the environment has a really great impact on people. Haruno Sakura, this is really a big blow to Naruto. Sure enough, Naruto on the screen was about to break through. Gaara's words spoke to his heart. You. An evil wave of chakra bursts out. Kakashi, who was watching on the side, felt a headache. This guy was quite sensible when he first came back. Why do people break down their defenses now with just a few words? And Gaara is not to be outdone. The sand around him has begun to float. Enough. Sasuke finally couldn't stand it anymore. I never expected these two people to be so childish. As Sasuke finished speaking, the two stopped their hands at the same time. The tailed beast fluctuations on his body were instantly wiped away. Kakashi was stunned as he watched. Is this family status? Horrible. Hey? Why should I talk about family status? I want to go back. Sasuke ignored them. He took Shoyu and others directly and left. Really ignorant. What time is it now? There are still many things to deal with. Is it time to get jealous? Really, these two men are so childish. That was Sasuke's first thought. It's all your fault, Sasuke is angry. Naruto complained in a panic. It doesn't matter. I will coax her back. You. Gaara's words obviously hurt Naruto even more. But Gaara no longer gave him a chance to speak. He turned into sand and disappeared. And Naruto will never forget the provocative look in this panda-eyed look before he left. Damn it! Damn it! This was the first time Uzumaki Naruto wanted to kill someone. But actually he was just unhappy. Because of his observation and understanding of Sasuke. This dead civet cat has no chance. What do you rely on to chase girls? Strong self. And neither he nor Gaara. For Sasuke, it was all too weak. Naruto laughed and cried. Although Sasuke's strength brought pressure to him. But it's not entirely without benefit. At least he has no competition. Because she doesn't like anyone who pursues Sasuke. Xiang Phosphorus has the most say on this point. Living with Sasuke, she can most intuitively feel the crazy pursuit of Sasuke by the younger generation of Uchiha. Don't blame them for being crazy. Strong, considerate, fair-skinned, and beautiful. Still the leader of the Uchiha clan. Marrying Sasuke meant acquiring the entire Uchiha. Simply save decades of struggle. No wonder these Uchiha tribesmen are flocking to it. But there was no hope for these people. Sasuke looked at them as if he were juniors. It seems like they are all rising stars. Although Uchiha has not had any decent masters in recent years. Mr. Kakashi. Let's go back. Naruto figured it out too. Being strong is more important than anything else. You must not hide behind a woman next time. Good. Kakashi was lost in thought. Whether it's the establishment of diplomatic relations between Konoha and Wave Country or Obito's speculation. It all gave him a huge headache. Little Sakura was also thinking. If we could establish diplomatic relations with the country of waves. Can she borrow some of her strength to hold down those old Danzo guys? Others can't do it, well, King Zhao, but she can do it. If someone kills Danzo, that is treason. Her killing Danzo was a split in Konoha's top decision-making. Hyaganiji is also deep in thought. Konoha establishes diplomatic relations with Wave Country. Naruto seems to be rebelling. Is Hyaga branch house? It's time to take sides. You should take a gamble. Guy glanced at everyone in Konoha. He has always been loyal to Konoha. But the hearts of people in Konoha seem to be scattered. Only Xiao Li was cheerful and seemed to have no worries. Sasuke. SHHH, don't talk to me for 3 days. Looking at Sasuke, who quickened his pace. The corners of Gaara's mouth twitched wildly. On the surface, everyone thinks that this girl Uchiha Sasuke is so gentle and considerate. Only a few people know. This is a real young lady. If you say you don't care about people, you really don't care about people. Gaara once had the record of being disliked for 7 days. Fortunately, it's only 3 days this time. Gaara, who was still a little conscious, approached again. But this time Sasuke spoke first. Speed up the pace. We have a big move this time. While Pain is dead. From now on. Hunt Akatsuki members. Life or death does not matter. Chapter 103. Hunting Akatsuki. Gaara also frowned at this moment. After several confrontations. He would not underestimate the members of Akatsuki. That's right. Hunting Akatsuki. The 5 major countries wait a little longer. But this Akatsuki. There is no need for it to exist. Sasuke's eyes were full of determination. This mysterious masked man has broken her bottom line. But unfortunately, Sasuke still did not find the calendar to restrict him in the cave. Uchiha Obito. There was already a vague guess in his heart. Although he investigated all the Uchiha tribesmen whose bodies had not been found over the years. But it was not until the moment when Kakashi used Kamui Sasuke locked the target. One eye, the same ability to distort space. It was already obvious. It seems that the way to deal with the mysterious masked man has to be found in Kakashi. Sasuke has guessed it almost right. But when you are Kakashi's teammates, why are you so extreme? Before hunting Akatsuki, I was more worried about the current situation of Wave Country. How many people did Akatsuki send? And there are 7 tails in the village. Kimimura's weak voice came. Passing the technological pills in Orochimaru's laboratory. Already barely able to move on his own. How is it? It's okay. Kimimaro waved his hand. There was a flicker of fear in his eyes. The information about the land of waves needs to be updated. That watermelon head is very strong. And that's not his limit. I even think he is the strongest person in Konoha. Kimimaro added. Tisk. Just a watermelon head. Kimimaro, you are not scared of being beaten. Suiyu, who has turned into water stains, is placed in a box made by Bai's ice escape. At this moment, he is being carried on Bai's back. Even if there is no human form. But Suiyu still wants to talk back. Kimimaro ignored him. Just treat it as a dog barking. What Kimimaro said is 197 right. Set up new orders later. The ninjas of the shinobi village can give up their mission unconditionally if they meet the might guy of Konoha. It's not considered a mission failure. As for the land of waves, don't worry. I have my backup plan. Sasuke agrees with Kimimuro's point of view. That might guy has not reached his limit. What backup plan? Kimimaro was a little confused. There is only one Shisui left in the village now. An Akatsuki usually acts in a team. 0909. Of course it is a backup plan that others can't think of. Land of Waves, Shinobi Village. Just an Uchiha Shisui. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Haiden complained. Looking at the passers-by. He couldn't help but want to preach. Don't be careless. That Uchiha Shisui is no less than Itachi. Kakuzu's expression was very serious. Not inferior to Itachi? Who said that? Itachi said it himself. Tisk. It's just Uchiha's flattery. Today I'll let him serve the evil god. Haiden waved his sickle with disdain. He obviously disdained Shisui, an unknown figure. Don't be careless. Go stop Uchiha Shisui later. I'll capture 7 tails. Kakuzu arranged it this way. Okay, okay. I'll send him directly to see the evil god. The actions of the two had already entered Shisui's observation range. But at this moment, he couldn't go. Have you made such a decision again, Itachi? Looking at his best friend beside him. Shisui smiled bitterly. The real leader of the Akatsuki organization is here. Let 7 tails go, otherwise the slashing village will be destroyed. Cad, Itachi said lightly. Impossible. Shisui. There are not many masters in the slashing village now. This is the best choice. Itachi also smiled bitterly. Uzumaki Nagato, the real leader, showed great dominance in his first appearance. And he also got a new mission. Delay Shisui. 7 tails will definitely be taken by Akatsuki this time. Itachi. You are still the same as before. Listening to his best friend's accusation. Itachi could only cry and laugh. His fate has always been like this. If he turns against them now, Nagato, Kisame and the immortal duo. They will definitely not be able to stop them. All the people in the village of killing ninjas may die. But if he stops Shisui, only 7 tails will be lost. Just like the family of the banishment. He is faced with a choice again. I understand you. But I don't agree with you. Sasuke's hard work will not be in vain. Shisui showed the Sharingan. He took a fighting stance. As long as Sasuke is fine. The land of waves. It doesn't matter. Itachi also stood firm in his position. His best friend did not turn against him. But a fight broke out. Outside the village. Once Uchiha Shisui appears. Immediately slaughter the shinobi village. Uzumaki Nagato looked ahead calmly. Yes. Kisame agreed, not knowing what he was thinking. This was not because Uzumaki Nagato was soft-hearted. He wanted to destroy the land of waves right now. But he didn't dare to push Itachi too hard. If the other party was desperate, it would not be a good thing for him. This decision was the best. After capturing Seven Tails, he would think about killing Uchiha Sasuke. The undead duo walked in swaggeringly. There is really nothing in this world that they are afraid of. Because it's so hard to die. But in the end they stopped. The person who came was not the legendary Uchiha Shisui, but a man carrying a machete on his back. I didn't expect that. There's still one day I can be used. Zabuza looked at the other party with a solemn expression. The peaceful life in the country of waves did not make him lose his violent spirit. On the contrary, it became even more sharp at this moment. Who? Ninja killing village in the country of waves. First generation Jinaying. Mamakai Zabuza. Boom. The beheading sword slammed to the ground. Zabuza chose to leave the battlefield outside the village. After all, there is a village inside. Bai likes it very much. It's better not to damage it. Uchiha's puppet. Angle looked disdainful. However, no matter how uncut the head is, it is still worth a lot of money in the money exchange. Neither of them paid much attention to Zabuza. Kakuzu even crossed it directly. You fight quickly. Remember to cut off the head. I know, I know. Say hello to Uchiha Shisui for me. Haiden smiled bloodthirstily. He hadn't killed anyone in hours. Have you been underestimated? Zabuza clenched his fists. But he didn't stop Kakuzu. Ninjas need to be self-aware. It's already good to be able to stop one. Hey, hey! Where are you looking? Haiden laughed and rushed forward. The huge scythe swung over. Boom! There was a huge crash. The weapons used by both of them were giant weapons. For a while, the fight was open and close. Zabuza frowned as he slapped him. Why does the member of the Akatsuki organization across from me feel so ordinary? No pressure at all. Could it be a scam? Ninjutsu. Missed shinobi technique. Heavy fog spread immediately. Compare it to years ago. The fog is now thicker. It almost captivated Haiden's gaze. TCH. Little trick. Ahahahaha. Looking at Haiden waving his scythe wildly. It's totally disorganized. Zabuza frowned again. This person. Are you really a member of the Akatsuki organization? Who cares? Pfft. The beheading knife slashed across. It left long scars on Feidu's chest. Success. So simple. Zabuza was a little confused. The opponent's ninja quality is really average. However. It's really. It hurts so much. The move just now was caught by Haiden. The huge scythe swung violently and collided with the decapitating sword. How can it be? How can you fight back so quickly after being so seriously injured? Zabuza was resisting and calculating at the same time. I see. His ability should be immune to pain. This way your actions will not be affected after being injured. The next blow is to the heart. Zabuza made a judgment. Take action again. But this time Haiden was obviously on guard. If you attack forcefully, you will be injured. But he was only scratched, while the other person's heart would be stabbed. I won. Pfft. One hand pressed down on Haiden's scythe. The other hand had already stabbed the kunai into Haiden's heart. But his arm was also scratched by Haiden's scythe. Hey! It's over. The fog slowly dispersed. Zabuza put away his sword. Even if the other party is immune to pain, that heart should be broken. A scene that shocked Zabuza appeared. Haiden was still standing there intact. No intention of falling down at all. Moreover, the other party also licked the sickle very pervertly. He looked very intoxicated. Hokage touched the chicken. Go and serve the evil god. At some point, a mysterious pattern appeared under Haiden's feet. How can it be? Zabuza was immediately shocked. He clearly pierced the opponent's forehead. A sudden sharp pain shot through my thigh. Zabuza lowered his head fiercely, his legs were already covered in blood. The other party was stabbing his leg with a steel needle. Ah ha 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 ha. The next blow. It's a sure kill. Haiden laughed maniacally. At this moment, Zabuza had fallen into despair. He finally understood what the other party was capable of. Immortality plus damage sharing. Is this the Akatsuki organization? It's too scary. It's over. However, Haiden did not aim the steel needle at his heart. Instead, it moved to his right chest. Then a teasing voice reached Zabuza's ears. Ha 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 ha. I know it. The heart of the legendary Kaijin Zabuza. It's the one on the right side, right? Chapter 104. Ha 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 ha. Haiden laughed maniacally. This is ninja. Intelligence is more important than anything else. Everyone thinks Haiden is a fool, right? But he didn't expect that Haiden actually had enough information on everyone before coming. Kr. Zabuza had a look of astonishment on his face. But right now, in Haiden's eyes, there is fear. It's all over. Puncture your heart. Pfft. The steel needle pierced Haiden's right chest fiercely. At the same time, Zabuza also had hideous wounds on his chest. Zabuza's pupils suddenly shrank. Then he clutched his right chest and fell to the ground with a thud. There was no movement. Tch. It's so boring. Haiden pouted. What a piece of cake. Then Uchiha Shisui is equally vulnerable in front of the evil god. Wrong. The same goes for Uchiha Sasuke. Snort. Haiden's swelling heart reached its peak. He slowly put on his clothes. Then he slowly moved towards Zabuza's body. You still have to cut off your head. It's worth a lot of money. Haiden thought as he slowly took out his scythe. And right now, Zabuza's corpse on the ground suddenly rose up. The beheading sword in his hand slashed towards Haiden's head. How can it be? Didn't I already take your heart? Pfft. The knife fell from the hand. Haiden was completely unprepared. The next moment he was dead. Haha, it hurts so much. BD. Zabuza covered Mata's chest. He took out a pill developed by Orochimaru's laboratory. After eating it, the wound began to recover slowly. How is that possible? You are also immortal. Haiden, whose head had been chopped off, was not dead. And he can even talk. Aren't you going to die? Zabuza frowned. There was some fear in my heart about Haiden's abilities. Fine. Fortunately, the other party's false information saved his life. I'm not immortal. On the contrary, I can no longer be normal. Even my heart is on the left side. Zabuza lifted Haiden's head. I believe that Snake will be very interested in this immortal body. The information is false. Haiden was stunned. It is no secret in the ninja world that Kaijin Zabuza's heart is on the right side. And it was spread from Konoha back then. Damn it! Who was it that sent the false information? Haiden ended so dramatically. Everyone in the group watched with emotion. Sarutobi-asuma, I have to say that in the ninja world, information is really important. Jiraiya, that's right. Correct information can even determine the direction of a battle. Senju Hashirama, well, it's not bad. Uchiha Madara, after reaching a certain level of strength, information is not so important. Nara Shikamaru, hey! If we had information back then. Unknown person, Lao Ma. Lao Ma. Lao Ma. Orochimaru, I am looking forward to what incredible things I can develop in this body in another world. Uchiha Shisui, but that Kakuzu has already entered the village, Seven Tails will not. Uchiha Itachi, I don't think so, there are still people who haven't appeared. Uchiha Shisui, you mean Orochimaru? His hands are still sealed. Orochimaru, haha, my strength has never been in violence. At this time, the camera also turned. Unknown territory. At this moment, Seven Tails has fallen into the human-tailed beast form. But in the face of Kakuzu's resentment, there is still no resistance. Where are Uchiha's ninjas? Kakuzu was a little confused. Seven Tails Jinchūriki is left unattended? This is very unscientific. Haha, why do we have to have Uchiha to guard us? And just when Kakuzu was about to arrest, a sinister laugh came. Orochimaru. Kakuzu suddenly became serious. Orochimaru was also a former member of the Akatsuki organization. Definitely not to be underestimated. Haha, Seven Tails, I can't give it to you. Slowly stood in front of Fu. Orochimaru smiled weirdly. Humph. Just because you have no hands. Kakuzu showed disdain. If it was Orochimaru who was completely victorious, he would naturally be a little afraid. But Orochimaru cannot use ninjutsu. Hee. Boom. The next moment Kakuzu's arm suddenly broke. Countless black lines connect the fists. Hit Orochimaru hard. But Orochimaru refused to dodge. Just smiling sadly. Boom. A pair of immature hands blocked Kakuzu's tentacle punch. It was the figure of a young man. White hair, young figure. His face is expressionless, but he is somewhat similar to Orochimaru. There is no such person in the information of the Kingdom of Waves. Kakuzu began to search for information about this boy. But in the end it was not found. See you. Kill him. Stick out your tongue subconsciously. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with anticipation. Whoosh. The boy in front of him disappeared instantly. When captured by Kakuzu, the opponent's attack has arrived. Boom. The power is very great. It was beyond Kakuzu's imagination. Haha, Hashirama cells, they are really useful. Orochimaru is like looking at a perfect work of art. Seiyu's movements are getting faster and faster. Kakuzu has begun to release the black line. But countless black lines could not capture Seiyu's figure. Kakuzu looked intently. Suddenly he noticed the other party's scarlet eyes. Sharingan. Although there is only one Megatama. But I can also capture Kakuzu's movements. When did such a young freak appear in the land of waves? Kakuzu is no longer hiding. Masked monsters emerged from his body. Fire style. Head hard. Fire style. Great fireball. The two flames collided fiercely. At this moment, Kakuzu was dumbfounded. The boy opposite. There is no seal. How can this be? The older Kakuzu gets, the more flustered he becomes. With the earth resentment, he can use ninjutsu with 5 attributes. But the other party. It seems to work too. And you don't even need to seal them all. What a joke. Fire style. Head hard. Wind style. Pressure. Composite ninja technique, flame wind and waves. Fire style. Great fireball. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Seiyu's movements were even faster. Just raise your hand slightly. Kakuzu's offensive has been covered. Is it relying on that thing on your wrist? This time Kakuzu finally found out. The opponent's ninjutsu doesn't seem to be condensed, but through something similar to a ninja tool. So there is no need to form seals. How can this be? Why have I never heard of such a thing in the ninja world? Haha, have you finally discovered it? Orochimaru laughs like crazy. This is my masterpiece. Artificial man plus scientific ninja. Oh. Enough to smooth everything out. With Orochimaru laughing wildly. See, you moved faster. Kakuzu actually fell into passivity for a while. The other party does not need to form seals. He really felt a sense of powerlessness. But that's okay. Ninja tools are, after all, external forces. He is waiting for an opportunity. He didn't believe that the opponent's endurance was unlimited. Sure enough, after surviving several rounds of attacks, Siyu started a close fight. Orochimaru also frowned. The first generation of artificial humans had very simple thinking. When the ninja tool is used up, it will automatically engage in melee combat. Not much fighting thought. It seems that we can't officially enter the battle yet. Orochimaru shook his head, but it should be enough for the time being. Humph. Use it up. Ninja tools are only external forces after all. Kakuzu seized the opportunity keenly. The next moment, 3 masked monsters of wind, thunder, and fire gathered in his hand. A wave of energy seemed to be able to destroy everything. Earthly resentment, final shot. Boom. It seemed like the air had been torn apart. Siyu instantly turned into ashes in a laser beam. Not even the dregs were left. Hey! The first generation. Orochimaru shook his head, feeling a little distressed. This artificial man is still very emotional. And the pair of Sharingans given by Sasuke are gone. Humph! Orochimaru, it's all over. Kakuzu looked at Mitsuki, who was completely exhausted. Walk forward slowly. I have to admit that Orochimaru's methods are very strong. He also admired it. But after all, it's just something external. A ninja must be strong to be confident. He. But Orochimaru in front suddenly laughed even more wildly. Very good ninjutsu. You can actually solve my work. So, how do you solve the next problem? Along with Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Because at this time, 4 identical SIUs have appeared from all sides. Slowly surround him. Chapter 105. Uzumaki Naruto, this is a bit exaggerated. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's just a foreign object after all. Onoki, that's right. Do people in Konoha like to do evil things? Orochimaru, hey. A bunch of old stubborns, this is the last new pattern of the ninja world. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, these. Orochimaru, yes, I just had an idea, but I never thought that I in another world would actually complete it. Uchiha Sasuke, how is this android so powerful? And it can also be transplanted into bloodline? Orochimaru, that's right. Artificial humans plus scientific ninja tools, this is the mainstream of future ninja warfare. Senju Hashirama, I didn't feel much about the robot before, but now after seeing the finished product, the structure of the ninja world may really change in the future. Senju Tobirama, has mass production started? In this way, the last shortcoming of the Uchiha Kid has been filled. Uchiha Madara, it is useless against high-end combat power, but for ordinary ninjas, it is absolutely a devastating blow. Haiden, Tisk. Kakuzu is so inferior. He was actually beaten by several androids. Kakuzu, you loser who was beheaded by a puppet should just shut up. Mamakai Zabuza, do you have any objections to me? The emergence of the artificial human Mitsuki gave everyone in the ninja world a lot of inspiration. Also very thought-provoking. But most old-timers in the ninja world are still resistant to artificial beings. What I am even more resistant to is scientific tools. They believe that ninjas are all about improving themselves. All of these are just evil ways. Only Orochimaru's eyes in front of the screen were brighter. There seems to be a new idea. But if the Kakuzu on the screen at this moment knows the thoughts of these keyboard warriors, he will definitely curse. Grandma, you can do it. Every one of them will bark. Those who have never actually fought cannot understand Kakuzu's powerlessness. Strong physical fitness, no fatigue, and no pain-sensing nerves. The Sharingan that penetrates everything, the 5 elements escape technique that does not require seals. The disadvantage is that he has little fighting spirit. It seems that the development is not very complete. But that's enough. Cyborgs are infinite. Your own chakra will be exhausted. There wasn't much hesitation. Kakuzu simply chose to run away. The pressure given to him by 4 months was too strong. But fortunately, the Urukai king had no intention of pursuing him, but to observe the situation of Seven Tails immediately. And just after Kakuzu left, Orochimaru showed a hint of relief. Haha, it's still interesting. Looking at CU number 1 being beaten to ashes, Orochimaru shook his head sadly. Not just because it was his most powerful android, and there was the only pair of Sharingan he had on it, but it was completely destroyed just now. As for why not pursue? If only it could be mass-produced on the first of CU. Orochimaru has long since declared war on the 5 major powers. The CU that appeared after that were all half-finished products. His true strength is not even as good as Genin's, and he doesn't have scientific ninja tools. Scientific ninja tools are also very difficult to make. The sealing technique is very complicated. It is almost difficult to mass-produce. But fortunately Kakuzu was scared off. Otherwise, I might have to give up on Seven Tails. After all, he really has no hands. We have to find a way to create some mid-level combat power artificial humans. After this battle, Orochimaru also learned a lot. The shortcomings of artificial humans are obvious. He doesn't have a strong fighting spirit. This also determines that artificial humans will not have too high-end combat capabilities. And combat awareness cannot be made up for through manufacturing. But Orochimaru didn't dare to let the androids have fighting consciousness. That proves that artificial humans have their own thinking. The uncontrollable android Orochimaru is absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, the mass production of mid-range combat power is combined with the mass production of low-end scientific ninja tools. Is the best direction of development. Beyond the waves. Let's go. They failed. Uzumaki Nagato stood up calmly. His figure is also somewhat stooped. He couldn't understand why there were still people in the Kingdom of Waves who could stop the immortal duo. Not while Uchiha Sasuke is not back. Kisame smiled cruelly. He's back. Nagato didn't look back. Just silently clenched his fists. He has a strong urge. He wanted to go to Uchiha Sasuke desperately. But in the end he endured it. Don't act on impulse. Never act on impulse. This may be the calmest time in Nagato's life. Kisame wanted to say something else. But at this moment, Itachi appeared beside the two of them at some unknown time. The immortal duo failed. Shisui didn't take action. Listen to Itachi. A cold light flashed subconsciously in Nagato's eyes. But in the end he was suppressed. Itachi. Thank you for your hard work. We're going back. Itachi looked at Nagato's back. I felt a strong sense of oppression. But he followed silently. This is his fate. At the same time, Sasuke has returned to Zanin village. Looking at the intact village, she breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. What are you looking at? You annoying little devil. Zabuza was sitting at the entrance of the village, leaning on his sword. There is also a trace of bloodline on the right chest. Mr. Zabuza. Bai immediately rushed over in panic. Examine Zabuza's wounds. Well done, Master Jinchūriki. Sasuke was surprised. Zabuza took action. It seems that there are a lot of people coming out across the street. Boom. Zabuza smiled disdainfully. A head was thrown. That's Uchiha Sasuke. Do you want to join the cult of evil god? Everyone looked at the talking head on the ground and was stunned for a moment. This is... Sasuke immediately became interested. A little bit influenced by Orochimaru. Now when Sasuke sees these novel gadgets, he always subconsciously wants to study them. Immortal body plus damage conduction. The physique is very special. Is this so? Sasuke became even more interested. If the characteristics of this immortal body could be discovered. Someone was sent to collect Hiden's body. Sasuke found Shisui immediately. After knowing everything, Sasuke finally became sullen. For so long, the Kingdom of Waves has been passively beaten. These people are simply too deceptive. The reason why he cannot declare war on the 5 major countries for the time being is because of the country of waves. You are really tired of living in the Akatsuki organization. From now on, I will personally hunt down members of the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke said decisively. Good. Shisui didn't hesitate much. Now Sasuke's strength is fully capable of supporting her to do this. Hey! Countless plans seemed to flash in my mind. But not before that. She went to check out Seven Tails first. But the first thing Sasuke saw was Orochimaru, who was deep in thought. What? What did you think of? I wonder if androids should be conscious. Sasuke also fell silent upon hearing this question. Do artificial humans need consciousness? In fact, Sasuke's inner thoughts were negative. 0.3 Because in her opinion, artificial humans are tools after all. Stop talking about this. The country of waves is about to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha. What do you think? Orochimaru was also a little surprised when he heard this. Oh? You seem very confident. Of course. If others don't agree, Konoha's good advisors will agree. Sasuke smiled confidently. Konoha is not what Tsunade has the final say about. Of course it's not Danzo's decision. There are a lot of things involved at the top of Konoha. Uchiha's hatred will not affect the overall situation. Very good. We can test the attitudes of the 5 major countries. Compared to establishing diplomatic relations with Konoha, I have a better idea. What's the idea? Sasuke asked quickly. In politics, she is actually not very good at it. Haha. Now the 5 major countries are paying attention to the movements of the country of waves. It's better to take this opportunity to completely bring the Kingdom of Waves to the stage. For example, invite the 5 major countries to hold a new round of Chunin exams. In the Land of Waves. Chapter 106. Chunin exam. Sasuke was also a little stunned. You must know that the Chunin exam is not something that ordinary ninja villages can hold. Usually it is led by the 5 major countries. The other Zainin villages could only agree. But now Orochimaru actually proposed to let the country of waves hold the Chunin exam. This is no longer a test of the attitude of the 5 major countries. Rather, it is challenging the hegemony of the 5 major powers. This is a bit fast. The artificial human plan is not yet complete. Sasuke didn't want to start a fight too quickly. Don't worry, the 5 major countries will not take action easily. Even if they are dissatisfied, they will wait and see each other. Orochimaru said firmly. For political aspects, it can only express. I used to be a candidate for the 4th Hokage. Okay, but we have to wait for the follow-up of establishing diplomatic relations with Konoha first. Sasuke thought for a while and agreed. She also felt that her progress was going to speed up. But not before that. She needed to get rid of some of the troublemakers. Sand Shinobi, traitorous ninja, Scorpion. Slowly open an information scroll. Sasuke chose his first hunting target. This action is entirely her responsibility. The country of waves also needs to rest for a while. And just when the country of waves was already considering testing the 5 major countries, the Hokage office in Konoha was already noisy. Absolutely not, this 20 is a naked provocation. Shimura Dan's, who had been silent for many years, was the first to jump out. The arm that was severed years ago is now intact. But when I hear the name Uchiha, my arm still hurts. He, Shimura Dan's, wanted to destroy the country of waves. How could he possibly agree to such a shameful decision as establishing diplomatic relations with the country of waves? If you agree here, it is equivalent to giving in to Uchiha. And this mission to capture 3 tails also failed. The most annoying thing is that none of the root members he sent were alive. Cut. Tsunade subconsciously curled his lips. Why does she hate this old man so much? I'm so old, can I die? This was what Tsunade was thinking, but he couldn't say it out loud. She has been doing Hokage for several years. I have been restricted by this old man for several years. Sometimes I really want to punch him to death. No, didn't I say nothing because of my anger? He called first. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Now it's Danzo's turn to break the defense. You are truly worthy of being a master and a disciple. Why is it that everything you say is equally annoying? Tsunade represents the dignity of Konoha. If you agree, what will the 5 major countries think of us? I feel that I can't get over the status. Danzo immediately chose to stand on the moral high ground. As long as you stand on the side of the village, then the other party can't refute. Don't tell me it's her Tsunade. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was severely restricted by him back then. Sure enough, when it comes to the village, Tsunade really couldn't argue with that. But it doesn't really matter. This was one of the rare times when she and Danzo were on the same page. She can still remember it clearly to this day. The situation when that girl f'd her 3 times and 6 times. What a cruel man! Tsunade murmured silently. Although he didn't say anything, he already acquiesced to Danzo's decision. Kakashi, who was reporting below, stared blankly. Opinionated leaders and an overly entitled elders. What a perfect match! It is the inaction of these Hokages in the past. How many opportunities have been given to these people to make trouble? Is there no mistake in not doing anything? In the eyes of Kakashi now. That year, my father Konoha's White Fang died. Isn't it precisely because of 3rd generation's inaction? Silence is sometimes an accomplice. But the form of Konoha is definitely more complicated than imagined. We feel that establishing diplomatic relations with the country of waves is also a good decision. Sure enough, the voices of the 2 old men were heard one after another. Tsunade and Danzo frowned at the same time. Udaten Koharu, Mitokado Homura. Now the 2 are very doubtful. These 2 people have no idea of making any decisions at all. It's just a matter of playing devil's advocate. But the 2 of them had no other options. The first is that 3rd generation gives too much power. Secondly, the seniority of the 2 is too high. But the most important thing is, although the 2 like to play devil's advocate, they are double-edged swords. In the years since Tsunade took over, he used the duo against Danzo more than once. And Danzo also used the 2 to check and balance Tsunade more than once. Instead, these 2 people became indispensable characters in Konoha. The country of waves is now very powerful. A very good ally. We in Konoha are in a state of turmoil right now. I can't stand the trouble anymore. Although you will lose some reputation. But all things considered, the establishment of diplomatic relations is the best outcome. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura chatted. And Danzo hasn't backed down at all. His ill will towards Uchiha has never changed. Terumi Mei, now I finally know how wise Sasuke was in not killing these two people. Raikage AI, I have to admit that these two people have solved many things for Sasuke invisibly. Onoki, these two losers not only check and balance Hokage, but also check and balance Danzo. I have to say, your system in Konoha is really amazing. Senju Hashirama, please do not raise the system of a certain generation to the Hokage level. Senju Tobirama, how can a leader be indecisive? If you don't even have the confidence to hold power, you are not worthy of being a Hokage. Namikaze Minato, don't look at me, I have never touched anything like power, and even my own Anbu is not pure. Senju Tsunade, you can see my situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew a message. Uzumaki Naruto, it makes me a little afraid of Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, it doesn't matter, I understand. If you chop that Danzo to death before taking office, everything will be okay. Shimura Dans, everything I do is for Konoha, I am the root of Konoha. Deidara, okay, that's almost it. It's been the same set of lines for so long. It's so boring. Haiden, what's wrong with being a villain? Why do you always think about clearing your name? How about it? It's better to join the evil cult. Uzumaki Nagato, only such disgusting high-level officials can create such a dirty village. The huge Hokage office once again fell into endless quarrels. At this time, Tsunade only felt a splitting headache. She really regretted being the Hokage now. 727 about how happy I used to be drinking and gambling every day. I'll find a chance to capture Jiraiya and replace me. Otherwise he will kill all these old people. Must choose one. Kakashi below has already retreated with interest. He has no interest in these meaningless discussions among senior officials. And as soon as he went out, he saw Guy in the corner. Kakashi, let's go have a drink. Guy showed his signature smile, but this time he was surprisingly serious. Good. Kakashi didn't hesitate. It seemed that this moment had been anticipated. At the same time, two completely unrelated people got together. I can't imagine why you would find me looking at Hyuga Neji in front of me. Naruto asked a little confused. Reason? Neji didn't answer immediately. Instead, he rarely poured someone else a glass of wine. The reason is that we have the same goal. Oh? What is my goal? Naruto gently picked up the wine glass. He had already learned something while practicing with Jiraiya. It's not so much about goals, it's about what we all want. Neji appeared hesitant. Then tell me what you want, and what do I want? Naruto also came a little. It's actually very simple. Neji drank the wine in the glass and said calmly. The Hokage's son naturally wants to be a Hokage. You're right, what about you? This time the scapegoat's son. I don't want to be a scapegoat. Chapter 107. Deidara, hey, it looks like a secret party has been held. Haiden, I'm really looking forward to it. Hyuga Hayashi, this is really treasonous. Hyuga Neji, well, it's interesting. Uzumaki Nagato, I have expected this situation for a long time. It's so normal. Terumi Mei, it's getting more and more interesting. The situation in Konoha looks like it's going to be in chaos. Onoki, just these brats? Don't underestimate Kage's skills. Uzumaki Kushina, is Naruto finally starting to form his own force? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kushina, watch your attitude. Uzumaki Kushina, what's wrong? Third generation old man. It's a trivial matter for my son to live such a life and defect. Namikaze Minato, no comment. Uchiha Sasuke, hey. Naruto from another world needs some brains. Hyuga Hinata, Neji brother, it turns out. Hyuga Neji, years of hatred can be resolved so easily. All it takes is an opportunity. Hyuga Hayashi, humph. It's nonsense, as long as caged bird exists. Hyoga branch house can't even turn the world upside down. Hara no Sakura, but caged bird is also a type of sealing technique, and the strongest sealing technique in the world is the Uzumaki clan. Hyoga Hayashi this. Uchiha Sasuke, and Orochimaru from another world can probably deal with these little things easily. Everyone in the group was silent. If anyone was to change the second most, it would be Orochimaru. What Orochimaru showed now made them all a little scared. Cyborg, scientific ninja tool, bloodline grafting. Either way is an existence that can change the pattern of the ninja world. And such a character. Just a caged bird. Everyone felt that it was impossible to trouble him at all. But Naruto didn't seem to have any intention of bothering Orochimaru. He stared at Neji in front of him seriously. It seems that he is considering the credibility of the other party's words. Revolution is no joke. Stronger than Uchiha. Back then, I could only run away. But it's different now. Our high-end combat power was stronger than Sasuke's at that time. But a big mountain also pressed down on Naruto. Those are the major families in Konoha. This is what makes Konoha truly enduring. Once the private armed forces of major families are dispatched, any coup attempt to seize power will be overturned instantly. And just when Naruto was worried, Neji's appearance opened up new ideas for him. These families are not necessarily enemies. Maybe. I think you can trust me. I have no way out. Neji said it sincerely. He really chose to bet this time. What would you like? Naruto didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked first. Destroy all the Hyoga clan. After your coup. Hyoga is the largest clan in Konoha. Neji's eyes flashed with determination. He's always had a strong sense of family. But his loyalty is to Hyoga, rather than the Zone family. So cruel. Naruto was subconsciously shocked. This Hyoga Neji actually wants to kill everyone in the clan. Okay. But how can I trust you? You can plant a curse seal on me. But the premise is that you have to release the caged bird for the people in the branch house. And I don't need your help. The matter of destroying the clan. I will solve it myself. Naruto finally fell silent. This guy seems to be serious. Good. But the curse mark is waived. Naruto didn't think about it for long. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you? Neji was a little surprised. You won't lie to me. Unless you want to be a scapegoat for the rest of your life. Some things work better than curse seals. That's the same ideal. Gently extend your fist. Naruto at this moment. He seems to have some leadership qualities. Snapped. The two fists bumped together lightly. At that time, Hyoga will join the coup continent. How many people do we have now? You and I. Naruto's answer made Neji's face immediately fall. X. It seems like we're on a pirate ship. What do you do with the other big clans in Konoha? Still considering. Both fell into silence. After a while, Neji finally spoke. What ideas do you have? A figure suddenly appeared in Naruto's mind. Sarutobi Konohamaru. Since the death of the third generation, the situation of the Sarutobi clan has not been good. Danzo easily took over the power of third generation. The Sarutobi family also officially launched high-rise rooftops. Sarutobi clan. Maybe we can try it. Naruto's mind shifted. Still considering other goals. Zhu Ludi is a die-hard fan of Hokage, it's almost impossible. The Hotaki clan can indeed do it. But the Hotaki clan is not a big clan. Other than Kakashi, he has no fighting power. Abarame, Inyazuka has no friendship with me. It is impossible to follow your own coup. The two teenagers fell into melancholy. It seems like a huge leap. They have few allies. Wait a moment. Hyoga Neji suddenly heard something. He stared at Naruto and said every word. What did you say about Inoshika Ch? Finally a Hokage. What happened? Naruto asked curiously. This is no secret. Maybe we're all in the wrong place. Inoshika Ch is loyal to the Hokage lineage. Instead of being loyal to Tsunade. Be loyal to Danzo. Not even loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You mean? Naruto's eyes lit up. According to my survey, the patriarch of Inoshika Ch seems to be close friends with the fourth generation. Naruto fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, after going around for a while, my cheap father actually came in handy. You mean? You can fight for it. But don't be anxious. Niji gave his opinion. If you really win over Inoshika Ch, those are not just 3 families. Then other Konoha families might just sit back and watch. That makes sense. But not before that. Naruto seemed to have made a decision. He got up immediately. Head to Konoha Hospital. He needs support. Teammate support. If little Sakura can support him, his success will probably expand a lot. B. Them at this moment. There should be different positions. And just when the 2 of them were taking action, Konoha's top brass finally concluded their discussions. The end result ended with Danzo throwing the table. Konoha's troublemakers Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura won the final. From now on, Konoha has officially established diplomatic relations with the country of waves. Danzo swore he really regretted it. He should have found an opportunity to kill these 2 troublemakers in the first place. All is peaceful now. Instead, he had no chance. The news quickly spread throughout the 5 major countries. Movies from all over the world were shocked. Uchiha is no secret now. And the existence of Uchiha is the biggest slap in the face to Konoha. But today Konoha announced that it has established diplomatic relations with the country of waves. What's the difference between this and surrendering to Uchiha? Although the major countries are now somewhat disdainful of Konoha's current situation. But I have to admit it. Konoha village is still the largest ninja village in the ninja world. Although many people think it is only in name. But Konoha's actions can still prove the existence of the country of no. Regardless of the process. The country of wave is now completely on the same level as the 5 major countries. Although I don't want to admit it. But Konoha has already opened this hole. What's even more exciting is that it's not over yet. After the news of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Konoha and Wave Country had just spread. Moviegoers from all over the world have received invitations from the land of waves. The country of waves is actually going to hold the Chunin exam? That's not true. This is simply a provocation to the 5 major powers. Chunin examinations usually involve powerful countries inviting weak countries. The city will be hosted by the 5 major powers. The move of the country of waves is obviously to test other countries. Raikage AI and Oniki had the strongest attitude reactions. But just when they were about to tear up the invitation. But suddenly news came. Mist Shinobi's new Mizukage Terumime has agreed to the invitation from the land of waves. And has already started picking up genin. Raikage AI and Oniki were shocked. Could it be that this country of waves? Then came Konoha's agreement. Konoha seemed to be broken. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've been embarrassed. This time the other 3 countries really started to think deeply. The structure of this ninja world. It seems like things are really going to change. Chapter 108. Lord Raikage. Look. Ampo asked tentatively. Snort. Raikage AI snorted dissatisfied. Think carefully. Finally, he sighed secretly. If only Mist Shinobi agreed. He doesn't care yet. But Konoha agreed. I don't have many choices. Although he has been criticizing Konoha. But I have to admit it. Konoha's international status is still at the top level. It's not like I can wait for the ninja village to make a fool of myself. Choose the strongest genin in the village. Let Killer Bee lead the team. But I heard. What did you hear? Is the land of waves capturing tailed beasts? Raikage AI smiled disdainfully. Let Killer Bee lead the team. Capture a tailed beast? She dares. At the same time, the Earth Kingdom is also facing the same situation. Onoki's attitude was even more resistant than Raikage AI's. After the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Onoki is the oldest Kage in the ninja world. I wanted to show my national strength by relying on my old age and selling my old age. Let the next Chunin exam be held in the land of Earth. Who would have thought that in Konoha, Cloud Shinobi would be silent? This kid from the country of waves jumped out first. That's unreasonable. Don't go. What the hell is the country of waves? Onoki couldn't help but recall the man who danced many years ago. I shuddered subconsciously. But his attitude towards the country of waves is even less friendly. What good things can the descendants of that man have? Sasukage-sama. Just got the news. Cloud Shinobi village is preparing to go to the land of waves. What? That violent maniac Raikage. Onoki was stunned. In fact, it doesn't matter whether we go to other villages or not. As long as one village sticks to the bottom line with him, it's enough. I thought Raikage AI would never agree. But I never expected. Is the movie brain broken? The desk was shattered with a slap. The little old man almost twisted his waist in anger. Sasukage-sama, then we go. It's all gone. Do I still have a choice? Send me the strongest genin. Give this small country a long way to go. Yes. All countries are preparing. To be honest, they were all a little dissatisfied with the actions of the country of waves. But for some reason, had to see it. But all countries are holding their breath. The elites from the village were dispatched one after another. A certain senior Konoha shinobi hiding in the shadows even sent out ninjas of the right age at the route. Just tell me if it's genin. As a Hokage, Tsunade is not very worried. Uzumaki Naruto. A true genin. And as the center of Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke didn't take this matter seriously. She just wanted to test the attitude of the 5 major countries. Now it's successful. The result after that. It doesn't matter, because she's about to take advantage of it. But not before that. Some things are better dealt with first. For example, Scorpion of Red Sand. Looking at Scorpion who has revealed his body, Sasuke walked out openly. Am I the first hunting target? Accident. Since the Three Tails incident, there is no contact with the Akatsuki organization. The leader of the Akatsuki organization seems to have disappeared. Very sharp. Expected it. Scorpio slowly turned around. His hand has already touched the first scroll. Puppet Master, this is also my first time fighting against you. Although I claim to have no pressure. But Sasuke still gives his best to every battle. Sand Iron. Scorpios don't talk too much. The improved third Kazekage appears. The overwhelming sand and iron flew over. Fire style. Great fireball. There is no seal. The fireball he then spat out showed Sasuke's current strength. The simple great fireball seems to be destroying the world. However, the scorpion on the opposite side felt a sense of powerlessness. The flames dispersed. The iron sand covered with scorpions also collapsed. When the temperature reaches a certain level, even sand and iron will collapse quickly. Don't underestimate others. And at this time, Deidara suddenly came over. Drink. Boom. A violent explosion spread out. What emerged was a purple giant skeleton. I don't have time to play with you, Bomb Kid. Let it play with you. Ya Three Tails. A huge summoning circle emerged from the ground. A scene that shocked Deidara and Sia happened. The majestic-tailed beast was actually summoned by Uchiha Sasuke like a summoning man. Is this Uchiha's power? Looking at the Sharingan shadow in Three Tails' eyes, Sia said somewhat feebly. Humph. Three Tails. I'm just a defeated general. Dara didn't take it to heart at all. But the next moment, purple armor was put on Three Tails' bodies layer by layer. Deidara's scalp felt numb. Three Tails. Awesome form. Come on. Three Tails. Seems to recognize Deidara. Three Tails rushed over frantically. And with Suzanu's protection, Deidara's bombs barely hurt Three Tails. It's your turn. Lightning style. Kirin. There seemed to be thunder roaring in the sky. Now Sasuke no longer has to deliberately create weather. The powerful chakra allows her to create a unicorn. Magnet-style sand iron wall. Xian struggled to resist. But under the power of thunder, sand iron's defense is obviously not enough. Boom. The scrapped third Hokage puppet means that it did not receive the blow. But it doesn't mean that Scorpion can't take this blow. At this moment, Scorpion finally showed his true face. Uchiha Sasuke. This is eternity. Eternity is art. Looking at the mechanical Scorpion, Sasuke was also lost in thought. This Scorpio's thinking is really avant-garde. But his approach is actually similar to Orochimaru's. Both of them long for eternal life. And they all believe in the immortality of the soul. Just the method is different. Orochimaru chose to host his soul in another person's body. Scorpion, on the other hand, chose to seal his soul in the puppet. But essentially they are all the same. Sasuke didn't want to kill Scorpion anymore. She believes that every scientist is very precious. You better still show value. Now. Not enough. Amaterasu. The dark flames quickly engulfed Scorpion's mechanical fire. But don't get burned. I don't know when a puppet appeared in front of me. And unconsciously, the sky is already filled with puppets. Red secret technique. Hundreds of exercises. I used this trick to destroy a country. The sight of puppets all over the sky really shocked Sasuke. But it's not enough. Wood style. The tree world is coming. Countless trees are growing crazily. The branches easily blocked all the puppet attacks. In an instant, Scorpion was actually surrounded. Flying Thunder God formation. Following Sasuke's movements, there seemed to be many strange spells appearing in the sky. This is Sasuke's latest breakthrough. Carve the mark of the Flying Thunder God into the void. Then a scene happened that left Sia stunned. His own puppet was easily chopped off by lightning. But he couldn't catch the other party's figure at all. The other party seemed to have shattered the void. Keep shuttling in the air. Every flash. You will lose a puppet. Countless tree attacks plus the onslaught of the Flying Thunder God. Soon the ground was covered with debris. Watching the performance of hundreds of machines that were all shattered, Sia gently sat on the ground. Aren't you going to resist? Sasuke also slowly appeared. Holding the Caog sword, approached slowly. Uchiha Sasuke. Do you know the ultimate art? Scorpion looked a little crazy. Sasuke subconsciously stopped. And Scorpion also slowly touched his third scroll. It's not done yet though. But there is nothing we can do. The secret of the red secret technique. IWC. Chapter 109. What is that? Sasuke was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Each puppet comes to life. The sky and the earth are overwhelming, and you can't see the edge at a glance. Ha 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 ha. This is my highest art. IWC. Too bad it's not quite finished yet. Scorpion laughed crazily. Although it is known as the 10,000 nations. But there are only 1,000 puppets on the field. All these are Sasuke is well informed. I was a little shocked at this moment. Because the scorpion in front of me does not control the chakra line. Thousands of puppets act autonomously. This means it is clear. Everyone is a human puppet. Sasuke was shocked. What a crazy idea. Scorpion transforming himself into a puppet is already an exaggeration. But who would have thought? There are actually thousands of such puppets. See it. This is the ultimate art. This is timeless art. Everyone has a new lease of life. No. They all gained eternal life. One day. Everyone will recognize my art. Then join the glorious evolution. Sasuke was silent. Scorpio's idea is too crazy. From this perspective, he even wants to turn everyone in the world into puppets. This. Hara no Sakura, is this Scorpion's third scroll? The scroll that he didn't take out until his death? Deidara, although Brother Scorpion's idea is crazy, I still don't approve of his art. Orochimaru, Scorpion. What a genius, what an avant-garde idea. Scorpion : Onoki, what kind of lunatics are Akatsuki? Terumi Mei, it's so crazy, the unified ninja world seems childish in front of him. Gaara, are these, all made by living people? Scorpion: no, I just put the human soul in the puppet. Hara no Sakura, this, why didn't you take it out then? Scorpion : look at the screen in front of you. Scorpio is speechless. Take it out? Take it out and beat you to death? Hatake Kakashi, so Sakura, what do you think the third scroll of Scorpion is? Hara no Sakura, maintenance and repair of puppets. Hatake Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto. Scorpion : Uchiha Itachi, I wonder what choice Sasuke will make? Uzumaki Naruto, he's just an avant-garde thinker, but his combat power shouldn't be Sasuke's match. Uchiha Shisui, what attack means is, can Sasuke kill Scorpion? Uzumaki Naruto, why not kill? Wouldn't it be more powerful? Orochimaru, haha, don't forget what Sasuke needs most now? Uzumaki Naruto, you mean? It was indeed not as good as the people in the group expected. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this jutsu. Others may find it absurd. But for her, it opened the door to a new world. Human puppet. What a genius. She is about to go to war with the 5 major powers. What's missing most? Mid to low-end combat power. Orochimaru's clones are of good quality though. But the quantity is far from enough. But the human puppet in front of me was different. What Sasuke saw was not Scorpio's art. Instead, they were an army of puppets galloping across the battlefield. All nations. Live up to the name. Let me help you complete this ninjutsu. Sasuke thought. But Scorpion has already started taking action. No, the Scorpion didn't move. The scariest thing about Wanguo is that it does not require the control of a puppet master. Just give them an instruction. They will swarm over. Because inside every puppet, it's all one person's soul. Uchiha Sasuke. Witness my art. Scorpion's expression was a little crazy. That is the supreme pursuit of art. Or the supreme pursuit of eternity. I admire your art very much. But Sasuke ignored the thousands of puppets rushing towards him. But many dragon horns have grown on her head. Zero asks for flowers. Zero. Very good ninjutsu. But a puppet is a puppet. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. A powerful energy spread throughout the venue. Insye's shocked eyes. Thousands of puppets all stopped in place. How can this be? Scorpion found himself losing control of the nations. And those puppets even turned around and started pointing their blades at themselves. A puppet is a puppet. Even if you are given a soul. That's not a real person either. What you give is soul. And what I give them is life. Following Sasuke's thought, all nations immediately surrounded Syat. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. Can give life to and control any dead creature. Puppet. It's considered a dead thing. Haha. Syekin smiled miserably. I didn't expect that I would die under my ultimate art in the end. His mind drifted back to the past. Father. Mother. Scorpion murmured. Look at the puppet in front of you. He smiled contentedly. At least their lives were extended. Reached eternity. Brother Scorpion. Deidara naturally noticed something was wrong here. But the three tails that blessed Susanna are no longer that sandbag. Moreover, C4, which Deidara is proud of, can only avoid its edge in the face of tailed beast bomb. Damn it! Why don't you just add a layer of turtle shell? Why is it so difficult? Deidara wanted to curse. With Susanna added, Three Tails' combat power is more than doubled? Let's do it! My core is also in my heart. Scorpion gave up the struggle. The girl in front of me was really terrifying. But Sasuke didn't take action yet. She approached slowly. Released from control of all nations. Kr. Scorpion was a little stunned. But Sasuke's next words surprised him even more. I'd like to help you complete your final art. Join the country of waves. Chapter 110. What? Scorpion was a little shocked. The other party actually didn't kill him. And invited him to join the kingdom of waves? How is this possible? It's so unscientific. Scorpio doesn't understand very much. Even if Uchiha Sasuke is not his life and death enemy. But Gen Xiao has been hostile for so long. There should be no reason to persuade him to surrender. Is it difficult to understand? Seems to have seen Scorpion's guess. Sasuke said softly. Because I need your art. That's very powerful. You are worthy enough for me to win over. Very straightforward words. No beating around the bush. Having said that, Scorpio actually understood a little bit. At the same time, 133 felt a little shocked in his heart. All nations. This Uchiha Sasuke actually doesn't think he's a madman. And also recognized his art. Are you kidding me? Whoever sees his human puppet will be shocked. Then treat yourself as a crooked person. The girl in front of him was actually the first person to recognize his art. Those who are sure of themselves are actually their enemies. How ridiculous! Scorpion sighed secretly. But he didn't accept Sasuke's suggestion. Kill me. Slowly open your arms. Scorpion made his choice. Oh? What if I help you complete 10,000 kingdoms? What? Scorpion showed a surprised expression. You allow me to capture living people and make them puppets. Of course it's impossible. Sasuke refused without hesitation. Then you'd better kill me. Scorpion continued. But the next moment, he heard Sasuke whisper. Scorpion. Do you simply want to be a puppet? Or do you want others to recognize your art? For others to recognize my art, of course. Xia replied without thinking. His purpose as a human puppet is to make others recognize his eternal way. But all I got was incomprehension. Then do you think your behavior of forcibly turning people into puppets will be recognized by others? Scorpion was silent. How is that possible? It would be great if those people didn't hate him to death. That's it. True recognition doesn't come through force. Can you get others to recognize me? Scorpion looked at Sasuke suspiciously. He didn't believe that this girl could do it. Of course. But it might be very slow. What? Scorpion was shocked. Not to mention the speed was slow. Even if 1 or 2 people recognize him. That was also a big breakthrough. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction seeing Scorpion's condition. There seems to be hope. So she added. You captured all living people, in their prime. They have a lot of hope in life. Why should I trust your art? What do you want to say? Scorpion asked rhetorically. It's easy. Find some people who are dying. Compared with death, I want to accept the lifestyle of a human puppet first. It's not so hard to accept. Xie was silent. In fact, he had thought about it before. But even if those people were dying, they would not accept his art. Sasuke seemed to see something. Of course your vicious past has no effect. As long as you agree, I can return to the Kingdom of Waves and personally select your target. Talk to some dying people. It will definitely work. Scorpion's expression finally changed. He knew Uchiha's appeal in the Land of Waves. All beginnings are hard. With the first one, there will naturally be a second one. Over time, this may be a new way of extending life. Maybe you won't be too busy in the future. Scorpio was finally moved 0. It's hard to picture that. Most people recognize his art. Then pursue him to join the Eternal Kingdom. It's so beautiful. It's a deal. Scorpion's eyes showed determination. Sasuke's description makes sense. He chose to fight for his dream again. Success. Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Scorpion is now a very important person. Sasuke didn't lie to him. An army of human puppets plus an army of artificial humans. She will soon have the ability to compete with the 5 major countries. It looks like the Chunin exam can be more intensive. Or find an excuse to start a war directly. Sasuke thought. Her current strength is enough to overthrow any force. But not before that. Looking at Deidara being chased by 3 tails in the air. There was a hint of murderous intent in Sasuke's eyes. Scorpion's kingdoms are very valuable. But this noisy bomber has little value. He can also attach himself to the country of waves. Scorpion immediately saw what Sasuke was thinking. After thinking for a while, he still stopped him. Really? I don't need it. Sasuke refused directly with 1.5. People from the Akatsuki organization cannot accept too many people. Not safe. Scorpio is an exception. The role of human puppets is really too great. Deidara's role on the large-scale battlefield is much stronger than mine. His abilities are a natural fit for the battlefield. Scorpion continued to add. Sasuke was silent. That's right, Deidara has average combat power. But if you put it on the battlefield to clean up trash fish, definitely a humanoid-tailed beast. It can also fly, making it absolutely powerful on the battlefield. I'll help you persuade you to surrender. Seeing Sasuke hesitate, Scorpion spoke quickly. The leaders of the Akatsuki organization are gone. What a desperate effort. Not worth it. Chapter 111. Okay. Then you go try it. After pondering for a long time, Sasuke finally decided to give it a try. Deidara's power on the battlefield cannot be ignored. She is about to start a war. This strength is still very much needed. Take 3 tails back casually. At this moment, Deidara was exhausted. Hateful. This was the most frustrating battle in Deidara's life. You will definitely not be able to defeat it if you hit it. That purple armor is outrageous. Run? I can run. But the chakra of tailed beasts is understood. Tailed beast bomb. How embarrassing is it for someone who believes in the art of explosion? It seems that he has sensed something is wrong with Scorpion. Actually talked with Sasuke at length. Humph. Scorpion. Don't let me look down on you. Deidara murmured and slowly approached Scorpion. Uzumaki Naruto, can this succeed? Scorpion, I can't say, but Deidara is actually very stubborn. Dida20ra, humph. I will not surrender. Uchiha Sasuke, actually it doesn't matter whether you surrender or not. Deidara, Uchiha Sasuke, what do you mean? I can't beat her, and I can't beat you. Uchiha Sasuke, oh? Really? Isn't it obvious? Deidara, damn it. That's because I'm too confident. Uzumaki Nagato, okay. Stop arguing. I think he can succeed. Haiden, that's right. The boss has been beaten to death, so why are you fighting for your life? Kisame, you can't say that. Some things will never be thrown away. Kuratsuki, if Brother Deidara is subdued, wouldn't it mean that our 5 major countries will be bombed? Scorpion, you don't have to worry about this, if he is not conquered, it will also be your 5 major countries that will explode. Black Earth. Onoki : Reikage ai, Onoki. The good disciple you brought out. Deidara, oh? I'm really looking forward to the other me surrendering, and then I'll blow up the Kingdom of Thunder. Reikage ai, kid. You are looking for death. Dash. There were constant quarrels within the group. But they all watched the screen carefully. I have to say that although people make fun of Udala, but in fact, Deidara's ownership is really important. Don't think Deidara dishes. This highly maneuverable ninja is also accused of large-scale killing. On the battlefield, he was even as strong as the last one. Everyone can see Deidara on the screen and seems very excited. What are you arguing with, Scorpio? And Uchiha Sasuke just watched from a distance. Even if you give them a few extra legs, they won't be able to run very far. After a while, Deidara seemed to hear something. Suddenly very excited. Then there was some hesitation. Finally, he slowly walked towards Sasuke. Sasuke was stunned at the performance. What did Scorpion say to Deidara? Scorpion said you could help me finish my art. Deidara turned his head. He asked with some arrogance. But his eyes couldn't hide the hint of expectation. No. I didn't promise. If you don't surrender, you will die. Sasuke simply shook his head. Why is this Scorpion messing with his promises? I just wanted to lend him the tailed beast to study. Xie covered his head and said. What do you want a tailed beast for? Sasuke suddenly became wary. The tailed beast is her foundation. He wants to work on the tailed beast bomb. He felt that the explosion of the tailed beast bomb was more in line with his art. Scorpio added. It's that simple. Sasuke was suddenly confused. It's normal for Deidara's pursuit of explosions to be interested in the tailed beast bomb. But will he lack this kind of thing in Akatsuki? There is no chance to study tailed beasts in Akatsuki. If you catch a tailed beast, it will be sucked directly into a container. Scorpion saw what Sasuke was thinking. Replied. Sealed in a container. Sasuke's brow suddenly furrowed. She suddenly felt that she had discovered the key point. The Akatsuki organization has been capturing tailed beasts. But for what? She captured the tailed beast in order to use it as a war machine to push down the ninja world. But according to her understanding, Akatsuki doesn't seem to need the tailed beast's power. Because they don't care about Jinchūriki. And there are no Jinchūriki among them. Therefore, they cannot flexibly utilize the power of the tailed beasts. Then here comes the problem. They don't want the tailed beast's power. So what does the tailed beast do? Sealed together. Could it be possible to combine? This idea immediately frightened Sasuke. What a joke. 473. The tailed beasts are so powerful. What kind of monster is that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although I think so. But Sasuke had another premonition. This seal should be related to Rinnegan. I must dig out the person behind the scenes. Then dig out his Rinnegan. Now Sasuke is becoming more and more interested in these eyes. There are countless secrets hidden in these eyes. But not before that. I can lend you the tailed beast. But you have to ensure that it doesn't affect the country of waves. And when I start the war, you need to help. Can you blow up the kingdom of Earth first? What Sasuke never expected was Deidara actually blurted out such a sentence. Kuratsuki. Onoki : Deidara withdrew a message. Raikage AI, laughing. Forward. Whiz. Okay. Sasuke replied. Chapter 112. Sasuke never expected that either. Deidara's first words were this. What a rebellious boy. Thinking like this. But this time the operation has come to an end. Although members of the Akatsuki organization were not eradicated one. But he instigated 2 rebellions. Although the 2 of them are not trustworthy enough now. But if it succeeds, the benefits will be endless. Especially Scorpio. It can be said that his ultimate art shocked Sasuke greatly. An artificial human plus a human puppet. As long as there is no trouble caused by the Akatsuki organization, I should be able to easily deal with any ninja village. Although the current capital is already sufficient. But Sasuke would not be stupid enough to directly declare war on the 5 major powers. The 5 major countries are not monolithic. As long as the strength you show is not too exaggerated, they will not unite easily. But there is still a problem at this time. Although all members of the Akatsuki organization are on her hunting list. And she is also confident to deal with members of the Xiao organization. 18. Mysterious Masked Man. This person's space ninjutsu is still unable to be broken by myself. It seems that the direction of cracking is still on Kakashi. Think so? Sasuke focused on the upcoming Chunin exams. As the middle pillar of Konoha, Kakashi should be leading the team. And, if I remember correctly, that Naruto guy should still be Genin. Sasuke rubbed his head. Plus Naruto's words. Konoha's combat power is exaggerated. But it doesn't matter. Because of Kimimaro from the Land of Waves. Shuiyu, Kongwu, Fragrant Phosphorus. But they are all Genin. Come on. Give the 5 major countries a little shock. At the same time, the country of waves. With the invitation letter from the country of waves sent out. Ninjas from all over the country gathered in the Land of Waves. This is the first time Uchiha has officially announced his comeback to the ninja world. The 5 major powers may still have some contempt. But those small ninja villages who were invited were trembling with fear. Uchiha's name should not be underestimated in the ninja world. CAD, the country of waves is not a big place. But the level of prosperity is quite remarkable. Granny Cho looked at the prosperous Land of Waves. I thought about the Land of Wind where the ground was full of sand. Somewhat helpless. That's right, Cho is now officially the 5th Hokage of Sand Shinobi Village. Since Gaara's defection, Sand Shinobi Village has serious faults. The new generation of Temari, Kankuro is completely unable to raise the flag. The final responsibility of the Hokage can only be left to this old man. Looking at the prosperous scene of the Kingdom of Waves, Cho unconsciously thought of her genius grandson. If Scorpion hadn't defected, will be the best candidate for Hokage. Kazekage-sama. Mizukage actually came in person. Cho heard this and looked forward. Sure enough, a huge beauty appeared in front of her. Terumi-mae looked at the Land of Waves with interest. Of course, she also discovered Chiyo's figure 1. The 2 shadows nodded tacitly. But there wasn't much communication. Uchiha's pomp and circumstance are quite sufficient. The reception team went up quickly. Received ninjas who came from afar. Are the Kazekage and Mizukage both here? Janae-ing's office. Zabuza-sama, a Zankage, was not in the office. Sitting on the seat was a beautiful woman. Sasuke's sister-in-law Uchiha Izumi. Quite literally. Izumi is the real helmsman of the country of waves. Even Shisui is just a high-level thug. The shadows from the Kingdom of Earth and Kingdom of Thunder did not come. Not even following the reception group. It seems that they want to give us a kick. Shisui threw away the kunao in boredom. It's also normal. I'm actually surprised that they sent people here. Chuan was not surprised at ALL1. Both of these characters have bad tempers and are very arrogant. The Kingdom of Earth leads the Yellow Earth team. The Kingdom of Thunder leads Killer Bee. Chuan looked at the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. How are the people in Konoha? Chuan asked. This is the highlight. Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy. Might Guy is here too. Chuan immediately became alert. This person Sasuke highlighted. That's right. Uzumaki Naruto is here too. As genin. Shisui added. It doesn't matter. Our genin is not normal either. Chuan said, combining the cards in his hand. Kimimaro, Yugo, Minajiki Shiro. Gaara, Ghost Light, Suijutsu, Uzumaki. These are the 2 genin teams we formed. Izumi said, handing the card to Shisui. The corners of Shisui's mouth twitched. This is simply cheating. What did Sasuke say? What he said before leaving was to kill all the Konoha teams. But I guess there will be new changes later. That's right, kill all the genin squad in Konoha. Of course, excluding Uzumaki Naruto. It can also be regarded as a further test of Konoha's attitude. If Konoha shinobi falls, then Sasuke slowly considered his goal. If Konoha reacts, okay. Just start the war. Anyway, just stand and reason on your own. Chuan was a little excited at the moment. So many years. Looking back at the scene when the entire Uchiha family was being chased by Konoha, it seems that they are still vivid in my mind. Has the day finally come? Are you going to counterattack? A little more serious. Izumi and even Konoha's genin began to analyze it seriously. Ah. That's right. Shisui seemed to remember something and added. Orochimaru also sent a team. Inserted in the Land of Waves. That's it. Do you have the information? Chuan had no doubts. After so many years of development, Orochimaru is actually considered a native of Wave Country. Even though they didn't admit it. But it was tacit. There is no information. But the leader's name is Siu. Chapter 113. Mitsuki? Never heard of it. It seems to be an experiment. It's probably another product of transplanting bloodline. Shisui guessed. He didn't like Orochimaru's experiment. But he had to admit that Inukai was very talented. Senju Tsunade, is Orochimaru going to expose his artificialities so soon? Isn't it too careless? Jiraiya, who can tell if you don't tell me about this? Reikage AI, don't underestimate it. Look at the ninjas from various countries. Nara Shikamaru, to be honest, I can't think of the reason for doing this. Even if you are confident, you need to keep it a little. After all, it's such a critical moment. Scorpion, you are all right, but you ignore the excitement of a scientific researcher after the experiment. This is a phenomenon of eagerness to verify. Harano Sakura, for example. Scorpion, for example, when I killed the third Kazekage, I used iron sand whenever I met a dog. Third Kazekage. Uzumaki Naruto, compared to these, I want to know Sasuke's attitude. Does she really intend to kill all the participating teams of Konoha? Terumi may, very likely. Now the 5 major countries are in a wait-and-see state, she can easily deal with any ninja village. Deidara, I think this is the Land of Earth. Onoki, kid. What do you mean? Deidara, guess. Just a guess. In the discussion of the group members, the scene changed again. The leaders of the 5 major countries have gathered together. And the one who came out to receive them was naturally the Zangying of the Zanin village. Mamakai Zabuza. Looking at the vulgar man in front of him. Most of the heads of the countries felt a little awkward. especially Terumi Mei. This is the traitor ninja of their village. And the leader of Konoha, Kakashi, was full of emotion. Life is so unpredictable. Never expected that the next meeting would be like this. The Land of Waves is really a place worth remembering. Zabuza also didn't care about the face of the people present. There was no host's courtesy at all. There is a game scene in front. You can watch it for yourself. It is different from the classic Chunin exam. The written test part of the Land of Waves exam was cancelled. It is more inclined to the comprehensive quality. In short, a person will not be eliminated because of a shortcoming. This greatly takes care of the civilian ninjas. Sasuke's sai back then was half done today. Try to give civilian ninjas some chances to survive. The heads of each village also fell into deep thought. Especially Terumi Mei. Kirigakure is in a period of reconstruction. There are many places to learn. Next is the most anticipated melee. The rules of the Land of Waves are much simpler. There is no earth coiling axis. Everyone must stay in the jungle for 3 days. As for the requirements? None. If no one fights, then everyone advances. Such casual rules really shocked the leaders present. 1. Most people secretly laughed at the backwardness of the Land of Waves. They couldn't come up with perfect rules. But as time went by, everyone fell silent. They underestimated the cruelty of the ninja. After entering the jungle, even if there was no conflict of interest, the jungle was immediately littered with corpses. Hatred seemed to be innate. Even if you don't fight for something, you can't avoid it. Konoha is really full of geniuses. Cho, who saw the elites of her village being easily killed again, finally couldn't help it. This is not a genin. The team sent by Konoha is not even a match for the ordinary Chunin team. Facing Chiyo's accusation, Kakashi could only smile bitterly. First, it is indeed unreasonable. Those genin teams composed of roots know it. Second, back then, my father personally chopped off the other party's sons and daughters-in-law. I really have nothing to refute. Cho sighed weakly. I am the only honest person in the whole place. Konoha is needless to say. The same is true for the Anbu he sent. Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are not that exaggerated. But the people sent are definitely geniuses who have been hiding for a long time. 0 Ask for flowers, 0. Mist Shinobi is better, but... okay. Only Sand Shinobi is an honest person. I thought this was just a simple Chunin exam. Unknowingly, the 5 great nations have begun to show off their muscles. That is. The next moment, Chiyo's eyes were straight. Gaara. Looking at Gaara who killed his own ninja village. Cho couldn't bear it anymore. This is simply too much. Bang. Zabuza. I need an explanation. In front of the 5 great nations. Cho slammed the table and stood up. Explain? What to explain? How about we kill the ninjas of the ninja village? Zabuza had no intention of getting up at all. He didn't even take Cho seriously. That's my Sand Shinobi's traitorous ninja. I demand that the match be stopped immediately. Hand over the traitorous ninja. Here we go. The heads of state were all alert. Everyone guessed that there would be a conflict. But they never expected that the conflict was provoked by Sand Shinobi. Oh? Traitorous ninja. Bang. The huge beheading sword smashed the tabletop into pieces. Over the years, Zabuza has really developed some of the majesty of a shadow. Difficult? If it's difficult, don't do it. Do it. Cho also took out the scroll of the 10 Kinmatsu people. Although it's a bit difficult to get off the tiger. But this represents the face of the Wind Country. Lord Kazekage, calm down. Is there anything that can't be discussed properly? Chiyo's hair stood up instantly. The voice behind her suddenly appeared. She didn't even notice it. Humph. Zabuza snorted coldly. Sat back in his seat. Everyone. Do you have any conflicts? We can solve them together after the exam. I, Uchiha Shisui, will be the referee. Shisui stood there. Cho sat down immediately. Killer B, who was ready to make a move, also put down his knee. This was Shisui's first official appearance in the ninja world. But as soon as he appeared, he immediately shocked the whole audience. Chapter 114. Hara no Sakura, it's obviously the first time that you appear, why did you shock so many people? Hitaki Kakashi, don't underestimate the intelligence systems of various countries. Uchiha Itachi, I really don't know what level Shisui has reached now. Uchiha Sasuke, it must be quite strong. Senju Hashirama, they won't fight on the spot. Gaara, if Uchiha Sasuke were here, would you consider leaving everyone behind? Sarutobi Hiruzen, absolutely impossible. After all, neither Raikage nor Tsuchikage came, so the gain outweighs the loss. Namikaze Minato, and we will face the 5 major countries in advance. Sasuke will not make such a choice. Senju Tobirama, but it is not impossible to leave one of the countries behind. Uchiha Madara, yes, if 527 keeps Cho now, do you think the other 4 countries will stop it? Uzumaki Nagato, I think they will still block it. After all, it is not something that is going to be passed on the surface. Zabuza, it doesn't matter, maybe it's time to change the person next time and I can't help it anymore. As expected, it was not what Buza expected. The game continues. Although no one has any conflict of interest. But the team from the Kingdom of Waves was endlessly massacring Konoha's team. Kakashi's face suddenly turned ugly. Although he no longer has any impression of Konoha. But Konoha's genin is innocent. And the ninjas of the Land of Waves. Kimimaro, Yugo, Mizumatsu Kaibai, Xiang Phosphorus, Gaara, Wei Deng Er. Among them, Kimimaro, Yugo and Gaara are real cage level. Koro, Suijutsu, and Haku are also absolute elite Jainin. The Chunin exam was nothing short of a massacre. The country of Waves has made no secret of it. It is to intensify the conflict with Konoha in front of the 5 major countries. But Kakashi did not blame the Land of Waves like Cho did. Because he knew that would only be humiliating himself. But Kakashi can bear it. The might guy behind him couldn't bear it. Boom! The makeshift table was kicked to pieces again. Guy couldn't bear it and stood up. As an ally. Why is the country of Wave targeting us Konoha like this? Terumi Mei, Huangtu, Chi, and even Cho who just had a meal all showed playful smiles. Among the 5 major countries, it has always been disharmonious. Oh? Konoha's skills are inferior to others. Have you started doing this? How ridiculous! Zabuza smashed his sword on the ground and looked directly at Guy. But what no one knows is, at this time, his back was soaked. This watermelon head Sasuke has been particularly popular in science. Listed as the most dangerous person in Konoha. Prioritized even more than Kakashi. Guy! Come back! Kakashi snapped. He knew that this would not solve the problem. If he fails, Guy will be left in the Land of Waves. After all, Uchiha Sasuke hasn't shown up yet. But Guy didn't move at all. If others don't know clearly, why doesn't he know clearly? The man in the picture who massacred Konoha genin. But there is someone who can confront him head-on. Continue like this. No one in Konoha will survive. It seems that our country of Waves did not provide good hospitality. And right now, a girl's voice came from the door. Guy subconsciously broke into a cold sweat. But still no action. Cho immediately sat up straight. Terumi Mei trembled subconsciously. Huangtu looked at the girl curiously. Killer B's expression changed drastically. The moment this girl appeared. The 8 tails in the body are actually warning? Is it so scary? Killer Bee murmured. That's right, he finally showed up. The true master of the Kingdom of Waves. Uchiha Sasuke. Looking at this girl, everyone present couldn't help but sigh that the current ninja world is really in a state of yin and yang. There are 6 giants in total, including the 5 major countries and the country of waves. Cho, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, Uchiha Sasuke. 0. Female leaders actually account for more than half. Guy is a bit stuck at the moment. He knew he was no match for Uchiha Sasuke. But he still refused to retreat. He has something he wants to protect. Sasuke smiled softly. He held down Zabuza, who wanted to get up. What is this for? Master Jinchūriki. Sasuke smiled softly, and then stood behind Zabuza. Scan everyone in the room. And Guy just stood in the middle. Sasuke didn't say anything either. Just let him stand there. It's not me who's embarrassed anyway. Then it can only be you. Guy. Come back quickly. Finally, it has to be his best friend Kakashi. This time Guy grasped the steps and stepped back. But he seemed very unwilling. And Sasuke just looked at it, smiling and saying nothing. The scene continues. The people of Konoha were almost slaughtered. Kagura's heart eye with fragrant phosphorus. Even if you are hiding in hiding, they will also be pulled out and killed. Except for Naruto's group, of course. Guy closed his eyes in pain. Being a part of Konoha, the first of the 5 major countries. Today I actually experienced 0.2 the treatment of a weak country. Weak countries have no diplomacy. He could only endure the slaughter of his own people. The other 4 countries are also beginning to wake up. They became wary of the land of waves. But it's just a matter of caution. This is the struggle between countries. There will be no mixing without absolute reasons. And Sasuke also captured this goal. Let the team from the country of waves not provoke other countries. Just pick Konoha to kill. And just when Guy was devastated, suddenly there was a warning outside the door. It's not good, Master Jinchūriki. Deidara, a member of the Akatsuki organization, just attacked the rest areas of various countries. Konoha and Rock Shinobi's entourage were all killed. Chapter 115. What? Both Lois and the Black Earth behind him were shocked. Deidara raided and killed everyone in the mission? Kakashi's face also became ugly. Zabuza stood up immediately. The whole village is on alert. You must not let the opponent go. Onoki : Hitaki Kakashi, was this the original solution? Deidara, damn. I just joined and you're asking me to do dirty work. That's too much. Scorpion, it would be great if I can get you to join us, be content. Kuratsuki, I can understand killing Konoha's mission. After all, this is Sasuke's purpose, but why do we need to kill Rock Shinobi's mission together? The gain outweighs the loss. Uchiha Sasuke, maybe it's an individual behavior, don't rise to the organization. And faced with such a result, no one was in the mood to watch the game anymore. As the host, Zabuza took the lead and ran out. Might Guy followed immediately. The rest of the leaders also followed. When 20 saw the messy explosions and the corpses of the envoys everywhere, everyone was silent. Guy didn't speak, but stared at Devola in the sky. So many people. That's what art is. Explode. Drink. AC4 stopped immediately. He was directly blocked by Huang Tu's powerful earth style. Brother Deidara. You don't want to be like this anymore. Kuratsuka said sadly. The two of them can be considered childhood sweethearts. She didn't want to see Deidara go astray. Deidara too. He originally had great talents and resources. Normal development has long been playing black soil in front of Sasukage in Sasuke's office. As a result, he had to defect and set off a bomb. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A cold female voice sounded. Without saying a word, Sasuke sprayed out a monstrous fireball. Cho, Lois, and Deidara who were watching on the side were shocked. This was the first time they had seen Uchiha Sasuke take action. Just relying on this violent ninjutsu. This girl's strength is definitely not weak. Damn. It's serious. Deidara in the sky is running away like crazy. This fireball was enough to swallow up his C4. Sasuke was helpless. This is already her most basic ninjutsu. As for weakening the power of ninjutsu, that would be too fake. We'll do it ourselves. Zabuza was just about to brush up on Zankige's presence. He was interrupted by the Lois behind him. As the leader of Rock Shinobi, he wanted to deal with the traitorous Nin personally. Kuratsuki immediately followed. At this time, Ju, who was peeping on the side, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are these two crazy? He definitely didn't know that Sasuke had conquered the two of them. Although Ju Zacia and Deidara also arranged spies around them. But Sasuke's Sage Mode can catch him in minutes. What a headache! It definitely means it's very uncomfortable. Pain was wiped out. The Akatsuki organization is on the verge of dispersion. Our own side is even in an anti-hunting situation. If only Uchiha Obito wasn't still here. This Akatsuki organization may really be broken up. Uchiha Sasuke acted very solemnly at the moment. Oops. No one wants this to happen. My attitude? Didn't I release a great fireball? What else do you want from me? But many leaders didn't think that way. No matter how you say it, the conflict between Uchiha Sasuke and Akatsuki is very deep. They still know this bit of information. And at the same time, a Uchiha tribesman came forward to report again. The missions of other countries that had just been transferred were attacked by unknown people. The others were immediately shocked. Sasuke took the lead and ran towards the back. It fully reflects the attitude that a local snake should have. And others immediately followed. Fortunately, there were not many casualties this time. But when everyone saw that man, others had little reaction. Cho looked shocked. Scorpion. Look at the grandson in front of you. Cho couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Xia looked at the much older Cho with a different expression. But Scorpio didn't hesitate too much. Just turn around and leave. Cho immediately chased after him crazily. You guys wait here. Surprisingly, Killer Bee gave instructions to his men. Then he also chased after him. This is a secret mission given to me by my elder brother. If you have the chance, observe this Akatsuki organization. Terumi Mei was thoughtful, but 573 made no move. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke next to him. Cho is still chasing madly. But Scorpio seemed to have no intention of running away. But it seemed like he was still waiting for her. Scorpion of Red Sand. Killer Bee isn't slow either. But it's time to catch up. But suddenly stopped. Yo, where did this person come from? Ambushing me. Yo. I saw a girl slowly walking out from the left side of Killer Bee. Isn't it the same Uchiha Sasuke from before? Killer Bee suddenly frowned. It seems to be passive. Is that Akatsuki organization yours? Killer Bee reacted quickly. None of this matters anymore. Sasuke has no habit of talking nonsense. She planned to make a quick decision. For the tailed beast? But aren't you afraid of angering the 5 major nations with your actions like this? Although I know that Sasuke has been collecting tailed beasts. But she has never attacked anyone from the 5 major countries. Oh? Sand Shinobi's rebel ninja united with the seal to capture 8 tails. What does it have to do with my country of waves? I, Uchiha Sasuke, was not present the whole time. Chapter 116. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke is actually planning to take action like this. Uchiha Shisui, it seems that we want to speed up the process. Hitaki Kakashi, anyway, we can just push 8 tails to the Akatsuki organization and Cho when the time comes. It's very reasonable. Cho, the leaders here should not be so stupid. Uzumaki Naruto, isn't it too fast? At least we have to wait for the army of clones and human puppets. Orochimaru, mainly an army of human puppets. The artificial humans mainly correspond to the middle-level forces, while the cost of human puppets is lower and requires mass production. Scorpion, oh? You mean your artificial man is better than my human puppet? Orochimaru, isn't that right? Not only can my android be integrated into the bloodline, but it can also be equipped with scientific blades. Its individual combat capability is definitely better than your human puppet. Scorpion, humph. That's not necessarily the case. They are just puppets without thoughts. Although my human puppets are called puppets, they have human subjective consciousness. Orochimaru, so what? A bunch of weaklings are worse than the program I developed. Scorpion, any Jainin's consciousness combined with the skills of the master's puppet may not be worse than his experience during his lifetime. Orochimaru, haha, don't you need to consider the cost? You think Jainin is a cabbage? Admit it. Most of your puppets are just cannon fodder. Scorpion, you. Uchiha Madara, okay. Today's juniors think about these evil ways every day, and no technology is as good as their own. Orochimaru, haha. But Sasuke relied on technology to unify the ninja world. Raikage AI, even if Bai can't beat Sasuke, she can still run away. It can only be said that she chose the wrong target. Uchiha Shisui, really? Don't be beaten to death by then. Killer Bee, yo just her? Baga Yalu. Kauchi Yalu. The barrage suddenly burst out with the smell of gunpowder. Killer Bee on the screen doesn't seem nervous. It's not that he is arrogant, he is really confident in his own strength. Yo! The 8-handled short sword was caught by Killer Bee. The next moment, he fiercely attacked Sasuke. The first 8 swords. The extremely fast speed combined with the hedgehog-like offensive made Sasuke's eyes shine. Not many people in the ninja world use swords. Kakashi is considered a character. The Killer Bee in front of me counts as one. As for Master Jinaying. Ahem. No offense. Chidori blade. Clang clang clang. A fierce collision occurred. Sasuke competed with Killer Bee on his sword skills with great interest. Sulfuric acid. With Sasuke taking a step back. The outcome has been decided. Ha strong sword skills, you win. Sasuke took back the Sachi sword. She admits her knife skills aren't as good as Killer Bee's. Hey my uncle. Killer Bee was about to bark a few words. But the next moment he shut up. The purple giant that appeared in front of him instantly made him swallow his words back. Hey, are you kidding? The giant's fist slammed down. Let Killer Bee hide in a very embarrassed manner. If you can't compete with sword skills, then there's no need for sword skills. Amaterasu. Dark flames burst out violently. Let Killer Bee instantly turn into a ball of fire. Solve it. Killer Bee looked at being burned and unable to resist. Sasuke subconsciously felt something was wrong. Sage mode. Really? After turning on Sage mode, Sasuke immediately sensed Killer Bee on the run. And the Killer Bee just now has turned into a tentacle. This is no ordinary body replacement technique. Sasuke frowned. It is impossible for ordinary body replacement technique to fool her perception. At this moment, Killer Bee is walking like flying. He decided to go back and report the news. Unravel this Uchiha conspiracy. So he left the tentacles of 8 tails behind. You should have deceived her. Killer Bee thought so, but the next moment his hair stood on end. This is... That's right. Flying Thunder God technique. A feeling of déjà vu. Just like the yellow flash of Konoha back then. It's over. Boom. No fancy ninjutsu. Chidori is too noisy. The range of wood style is too large. It would be easy to give away her target. So she chose a serious lap. Boom. The pink little fist gently hit Killer Bee's abdomen. But in that moment, Killer Bee was bombarded directly into the ground. The entire ground sank instantly. It was punched through to a depth of 10 meters. Pfft. Killer Bee spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest had been punched through. If it weren't for the 8 tails in his body, he might have been beaten to death directly. Who are you exactly? The body has been put on the tailed beast's coat. Killer Bee felt so powerless for the first time. Me. Just an Uchiha who stole Senju. Sasuke slowly stared at his pink fist. I sighed in my heart. Uchiha didn't complain when he lost. Compared to the Senju clan, Uchiha is still far behind. Still thinking about running away. Looking at Killer Bee who has grown a tail. Sasuke frowned slowly. Roar. After answering Sasuke's roar, 8 tails and the tailed beast bomb from his, Nordjao's, mouth. Stubborn. Just a beast. Sasuke smiled disdainfully. Hands together. Sage art. My Jinmin. The huge cage immediately smashed back 8 tails tailed beast bomb. The limbs of the 8 were all restrained, and they had no ability to resist at all. It's over. Seeing that 8 tails has lost the ability to resist, Sasuke takes back wood style. But 8 tails, who was dying on the ground, suddenly rose up and rushed towards Sasuke. Killer Bee dropped the tailed beast bomb. The charging time is too long. However. Boom. Another light punch. 8 tails' chest was shot through again. Killer Bee fell to the ground dying. The power of the tailed beast in Guy's body was completely shattered. 2 punches. Crushed 8 tails. Chapter 117. Killer Bee. Raikage, how is this possible? Uchiha Shisui, this is even without using large-scale ninjutsu, otherwise it will only be faster. Onoki, her current power has completely surpassed Kage level. Uzumaki Naruto, is it already that strong? Namikaze Minato, has she made new innovations in Flying Thunder God technique? Deidara, but, what will happen next? Scorpion, it's very simple, throw the person to me, and then I will take him away. Kaiba, isn't it throwing it to Cho? Nara Shikamaru, no, that would be too deliberate. Throwing it to Scorpion is the best choice. The leaders of all countries know the relationship between Scorpion and Cho. They will make crazy associations with Killer Bee's disappearance. Gaara, will it really be like this? Raikage, I have to admit, but I think I will declare war on the Kingdom of Wind. Haiden, then it's done. The Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Lightning will both be defeated, and the Kingdom of Waves can use this time to clean up Konoha. Uchiha class, don't forget, there are still a lot of traitors in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Harano Sakura, is it possible that Scorpion has been killed by Cho now? Everyone? Scorpion. She's right. It's very likely. Everyone was speechless. What a joke. According to the strength that Scorpion showed before, it's not a problem for Scorpion to beat a few Cho. But the next picture on the brand screen shocked everyone. I saw Sasuke dragging Killer Bee to Scorpion's battlefield. But when he arrived, Sasuke was shocked. 2 very ordinary puppets surrounded Scorpion in the middle. And Scorpion seemed to be ready to resist. Scorpion, as expected. Did you take out my parents' puppets? Uchiha Madara, As expected, feelings are the biggest taboo for ninjas. Haiden, Scorpion's first generation will die at the hands of this old lady? Don't be ridiculous. Harano Sakura. Cho dash. Okay. They admit that they only took advantage. Sasuke was speechless at this moment. You can value feelings. But this suicidal tendency is unnecessary. Sage Art. Inorganic Reincarnation. The sage art of Rikka can be said to be the nemesis of puppeteers. All puppets are considered non-living things. They will all be easily controlled by Sasuke's inorganic reincarnation. The puppet controlled by Cho immediately failed. Then it attacked Cho in the opposite direction. Scorpion only reacted at this time. Oh! I was too impatient just now. It almost caused a disaster. At this time, a person fell from the sky. Scorpion immediately caught it and found that it was the dying killer bee. Is it her? Scorpion was shocked. How long has it been? Eight Tails Jinchūriki is already in his hands? Thinking of the previous instructions, Scorpion immediately turned around and left. And Cho was attacked by her own puppet. She was also in a very bad state. But at this time, she no longer had the strength to chase. At the same time, her intuition over the years told her. This time it's a big deal. Eight Tails was captured in front of her. No matter whether she is innocent or not, she can't wash it off. Don't underestimate the hatred between the 5 major countries. Sometimes war only needs a trigger. And the comprehensive strength of the Wind country is the weakest among the 5 major countries. Even now, there are not many decent masters in the village. And they lost the war machine, One-Tail Shikaku. No. We must find a way to recover Shikaku. Sand Shinobi village needs this combat power. In a short moment, Cho thought a lot. But will things develop as she imagined? Back to the Wave Country camp. Huang Tu, who turned around and looked back, came back with a muddy face. It seems that he did not get any advantage from Deidara. At this time, the second round of the Chunin exam has also ended. But now the situation in Wave Country is very complicated. First, the delegation was attacked by the Akatsuki organization, and suffered heavy casualties. Secondly, all the participating teams of Konoha were slaughtered except Naruto's team. At this time, Konoha only has Naruto's team and 2 leaders. Finally. What? You didn't see Killer Bee Sr. Killer Bee's subordinates were immediately anxious. Their boss went to support this old lady. She actually said she didn't see it. That's right. I fought with a member of the Akatsuki organization. I didn't see him take action. Cho chose to conceal it. There is no way, the more you explain, the worse it gets. It's hard to explain. How is it possible? We, the people of Cloud Shinobi, still want to quibble. But they noticed Chiyo's unfriendly eyes. After all, the other party is the Hokage. The people of Cloud Shinobi stopped talking. Sorry. We have to go back early. The people of Cloud Shinobi did not hesitate too much. Directly give up. What else is there to test? All of our Jinchūriki are missing. And he is the brother of Hokage. Sasuke looked embarrassed. And he stayed for a while, and immediately sent people to search for Killer Bee. But the Cloud Shinobi people were very determined. They knew. The Akatsuki's Scorpion is the grandson of Hokage Cho. Cho also knew that this time was not good. But the more she was at this time, the calmer she had to be. So the Cloud Shinobi delegation became the first ninja village to leave. Outside the Wave Country. It must be that Hokage colluded with Akatsuki. That's right. They murdered Killer Bee. I will never forgive them when I go back. The group shouted viciously. But the next moment. Pucci. I only felt a flash of light. The person who spoke first had been beheaded. Who is it? Pucci. There was no extra movement. In a few rounds, the people who were vaguely seen were wiped out. The delegation didn't even see the man's shadow clearly. They only knew that he had the instant technique. One-hit kill. Chapter 118. Hey! Gently shake the injured bloodline. Shisui looked thoughtful. He was wondering whether to leave any traces of the country of wind. But then I thought about it and gave up. Shisui had no way to treat the wound. Nothing was faked. Just left right away. Harano Sakura, oh my god. Sasuke actually sent someone to intercept and kill the mission. Hyaganiji, is this weird? Wasn't she the one who killed everyone before? Onoki, the steps are a bit too big. Can't we solve them one by one? Konohamaru, why do you want to kill them? Haiden, nonsense. Of course it's a frame-up. But why not fake the wound? Deidara, leave some more traces of the puppet's hatred. Narashikamaru, no. That would be too deliberate. It would be best if it were so inexplicable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's right. This is just right. It can provoke the conflict between the two countries of wind and thunder to the greatest extent. Terumi Mei, what happens next? Reikage AI, if all the envoys and bees disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is certain that Reikage will take action, but it is hard to say who the target is. Uchiha Madara, oh. It's just right to destroy them all together. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Your thoughts are not correct, only love. Uchiha Madara. I am speechless every day, these holy ladies are really heaven-defying. And now I'm watching the land of waves. The Chunin exam has entered a fierce stage. First of all, the country of waves showed off its skills for the first time. Let's not play Kimimaro and Gaara's team yet. They are the new generation of the Uchiha clan. All the countries are overwhelmed and Genin can't breathe. But what shocked all countries even more was another mysterious team. Especially the captain at the head. Not to mention his physical fitness is very strong. And also Grandmaster 5 Elements escape technique. The most exaggerated thing is, this ninja does not need any seals to release his ninjutsu. Has the land of waves simplified ninjutsu to this extent? Kakashi looked shocked. This reminded him of the 44 hard water dragon bomb of that year. Subconsciously he glanced at Zabuza who was standing aside. At this time, Zabuza also looked embarrassed. It was obvious that he had thought of something. Sharingan can't be copied. This is what really shocked Kakashi. As a copy ninja who is famous in the ninja world, he can even copy bloodline limit. But the ordinary ninjutsu of the person in front of me now, he can't copy it. How can this be? Has the land of waves simplified ninjutsu so much that chakra is no longer needed? Of course he couldn't copy it. Because they are using scientific tools. There is simply no chakra running route. That's what the certification says. Who is a good person to form seals with? Except for the country of waves. On the contrary, other major countries performed mediocrely. Except Konoha. Konoha Genin should be the most comprehensive ninja now. Even more than the country of waves. Because except for Uzumaki Naruto, all Konoha Genin are dead. Obviously, this is one hell of a joke. But the examiner Uchiha from Bo is still introduced like this. It can be seen that Might Guy's face is very ugly. But he glanced at the girl next to the high platform. I could only endure it silently. Genin from the three kingdoms of Feng Shui and Earth all performed mediocrely. There is almost no possibility of promotion. At the same time, the mysterious laboratory in the country of waves. Is this how you pursue eternity? I beg to differ. Looking at the scrapped bodies in Orochimaru's laboratory, Scorpio expressed his disgust. Hee. Orochimaru expressed disdain. Although both of them were members of the Akatsuki organization before. But there is no communication experience. It is even less possible to share their own scientific research results. But with Sasuke's help, the two science geeks finally began preliminary discussions. Sasuke told me about your idea. Zero, please ask for flowers. I can only say it's very average. How much combat power can a mere human puppet have? The technological power of the future will still be dominated by artificial humans. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He also watched the Chunin exam competition. He expressed great satisfaction with the new generation of artificial humans. Are you kidding me? Scorpion didn't hesitate and started to refute directly. How much fighting power can a group of mindless replicants have? Even if you can copy some garbage bloodline. He's still just a piece of trash who can use simple thinking. The human puppet can completely retain its combat experience during life. How high the upper limit is? Orochimaru sneered when he heard this. Combat experience, how can there be so many outstanding ninjas to supplement your combat experience? Genin-level human puppets can indeed defeat Chunin-level androids. So how many of Genin's human puppets can you find? Why shouldn't a good person be your puppet? Scorpion was silent. This is also his biggest frustration. The cost is too high. The material doesn't matter. Mainly, the core of a human puppet requires one's thinking. This is really difficult to do. According to Sasuke, he will find some dying people in the Kingdom of Waves to persuade them. He is about to die anyway, so making himself a puppet can be regarded as a continuation of life. But how many masters are there who are dying? Most of them are just ordinary people. %*Z%. In this case, it's really not as good as Orochimaru's android. At this moment, Orochimaru did smile sinisterly. Don't be discouraged, you are not useless when you come back. There is a way to rise quickly. In what way? Xie's eyes suddenly lit up. Although the two have different ideas. But Orochimaru's technological level and thinking are still pretty good. Quickly obtain the mind and body of a master. War breaks out. Chapter 119. You mean? Yes. This is the war that is about to begin. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Maybe, yes. A glimmer of light flashed in Scorpion's eyes. Isn't war the best opportunity for harvest? And just when Scorpion was plotting something. Country of Waves, Embassy. As the only player to advance to the finals, Uzumaki Naruto chose to express a lot of pressure. But not because of the competition. But he plans to do something big. Naruto. Have you thought about it? Kakashi still seemed hesitant. Think about it. I have my own plan. Naruto had a look of determination on his face. This action gave him a lot of signals. The 5 major countries are already 7 or 7 ready to make a move. He could no longer wait for an opportunity. Just take advantage of this opportunity of the Chunin exam. The moment he returned to Konoha. Launch a coup immediately. That's right. The complete annihilation of the Konoha mission this time will definitely attract Konoha's great attention. And when panicked. This is the best time for a serious coup. Sasuke. What you didn't do back then. I'll help you finish it. Naruto is determined. He couldn't go on doing nothing anymore. Very risky though. Okay. Now that you have decided, I will use all my energy. Kakashi wiped his short sword silently. He has transformed. If only Konoha was as dull as before. He might just be a Genin for the rest of his life. Fish every day. But now, he doesn't want to endure it anymore. The father's death requires blood to prove it. Kakashi-sensei, why are you helping me? Naruto looked very hesitant. Kakashi also hesitated. He didn't know how to speak. Forget it. Kakashi-sensei doesn't have to say it if you don't want to. Naruto was very understanding. Are you sure you don't want to join forces with the country of waves? Kakashi asked seriously. Obviously the two people have the same goal. And with the addition of the country of waves, the chances of winning will increase greatly. No. This time I will do it by myself. Naruto didn't know that this was a very irrational behavior. But he still chose to refuse. He just wanted to be willful just once. Just this once. Okay. Then. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi knew this sentence was very heartbreaking. But he still said it. It's better to say it in advance than to panic on the battlefield. Sure enough. Naruto hesitated. He can destroy the entire Konoha without restraint. But Jiraiya. Just thinking about that face. Naruto felt helpless. He won't affect me. Finally Naruto said firmly. This is righteousness, and I will not be affected by personal feelings. $300. Kakashi doesn't bother anymore. Withdrew directly. When passing by Guy's room. He seemed very hesitant. Guy. What is your position? A dim light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. He touched his short sword gently. Kakashi didn't choose to bother Guy. At this time, the Chunin exam has finally come to an end. Countries feel nothing anymore. Completely crushed. But fortunately, the country of waves still gives face to other countries. Except for the people in Konoha, they didn't do anything to kill him. In the end, Chunin was given a role as a supporting player in various countries to save face. It can be regarded as taking care of everyone's face. But it's worth mentioning. Naruto's final was against Kimimaro. After a few hits, Naruto mastered the ninjutsu. So in the end, he returned to Konoha as Genin. Pass this exam. The 5 major countries officially recognized the international status of the country of waves. At the same time, the Land of Waves also discovered the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi Mission 0. Raikage AI was very angry. The entire mission was wiped out, and his brother was nowhere to be found. But all of this points to Cho. Cloud Shinobi immediately took a series of military actions. Cho also hurried back to set up defenses. As for returning to Gaara as mentioned before, Cho didn't even mention it. That's ridiculous. Let's forget it. Sasuke benefited a lot from this exam. It seems like nothing. But the attitudes of the 5 major countries have been completely understood. Sand Shinobi, Mist Shinobi pose no threat. Cloud Shinobi is now staring at Sand Shinobi. So it is enough for me to just keep an eye on the Kingdom of Earth. But not before that. Sasuke still has important things to do. Bang bang bang. Knocking gently on the door of Zhang Ying's office. Sasuke rarely comes here. Come in. A girl's voice came from inside. Sasuke walked in naturally. Then the girl in front was saved. Sasuke. Why do you have time to come? Izumi looked very happy. He turned back and hugged Sasuke. I came to see Sister Chuan for a big deal. Sasuke smiled mysteriously. Oh? What's the big deal? 0.3. Izumi is the real ruler of the country of waves. Very curious about this information. The affairs of the 5 major countries have come to an end. The next step is of course to hunt down the Akatsuki organization. I need Sister Chuan to be my helper. Sasuke smiled. Chuan expressed surprise. Although he is not weak in strength. But the country of waves has a lot of masters. Why is Sasuke looking for me? Chuan suddenly had a bad feeling. She asked tentatively. To deal with that member. Sasuke's eyes suddenly became stern. Staring into Quan's eyes, he slowly said. Hunt Uchiha Sasuke next. No matter life or death. Chapter 120. What? Chuan was immediately shocked. Hunting ferrets? This. Sasuke, are you serious? Chuan hesitated for a moment and then asked tremblingly. This issue does not need to be discussed anymore. Of course. I know what you want to say. But Sasuke must be punished. This is an explanation for the whole clan. Sasuke answered decisively. Chuan was stunned. She never expected Sasuke to come for real. But nothing to worry about. Just leave. Leave tomorrow. After saying this, Sasuke didn't give Izumi a chance to reply. Just walk out of the office. Chuan was left confused and at a loss. Uzumaki Naruto, hey? Why are you still attacking brother Itachi? Senju Tobirama, what? Is there anything unreasonable? Uchiha Madara, for the sake of the whole clan, it's normal. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't think she will be like this. Uchiha Shisui, I don't think so either. Haiden, I'm looking forward to this brother-sister showdown. There's no need for Itachi to let off steam. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui, I think I'll be more aggressive this time. Deidara, no? Are you still going to release the water? With Sasuke's strength, do you still need to release the water? Nara Shikamaru, he should be talking about Sasuke letting loose. Uzumaki Nagato, that's right. With Sasuke's current condition, it would be easy to accidentally kill Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, but why bring a spring? Uchiha Shisui, it should be a test of Izumi's choice, a personal relationship or a village. Uchiha Itachi, she will choose the village. She has always been a very sensible person. Uchiha Izumi. There was a lot of discussion on the barrage. The next day came quickly. Chuan seemed listless. Sister Chuan, didn't you sleep well? Sasuke was in high spirits, not feeling tired or entangled at all. Sasuke, really want to? Chuan still asked with a frown. She doesn't understand why siblings must kill each other. Haha, how can personal feelings compare to family justice? Sister Chuan, there's no need to say any more. This is Itachi's fate. Saying that, Sasuke grabbed Izumi's wrist. The next moment, the two of them had disappeared. Flying Thunder God technique. It emerged again as a deserted place. The two started on their way. There was silence all the way. Chuan kept clenching his fists. I don't know what I'm thinking. Finally getting to see that person again. But this time they were on the opposite side. Quan's heart was filled with confusion. But looking at the girl around me who has been fighting for her family. She had 1,000 words in her heart that she could not express. Arrive. Sasuke's voice came slowly. A man with a shark face was already waiting in front. Walk gently. Sasuke paid no attention to Kisame. He is the next target. But he doesn't know how to praise. Sasuke doesn't recommend making him the first target. Kisame didn't stop him. Instead, he watched the two of them go in with a serious expression. Haha, Mr. Itachi, how far can you see? Kisame murmured. Gently push open the hall. In the same position, sitting the same Uchiha Itachi. But this time the viewing experience in the group is indeed completely different. Everyone was sweating for Itachi. You won't be beaten to death directly. Chuan looked very excited when he saw that figure again. But she still restrained herself. Standing there without taking any action. Itachi's eyes stopped on Kwande. I don't know what I'm thinking. But in the end, he moved to his good sister. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. Feeling the weakness of the body. Now he just wants to show his eyes to his sister openly. It seems. You have mastered your eyes. Itachi said slowly. Perhaps. I became more skilled earlier than you. Sasuke also looked at his elder brother with a complicated expression. I don't know what I'm thinking. Uchiha's fate. Next. Your eyes. I want them. Itachi stood up slowly. 837 rushed over in the next moment. Snapped. He gently held Itachi's wrist. The next moment, the lightning in his hand had penetrated Itachi's body. Wow! Wow! Countless black crows dispersed. Itachi, who had transformed into a clone, was still sitting on the high platform. You've grown a lot. Sasuke. Thanks. Sasuke said clearly. Then he threw the shuriken violently. Sasuke, who possesses many unique skills, eventually learned the shuriken technique that the brother and sister often used. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Itachi's eyes. It seemed like he was reminded of the time when he was chasing his baby sister. Bang bang bang! Countless crashes sounded in the air. But in the end, Itachi's hand surgery was superior. Facing the shuriken group in front, Sasuke's wrist burst into a cloud of smoke. A huge round fan appeared in his hand. Uchiha rebound. Boom! The huge fan destroyed the shuriken. Also symbolizes Uchiha's power. Chapter 121. Bang! The powerful recoil pushed Itachi back. Looking at the round fan that symbolizes power, Itachi was also shocked. But Itachi did not stop. The next moment, he suddenly appeared beside Sasuke. Then he grabbed Sasuke's neck fiercely. "My stupid sister! How far can your eyes see?" Gently put his fingers on Sasuke's eye sockets. Itachi's hands exerted a little force. Bang! Blood splashed, and the girl's eyes became empty. But no screams came. The next moment, Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. A pair of tender little hands were placed on his eye sockets. But no force was used. "My stupid brother! I see much farther than you!" Bang! A light kick almost kicked Itachi's lungs out. Feeling the severe pain in his internal organs, Itachi was horrified. Looking back, he saw the strange patterns in the girl's eyes. Itachi couldn't believe it. The illusion he was so proud of. It was bounced back. You know, his eyes are inclined to illusion. That proves his sister's attainment in illusion has far surpassed his. What a terrifying power! It seems that Uchiha Sasuke has also discovered the secret of the cell. In a corner not far away, a half-black and half-white monster was whispering. Looking at Itachi's flying figure, there was a look of shock in his eyes. Never expected. The decisive battle between the Uchiha brothers and sisters actually showed a one-sided trend. And this Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have only used the most basic ninjutsu. Brother! In fact, for so many years, I have always disagreed with your approach. Gently pulled out the Kusanagi sword. Sasuke slowly walked towards Itachi. It seemed to think of the scene of Fugaku's tragic death that night. Sasuke closed his eyes. That was the shame of her life. She knew that Itachi could not be blamed. But Itachi's slaughter of the entire clan was something she could not tolerate. Itachi chose the village. But if it were her, she would choose the family. Sure enough. This is like you. Itachi slowly stood up. A smile appeared on his face. She was still his cold and arrogant sister. She hadn't changed at all over the years. Then, it's time to end it today. The three megatama in his eyes suddenly showed strange patterns. The next moment, the two had entered a strange space. Sasuke, who felt trapped on the wooden stake, had no expression. Tsukuyomi? What a tricky eye technique! Then how do you break this move? Itachi slowly approached with a long sword. This sister doesn't need to let him go. Hehe Itachi, do you know? I've seen stronger illusions. Oh! Itachi was immediately interested. Although he was very optimistic about this sister. But in terms of illusions, he was still very confident in his Tsukuyomi. You can indeed change the operation of a space. But someone can change more. The next moment, lines appeared in Sasuke's eye sockets. A strange energy rushed into her body. A mini dragon horn also appeared on her head. Itachi frowned. He knew that Sasuke practiced fairy arts in Rika Cave. But he had never heard of such an ability. Tsukuyomi's space seemed to tremble. Itachi felt his pupil power was consuming crazily. Sage art. Paradise. Tsukuyomi's space suddenly collapsed. A strange picture appeared in front of Itachi. A huge castle seemed to fall from the sky. The things around Itachi were instantly renewed. The originally black and white space also became colorful. The surroundings were filled with food, beauties, and fun. Itachi's consciousness began to disperse. Countless pictures of enjoyment appeared in his mind. His body slowly tired. There was only a gate in front of him. Inscription: Rika Cave. What a luxurious Rika Cave! What a huge castle! What a paradise! Infinite enjoyment, even people are what they dream of. Itachi seemed to be sinking a little. It's nice here. Maybe it's nice to stay here for a lifetime. Ah! Looking at Itachi, who was silent there, Sasuke fell into deep thought. Itachi's manjiki had been closed. Sasuke slowly stretched out his hand and covered Itachi's eye socket. It's over. My stupid brother. Bang! Blood splashed. The eyeball in his hand turned into a black crow. Itachi in front of him also scattered into a group of crows. Very good illusion. It's really fascinating. Itachi slowly appeared and still sat on the throne. But a trace of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. And Sasuke saw Itachi leaving. There was no disappointment on his face. Instead, he looked a little happy. Itachi, you have to leave in a more gorgeous way. Chapter 122. Uchiha Shisui, there is such a magical illusion? Orochimaru, it's not hard to guess, isn't this the basic technique that Sasuke practiced in Rika Cave before? Uchiha Itachi, it's actually very frightening. A ninja with a weak mind can easily get lost. Uzumaki Naruto, why didn't Sasuke do anything just now? Uchiha Shisui, maybe I still can't bear it. Or maybe I didn't have the intention to kill in the first place. Hitoki Kakashi, indeed, Hitoki Kakashi uses very basic ninjutsu. Deidara, the person who released the sea, changed this time. Uchiha Fugaku, I didn't expect the gap to be so big. Senju Hashirama, Madara, it seems that I have the strength to fight you and me. Uchiha Madara, humph. It's still far from enough. Madara snorted coldly, but she was extremely shocked in her heart. This paradise is literally a small version of infinite Tsukuyomi. How could there be such a terrifying ninjutsu as 717? Ah! No. It should be magic. It seems that I really underestimated these three holy places. Thinking back on Hashirama's senjutsu, I feel a little numb. When the comparison is over, you must go to the three holy places to see them. Madara thought so. Sasuke on the screen has already rushed forward. He didn't use Flying Thunder God and just rushed forward. Itachi's eyes were a little confused. The figure in front of him seemed to shrink. It seems like I'm back to that childhood time again. When I was training with my baby sister. Boom! But the heavy force on his hand pulled Itachi out of his fantasy. Give up the use of illusion. Sasuke, who is blessed with Sage Mode, is almost difficult to control by illusion. The blessing of immortal magic combined with the physique of strange strength. Sasuke is simply a humanoid-tailed, beast. Itachi could only dodge like crazy. But soon, he ran out of room for much longer. There is no place to stay. Black crows began to crow. Itachi suddenly jumped onto the rooftop. Start quickly forming seals on your hands. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fan appeared in Sasuke's hand. A gentle Uchiha bounce. Itachi only felt the monstrous flames coming. Boom! While avoiding like crazy, Itachi realized that he seemed to have underestimated Uchiha's artifact. Don't leave your back to the enemy. My stupid brother. Itachi, who had just escaped the aftermath of the flames, was suddenly shocked. When? Boom! His chest seemed to have been hit by an ancient behemoth. Itachi protruded and a mouthful of blood flew out. So fast. No movement at all. Itachi didn't know Sasuke's location. The other person is like a snake. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke moved very slowly. It took her several seconds to do the ninjutsu that obviously didn't require sealing. Boom. The next moment, the rooftop immediately turned into a sea of fire. Itachi swore that he had never seen such a powerful ninjutsu in his life. This must be a huge chakra. Itachi was very pleased that Sasuke seemed to have discovered a new secret. Amatras. It was too late. The severe pain coming from the abdomen made Itachi unable to form the seal. His internal organs seemed to be shattered. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, and dark flames covered the great fireball. Although the great fireball is extremely powerful, but in Amaterasu's confrontation, he was swallowed up in an instant. What a terrible showdown! Ju appeared on the ground with shock in his eyes. He seemed to underestimate Itachi's strength. At the same time, he underestimated Sasuke's strength. You know, this girl hasn't even shown her most powerful ability. Stupid brother! You shouldn't use these black flames on me. The invincible Amaterasu stopped in front of Sasuke. Itachi covered his eyes in pain. But he found that his black flame seemed to have solidified. The next moment, the blackness in the sky condensed fiercely. Then attack yourself. Inferno style. Flame control. How can it be? Itachi, who thought he knew Sasuke well, was shocked. Sasuke he can actually control Amaterasu's form, and it's his own Amaterasu? At this time, Sasuke was not observing Itachi. Instead, cast your gaze to the far corner. Whether it's a dragon or a snake, they will catch the crawlers in the corners. Fire Thunder God. The Amaterasu that protruded toward Itachi suddenly exploded, spreading in all directions. Oops! I forgot about the perception of immortals. Ju was immediately shocked. But it's too late. White Zetsu's normal body has been stained with dark flames. Then it exploded violently. Ah, it's on fire! White Zetsu didn't exclaim much, just stated something lightly. Pfft! Black Zetsu slashed through half of his body. It sank into the ground and disappeared instantly. The dark flames dispersed. Only a stump was left on the ground. Sasuke's interest was instantly piqued. Puppet Method Plus. Chapter 123. This is. Sasuke stared at the tree stump on the ground, lost in thought. Some things that I couldn't figure out before seem to have been figured out. That's it. That's it. Nod gently. At this moment, Itachi slowly stood up. He looked at Sasuke with complicated eyes. Also with some relief. Maybe she's right. Family above all else. Maybe I should have been more selfish. Sasuke, close my eyes. At this moment, Itachi was like a candle in the wind. My body, which was already unhealthy, is now even more scarred. Itachi, you rely too much on those eyes. It seems that I can feel the blur of Itachi's realization. Maybe this is the sympathy between brother and sister. Haha, that's right. This is Uchiha's curse, no one can escape it. Itachi covered his eyes. Sasuke's figure seemed a little more unreal. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly. Zitsaizi. The cacophony of 1,000 birds chirped. Sasuke chose the most basic chidori. He slowly walked towards Itachi. It's really thrilling. Unknown corners. Black Zetsu stared at the girl in front of him. Already have the intention to retreat. Although it should have left the other party's perception range now. But I am still a little worried. No. This information is very important. Black Zetsu stayed where he was. Sasuke is now Akatsuki's #1 enemy. Black Zetsu needs more information. Snapped. Sasuke's steps held firm. But the chidori in his hand did not disperse. Sister Chuan, I asked you to help me. Sasuke didn't look back, deliberately not looking at the red eyes. Chuan gritted his teeth, but did not let go of his hand. Itachi in front seemed to feel that his vision was clearer. I can see the girl's face clearly. I wanted to say something but fell silent in the end. He still couldn't speak. Sasuke, he can't die. Quan's hands became harder and harder. Finally, his body was in front of Sasuke. You chose Uchiha between him and this man, didn't you? Sasuke's face was expressionless, so Chuan, who was opposite, didn't dare to look into her eyes. Izumi panicked. She couldn't look directly at Sasuke. He couldn't look directly at the girl who kept calling her family. Sasuke, I beg you. Just these few words used up all my strength. No one knows better than her how difficult it has been for Uchiha over the years. So she had no reason to stand in front of Sasuke. Stand in front of the clan leader. She killed the Uchiha clan leader, my father. Uchiha needs the blood of sinners to appease. Chidori's voice became louder. But Izumi still didn't dare look into Sasuke's eyes. She couldn't imagine what that look was like. Disappointment or helplessness. Boom. Gently pushing Chuan aside, Sasuke's pace quickened a bit. Itachi seemed to have given up struggling and had no intention of attacking Susan. Or, he wants to keep his last bit of eye energy to retain the light. Look at the two women you love most. Sasuke. My eyes will light up the world for you. Itachi seemed to regret it. Somewhat relieved. Regret that I was not selfish and led Uchiha to rebel against Konoha. Relief that it was finally over. His life was too miserable. Whoosh. Heavy footsteps hit the ground. He seemed to be cheering himself up. Chuan stood in front of Itachi, with determination in his eyes. She chose to follow her heart. Spring. Itachi seemed to want to open his eyes wide, but the girl in front of him looked so blurry. Zero, please give me flowers. Losing the power gained by light is really heavy. Itachi didn't say anything harsh to make Izumi go away. He knew this girl. For a moment, Itachi felt a little disoriented. Do you choose to betray Uchiha? Sasuke frowned slightly. There was electric light all over his body. It seemed like the gods were roaring. Crack. Quan's eyes were still dodging, but his actions were very determined. She knelt down directly on one knee and inserted the kunai into the ground. Uchiha Izumi will never betray Uchiha. Never betray clan leader Uchiha Sasuke. But. Zero. But. Chuan clenched his fists. He stood up slowly and opened his hands. Girl Spring will protect what is most important to her. The most important person. Sasuke. Uchiha Izumi won't stop you. But I will stand in front of Itachi. Close your eyes slowly. She is smiling, she is so smart and has found the best way. Maybe this is not bad. Chuan actually felt a sense of satisfaction. Your life. It does not belong to you. There is only Uchiha Spring in this world. No Spring. Sasuke seemed irritated. For the first time, a ferocious expression appeared on her beautiful face. Whoosh! Like a flash of lightning. Izumi was slapped away by Sasuke. It seemed like all the internal organs were vibrating. Chuan hit the ground in pain. She climbed up desperately and saw the electric light penetrating Itachi's chest. No. The blood and tears in the corners of his eyes merged with the heavy rain. The three megatama in his eyes instantly became one. The man slowly fell into the girl's arms. Sasuke hugged him, and the man was smiling, as if he was relieved. Black Zetsu in the corner widened his eyes. Itachi. Dead. Chapter 124. Uchiha Sasuke, how is this possible? Uchiha Izumi, oh my god. No. Uchiha Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto, but, why? I don't understand. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems that the previous influence still has a great impact on Sasuke. Uchiha Madara, is it difficult to understand? Just give the tribe an explanation. Senju Tobirama, hey! Uchiha, who are born evil, can kill each other every day. Uchiha Sasuke, this is impossible. There is no reason for her to do this. I don't believe it. Sasuke's eyes widened in front of the screen. He couldn't accept this result. There was also a lot of discussion on other topics on the barrage. But as Sharingan's secret is revealed, everyone felt a little more relieved. Hiden, so that's it, Nezu's 297 help was just for his eyes, it's a normal behavior. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha is like this. The way he becomes stronger makes people, haha. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't believe she's doing this for her eyes. Uzumaki Naruto, I don't believe it either, there must be other reasons. Naruto reached a consensus among the few. But Itachi on the screen completely collapsed. Slowly support attack his body. Sasuke cast his gaze to the far corner. Oops. Black Zetsu was shocked and quickly wanted to escape. Sage Art. Inorganic reincarnation. The ground shrank violently. The cracks in the ground seemed to be alive. He violently piled up Black Zetsu. Puff. Black Zetsu's arm was violently squeezed. Black Zetsu didn't dare to escape to the ground anymore. Because the ground now has life. A wave of void spread violently in the air and turned into a piece of Uzumaki. Obito appears just in time to take away Black Zetsu. This made Sasuke's frown deepen. It looks like we're going to speed up the process. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke was very helpless. So far, she is still helpless with this space-time ninjutsu. Ignoring the frustrated Chuan, Sasuke picked up Itachi's body and walked back slowly. The pattering raindrops wet her long hair. But it couldn't slow down her movements. Is this Uchiha's curse? Feel the new eyes. Chuan shed tears of blood in pain. The strength gained from losing the one you love most. What an irony. He slowly stood up and followed Sasuke. Chuan had the idea of death in 100 deaths. But in the end, I still couldn't make a move. Are you resenting Uchiha? Sasuke in front spoke slowly. But he didn't look back. Chuan didn't answer, but tentatively touched Itachi's body. TCH. It's true that women are not allowed to stay in college. Sasuke curled his lips helplessly. Throwing Itachi's body to Izumi. Chuan took it carefully, but the next moment, she froze suddenly. The texture of this touch. Wood. Don't make any noise. Elder Chuan. Sasuke curled his lips angrily. It was as if she was complaining that Chuan didn't choose her. Sasuke. This. Chuan was shocked, trapped in the clone? When exactly? There was no time to think too much, Chuan quickened his pace. At the same time, I was ecstatic inside. Sasuke moved quickly. At this moment she seemed to be a little girl and a young lady again. Although he knew that between himself and Itachi, Izumi would probably choose Itachi. But it's still a little uncomfortable. After all, she is just a 16-year-old girl. Now it was Izumi's turn to be embarrassed. She could only move forward with her head lowered, with mixed feelings in her heart. The two quickly returned to the Kingdom of Waves. Kisame outside has disappeared. It seems that everything has been anticipated. Itachi. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a very weak Itachi. Chuan rushed forward fiercely. As expected. It's all just a show. Cut. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. Women in love are indeed unreliable. Dumping Uchiha without hesitation. But the curve of her mouth betrayed her true inner thoughts. Uchiha Itachi has been a spy for the family for many years. Returned to the family today. But there is no title. From today on, stay in Uchiha and be an idler. Sasuke's cold voice broke this warm scene. 0. A nearly blind man. Let's enjoy life. My stupid brother. Sasuke turned around immediately. She didn't want Itachi to do anything else. Uchiha is enough with her. Wait a moment. Itachi's voice came out slowly. Sasuke stopped. She heard the sound of a candle in the wind. Stop talking. The vitality medicine developed by Orochimaru will help you slowly recover. But your eyesight may not be restored. Sasuke shook his head. Not everyone can absorb Hashirama cells. The risks here are too great. Sasuke thought that it was time for Itachi to retire. But when she turned around, but he was stunned on the spot. Itachi gently removed the gauze from his eyes. Sasuke thought it was Itachi's way of protecting his eyes. But I never expected. I, Uchiha Sasuke, don't need this kind of thing. Looking at the Manjiki Sharingan in the container, Sasuke looked really angry. She doesn't like this curse from Uchiha. Without those eyes, she could still dominate the ninja world. She doesn't need the power of sacrificing her loved ones. Take it and let me see this 0.1 world clearly for you. This is my final fate. This time I believe in my eyes. You can see further. Although already very weak. But Itachi actually smiled. How many years, he hasn't smiled. It was a smile of relief. Sasuke's heart jolted. Slowly took the container. Haha, what a stupid brother. The body seemed to tremble and sway. Sasuke turned his head. At the same time the voice became cold. Uchiha Izumi was suspected of assassinating the clan leader before. You are not suitable for taking on big responsibilities now. All positions in the ninja killing village will be taken away from you now. You will be punished for guarding this sinner. You too. Let's atone for our sins together. Chapter 125. Chuan seemed to want to say something. But Sasuke didn't give her a chance to speak. Thank you. Chuan murmured in a low voice, she was really grateful to this girl. But then came the deep guilt. After all, he had already betrayed Uchiha before. Do not think too much. Itachi slowly stretched out his hand. The grip was firm. And while Sasuke was dealing with his stupid brother, the situation in Konoha has begun to turmoil. Boom! A huge crash sounded in the Hokage office. Danzo smashed the table violently. Said angrily. Tsunade! Do you still have to endure it? This is already a declaration of war on Konoha. Look at an angry Danzo. Tsunade 20's face isn't very pretty either. Danzo. I am the Hokage. Boom. He seemed to be irritated. Danzo looked even more irritable. That's it again. That's it again. I don't care. This time we must destroy the Kingdom of Waves in one fell swoop. All the root ninja sent by his subordinates were slaughtered. Danzo couldn't take it anymore. Tsunade on the side also looked very unhappy. She, the Hokage, should be the most angry about the massacre of genin in Konoha. But Danzo's behavior also made her extremely angry. Konoha just gives these old guys too much power. Danzo. I will naturally handle the affairs of the Land of Waves. But now. Please get out of here. Danzo clenched his fists, but did not leave. Although he influenced Sarutobi Hiruzen for a lifetime. But he was also suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a lifetime. Now, he can't stand it anymore. Tsunade. If you don't make the judgment that a Hokage should have, then I don't think you are suitable for this position. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, the two root ninjas behind him slowly leaned forward. Boom! A pink figure suddenly jumped out from behind Tsunade, attacking Danzo without any hesitation. Boom! A big hole was punched out of the entire Hokage building in an instant. A root ninja was also penetrated on the spot. Harano Sakura! Do you know what you are doing? Danzo yelled angrily. But the body has slowly retreated. With what you just did, as a Hokage assistant, I have the right to kill you. Harano Sakura snapped. But her eyes were fixed on a point outside. Konoha, return home. Following Harano Sakura's gaze. The Hyuga family today is not in line with the peace of the past. Waste. Waste. Just a piece of trash from a branch house. A member of the sect severely beat a disciple of the branch house. The reason was that the young master of the Zone family cut his finger while performing a task. Snapped. He held the whip gently. The branch house disciple had an expressionless face. It's your fault. Want to die? The clan member immediately prepared to activate Caged Bird. But it's a pity. This time he miscalculated. Meat punch. 8 trigrams palms. A familiar move hit him. The people of the Zone family were shocked. Regardless of the combat power of the people in the branch house. Or is it the failure of Caged Bird? A bunch of trash, a bunch of worms who hide their dignity. Today we will definitely kill all the members of the clan. Without saying a word, the disciple from the branch house slapped the head of the clan member with his palm. Boom! It was like the sound of a watermelon breaking. The courtyard was already covered with blood. Don't come over. You are going to rebel. Looking at the little waist that he has been protecting. The branch house disciples didn't hesitate much. Child? Damn, it's the kid. He is just a loser, teach him what humility is today. Ah! The screams spread throughout the Hyuga family. But it didn't attract anyone's attention. Because this kind of thing happens in every corner of Hyuga's house. What happened? Master. The people in the branch house have rebelled. Caged Bird is out of action. They are killing the clan members. Listen to the report from your subordinates. Hyuga Hayashi was shocked. How is this possible? 250. But then he panicked. You must know that the Zone family exists in need of protection. There is a huge difference between the argumentative power and branch house. The people in the branch house were all killed with one palm after another. Damn it! Who is it? Hyuga Hayashi quickly stood up and gathered his clan members. Then his opponents said. Go to the Hokage for help immediately. Boom! Hyuga Hayashi didn't finish his words. The door has been kicked in and broken. A familiar figure walked in. He also brought a group of people from the branch house. Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Hayashi said through gritted teeth. It's me. My good uncle. Niji showed a long-lost smile. You are rebelling. Yet. From today onwards, you will be the ones who rebel. You will be recorded as traitors and traitors in the history of the Hyuga family. Don't you like fate? I will make you bear the fate of being a rebel until your death. Chapter 126. Be bold. Do you know what you're doing? Hyuga Hayashi looked at the boy in front of him in panic. What am I doing? I'll resist again. I'm taking revenge. I'm fighting for all the oppressed people. As Niji's words fell, all the people in the branch house behind him took off the bandages on their heads. But the caged bird among them has long since disappeared. Presumptuous! You are betraying Hyuga. Are you right about the Hyuga family? Hyuga Hayashi was really panicked. He yelled wildly. Betray! Niji sneered and said. We never give up the Hyuga name. Just need to clean out the borers. Boom! Crash sounds and screams came one after another. Countless Hyuga clan members died in front of Hyuga Hayashi. Are you crazy, Hyuga Niji? Do you really think that you can rebel after disabling Caged Bird? This is Konoha. Konoha. Hyuga is a loyal follower of the Hokage lineage. The Hokage will not allow you to rebel. You are all going to die. Hyuga Hayashi yelled. But he wasn't bluffing. Konoha will not allow the branch house to rise. Because the Zone family is a dog of the Hokage lineage. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hyaga Niji suddenly laughed. My good uncle. Things you can think of. Wouldn't I have thought of it? Then please. Why are all the people in the Zone family dying? The Hokage's Anbu hasn't appeared yet. Hyaga Hayashi was stunned. Yes. Such a big movement. There should be some news from Hokage. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this kid have the power to subvert Konoha? Get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in your mind. Hyaga Hayashi looked at Hyaga Niji again. I don't care what tricks you use. Anyway, when Anbu arrives, you will all die. Snort. Hyaga Niji sneered. This weak uncle, this weak patriarch. A dog of the Hokage lineage. It can end today. Hyaga Hayashi. Whatever it is you. Still Konoha. Today, they are already a candle in the wind. The starting position of 8 trigrams palms is given. Niji attacked directly. Hyaga Hayashi was stunned. I didn't expect that this kid actually chose to fight with him alone when there were so many people on the other side. Arrogant. Although Hyaga Niji is a rare genius in the Hyaga family. But as the patriarch, he still has his own confidence. Metal fist method. Bang bang bang. The two quickly met each other. And other tribesmen are not idle either. A frantic search for the missing member of the Hyaga family. They will all be killed. After today, Hyaga will be extremely powerful. Revolving heaven. Revolving heaven. Two powerful spiral teams collided. Hyaga Hayashi was shocked. This kid actually made him feel the pressure. How old is he? Metal punch. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Metal punch. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Fight the same moves together. The two eyes rolled crazily. It seems that he wants to find flaws in the other party. If it was the previous Niji, he would still be a little wary. But now there is no tether to caged bird. Niji also showed what Hyaga's first genius is. Father. Cousin Niji. Hinata was heartbroken when she saw this scene. But just when she was about to go up and stop it, two kunai shot directly in front of her. An unexpected but reasonable person appears. Day by day. Looking at this comrade who once fought, Hinata was filled with grief. Sorry Hinata. Niji invited me. I am very honored. Slowly stood in front of Hinata. Tianation's eyes were very determined. Niji's idea really shocked her. Teacher Guy and Xiao Li were kept in the dark about the entire action. But Niji just told her. After Tianation's shock, only excitement remained. She was truly honored. Sorry. Hinata apologized. But he immediately made a move. She is the princess of Hyaga. Now she had no reason to back down. The two struggled together. The main battlefield is about to determine the winner. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Promise, 8 trigrams 128 palms. 8 trigrams 128 palms. The two were still fighting madly. But Hayashi obviously couldn't keep up with the action. Hyaga Hayashi. You are old. Whether it's knowledge or strength. Niji roared and his movements suddenly doubled in speed. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 256 palms. How can it be? In Hyaga Hayashi's shocked eyes. Countless gentle fists hit him crazily. It seemed that the hatred that the boy had accumulated for many years was brought out. The last moment Hyaga Hayashi closed his eyes. Niji's angry face wasn't the only thing he saw. There is also thick smoke shopping. The smoke comes from Konoha. Chapter 127. Hyaga Hayashi, damn it! How is this possible? Hyaga Niji, Tien, I didn't expect that I would have a part in the scene. Hyaga Hinata, Niji brother. Uchiha Sasuke, ha 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 ha. Wonderful, great. This is the plot direction I am looking forward to. Hiden, it seems like we are about to reach a climax. Uzumaki Naruto, Niji took action. Does this mean that I? Uzumaki Kushina, well done Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hey. Kushina, watch your words. Uzumaki Kushina, is there something wrong with what I said? Third generation old man. Namikaze Minato, he everyone, please stop making noise. Uchiha Madara, hey. It's finally interesting. Senju Hashirama, according to Konoha's current combat power, it's actually hard to say the outcome. Hitaki Kakashi, it mainly depends on the attitude of the major families in Konoha. This is the real power of Konoha. Namikaze Watergate 670, rather than saying so, it actually depends on the attitude of Inoshika Ch. After all, most families are actually in a wait-and-see state. Uzumaki Kushina, that's right. Who cares about Hokage? As long as it's not an invasion by a foreign enemy, just fight. Senju Tobirama, except for the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Madara, do you want to dance too? Uchiha Sasuke, tisk. I can become a Hokage on a whim. Uzumaki Naruto, what? Sasuke, you want to be a Hokage too? Uchiha Sasuke, that's not true, the main reason is to let these self-righteous senior executives see it. Uzumaki Naruto, it doesn't matter, we all treat it the same. Sasuke was silent, seeming to acquiesce to Naruto's words. The screen looks like Konoha was invaded many years ago. It is different from Konoha's collapse plan. Once there were giant snakes everywhere, but now they are toads. Naruto you. Gamabunta looked at the Konoha village in front of him and hesitated to speak. Boss. You will support me, right? Naruto's voice was flat. I won't force you. Why? Gamabunta sighed, and then pulled out the huge short sword. That's all. Who admitted you as my little brother? But once you meet little Jiraiya, my mission is over. No problem. Naruto readily agreed. Giant summoning beasts are devastating in this kind of battle. What's the situation? Tsunade stared outside in shock. I was extremely shocked. Uzumaki Naruto actually launched a coup? It's simply a fantasy. Humph. Tsunade. I told you so. Should put Jinchūriki. Boom. Danzo immediately stood up and scolded. But halfway through speaking, Chun-Li was punched out by Chun-Li in front of him. Harano Sakura. Are you going to rebel? Kadi, Danzo was furious, he was still thinking about internal fighting at this time? Sakura-chan. You. Tsunade also looked at his direct disciple in shock. There was confusion in his eyes. Tsunade-sama, Danzo is the bane of Konoha. As the Hokage's assistant, I recommend that it be exterminated. He didn't dare to look back at Tsunade's face. Sakura's voice was trembling and firm. Okay. Okay. You are really my good apprentice. Tsunade glared angrily. Suddenly my blood pressure felt a little high. No wonder Uzumaki Naruto didn't move at all. It turns out that the news was blocked by his good disciples. Your end has come. Sakura, who was full of energy, no longer hesitated. Attacked Danzo frantically. Every move is a fatal weakness. Danzo could only run away like crazy for a while. Shizuan! Shizuan! Tsunade shouted. Little Sakura is in charge of Anbu in Hokage. Now I'm afraid she has been sidelined. Shizuan didn't reply. Only today did Tsunade know who her true loyalties were. The garrison forces in the village began to defend. They didn't take it seriously at first. Just think it was Jinchūriki who went berserk. But they soon realized something was wrong. A mysterious ninja force breaks out. The leader has white hair and only one eye exposed. Hitaki Kakashi. Kakashi. You made the wrong choice. Sarutobi Asuma appeared quickly. There was Yui Kurane beside her. Now there are not many ninjas in Konoha who can fight back. I never expected that Kakashi would secretly cultivate so many forces. The major families in Konoha also began to pay attention to it. Hitaki Kakashi all entered the venue. And it turned out to be the rebel side. Did this make all the clan leaders panic? But no family took action. This is how family is the most important thing. Village? Haha. Let's see. Chapter 128. Summoning. Roof collapse technique. Huge toads fell from the sky, just like before. It's just that the toad back then symbolized salvation. And now? Kakashi. It's not too late to turn back now. With your merit. Asuma looked at Kakashi sadly. I can't understand his purpose for doing this. Boom. The short sword and the double blades made a violent collision sound. Asuma couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Because I want to put my destiny in my own hands. Build a village where everyone is equal. It's ridiculous. One of my disciples taught me this. Kakashi moved faster and faster. Asuma could only resist with all his strength. Damn it! Is the gap so big? Asuma felt bitter. I thought that everyone was an elite Jainin and had about the same level. So you, Kakashi, are so curly? Bang bang bang! Hitaki's sword technique has not been around for who knows how many years. Today he finally showed off his prowess. The fear of being dominated by that adult came back. One person, one knife. The whole country of Wind was frightened after hearing the news. Uzumaki Naruto, as expected of Kakashi-sensei. Sarutobi Asuma, hey! Please pay more attention to the occasion. Yui Kurane, well, it's another world after all, I can all understand it. Uchiha Sasuke, then why are you so bad? Sarutobi Asuma. Akimikichi, Asuma-sensei is amazing. Nara Shikamaru, old horse. Cho, I saw that nasty knife again. Scorpion, it's really annoying. Harano Sakura, come on Kakashi-sensei. Senjutsu Nade, I don't think this is necessary. Namikaze Minato, it turns out that the Sharingan really dragged Kakashi down. Uzumaki Kushina, if he doesn't listen, what can I do? Hitaki Kakashi. Look at yourself on the screen. Kakashi was also lost in thought. It seems that the upper limit of knife skills is a little higher. But after watching so many Fox fancy Sharingan, obviously the upper limit of Sharingan is higher. But he is a foreigner. I really thought I was Uchiha Kakashi. Should I pick up my family's sword skills? After all, I'm still young. Kakashi was lost in thought. And it was Asuma who was deep in thought on the screen. Fire style, ember burn. A puff of thick smoke was exhaled and Kakashi was immediately swallowed up. Old horse flame. Boom. Black smoke mixed with sparks. Swallowing Kakashi instantly. But the next moment he felt severe pain in his legs. How can it be? Flying thunder god slash. Sheath the knife briskly. Kakashi seemed to be at ease. Don't try to stop me anymore, this is my last time to reminisce about old friendship. He left these words coldly, but another beautiful figure rushed in front of him. Illusion. Tree binding kill. Yui Hong has been looking for an opportunity for a long time. Finally found an opportunity for Kakashi to relax. But it's a pity. Her beautiful eyes met the 3 Megatama that she never wanted to see in her life. Uchiha Sasuke, tisk. It's really Uchiha Kakashi. Namikaze Minato, it's also good to use it skillfully. Uzumaki Kushina, that's right, who said that sword skills and Sharingan cannot be used together. The combination of 2 is the strongest. Hitaki Kakashi Kakashi said it made sense. After being backlashed again, Kurenai vowed never to use this illusion again. So shameful. Could it be that her Konoha Genjutsu master was just used as a foil? Too painful. After solving Kurenai and Asuma, Kakashi's path forward is simply smooth. Konoha's defensive strength was completely unable to withstand this cage-level expert who had been fighting for many years. Plus an Uzumaki Naruto. Most of the area was quickly occupied. At this time, the major families were still watching. Kakashi acts as Hokage and Tsunade acts as Hokage. Tell the truth. That's right. Kakashi is also from a famous family. The father is Konoha's White Fang, and the master is 4th Hokage. He also has cage-level strength. As for Naruto, all the major families regard him as a spoiler. But wait and see. The major families have gathered their own strength. If there is any trouble, we can provide immediate support. Finally, they saw the figure. Hokage Tsunade. It's just that Master Hokage seems a little weak at this time. There are no forces or people around him. All the major families secretly speculated. Everyone is wondering which family will be the first to take a stand? Chapter 129. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would like to see which one it is. Uzumaki Kushina, old man from 3rd generation, he's making threats. Shimura Dance, although it is a different world, it is very illustrative. Namikaze Minato, you can't generalize. Everyone has two sides. Haiden, woohoo, it's getting more and more exciting. What, old man, do you want to crawl out and liquidate these people? Shimura Dance, there is no need for Sarutobi to climb out, I am the root of Konoha, I have this necessary work. Uchiha Sasuke, okay. With that line, I announce that all the families who will appear in the future can come to me for cooperation. Uchiha Sasuke, after you appear on the scene, Konoha will not let you go no matter which world you are in. It would be better to keep doing nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't demagogue people here, Konoha will not do anything to liquidate it. Uchiha Sasuke, don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? Uchiha Sasuke, I want to see how many people here will believe your nonsense. Uchiha Sasuke, in the name of Uchiha, I inspire those who destroy Konoha with me. You will all get the treatment you deserve. Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke cannot do anything detrimental to the village. Uchiha Sasuke, brother, after seeing so much, are you still obsessed with it? Sasuke is now more and more determined to destroy Konoha. It was obvious that I had seen success stories from another world. It was obvious that the girl Sasuke was on the right track. And Itachi also fell into deep thought this time. My Sharingan seems not to be able to see as far as I imagined. At this time, the answer was finally revealed on the screen. The major families in Konoha are indeed cautious. I saw a powerful wave impacting an ordinary ninja from Konoha. Gentle Fist Method, 8 trigrams air palm. Hyaganiji's 8 trigrams air palm fired the first shot of the family's rebellion. This result is both expected and unexpected. As expected, Juxiang must be the 4th family to resist. What was unexpected was that Hyaganiji completely liquidated the Hyaga clan so quickly. Hyaga Hayashi, how is this possible? How could he? Batx. Niji said he had nothing to say. He did have this idea. It's a pity that there is no one in this world to help him release Caged Bird. The addition of Hyaga branch house put Konoha's defense force into crisis again. Today's Konoha is already very weak. The first is the weakness of the education system. Then there's high-level corruption. Most of the elites have been dragged down to their roots. Even Tsunade doesn't have much elite Anbu around him. The most important thing is that these Anbu were ignored by Harano Sakura. And the root ninjas were on several missions against the Land of Waves. They were almost all killed and injured. Now the only thing the wood industry can rely on is the defensive strength of the major families. Tsunade did not choose to end the game personally. But the good thing is, she is not completely defenseless. Finally, the first family came to an end. Sarutobi clan. As a family of the third Hokage, they don't have much choice. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, team fights quietly suppressed the Sarutobi clan. 0. Sarutobi Asuma is the only one in the family who can speak. He almost lost the qualification to be a Hokage. Konohamaru of the clan is indeed very talented. But it will take a long time to grow. The Sarutobi family now has few options if they want to survive. Tsunade, the disciple of the third Hokage, is the only target they cling to. The fate of the Sarutobi clan is important. It's not just the family's defensive strength, but it is a signal to those families who are still waiting and watching. If you don't want to be liquidated, quickly join the queue. Many families also received this signal. They all joined the fight in the name of each other's Hokage. Although there is no high-end power. But it's these mid-level battles that are the key to larger-scale battles. Naruto was struggling for a while. After all, their manpower is still too few. And his shots are also very measured. Not according to the method of killing. Damn it, if they were just a little bit later. Naruto sighed silently. If they had finished a little later. Maybe I can capture the Hokage building quickly. Then they may think more about it. Naruto, if this continues, our manpower won't be able to hold on for long. Kakashi said very seriously. Wait and wait and wait. The celebrity's eyes were filled with determination. There are still families who have not been punished. As long as they figure it out. Victory must be ours. Chapter 130. Naruto. Stop it. It's not too late. Looking at his classmates. Naruto also felt a little sad. Yay. You don't know the truth, but I hope you can join me. Naruto reached out his hand seriously. But what I got was... Tooth. Damn it. Then I won't be polite either. The reality is irreversible. Naruto was no longer relenting. Different road non-phase plan. Raise Nan. The blue ball slammed forward. The tooth was knocked out of its original form in an instant. He lay on the ground in disbelief. The family's secret technique that he was so proud of was so vulnerable. This is also a common problem among major families. 20 can easily occupy a position by relying on family secrets. But if we talk about high-end combat power, not enough to watch. There are not even a few cage-level people in the huge Konoha. To put it bluntly, the big family is to reduce the dimensions of the poor and attack them. The lower limit of secret skills is very high. Just practice casually and you can easily defeat your teammates in the same class. But if we talk about the upper limit. In fact, that's all. But it's a pity. Although there is no high-end combat power. But in this kind of frontal large-scale battlefield. This mid-level combat capability is the key to victory. What can be proved is that there are fewer and fewer ninjas around Naruto. The men trained by Kakashi were almost all damaged at this moment. If it weren't for the resistance of several large summoning beasts in the Hyuga family, Naruto didn't have to fight anymore. Damn it! Is this really going to happen? Naruto touched his belly. If you are at a disadvantage, he could only let the fox out. Once Nine Tails comes out, it is beyond the strength of these families to deal with. Because in the face of a power like Nine Tails, you can no longer win by relying on numbers. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Naruto's eyes were looking in a certain direction of the village. Seems to be expecting something. Sage art. Massive raise Nan. A huge ball exploded. I don't know how many ninjas died. And ninja dogs. Naruto no longer hid his strength. Flying Thunder God technique works with Raise Nan to shuttle through the battlefield. All the major families were stunned. Looking at Naruto's figure, they seemed to recall the young man who suppressed an era. Similar. So similar. Nara's house. Nara Shikako looked at Young's head and was speechless. He seems to be thinking about something. The Nara family did not go to war. As the absolute direct descendant of Hokage, the Nara family's attitude is very ambiguous. But it's much more than that. In the compound of Nara's family, all powerful figures from the Yamanaka clan and the Akamichi clan were present. Everyone is staring at Nara Shikaku ahead. Inoshika Ch. What village? What Hokage? None of them are as profound as the interests of the three of them. And as the think tank of the three families, the choice of Nara Shikaku is very important. It can be said that he holds the fate of the three major families in his hands. Looking at the figure shuttled across the battlefield, Nara Shikaku sighed. Finally he turned his attention to his son. Shikamaru. It's your choice. The fate of the three families rested on a young man. No one from the Yamanaka family or the Akamichi family came out to express their opinions. This is the bond between the three families. Absolute trust. And for the young man Nara Shikamaru, all three are very convinced. Shikamaru also stared at the figure and fell into thought. Behind him, Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Ichiji both took a step forward. Boom! Uzumaki Naruto. How long can you hold on alone? Looking at the countless ninjas around. After all, Naruto is not as powerful as one person against a whole village. There are two prerequisites for using one against many. The first is the almost endless battery life. This Naruto can only be regarded as half of 440. The second is ninjutsu with extremely large-scale destructive effects. Obviously Naruto doesn't have this. Although Uzumaki Spiral Shuriken has been successfully developed. But wanting to kill so many elite disciples from the family is still a dream. Is this really going to happen? Touching his belly. Hesitation flashed in Naruto's eyes. He actually didn't want to kill innocent people. But if Nine Tails is released, the direction of the war situation is beyond his control. And just when Naruto hesitated, screams suddenly came from behind the major families. Shadow mimicry. Hard-turning technique. Expansion jutsu. Among the stunned expressions of the major families and Tsunade, Inoshika Ch. appears. It's so slow. Looking at Shikamaru next to him, Naruto complained with a smile. And the only person who responded to him was Tisk, it's really troublesome. Chapter 131. Hiden, Why is this different from what I imagined? Uzumaki Nagato, what do you think? Hiden, just transform into a tailed beast and take it down. Namikaze Minato, Naruto cannot completely control Nine Tails now, maybe because he doesn't want to hurt innocent people. Deidara, Tisk. If you have come this far and are still timid, you are destined to fail in achieving great things. Terumi Mei, I think so too, you are still indecisive even after the coup. Uchiha Itachi, but even if Inoshika Ch ends up, it may not be able to turn the tide. Hiden, yes. The opponent's number is obviously larger. Sarutobi Hiruzen, hey. You don't know the inside story of Konoha, so it's normal to think so. Reikage AI, what? Can just a few people change the situation in Konoha? Senju Hashirama, Inoshika Ch was one of the first batch to join Konoha and had a strong voice, especially the Nara clan. Higashi plays the role of Konoha Chiken. Senju Tobirama, so it is not as simple as the fate of the three families, but a symbol. Inoshika Ch has always been the direct descendant of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fate of the three major families today represents a trend, that is, they chose another Hokage in public. Hiden, oh. What's the use of that? Isn't it still being crushed by the opponent's numbers? Hitaki Kakashi, that's not the case. The Nara clan's decisions are highly trusted by the Konoha family. The Nara clan has made a choice. Do you think other families will consider it? Deidara, are you saying that some people might be offended? Hatake Kakashi, it's not that serious, but it will have some impact. Uchiha Sasuke, it's too much trouble. Why not kill them all? Uchiha Madara, yes, only ordinary ninjas will think so much. A real strong man has the ability to fight against a country. Uzumaki Nagato, makes sense. Scorpion, what a village of puppets. Orochimaru, not a bad material for an android. Everyone in the group felt a chill. The first two are pretty normal, but the latter two are a bit anti-human. But it's similar to what Kakashi said. Sure enough, the situation of the battle changed drastically after Inoshika left the field. First of all, the manpower has increased a lot. Followed by the major families obviously became hesitant. Although there is no rebellion. But some families have already put away all their elites. If the previous Uzumaki Naruto was destined to fail. After all, there are too few people on the other side. Even if it changes, the major families of Nine Tails can slowly seal it. 18. Now each family has to think about the choice of Inoshika. Just in case, no. Not just in case. There is a great possibility that the other party can succeed. But the direct team is too absolute. But we can't kill him anymore. What if the other person becomes a Hokage? To put it bluntly, they are all Konoha people. Anyway, the Hokage is out of their turn for middle-class families like them. So who is working for and not working for? Face your boss who may be you. The major families began to release their funds one after another. No matter who wins in the end, no one will take the blame. So Tsunade put on the mask of pain. This is the most painful part of Konoha. Senju Hashirama was overconfident. The major families were given great management rights. If the place wasn't too small, this would be the king of various places. Now everyone is sitting on the sidelines during this crisis. The god of ninja back then had the power to rule over everything. But now, Tenshouji. A huge impact came. It made Uzumaki Naruto's scalp tingle on the battlefield. The Hokage is over. Naruto felt happy. This is good news for them. Good. Just deal with Tsunade. It's over. Just kill Danzo then. After taking revenge, expose all the ugliness in the top management. Prove your identity to yourself and others. It is equivalent to giving the major families a reason. Tomorrow's Konoha will still be Konoha. There will only be a few more dead moths. This is the best choice. Take the Hokage by force. Raise Nan. The figure suddenly disappeared. Wang Zhao, Naruto did not choose to hold back. Apparently Tsunade isn't good at speed. Boom. With a huge force coming. The raised Nan in his hand was directly scattered by Tsunade. How can it be? Naruto was immediately shocked. This is the first time I've seen this happen. It seems that he still underestimated Tsunade's strength. And on another battlefield, Kakashi also met his enemy. Guy. Have you really thought this through? Looking at his best friend in front of him, his usually smiling face was full of majesty. Kakashi, defeat me. Give me a reason to let you go. Chapter 132. Naruto suddenly noticed a strange aura. He immediately became alert and signaled to others to be alert. Someone is approaching. Naruto whispered. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. It's a ninja man dressed in mist shinobi, holding a sharp sword. Another mist shinobi rebellious ninja. Uchiha Sasuke clenched the sword in his hand with a cold light in his eyes. It seems the mission is not easy. Kakashi's voice suddenly sounded, Zabuza, you are here to join in the fun. Zabuza sneered and glanced at Naruto and his group with lightning eyes. Koya's people have indeed gathered a lot of prey. You traitor! Uchiha Sasuke shouted angrily. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, you are still so impulsive. Zabuza smiled disdainfully, but if you want this person's life, it won't be that easy. Zabuza stood there, his eyes cold and sharp, like a beast waiting for its prey. His presence made the whole night feel colder, as if it brought the breath of death. Zabuza, you really still like to interfere in Konoha's affairs as always. Kakashi's voice was calm and cold, but his eyes were full of vigilance. This is none of your business. Zabuza said calmly, I'm just here to complete my mission. Your mission? Naruto frowned, is it to assassinate Tajuna? A sneer appeared on Zabuza's lips, maybe. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help gritting his teeth, you missed shinobi rebellious ninjas like to conspire behind the scenes. A sharp light flashed in Zabuza's eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and wisps of dense mist began to seep out from between his fingers, spreading quickly and covering the entire battlefield in a vast mist. This is Mist Shinobi technique. Little Sakura said in surprise. That's right. Naruto nodded, Zabuza is good at using the Mist Shinobi technique. He will make us helpless in this mist. This guy is not simple. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with the excitement of fighting. Kakashi analyzed calmly, the Mist Shinobi technique can not only obscure the line of sight, but also interfere with the opponent's perception. We must deal with it carefully. Just let me deal with him. Uchiha Sasuke said provocatively, the sword in his hand ready for battle. Don't rush, Kade, Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi advised, Zabuza's strength cannot be underestimated. We must find his location first. Naruto frowned and concentrated, trying to find Zabuza's location through perception. The fog is thick and the line of sight is completely blocked, so you can only rely on perception to identify the direction. He's over there. Naruto suddenly pointed in a direction in the distance and said. Kakashi reacted quickly, Sakura, you use Earth style to immobilize him, and we take the opportunity to attack. Little Sakura nodded and quickly used the Earth style technique to fix Zabuza in place. Now is our chance. Kakashi motioned for the others to follow and attack Zabuza. The battle began, with swords intertwining in the mist. Every collision aroused sparks, filled with the blood and passion of battle. Zabuza responded calmly, sometimes dodging and sometimes counterattacking, showing his penultimate fighting skills and calm mentality. Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke cooperated tacitly and launched attacks with lightning speed, but Zabuza was always able to dodge in time without giving them any chance. This guy is really powerful. Naruto gasped, eyes flashing with determination, but we can't just give up. Yes. We must defeat him. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, his eyes full of determination. Kakashi calmly analyzed Zabuza's every move, trying to find his flaws. There was always an unyielding smile on Zabuza's cold face as if he was mocking their incompetence. Kakashi stood quietly in a corner of the battlefield, with a special light shining in his eyes. Suddenly, he blinked slightly, and Sharingan's power was revealed. Through the thick fog, he could clearly see Zabuza's every move. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, feeling doubtful in his heart. What kind of strength and identity does this copy ninja hide? The power of his Sharingan seems to be far beyond their imagination. At the same time, Zabuza's attacks became more and more vicious, his blade flickering like a ghost, and every attack carried ruthless killing intent. Little Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke felt the pressure increase, and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and uneasiness in their hearts. This guy is too strong. Uchiha Sasuke's heart was filled with struggle and powerlessness. His assassination skills are simply impossible to guard against. In Zabuza's cold eyes, Uchiha Sasuke felt a pressure, which made him realize the huge gap between himself and the other party. As Mist Shinobi's Jainin, Zabuza's strength and murderous intent made him feel insignificant and powerless. Are still so far behind. Uchiha Sasuke's heart was full of inferiority and struggle, I need to work harder to reach his level. The comparison with Naruto came to Uchiha Sasuke's mind. Naruto can always remain calm and tenacious when facing difficulties, but he is always helpless in the face of pressure. This made him more aware of his shortcomings and the areas he needed to work on. Naruto, he is such an amazing guy. Uchiha Sasuke sighed secretly, his growth rate and mentality are far beyond my imagination. Uchiha Sasuke stood in the middle of the battlefield, blood oozing from the wound on his chest, but his eyes were extremely determined. Zabuza, I swear not to run away. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was full of determination and firmness. I want to prove that I will never let down the glory of the Uchiha clan. His declaration shocked the friends around him. They saw the determination and commitment in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, and there was an indescribable feeling of admiration in their hearts. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto's eyes flashed with worry. You don't have to force yourself. Naruto, I will try my best. Uchiha Sasuke looked at him deeply, his eyes showing determination and confidence. In Zabuza's cold eyes, a trace of disdain and ridicule flashed. He was not moved by Uchiha Sasuke's declaration at all, but looked at them coldly, as if waiting for their death. Chapter 133. Suddenly, Zabuza took action quickly, the sword flashed, and went straight towards Uchiha Sasuke like lightning. Uchiha Sasuke's face changed slightly. He tried his best to avoid it, but the blade still cut through his body, leaving a deep wound. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto's voice was full of worry and anxiety, and he rushed over immediately. Naruto, don't come here! Uchiha Sasuke shouted loudly, and at the same time the flames under his feet ignited, forcing Zabuza back. This guy is too much. Naruto frowned and muttered angrily. You are still too weak. Zabuza sneered, even if you work together, you can't change the final outcome. His voice was full of ridicule and contempt, as if he was mocking their incompetence and weakness. Naruto calmly analyzed Zabuza's attack methods. He knew that they had to find a way to deal with Zabuza as soon as possible, otherwise they would fall into an increasingly passive situation. I'll deal with him. Naruto said decisively, Sakura-chan, help Uchiha Sasuke, and I'll deal with Zabuza. Okay. Little Sakura nodded and immediately rushed to Uchiha Sasuke's side. Naruto gathered all the strength in his body and concentrated the power of wind-style Great Breakthrough. A powerful aura was generated out of thin air and went straight towards Zabuza. Zabuza watched wind-style Great Breakthrough approaching indifferently, and he felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. He knew that this time, they met a real opponent. Zabuza's injuries are getting more and more serious, blood seeps through his clothes, and his tight muscles can be seen through the bloodline, and his eyes reveal an indescribable anger and determination. He understood that this battle had far exceeded his expectations, and he could no longer take it lightly, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Sir Zabuza, your injuries are getting worse and worse. We have to retreat as soon as possible. The men beside him urged anxiously, but Zabuza shook his head and gritted his teeth. He couldn't retreat like this, otherwise he would all your efforts and plans will be in vain. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and stopped beside Zabuza in an instant. It was Kakashi, his eyes firm and determined to intervene in the fight. He knew that Zabuza's situation was already very critical, and as the captain, he had the responsibility to protect his team members. Zabuza, leave your opponent to me. Kakashi's voice was firm and calm, revealing his confidence and strength. Zabuza nodded, understanding that Kakashi's appearance bought him precious breathing time. At this moment, a white shadow suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was Haku. As Zabuza's right-hand man, he faced the enemy without fear. His ninjutsu skills are superb. After a long period of training, he already has considerable combat experience and can provide strong support to Zabuza at critical moments. Shiro, come and help me. A hint of gratitude flashed in Zabuza's eyes. He knew that Shiro was his most reliable comrade. He could trust Shiro's power no matter where he was. The atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly tense, and Naruto looked around cautiously. He clearly realized that Zabuza and Kakashi's injuries were very serious, and their opponents were still extremely powerful. He decided that he could not sit idly by and must go all out to protect his teammates. Teammates, we must unite and not let our opponents succeed. Naruto's voice echoed across the battlefield, and he launched an attack without hesitation. Although his opponent was powerful, he was still full of fighting spirit and courage. Uchiha Sasuke silently observed Naruto's every move, and he gradually gained a deeper understanding of Naruto's character. He knew that Naruto was a brave and strong man who would never back down in a critical moment. Shiro showed off his powerful ice-release ninjutsu. With his frost-covered palms, he easily froze his opponent's attacks and forced them into a desperate situation. His fighting style is calm and decisive, in sharp contrast to Zabuza. In him, kindness and strength are integrated, and his mercy is never far away, which makes him even more unique on the battlefield. Shiro, you are amazing. Zabuza looked at Shiro with approval. He knew that Shiro's strength and loyalty were his greatest support and greatest pride. Naruto watched Shiro's every move closely. He observed Shiro's strength and characteristics and realized that he needed to adopt different tactics. He took a deep breath, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He decided to be as calm as Shiro, as decisive as Zabuza, and defeat his opponents with wisdom and strength. Haku's ice-release ninjutsu is very powerful, I have to think of a way. Naruto said to himself. He began to think about countermeasures, looking for ways to deal with Haku. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled with challenge, and he showed courage and determination in the face of a powerful opponent. He knows that he must continue to grow and improve in order to gain a foothold in this world and become a truly powerful ninja. Every battle is an opportunity for him to grow. He must seize every opportunity and keep moving forward. Shiro, you are nothing more than that. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was cold and firm. He waved the sword in his hand and launched a fierce attack. His figure flickers and the sword light flashes. Like a bolt of lightning piercing the night sky, it quickly struck Bai's figure. The aftermath of the battle gradually dissipated, leaving behind a messy battlefield and exhausted figures. Zabuza stood there, his breath heavy, his body crumbling, helplessness and loneliness on his face. Zabuza-sama, did we fail? The men beside him asked in a low voice, but Zabuza didn't answer. He already understood in his heart that they had indeed failed in this battle. He couldn't help but think of Kakashi, his determination and belief, and he felt a sense of reluctance and regret in his heart. At this moment, Shiro walked up to Zabuza, his eyes full of concern and responsibility. Zabuza-sama, we must leave here. Shiro's voice was firm and calm. He understood that Zabuza was in a state where he could no longer continue fighting and must evacuate as soon as possible. Zabuza nodded, knowing that Bai's decision was correct. Let's go. His voice was low and tired, with a hint of helplessness and loneliness. After leaving the battlefield, Uchiha Sasuke felt extremely conflicted. He clenched his fists angrily, but also felt a little helpless and regretful. This time, we actually failed. His voice was full of anger and unwillingness. He was unwilling to admit such a result or accept the fact of failure. Chapter 134. Uchiha Sasuke, don't blame yourself too much. Naruto walked up to him and patted his shoulder lightly. Every failure is an opportunity to grow. We must learn from failures and keep moving forward. Uchiha Sasuke nodded silently. He knew that Naruto was right, but the pain and unwillingness in his heart still could not be calmed down. I understand. His voice was low and heavy. He decided to learn from failures, constantly improve himself, and become a truly powerful ninja. Naruto, why did you attack Shiro just now? Daijuna's voice suddenly sounded, his eyes full of doubts and confusion. Have you forgotten our mission? Naruto was silent for a moment, he understood Tajuna's worries, but he had his own plans. I have not forgotten our 667 mission, but in this special case, I think we should adopt a different strategy. His voice was calm and firm, and he explained, Bai's strength is far beyond. If we continue to confront him head-on, we will only fall into a passive situation. Tatsuna was silent. He understood Naruto's intention, but he still had some dissatisfaction and doubts in his heart. Well, since you have your own plan, then do as you say. His voice was a little helpless. He knew that at this time, he could only choose to believe in Naruto's decision and hope that he could lead them out of the predicament. Kakashi and his party set foot on the land of waves, as if they had been given a new life. The townspeople greeted them with enthusiastic eyes and cheers, treating them as heroes like saviors. Although Naruto was accustomed to this kind of treatment, after all, he had already left countless legends everywhere. But for Kakashi, such a welcome is a bit unfamiliar. He is used to guarding silently in the dark, and is not used to being the focus of people's eyes. The people here are so enthusiastic. Naruto sighed, waving in response to the cheers of the townspeople and looking around excitedly. Kakashi nodded slightly but said nothing. There was a trace of worry in his heart. Although Naruto's performance was full of energy, his inner arrogance and naivety made Kakashi a little worried. He was well aware of Naruto's strength, but also understood that he was still young and needed more experience and growth. Especially when facing Zabuza, Kakashi felt that Naruto's confidence was a bit too much. He decided to let Zabuza escape. Perhaps this was a reminder to Naruto and a fulfillment of his own responsibility. At the same time, Kakashi noticed Uchiha Sasuke standing aside, staring at his Sharingan quietly. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke was full of curiosity and desire for these eyes. So I explained to him the origin of Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, do you know the origin of Sharingan? Kakashi asked softly. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. He only knew that this was the special ability of the Uchiha family. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Sharingan comes from Uchiha Obito, who is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. He left the village because he was rejected by his tribe, but before he left Sharingan to me. Why did he leave Sharingan to you? Uchiha Sasuke asked curiously. Because he believes that I am qualified to inherit this power, and he believes that I can use it well. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke deeply. Sharingan is not just an ability. It carries the history and heritage of the Uchiha clan. I hope you can understand that owning Sharingan is a responsibility and an honor. Uchiha Sasuke listened with rapt attention. He began to have a deeper understanding of his eyes and the importance and significance of Sharingan. Under Tajuna's arrangement, Kakashi and his party temporarily stayed on the island to protect Tajuna and prevent Zabuza's second attack. When night falls, everything on the island becomes quiet, with only the gentle sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves. Little Sakura was sitting on a bench in the yard, holding a book in her hand, but her thoughts drifted to the lonely boy Inari just now. She could not help but feel a pity in her heart, because she could understand the pain of losing a loved one. She remembered that she had also experienced the pain of loss, and that heartbreaking feeling was still unforgettable to her. Inari. Little Sakura whispered to herself. She hoped that this child could regain hope in life and not indulge in despair. 0. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke is not very interested in Inari's story. He felt that things in the world were full of impermanence and cruelty, and he did not value a child who was indulging in self-pity. Stupid child, there is nothing worthy of sympathy. Uchiha Sasuke said indifferently, his eyes revealed a kind of indifference and contempt. Naruto listened, but shook his head. Uchiha Sasuke, you are wrong. Inari may just need a little time to rediscover the courage and hope in his heart. Everyone has their own way of life, and we cannot judge the choices of others. Uchiha Sasuke didn't answer, just sighed deeply. He knew that Naruto always had a tolerant heart, but he himself was more clouded by the shadow of the past, making it difficult for him to understand and accept those who showed weakness and helplessness. In the middle of the night, Uchiha Sasuke came to the beach silently alone. He needed to face his inner struggles and thinking alone. The moonlight shone on him, reflecting his cold face, but there was a kind of loneliness and longing hidden in his deep eyes. He began the extremely dangerous practice of lightning style in the water. Every release of lightning style was filled with monstrous energy, as if 5.7 could tear the entire sea apart. But Uchiha Sasuke was not afraid. He continued to persevere through pain and sweat, because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he protect the people he cherished. Naruto chose to walk in the woods not far away. He needed time alone to think and reflect. He walked on the quiet forest path, his heart filled with expectations for the future and worries about Inari. He hopes to help Inari regain his faith so that he will no longer wallow in despair. At this moment, Naruto suddenly noticed a person standing quietly not far away. That was Inari. There was a kind of confusion and hesitation in his eyes, which made Naruto feel pity. "Inari, why are you here?" Naruto walked up and asked with concern. Chapter 135. Inari raised his head and looked at Naruto, his eyes flashing with confusion. I don't know, I just feel lonely." Hearing Inari's words, Naruto's heart couldn't help but tighten. He knew that this child needed help and someone to accompany him out of his spiritual predicament. "Inari, you are not alone, you have us here." Naruto said softly, "No matter what happens, we will be by your side, support you, and accompany you." Inari nodded silently, a glimmer of hope gradually emerging in his eyes. He understands that he is not alone. He has friends like Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and little Sakura. They will always be by his side and face the challenges of the future with him. Inari sat quietly on the beach, staring at the distant starry sky. His heart was filled with longing for his father and doubts about heroes. His father was once his idol, but after his death, Inari began to doubt the concept of a hero. "Father, why are you so brave?" Inari whispered to himself, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Don't you know that this will lead you to 10 paths of no return?" He sighed deeply, his heart filled with dissatisfaction with fate and doubts about the world. He began to feel that there were no real heroes in the world, only those people who were wrapped in a false halo. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke walked over 20, his eyes were cold and firm, revealing an aura of inviolability. "Inari, why are you here?" Uchiha Sasuke asked coldly. Inari raised his head and looked at Uchiha Sasuke, with a trace of hesitation in his eyes. I just feel. I feel very confused." "Confused?" Uchiha Sasuke smiled contemptuously. "You think you are confused just because you are too confused." Inari was stimulated by Uchiha Sasuke's words. He glared at Uchiha Sasuke angrily. "What did you say?" "I made it very clear." Uchiha Sasuke said coldly, "You crybabies feel sorry for yourself all day long and feel that you are living in darkness. But you will never understand that the real terror is not a powerful opponent, but a powerful opponent. It's the weakness and helplessness in one's own heart." After hearing this, Inari felt a surge of anger in his heart. He felt that Uchiha Sasuke did not understand his situation at all. He was just a person who had never experienced loss and did not know the pain and despair of losing a loved one. "Do you know that we can't stop Cardo at all?" Inari asked. "You will only die if you stay as heroes, and it is impossible to win." Uchiha Sasuke was unmoved, his eyes revealed a kind of determination and confidence. "I know my choice. Hard work is worthy of respect, rather than being depressed in pain. I will fight until the last moment, no matter what. No one can stop me." After hearing this, Inari was filled with confusion and anger towards Uchiha Sasuke. He feels that Uchiha Sasuke is just a selfish person who does not know how to care about and consider the suffering of others. Naruto was awakened by a sound, opened his eyes, and found himself lying on the grass. He immediately realized his negligence. Sleeping outside was extremely dangerous. Ninjas should always be alert, not immersed in comfort. "Hey? Are you awake?" A gentle voice suddenly entered Naruto's ears. Naruto turned around and saw a small white animal standing next to him, with a hint of curiosity and vigilance in his eyes. "Are you, a fox?" Naruto asked in surprise. "My name is Bai, not a fox, I'm a snow rabbit," Bai corrected gently. Naruto blinked, and couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. It was really rare to encounter a talking snowshoe rabbit in the wild. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto tried to stay calm, but he was still a little surprised. Bai smiled slightly, "It's nothing serious. I was just passing by and noticed you were sleeping so soundly, so I wanted to come and see you." Naruto was secretly wary. He knew that the world of ninjas was full of dangers, and a sudden appearance of a snow rabbit made him feel uneasy. "Do you have any other purpose?" Naruto tried to find out what Shiro's purpose was. Bai shook his head, "I just came to see you, and by the way, it's not safe to sleep outside. Be careful." Naruto was slightly surprised, and instead of attacking him, he chose to wake him up in a friendly manner. This made Naruto feel a little reassured, maybe this snow rabbit was not as dangerous as he imagined. "Thank you for the reminder," Naruto said with a smile. "You said your name is Shiro, right? Where are you from?" Bai nodded, "Yes, I'm from the hidden village." Naruto was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this seemingly gentle snow rabbit turned out to be a rebellious ninja from Kirigakure. Although his chakra fluctuation was not strong, it still made Naruto feel that he was unusual. "What do you want here?" Naruto tried to understand more about Shiro's purpose. Bai shook his head, "I was just passing by and came to see you. However, I heard that you are in some trouble here, and I think you may need some help." Naruto's kindness and enthusiasm made the latter feel very grateful. He felt that Naruto was like a caring big brother, making him feel warm and at ease. "Thank you for your concern, Naruto," Shiro said with a smile, "although I am from Kirigakure, I don't agree with their actions. I just want to protect my family and guard them." Naruto nodded. He could understand Shiro's situation and could appreciate his loyalty and determination. "I understand," Naruto said, "but I still want to know about your family's situation." Shiro nodded silently. He knew Naruto was a trustworthy person, so he told his story without hesitation. "My family, they used to be ninjas of Kirigakure, but later they were abandoned by the village." Bai's voice was slightly deeper. "They once gave everything for the village, but in exchange they were forgotten and abandoned." Naruto listened and felt a surge of sympathy in his heart. He knows that the world is full of injustice and cruelty, and Yu's family is exactly the victim of this world. "I understand, Shiro." Naruto patted Shiro's shoulder gently, "I will help you to the best of my ability." A trace of emotion flashed in Bai's eyes. He never thought that he would meet such a kind person in this strange place. "Thank you, Naruto," Shiro said with a smile, "I will remember your help." During the exchange with Shiro, Naruto felt all kinds of pain and helplessness in the outside world, and he thought deeply about his mission and responsibility. He is determined to transcend the boundaries of ninja village and country. Stand on the top of the world and change the world. "I will become a stronger ninja." Naruto swore secretly in his heart, "I will protect those innocent people so that they will no longer be harmed." Aizen stood in a dark corner with a complex light shining in his eyes. He was extremely dissatisfied with the corruption and injustice of Soul Society, and longed to change the existing rules and achieve true world harmony. He knows that the path he has chosen is destined to be regarded as a villain, but he still pursues the existence of mutual understanding with him, or becomes an ordinary Shinigami in the true sense. Zabuza. Aizen took a deep breath, looking through the shadows and looking directly at Zabuza in front of him. "We have been waiting for too long, it is time to act." Zabuza took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Yes, Aizen. I understand. Their conversation was short and powerful, and their tacit understanding between them made them know that it was time to start the final battle. At the same time, not far away, Bai stood aside and watched all this quietly. His heart was full of struggles and contradictions, and he didn't know what to choose. Haku. Zabuza's voice suddenly broke the silence. Are you ready? Bai's heart was agitated. He didn't know whether he could make such a choice. He is gentle and kind at heart, but he knows that as a tool, he must fulfill his duties. Yes, Zabuza-sama. Shiro's voice trembled slightly, but his tone was firm. I'm ready. Zabuza nodded slightly. He knew the struggle in Shiro's heart, but he also believed that Shiro would make the right choice. Very good, Shiro. Zabuza's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. What we have to do is very important, and I need your help. Shiro took a deep breath, and the inner conflicts gradually subsided. He knew that as Zabuza's tool, he must fulfill his duties. No matter what, he will stand by Zabuza's side and go all out. Naruto and Shiro stood opposite each other in front of the rock wall, the silent atmosphere filled with tension and anticipation. Their eyes flashed with firm determination, as if announcing the upcoming desperate struggle. Shiro, have you awakened? Naruto's voice was calm and firm, revealing a sense of anticipation for the battle. Chapter 136. Bai smiled calmly, but there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Yes, Naruto. I'm ready. The conversation between the two is like the prelude to the battlefield, and the exchange between them embodies the determination and strength of both parties. They all know that this duel will be a life and death duel, and the winner will become the final winner, while the loser will sink into darkness forever. Then let's get started. Naruto lifted the seal scroll in his hand, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Shiro said no more and stared at Naruto, a cold light flashing in his eyes. His fingers gently touched the talisman in his hand, and a powerful frost energy instantly filled the entire battlefield. The battle begins. Naruto jumped up quickly and nimbly avoided the frost attack released by Shiro. The scroll of Chunin in his hand changed the hand seals rapidly and continuously, defusing Bai's constant incoming frost attacks. At the same time, Naruto's figure turned into an afterimage and quickly shuttled across the battlefield, searching for Shiro's flaws. Bai Ze looked calm as he continued to release the ice escape technique in his hand, condensing into huge ice cones and shooting towards Naruto. There was a trace of fighting spirit in his eyes. He had expected Naruto's speed and agility, so he was not surprised. Naruto, you are not enough. Bai said coldly, his voice revealing an unshakable confidence. However, the moment Bai finished speaking, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared from the place, making Bai startled slightly. The next moment, he felt a powerful force coming from behind. He turned around quickly, but it was too late. Naruto's figure had appeared beside him, and a punch struck his body. Bai suddenly took a few steps back, blood sprayed from his mouth, and his eyes flashed with surprise and unwillingness. How could you? Bai said with difficulty. His body had begun to tremble, but there was still a tenacious light in his eyes. The fierce duel between Naruto and Shiro continued, with ice crystals and blazing flames intertwining to create a spectacular and dangerous scene. Shiro's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at Naruto, the ice crystals in his hands constantly releasing a cold aura. Behind him, an ice crystal palace stood, as beautiful and solid as an ice sculpture. Naruto, you can't escape my ice crystal domain. Bai said coldly, his voice revealing an unshakable confidence. Naruto stood in the distance, the Kaika Suijutsu in his hand exuding blazing flames, but there was a trace of determination in his eyes. He knew that Bai's ice crystal domain was indeed extremely powerful, but he did not intend to be bound by this ice. Shiro, do you think this can stop me? Naruto's voice was full of firmness and determination. I will prove to you that the Emperor of Fire can also melt ice crystals. As his words fell, Naruto quickly activated Kaika Suijutsu, and flames shot out from his side, heading towards Shiro's Ice Crystal Palace. The Ice Crystal Palace was trembling, but it still stood firm, as if it were invincible. A trace of doubt flashed in Bai's eyes, but then turned cold. Fire cannot defeat ice crystals. However, the moment he finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly burst out from the middle of the Ice Crystal Palace and went straight towards Bai. Bai's reaction was a step slower, and he was hit by the flames. His body suddenly took a few steps back, and blood poured out of his mouth. It seems that what I said is right. Naruto said coldly, although ice crystals are strong, they cannot withstand the heat of fire. Bai was silent for a while, with a trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect Naruto to be able to use fire attacks to crack his ice field, which surprised him a bit. At the same time, in the illusion, Uchiha Sasuke faced the false Shiro and started a fierce battle. His figure flickered in the illusion, and the lightning-style ninjutsu in his hand continued to activate. Launched a fierce attack on false Bai. However, as the battle progressed, Uchiha Sasuke gradually felt that something was wrong. His attack didn't seem to cause any substantial damage, and the false Bai was still there unscathed, as if everything was controlled by his illusion. What kind of illusion is this? Uchiha Sasuke murmured in surprise, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and a familiar voice sounded in his ears, "Uchiha Sasuke, don't be troubled by illusions. You must believe in yourself, only in this way can you break the shackles of illusions." Uchiha Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and then realized that everything in front of him was false. He had to break this illusion to find the real opponent. So, he concentrated, activated the lightning-style ninjutsu in his hand, and launched wave after wave of attacks on the illusion. Naruto relied on the abilities of Kaika Suijutsu and Fire Style to continuously attack Haku, while Haku relied on the powerful power of Ice Release to try to stop Naruto's attack. "Shiro, you have no way out." Naruto's voice was full of determination. "Your illusion has been broken by me, now it's time to face the reality." A trace of anger and despair flashed in Bai's eyes, and he knew that his plan had completely failed. However, he did not give up and still tried his best to resist Naruto's attack. "You stupid guy!" Bai gritted his teeth and said, "You will never understand my mission and my beliefs." Naruto didn't answer. He knew that the battle with Bai's ideas was meaningless. The key now was to defeat him and stop his conspiracy. So, he concentrated, activated the ninjutsu in his hand, and continued to attack Bai. At the same time, in another place, the duel between Zabuza and Kakashi also entered a fierce stage. Kakashi's lightning-style ninjutsu is extremely powerful, while Zabuza relies on his own swordsmanship and ninjutsu to resist the opponent's attack. "Zabuza, you have no chance," Kakashi said coldly. "Your conspiracy has been exposed, and now you can only accept the fact of failure." A trace of despair and wild laughter flashed in Zabuza's eyes, and he knew that he could no longer escape. However, he did not intend to give up easily and still struggled to resist the opponent's attack. "You all don't understand. You will never understand my mission." Zabuza's voice was full of anger and despair. "I will prove to you that I am the master of this world." However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Zabuza. Shiro blocked Kakashi's fatal blow and protected Zabuza. "Haku, you!" Zabuza's voice was trembling. He didn't expect that Bai would block this blow for him. Shiro smiled slightly, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Zabuza, you are a perfect prop." Zabuza's heart fell into chaos and struggle. He remembered the question Naruto once asked him, whether he was willing to start a new life. This question has been lingering in his mind, making him feel extremely painful and helpless. At this moment, Zabuza felt that his heart had completely collapsed. He was no longer a cold assassin, but a tool to be used. He knew he couldn't escape and could only accept reality. However, at this moment, Bai's body suddenly shook and his breathing became rapid. Zabuza looked at him in surprise, knowing that he was already at the bedside of his life. Shiro. Zabuza's voice was full of despair, why do you have to sacrifice for me? Shiro smiled and shook his head, Zabuza, you may be right. His voice became weaker and weaker, and finally he closed his eyes and never opened them again. Beside him, Zabuza couldn't help but shed tears. He finally understood his mission, but he also understood his end point. On the battlefield, the duel between Naruto and Shiro was coming to an end. Using the abilities of Kaika Suijutsu and Fire Style, Naruto successfully defeated Haku and revealed the illusory world he had created. Bai's body swayed, his eyes flashed with the last firmness and determination, and then he slowly fell down and never got up again. Haku. Naruto's voice was full of regret and emotion, maybe in another world, we can start over. Zabuza knelt beside Shiro's body, his heart filled with pain and regret. Bai died to protect him, but he was unable to protect Bai, which made him feel extremely guilty and sad. Shiro, I'm sorry. Zabuza's voice trembled, tears kept flowing, it was me who hurt you, it was I who put you in this situation. However, Bai no longer responded. His body was as cold as iron and there was no life left in him. Zabuza's heart was as sharp as a knife, he knew that he could never make up for this mistake, and Haku had left him forever. Beside him, Naruto watched all this silently, okay, knowing that Zabuza needed time to face his heart at this moment. So, he stepped forward, picked up Bai's body, and prepared to take it back to the village for burial. Zabuza, let's go back to the village first. Naruto's voice was full of comfort, Haku will stay in our hearts forever. Zabuza nodded and said nothing, knowing that his current words could no longer express his inner sadness and regret. He followed Naruto silently back to the village. However, the moment they left the battlefield, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Zabuza, do you think you can escape? Along with the sound, a figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing a black cloak, his face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. This is Kato, a former companion who has now become his enemy Gong. Zabuza's heart sank, he knew that Kato's arrival meant greater trouble. He didn't answer, he just hugged Bai's body tightly and prepared to face the next challenge. Zabuza, you have betrayed us, and now it is time to pay for your crimes. Kato's voice was cold and cruel, I will let you taste real pain and despair. At the same time, the townspeople in the village also felt the crisis approaching, and fear and despair enveloped the entire village. However, at this moment, a child Inari stood up. Chapter 137. Don't be afraid, everyone. We can't just surrender. Inari's voice was full of courage and determination, we must fight for the future of the country of waves. His words cheered up the townspeople, who knew now was not the time to back down, they had to fight for their home. As a result, they picked up weapons one after another and prepared to join the battle. Naruto placed Shiro's body on the ground and began to prepare for the resurrection ceremony. He calmed down, concentrated, and began to activate Ryutsu and inject it into Shiro's body. Bai's body began to tremble slightly, and a new force began to flow in his body. Gradually, he felt that his body was full of life again. He opened his eyes, saw everything around him, and felt the beauty of nature. However, when he saw his body lying next to him, his heart suddenly became heavy. He realized that he was dead and that everything in front of him was just his imagination. Shiro, you have been resurrected. Naruto's voice broke the silence, but Zabuza is no longer here. Shiro felt an indescribable sadness well up in his heart. He didn't expect that Zabuza had left him. His heart was full of confusion and helplessness, and he didn't know what to do next. Naruto walked up to Shiro and stared into his eyes, Shiro, you should live for yourself. Zabuza has chosen his path, and now it's your turn. What are you going to do? Bai was silent for a while, his heart full of struggles and contradictions. He used to be Zabuza's companion, but now that Zabuza is gone, he doesn't know who else he can live for. I don't know. Bai's voice was filled with confusion and helplessness. What should I do? Naruto didn't answer, he knew this was Shiro's choice. He can only tell Bai that no matter what he chooses, he must live for himself and find his own path. Zabuza has chosen his path, now it's Haku's turn, he must take responsibility for his life. Bai opened his eyes and found himself in a strange environment. The surrounding area was desolate, like the remains of a battle, with broken buildings scattered on the ground, and blazing flames still lingering in the ruins. Where is this? Bai was confused and looked around, trying to find clues. You finally woke up. A familiar voice came. Bai turned around and saw Naruto standing not far away. Naruto. How could you? Bai looked at the person in front of him in surprise, with a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Yes, Shiro, I'm resurrected. Naruto walked towards Shiro with a smile, and you also succeeded in coming to this world. Bai's heart was filled with various complex emotions. Although he once wanted to be resurrected, he felt extremely confused and uneasy at this moment. I died, didn't I? Bai tried to clear his thoughts. Yes, you sacrificed yourself to save us. Naruto's voice contained a hint of sadness, but we succeeded. We defeated all evil. Bai nodded silently, feeling a little clearer in his heart. I'm sorry I made you worry. He apologized to Naruto, grateful beyond words. Don't say you're sorry. Naruto shook his head, we are all pursuing the same goal, to create a better world. A better world. Bai silently repeated this sentence, a desire welling up in his heart. Yes. Naruto nodded firmly, I once had a dream, a world where everyone can realize their dreams. Your dream? Bai asked softly. Yes. Naruto's eyes flashed with hope, I hope to overthrow those corrupt rule and give everyone the opportunity to pursue their dreams without any restraints. Bai listened silently, feeling a surge of admiration in his heart. Naruto's dream seems out of reach, but it is so worth pursuing. My dream was the same. Bai said softly, but when I saw the reality, I felt despair. Despair does not mean failure. Naruto's voice was full of determination, as long as we don't give up, there will be hope. Bai nodded silently, and the confusion in his heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a new force. Thank you, Naruto. Shiro bowed deeply to Naruto, you made me understand that we can never give up. Yes. Naruto smiled, we can never give up. Shiro, what you said makes sense. Naruto listened to Shiro's words carefully, history has indeed proven that pure power cannot bring permanent peace. Bai nodded and continued, take the god of the ninja world as an example. He has unparalleled power, but after his death, the ninja world fell into endless war. Naruto sighed deeply, yes, pure strength cannot solve the fundamental problem. So, how do you think true peace can be achieved? Shiro asked, curious about Naruto's plan. I think changing people's way of thinking is the key. Naruto said thoughtfully, I plan to achieve this through education. Education? Bai was slightly surprised, what do you mean? I plan to give everyone the right to education, Naruto explained, and to apply ninjutsu to other industries, such as agriculture, fishing, and education, to bring about innovation. After hearing this, Bai suddenly realized, in this way, people will no longer be troubled by basic life and can devote their energy to innovation and development. Katf, yes. Naruto nodded, only when people's quality of life is improved can peace be truly achieved. But, Bai mused, even with education, there will still be people who will resort to fighting for their own benefit. I hate fighting, but I also know that when fulfilling your mission and protecting important people, sometimes you have to cut through thorns with a knife. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination. Only by becoming the most powerful existence can we deter those who stand in our way, and lead them to the path of peace and progress. I understand. Bai nodded. Sometimes, in order to achieve higher goals, we must make some sacrifices. Yes. Naruto smiled, but I believe that as long as we don't give up, we will be able to create a peaceful world that truly belongs to us. Naruto stood on the top of the rock, his gaze cast into the distance, a determined light shining on his face. Bai stood beside him, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, his eyes revealing his expectations and determination for the future. We can't let ourselves die at this stage, Bai. Naruto's voice was firm and decisive, and his hands clenched into fists, as if to grasp the hope of the future. Bai nodded and looked into the distance. I will follow you, Naruto. Our mission is to fill this world with peace. Naruto smiled slightly, he felt Bai's determination and trust. Then let's move forward together and find more like-minded partners to make our dreams more indestructible. They turned around and left the mountain top and started a new journey. Bai put on a black robe and faced the challenges of his new life. He knows his mission is to find those who share his beliefs and are always ready to fight for their dreams. During the journey, they encountered various challenges, but Naruto and Bai were not afraid, because they knew that only by continuous struggle can they realize their dream of peace. One day, they came to a prosperous city where many geniuses and people with lofty ideals gathered. Naruto and Shiro decided to stay here for a while, looking for someone who might be their partner. While they were looking around, suddenly, a powerful aura hit them, and a group of people dressed in black appeared in the center of the city. Who is that? Bai asked warily. Naruto frowned, he could feel the hostility in the aura. It seems we have an uninvited guest. The leader of the men in black walked towards Naruto and Shiro and sneered, "Are you the guy who claims to change the world?" Haha, laugh back. A cold light flashed in Naruto's eyes. We are just pursuing peace, why do you bother? The man in black smiled sarcastically, peace? That's just the fantasy of the weak. In this world, only strength is king. Before he finished speaking, the man in black had already launched an attack, and the men behind him also attacked Naruto and Shiro. Naruto and Shiro fought side by side, their figures moving flexibly on the battlefield, each move and style full of strength and determination. Although Bai's strength is not as good as before in life, his fighting skills are more proficient, and every time he strikes, he can cause a fatal blow to his opponent. The battle was in full swing, with both sides refusing to show weakness. Their fists and kicks intertwined, sparking sparks all over the sky. Shiro, be careful! Naruto's voice suddenly sounded, and he pulled Shiro aside to avoid the surprise attack of a man in black. Shiro nodded and glanced at Naruto gratefully. Thanks, Naruto. You're welcome, we are partners. Naruto said with a smile. As the battle continued, Naruto and Shiro showed amazing coordination ability, and their tacit understanding made their opponents unable to resist. In the end, the men of the man in black fell one by one, leaving him alone and helpless. The man in black faced Naruto and Shiro, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. You, how could you? Naruto looked at him deeply, his eyes full of determination. We are just pursuing our dreams, and we are willing to give everything for peace. Chapter 138. Naruto and Shiro continued their journey, while the residents of the Land of Waves strolled on the newly built bridge, enjoying the rare tranquility. This building named Uchiha Sasuke Bridge is not only a passage connecting the two sides, but also a symbol of people's respect and expectations for Uchiha Sasuke. On the bridge, a young couple held hands and admired the scenery on the bridge. You know, I really envy brother Uchiha Sasuke, he is so brave and handsome. The girl said shyly. The boy held her hand tightly, his eyes full of admiration. Yes, he is our role model, and we must be as strong as him, for our homeland. In another corner, an old man sat quietly on a bench, looking into the distance with a smile on his face. Uchiha Sasuke, although you have left, your spirit will always remain in our hearts. In the village, Inari was excitedly telling the villagers about his encounter with Uchiha Sasuke. At that time, I felt that I was in despair, but the appearance of brother Uchiha Sasuke gave me the courage to pick myself up again. I am really grateful to him. The villagers all agreed, and they were full of admiration and gratitude for Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke's name has become a symbol in the land of waves, symbolizing courage, hope and strength. At the same time, the three people in Class 7 are reflecting and growing under Kakashi's guidance. Little Sakura, your performance in the battle was really great, and your supporting role played a big role. Kakashi praised her. Little Sakura lowered her head shyly. She had always lacked confidence in her abilities before, but in this battle, she finally found her position. Uchiha Sasuke, your strength has improved a lot, and your fire style skills have reached a new level. Kakashi turned to Uchiha Sasuke and affirmed his growth. Uchiha Sasuke is smiling, his eyes shining with pride and confidence. I will continue to work hard to achieve my goals. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. Naruto, your fighting ability is indeed very strong, but you are sometimes too impulsive in battle, so you should pay attention to protecting yourself. Kakashi reminded seriously. Naruto nodded, he deeply felt Kakashi's concern and expectation. I will remember your words, and I will be more careful next time. Kakashi smiled and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Very good, we are all constantly growing and improving, and our team will become stronger and stronger. Back in the village, the three of them discussed eating ramen. I remember how delicious the ramen was last time we had it. Naruto said excitedly. Little Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke also agreed, and their love for ramen can be seen in Madara. Kakashi waved his hands in a panic. Ah, well. I still have some things to deal with. You can go eat first and I'll come back later. However, the three of them shook their heads firmly. Without you, there would be no team dinner for us. We must wait for you to eat ramen together. Team 7 returned to Konoha, and the lively atmosphere in the city made them feel more at home. Kakashi led the three people directly to the Hokage building, preparing to report to the third Hokage on the implementation of their commission. At the entrance of the Hokage building, Naruto felt the familiar atmosphere of Konoha, and his heart was filled with a sense of belonging. We're finally back, he said with a smile. Little Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke also expressed their love for their hometown. Entering the Hokage building, they were greeted by the third Hokage. Kakashi, you are back. The third Hokage looked at them with a smile. Kakashi bowed to the third Hokage. Yes, we have completed the commission, and this is our report. The third Hokage took the report and read it carefully, with a satisfied expression on his face. Well done, you did a great job. Thank you Hokage-sama for the compliment. Kakashi said respectfully. Then, the third Hokage's eyes turned to Naruto. Naruto, your strength has indeed improved rapidly, but I am worried about your arrogance. Naruto was stunned, he did not expect that the third Hokage would mention this issue. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I will correct it. The third Hokage shook his head. No need to apologize, but arrogance is your biggest shortcoming, you need to be vigilant. Kakashi echoed, yes, Naruto, we need to be more humble and work harder. Naruto was silent for a while, he deeply felt the third Hokage's care and expectations. I understand and I will work hard to overcome my shortcomings. The third Hokage nodded, then turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, Naruto's growth is indeed gratifying, but his character problems need to be corrected in time. I think Jiraiya may need to come back and train him. Kakashi frowned, by Li Xi Tianxia. The third Hokage nodded, yes, I think he may have a greater influence on Naruto. Kakashi thought for a while and finally nodded, okay, I will discuss it with Naruto. Afterwards, Kakashi led the three of them out of the Hokage building, and they walked home in silence. Naruto felt a little anxious in his heart. He knew he needed to change, but at the same time he felt that he still had many shortcomings that he needed to work hard to overcome. Back at their residence, they sat in the living room together. Naruto, did you hear that? Kakashi looked at him seriously. Naruto nodded, I know, I will try my best. Little Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke also expressed their support. They know that Naruto is a responsible person and he will definitely make changes. Naruto returned to his residence with Kakashi, Little Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke, but the words of Lord Hokage still lingered in his mind. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Something seems wrong. Little Sakura looked at him with concern. Naruto shook his head, it's nothing, it's just that something makes me feel uncomfortable. Kakashi walked up to him, Master Hokage may have some harsh requirements for you but it is also out of concern for you. I know. Naruto sighed softly, I will work hard to change. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, and then said, no matter what happens, we will support you. Naruto felt their support and encouragement, and gradually felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, I will work harder. Zero, please give me flowers, Zero. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange aura. He stopped and stared into the distance. What's wrong? Kakashi looked at him with confused eyes. Naruto took a deep breath, and then said, there is a person. Before he finished speaking, an old man with bandages all over his body and despair in his eyes came from the corner. His figure was slightly thin, but his one eye exuded a sharp light, which seemed to reveal an elusive depth. That's... Naruto felt a chill in his heart. Naruto, be careful. Kakashi frowned, that's Shimura-dan's. Minato's reminder made Naruto even more alert, and he knew something about the old man's identity. Shimura-dan's is one of the top leaders of Konoha, once established the roots, and is a very influential figure. When Danzo passed by Naruto, he suddenly stopped. His one eye looked directly at Naruto, revealing an indescribable emotion in his eyes. Hello, Shimura-dan-sama. Naruto tried to maintain a gentle smile. 0.0. Danzo looked at Naruto, with a hint of complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. Naruto, you are indeed the person I have been looking forward to. Naruto couldn't help but feel something in his heart. He didn't expect Shimura-dan's to be so interested in him. What are you talking about? Danzo interrupted, I'm very interested in your blood inheritance limit, but I think you haven't developed it enough. Naruto was shocked. He knew that his blood succession limit Kaika Suijutsu still had great potential to be tapped, but he did not expect that Shimura-dan's would suddenly make suggestions about it. You mean? Naruto asked hesitantly. Danzo smiled and nodded, yes, I suggest you show your blood inheritance limits. Naruto hesitated for a while, but finally decided to follow Danzo's suggestion. Okay, then I'll show you. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to stimulate his blood inheritance limit. In front of his eyes, blossoming sakura flowers and reflections on the water gradually began to emerge. They bloomed with brilliant light, as if they were a beautiful picture unfolding in the air. Danzo observed quietly, without any surprise in his eyes, but kept smiling. Naruto closed his eyes and pondered in his heart. He felt the powerful power displayed by Danzo, testing the limits of his inheritance in a way that shattered the world. This is space sealing technique. He was shocked. Danzo looked at Naruto with a smile, a complex emotion revealed in his eyes. Yes, I want to see if your blood succession limit can handle my test. Naruto felt the pressure from Danzo, but he still maintained a calm attitude. I will try my best. He was determined to show his strength. Danzo looked at him, a trace of expectation flashing in his eyes. Very good, I believe you can do it. As his words fell, a powerful force surged out, and the space began to distort and deform, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Naruto closed his eyes tightly, and his whole body was shrouded in a faint blue light. He tried hard to mobilize his blood limit, trying to resist this powerful force. Chapter 139. With his efforts, the space finally returned to calm, and the powerful force disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Danzo with determination in his eyes. Danzo walked up to him with a smile. "You succeeded, Naruto. Your blood succession limit does have great potential." Naruto felt relieved in his heart, but he still remained vigilant. "Thank you for the compliment, but the request you made of me, I don't quite understand." Danzo's smile became more obvious. "I hope you will become my disciple and join my ranks, and I will fulfill all your wishes." Naruto fell into deep thought, knowing that this was a major decision and should not be taken lightly. "Why did you choose me?" Danzo looked at him, a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. "Because you have the unique blood inheritance limit of 0 Kikai, your potential can make Konoha have another powerful family. I don't want to wait for you. Grow slowly." At this moment, the third Hokage's voice suddenly sounded. "Danzo, you are crossing the line by doing this." Danzo turned to face the third Hokage, his expression still calm. "Third generation Sama, I just want to make more contributions to Konoha." The third Hokage thought for a while and then said, "I have made a growth plan for Naruto. I believe he can become an outstanding ninja." Danzo's eyes fell on Naruto, seeming to be thinking about something. "I understand, but I still hope Naruto can consider my proposal." "Naruto, what is your decision?" The third Hokage turned to Naruto. Naruto was lost in thought, knowing that he was facing a difficult choice. I want to maintain the status quo. I don't want to be Danzo's disciple." Minato suddenly appeared next to him. "Naruto, your decision is correct. Danzo is not a trustworthy person." Naruto nodded, determined to stay as far away from Danzo as possible. "Thank you for the reminder, Minato-sensei." The third Hokage turned his attention to Danzo. "Danzo, I decided to let Jiraiya teach Naruto that your interference has crossed the line." Danzo was silent for a while, and finally nodded. "Okay, I will respect Naruto's choice." Minato stood in front of the window of the Hokage building, with a trace of worry and anxiety in his eyes. He has a deep understanding of the dangers of Danzo, but during his tenure, he was obstructed by the third Hokage and Danzo, and felt ignored and aggrieved. "Minato-sama, something seems wrong with you." A ninja walked over cautiously. Minato turned his head and nodded slightly. "It's nothing, it's just that something worries me." His heart was full of contradictions, and he was worried about the future of Konoha, especially the hidden danger of Danzo. He is worried that Danzo has colluded with Orochimaru and may be related to the defection. At this moment, Nine-Tails' voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Minato, you know what to do." Minato frowned slightly. He knew what Nine-Tails was implying. "You mean defect?" Nine-Tails said without hesitation. "Defect Konoha and let them feel your betrayal." Minato's heart was shocked. He knew that Nine-Tails' words were not groundless, and defecting to Konoha would indeed shock the entire village, especially the kid Uchiha. "But..." Minato hesitated. "Now is the time for you to act, Minato." Nine-Tails' voice became firmer, "and you needed to make a choice." Minato thought for a while and finally nodded. "I understand." He turned and left the Hokage building, knowing that he needed to be careful and not let anyone discover his intentions. Meanwhile, Naruto and Danzo's conversation continued. "Your high-level officials in Konoha are somewhat corrupt. The younger generation is willing to change. I think you should also consider it." Naruto tried to persuade Danzo. Danzo was silent for a while, and then said, "Young 10th generation Song is food that will be devoured by Gaokong." Naruto frowned, feeling the conspiracy in Danzo's words. "I won't be swallowed." "Do you have confidence in the future of Konoha?" Minato's voice suddenly sounded. Naruto looked up and saw Minato's figure. "0 I will do my own thing. As for the future of Konoha, it has nothing to do with me." Minato nodded, knowing that Naruto had made his decision. I understand, you just need to do your own thing. Jiraiya hurried back to Konoha village, anticipation for the upcoming battle aroused in his heart. He knew that the decisive battle with Orochimaru was coming, and the young Naruto in front of him might be the key. In Konoha village, he found where Naruto was. The young ninja was sitting in a quiet corner, closing his eyes and relaxing. Jiraiya stepped forward and said gently, Naruto, I am Jiraiya. I heard that you awakened a very powerful blood successor boundary. Naruto opened his eyes and looked firmly at Jiraiya. He knew that Jiraiya was one of the Sunin of Konoha and was extremely powerful. Yes, I awakened Sharingan. He replied. Jiraiya nodded, Sharingan, this is a very powerful ability. But, you know what, it also comes with a lot of responsibility. Naruto was silent for a moment. I understood. I will use it to protect Konoha village and my friends. Good, Jiraiya smiled, we need your power, Naruto. Orochimaru's threat is ever present, and you may be the key to defeating him. The conversation between the two was interrupted by sudden movement, and a group of ninjas dressed in black suddenly broke into where they were. They are obviously Orochimaru 0.5's subordinates. Jiraiya, you really showed up at the right time. A tall ninja taunted, Orochimaru-sama can't wait to see you. Jiraiya stood up calmly, with an awe-inspiring aura filling his body. Are you here to die? He asked calmly. The black-clothed ninjas did not answer, but quickly launched an attack. The battle is about to break out. Jiraiya's figure flashed in the air, and the ninja tool in his hand turned into a stream of light, intersecting with the enemy's attacks. Every move he makes is full of majesty and power, as if he has transformed into a god of war. Naruto saw this and joined the fight without hesitation. His Sharingan unleashes powerful power, quickly detecting the enemy's weaknesses and attacking with one move after another. Chapter 140. Naruto, be careful. Jiraiya's voice sounded on the battlefield, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Upon hearing this, Naruto reacted immediately and avoided a sudden attack from a ninja. He took a deep breath, concentrated his attention, and began to fight the enemy more focused. The battle entered a fierce stage, and the streets of Konoha village echoed with the sound of fierce ninja clashes. Jiraiya and Naruto cooperated tacitly, assisted each other, and defeated every enemy to the ground. After a fierce battle, the last ninja in black was defeated and fell to the ground. Jiraiya and Naruto stood together, the joy of victory rising in their hearts. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Naruto bowed deeply to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head, you're welcome, Naruto. We are one. Now, let's go meet Orochimaru and end this. Jiraiya watched Naruto's back disappear at the corner of the street quietly, endless thoughts filling his heart. He thought of his former partners and his persistence and struggle in troubled times. Naruto, 20. Jiraiya murmured softly, with complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. In Naruto, he saw the shadow of Minato, his former partner and the hero in his heart. Minato is a gentle and elegant ninja, just like his son, with an unshakable sense of justice and kindness. Jiraiya felt a surge of emotion in his heart. In this world full of darkness, lights like Minato and Naruto are the most cherished existences. Their existence gives people hope and courage, allowing them to believe that even in the darkest moments, there is still light to follow. However, Jiraiya also knows that behind this light, there are endless struggles and sacrifices. Naruto's childhood was not easy. He experienced a lot of pain and hardship, but he still chose to be strong and optimistic. This kind of persistence and hard work deeply admires Jiraiya. Jiraiya thought about Naruto sadly. In such an environment, he was able to maintain his innocence and kindness, which is really touching. He knows that such light is hard-won and requires a price. And Naruto has won everyone's recognition and respect with his hard work and kindness. Naruto, you are our hope. Jiraiya said silently to the retreating figure, his heart filled with expectations and blessings for this young ninja. He knew that Naruto would face more challenges and tests, but he believed that with Minato's bloodline and his own efforts, Naruto would be able to walk away from his own legend and become a great ninja. As Naruto left, Jiraiya's thoughts gradually calmed down. Jiraiya quietly followed Naruto around the street corner, using his usual stealth skills. He thought he had done it very carefully, but he didn't expect to be discovered by Naruto. "Who's there? Come out!" Naruto suddenly stopped and shouted. Jiraiya felt a little embarrassed, but also knew that he could no longer hide it, so he had to walk out of the darkness. "Ha ha ha, young man, you are very perceptive. I am Jiraiya, one of the famous ninjas in Konoha village." Jiraiya puffed out his chest and introduced himself confidently. Naruto glanced at him and said lightly, "Really? I've heard of you. However, I have something to deal with now, so you might as well go find someone else." Jiraiya was a little disappointed, but he still tried to hold on and said, "Wait, Naruto. I am a great teacher, I can teach you a lot of things." Naruto shook his head, "Sorry, I'm not interested in these. I'm just going to get back to cooking." Although a little frustrated, Jiraiya followed Naruto. He knew that although Naruto seemed a little cold, he might have other ways to get close to him and get more information. Just as Jiraiya was thinking about it in his mind, suddenly, he felt a familiar breath emanating from Naruto. Minato. Jiraiya's heart moved, thinking of his old friend, who was also Naruto's father. At this moment, Naruto suddenly stopped as if he heard something. "Dad!" Naruto murmured quietly. Jiraiya was shocked. He understood that Naruto was having spiritual communication with Minato. Although Minato has passed away, his soul has always been with Naruto, giving him guidance and help. In the sealed space, Minato's voice rang through Naruto's heart. "Naruto, although this Jiraiya seems a bit unreliable, he has mastered many secret arts, especially the strongest senjutsu. I suggest you learn summoning from him and enter Mount Meiboku to practice senjutsu." Minato's voice was full of trust and advice. Naruto listened silently, knowing that his father's words made sense. Perhaps, Jiraiya can really bring him some different experiences and gains. On the streets of Hokage village, Naruto walked quickly through the crowds with anticipation for a new challenge in his heart. Suddenly, he felt something hit his chest hard, causing him to almost fall. "Oops! I'm sorry, came a slightly apologetic voice. Naruto looked at the source of the voice, which was a white-haired man with a trace of embarrassment on his face. "It's okay." Naruto cheered up and dusted himself off. "Are you a student of 143 Kakashi?" Jiraiya asked hesitantly, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Yes." Naruto nodded. He was full of curiosity about Jiraiya and secretly guessed about the relationship between Jiraiya and Kakashi. "Ha ha ha, I'm Jiraiya, and I'm Kakashi's old friend." Jiraiya explained with a smile, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Oh." Naruto raised his eyebrows, becoming very interested in Jiraiya's words. "That's right. We were classmates once, and he was my disciple's teacher." Jiraiya said proudly, seeming to be very proud of the relationship between himself and Kakashi. "Really?" Naruto blinked, curious and full of respect for Jiraiya. "Of course. Otherwise, how could you not want to become my teacher?" Jiraiya smiled proudly, feeling that his logic was quite strict. "Sorry, I already have a teacher." Naruto politely declined Jiraiya's proposal, full of trust in Kakashi in his heart. "Oh, it's a pity, but it doesn't matter. I believe you will understand one day." Jiraiya said easily, he was not discouraged. Just then, Kakashi walked over, with a trace of confusion on his face. Chapter 141. "Jiraiya, what are you doing here?" Kakashi asked, surprised by Jiraiya's appearance. "Haha, I met an interesting little guy and I want to take him as my disciple. Jiraiya said proudly, he felt that his luck was really good. Really? Kakashi looked at Naruto with a slight smile, his heart filled with trust in Naruto. Yes. I have regarded him as my disciple. Jiraiya said happily, he felt that his luck was really good. Uncle Master! Naruto shouted mischievously. He felt that he had a new teacher, and his heart was full of expectations. Junior brother! Jiraiya responded with a smile. He felt that his life was really interesting. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and his expression became serious. Naruto stood opposite him, his eyes firm and exuding a powerful aura. Naruto, are you ready? Jiraiya asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Yes. Naruto nodded, determination shining in his eyes. As they faced off, a tense atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Jiraiya took a step forward, formed a seal with his hands, and performed the ninja technique, Needle Jizo. A powerful chakra surged out, the surrounding land began to tremble, and countless spikes emerged from the ground and attacked Naruto. Naruto reacted quickly and cast earth-style Tushiri wall, his eyes flashing with vigilance. A thick earth wall appeared in front of him, blocking the spikes released by Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not discouraged, he quickly formed the seals, Ninpo Ran Shifa technique. A flash of silver light flashed, and Jiraiya's figure began to change. His body gradually turned into a huge lion, opened his huge mouth, and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto met the move calmly, his eyes shining with determination. He quickly performed the body replacement technique, creating several clones and distracting Jiraiya. Kaika Suijutsu! Naruto shouted suddenly, a strange light burst out from him and quickly filled the entire battlefield. Jiraiya felt his vision become blurred, and the scene around him began to distort, making him feel dizzy. What kind of technique is this? Jiraiya thought hard, and his thoughts began to become confused. At this moment, Naruto quickly formed the seal, ninja technique had no 33 blue fire pendant. Fireballs fell from the sky one after another, instantly covering the entire battlefield in flames. Jiraiya saw the flames coming toward him, and he hurriedly used Shunpo to try to avoid it. However, the flames were extremely powerful and he was still burned to 10 parts of his body. Damn it! Jiraiya growled through gritted teeth, feeling his body being burned in unbearable pain. Seeing that Jiraiya was injured, Naruto's heart moved and he knew now was the time to fight back. Earth-style wall. Naruto quickly cast the earth-style technique, and a huge wall of earth stood in front of Jiraiya, blocking him back. It's your time now. Naruto said coldly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, knowing that he had fallen into Naruto's trap. However, as an excellent ninja, he will never give up easily. You're not strong enough. Jiraiya shouted, a determined light shining in his eyes. The battle entered a fierce stage, the two men's ninjutsu were used alternately, and the air was filled with the smell of fire and soil. Their figures flicker on the battlefield, and every attack can provoke huge energy fluctuations. Jiraiya took Naruto walking on the bustling streets of Konoha village, and Naruto felt relaxed and happy with the surrounding scenes. He observed everything around him intently. Although he was a little nervous, he tried to stay calm. Naruto, you see, this is our Konoha village, vibrant and prosperous. Jiraiya said, pointing to the busy streets around him. Naruto stared at the surrounding scene, feeling the busy and energetic life of the villagers, and an inexplicable excitement gradually surged in his heart. It's really beautiful here! Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Yes, Konoha village is our home, we must protect it and make it more prosperous. Jiraiya said, his tone full of pride and responsibility. They continued to walk forward, exchanging their feelings about Konoha village and their expectations for the future from time to time. In the process, Jiraiya tried to establish a deeper bond with Naruto. I hope, Qian Zhao, can be his guide and supporter. Naruto, do you know? As a ninja, you must not only have strong power, but also have a kind heart. Jiraiya said suddenly, his eyes deep and firm. Naruto nodded. He understood what Jiraiya meant. He was filled with expectations for the future and responsibility for himself. Suddenly, Jiraiya stopped. He turned around and looked at Naruto deeply. Naruto, I'm going to take you on an important practice. I hope you can work hard to complete it. Jiraiya said, with a hint of expectation and encouragement in his tone. Naruto nodded. He understood Jiraiya's intention, and his heart was full of determination and confidence. Chapter 142. They came to an ice cream shop. Jiraiya bought 2 ice creams and handed one to Naruto. Naruto, this is a reward for you, I hope you can enjoy it. Jiraiya said with a smile, his eyes shining with warmth. Naruto took the ice cream and felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This ice cream is not only a kind of food, but also a symbol of Jiraiya's encouragement and support for him. He tasted it gently, and the cold taste made him feel relaxed and happy, but at the same time it also brought a sense of loss and helplessness. He realized the distance between himself and his childhood dreams, and the huge gap between reality and ideals. When he was a child, he once dreamed of becoming a great ninja, but now, he found that he was getting further and further away from that goal. Jiraiya-sama, thank you for your encouragement and support. Naruto said softly, his voice was trembling, but his heart was full of gratitude and touch. Jiraiya smiled. He knew Naruto's inner struggles and contradictions, but he believed that Naruto would overcome all difficulties and pursue his dreams. Jiraiya and Naruto walked along the street. On the way, Jiraiya tried to introduce some food and toys to Naruto, hoping to make him feel the joy and warmth of childhood. However, Naruto had no interest in any of this and even wanted to laugh a little. Naruto, look, this ice cream looks delicious. Jiraiya said, pointing to the ice cream on a stall. Naruto responded casually, but his eyes never stayed on the ice cream. Jiraiya felt Naruto's coldness, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. He tried to establish a bond, but felt alienated and lonely. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Are you unhappy? Jiraiya asked with concern. Naruto was silent for a while, his heart full of contradictions and entanglements. He realized that he had chosen a lonely path, parting ways with Konoha village and the people, and felt sad and relieved. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired and want to go home and rest. Naruto said softly, his voice a little deep. Jiraiya nodded, knowing that Naruto needed some time to adjust his emotions. He said nothing more and just silently accompanied Naruto on his way home. Arriving at the door of the house, Naruto hesitated for a moment, and finally decided not to go shopping with Jiraiya anymore. He showed a trace of alienation, which made Jiraiya feel a little heartache. Naruto, you should have a good rest. If you need me, you can come to me at any time. Jiraiya said softly, his eyes full of care and understanding. Naruto nodded and walked straight into the house without saying anything, leaving Jiraiya standing alone at the door. Jiraiya felt Naruto's alienation and he sighed, feeling a little bitter in his heart. Some people arrive late, making it difficult to build bonds again. He didn't stop any longer and went straight to Konoha's bathhouse. This is a good place for him to relax, where he hopes to find some comfort and tranquility. After entering the bathhouse, Jiraiya found a quiet corner and began to enjoy his leisure time. On the lightning-style training ground next to the waterfall, Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of a huge rock, staring ahead with a solemn expression. His palms are clenched, lightning-style's chakra surges through his body, emitting a powerful wave of energy. Chidori change! Uchiha Sasuke shouted, his voice full of determination and determination. Suddenly, the chakra on his body burst out with dazzling light and thunder, and lightning gathered around his body to form a huge thunderbird. With the sound of breaking through the sky, it violently hit the giant rock. The rock was struck by lightning and shattered into countless fragments, causing a shower of sparks. Uchiha Sasuke smiled slightly, his eyes shining with pride and satisfaction. However, there are still some dissatisfactions and challenges in his heart. He felt that his power was not strong enough, and his control over the Thunder Chakra was still lacking. He was also worried about his physical strength. Uchiha Sasuke, you did a great job. Kakashi walked to him and comforted him gently, you are already an outstanding ninja and the future of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, but still felt a little unwilling. He knew the gap between himself and Naruto, and was full of awe and yearning for Naruto, hoping to catch up with him. But, I'm not strong enough. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was a little low, I don't want to be Naruto's burden, I want to be his opponent. Kakashi listened and patted his shoulder gently, Uchiha Sasuke, you don't have to be under such pressure. You and Naruto are both geniuses and the pride of Konoha. I believe you can become his opponent, even his partner. After hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Sasuke felt warm in his heart. He knew that he was not alone. He had teachers and friends like Kakashi and opponents and partners like Naruto. Thank you, Mr. Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke smiled slightly, with determination shining in his eyes, I will work hard. I want to become a Hokage, protect Konoha village, and fight side by side with Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, I want to become a Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly spoke, his voice was calm but full of determination. Kakashi was slightly taken aback, he did not expect Uchiha Sasuke to express his wish so openly. He knew that becoming a Hokage was every ninja's dream, but for a genius like Uchiha Sasuke, this goal didn't seem far away. Hokage? Kakashi repeated softly, his eyes flashing with surprise and anticipation. Yes, I want to be a Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke's voice revealed an unswerving belief, I want to be recognized by everyone to protect everyone in Konoha. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Sasuke and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke was no longer the aloof boy he was before, but a mature ninja with a clearer sense of responsibility and mission. Uchiha Sasuke, I believe you can achieve your goals. Kakashi said softly, I will support your decision. After hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke felt warm in his heart. He looked at Kakashi gratefully and said, Thank you, Teacher Kakashi. Chapter 143. Suddenly, a huge red light flashed, and a giant red toad, Gamabunta, appeared in front of them. Gamabunta is huge and majestic. Intimidating. This is your summoning beast, Gamabunta. Jiraiya pointed at Gamabunta and said proudly. Naruto looked at the summoning beast in front of him, and his heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that summoning technique was so powerful, which made him look forward to his future growth and challenges even more. Naruto, summoning is not easy to master. You need to put in a lot of effort. Jiraiya said to him seriously, but I believe you can do it. Naruto nodded, showing his determination and firmness. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei, I will try my best. Naruto stood in the vast desert, forming seals with his hands and concentrating on the summoning technique. His eyes were focused and firm, and his body was surrounded by a faint blue light, as if a mysterious barrier separates him from the outside world. Summoning technique, activate. He murmured in a low voice, his body trembled slightly, and a powerful energy began to emerge. Beside him, Minato and Nine Tails were staring closely at this scene. They were both full of expectations for Naruto's performance, but their inner attitudes were completely different. It seems that his summoning technique has made great progress. Minato nodded slightly, with a proud smile on his face. Naruto is an excellent ninja after all, and his potential is unlimited. Nine Tails snorted coldly, with disdain and suspicion in his eyes, it's just summoning, so what? If he has the ability, he should let me come out and challenge him to a fight, and see if I don't beat him down. Minato frowned. He knew Nine-Tails' temper well, but he didn't want to argue with him at the moment. Nine-Tails, you don't have to be so pessimistic. I believe Naruto will bring us surprises. While the two were talking, Naruto's body suddenly trembled weakly, and then, a huge beam of light rose from his body into the sky, shining brightly and lighting up the entire desert. As the light beam rose, a huge figure gradually emerged. It was a giant toad with a majestic body and a kind of solemnity and majesty in its eyes. Finally the summoning was successful. Naruto smiled slightly, with joy and pride in his eyes. Gamabunta slowly rolled his eyes, and his eyes fell on Naruto, as if he was examining him. Boy, you successfully summoned me, but this is just the beginning. If you want to gain my approval, you must pass my test. Please give me your orders. Naruto responded without hesitation. Okay. Gamabunta nodded, I want you to stand on my back and not fall off. Only in this way can you pass my test. Naruto was slightly startled, but then nodded, I will do my best. He stepped towards Gamabunta and jumped lightly onto the toad's back. Gamabunta's body is huge, and the space on his back is wide, but it is full of bumps and instability. Start! Gamabunta ordered, and his body suddenly began to move, as if a huge mountain was rolling. Naruto felt a huge impact, but he stood firm and did not waver. Zero, please give me flowers. Minato and Nine-Tails were watching this scene, and their moods fluctuated with Naruto's performance. Minato prayed that Naruto would pass the test successfully, while Nine-Tails looked forward to his failure to prove his point. Time passed by minute by second. Naruto always insisted on standing on Gamabunta's back. His expression was always firm and smiling, without wavering at all. Gamabunta's test lasted for a long time. He kept changing various difficult movements, trying to make Naruto lose his balance, but Naruto remained as steady as a mountain and unwavering. Finally, Gamabunta stopped and nodded with satisfaction, yes, you passed my test. I am impressed by your willpower and persistence. Hearing these words, Naruto felt an inexplicable excitement, knowing that he had made an important breakthrough. Thank you, Lord Gamabunta. Minato and Nine-Tails also cheered for Naruto's performance in their hearts. Although their attitudes were completely different, they both respected Naruto at this moment. As expected of my son. Minato said to himself with a smile. Nine-Tails snorted coldly, but an imperceptible hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Naruto stood at the foot of Mount Meiboku. He looked at the majestic peaks, filled with expectation and curiosity. Jiraiya stood beside him, with a smile on his face and encouragement and expectation in his eyes. Chapter 144. Naruto, this is Mount Meiboku, the legendary residence of immortals. Jiraiya introduced to Naruto, today we are visiting Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin. They are important figures here. Naruto nodded, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. I'll try my best to impress them. The two began to climb Mount Meiboku, and the steps gradually became difficult, but they were not discouraged and walked forward firmly. Finally, they came to the top of Mount Meiboku, where a magnificent palace stood in front of them, majestic and awe-inspiring. This is the residence of Fukasaku Sennin 57 and Shima Sennin. Jiraiya said, pointing to the palace. The two walked into the palace and saw gorgeous interior decoration and a solemn atmosphere. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin were sitting in the hall, their eyes looking at Naruto with a hint of curiosity and appreciation on their faces. You must be the envoy of the summoning technique. Fukasaku Sennin said, I can feel that your body is full of aura that is connected to nature. This is a rare talent. Naruto was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that his summoning technique could attract Fukasaku Sage's attention. Thank you for the compliment, Fukasaku Sennin, I will continue to work hard. Immortal Shima also smiled, yes, young man, your potential is limitless. Maybe you are the child of prophecy. Naruto was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be considered the child of the prophecy. I will try my best to live up to everyone's expectations. The appreciation from Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin filled Naruto with confidence, and he knew he was on the right path. At the same time, he also began to feel the natural energy permeating Mount Maiboku. This energy was completely different from the Shinigami's Ryutsu he had felt before, full of life and vitality. The natural energy in Mount Maiboku is so rich. Naruto whispered to himself. Yes, this is the source of natural energy. Jiraiya explained, if you can master these natural energies and convert them into Ryutsu, it will be a powerful step for you. Naruto frowned slightly after hearing this, and he began to think about how to convert natural energy into Ryutsu to enhance his strength. Naruto, I hope you can stay here for a while and practice with Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin. Jiraiya said, they will provide you with a lot of guidance and advice, especially in developing the blood succession limit. Naruto nodded. He was willing to stay in Mount Maiboku to practice with the immortals. The environment and atmosphere here were very conducive to his growth and improvement. Naruto stood on the top of Mount Maiboku, he took a deep breath and stared into the distance. Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin were also on the side, their eyes fixed on Naruto with a hint of wonder on their faces. Naruto, is your blood succession limit Kaika Suijutsu? Fukasaku Sennin asked. Naruto nodded and formed a seal with his hands gently, and a mysterious energy began to emerge. In an instant, the scenery in the mountains suddenly became distorted, as if they had entered a dreamlike world. Kaika Suijutsu's ability is vividly demonstrated. Countless figures of Naruto appear in the scene, emitting a faint blue light, which is really beautiful. This is Kaika Suijutsu. Shima Sennin exclaimed, this kind of power is incredible. 0. Fukasaku Sage also showed an expression of admiration. Kaika Suijutsu is both an illusion and seems to have the characteristics of Kid. Such an ability is really rare. Naruto smiled slightly, feeling extremely relieved that his Kaika Suijutsu ability was recognized by the immortals. But at this moment, Fukasaku Sennin's words broke his joy. But, Naruto, I must remind you that the Pure Land is not a place you can easily set foot in. Pure Land? Naruto looked at Fukasaku Sage in confusion. Yes, the Pure Land is the place where the souls of the dead return, and it is full of the breath of death. Fukasaku Sage explained, entering the Pure Land for living people may lead to unpredictable consequences, and may even endanger their own lives. Naruto was silent after hearing this. He began to think about Fukasaku Sennin's words, and his heart was filled with curiosity and exploration of the Pure Land. Pure Land? He whispered to himself. Naruto, what are your plans? Shima Sennin asked with concern. Naruto raised his head with firm eyes. I want to go to the Pure Land, which is an ideal place to practice. Maybe I can gain more power there. After hearing this, Sennin Fukasaku and Sennin Shima looked at each other. They knew that Naruto had ambitions and pursuits, but at the same time they were worried about his safety. Naruto, the Pure Land is not a place you can easily set foot in. Fukasaku Sage reminded again, I hope you will think twice before you act. Naruto nodded and said he would consider it carefully. But his heart was full of longing and desire for the Pure Land. Chapter 145. Jiraiya also realized Naruto's ambitions, and he began to think about whether Naruto was really the son of the prophecy. Nagato was once considered the prophesied child, but the potential shown by Naruto made him reconsider. Maybe, Naruto is not the child of prophecy, maybe Uchiha Sasuke is. Jiraiya thought silently. Shima Sennin entertained Naruto and Jiraiya cordially and prepared a sumptuous meal. The table was filled with all kinds of delicacies, including some strange-looking insect dishes. Naruto, come and try this fried insect, it tastes good. Shima Sennin recommended with a smile. Naruto looked at the food on the table. Although it was a bit strange, he showed his tolerance and appreciation for food from different cultures. Thank you Shima Sennin, 20 I will try it. 11. He picked out some novel-looking dishes and tasted them, and found that they tasted really good, which made him admire Shima Sennin's cooking skills. While Naruto was enjoying the food, he was also looking for opportunities to absorb energy. He decided to quietly feel the natural energy in a hidden corner of Mount Maiboku and try to control these energies. Coming to a quiet valley, Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the natural atmosphere around him. Natural energy filled his surroundings, but at the same time, he also felt the conflict between Ryutsu and Chakra, making him feel strenuous. This can't go on like this. I have to find a way to control these energies, Naruto thought to himself. Just then, he suddenly remembered the power of Kaika Suijutsu. He lightly formed a seal with his hands, and Kaika Suijutsu's ability came into play, helping him suppress Ryutsu and natural energy, allowing him to more easily manipulate energy and convert natural energy into Ryutsu. This is the power of Kaika Suijutsu. Naruto's heart was filled with surprise and joy. He began to focus on regulating natural energy, feeling the flow of energy, and trying to transform it into Ryutsu. Kaika Suijutsu's power allows him to manipulate energy more easily, making the transformation process smoother. Time passed by minute by second. Naruto was immersed in the control of natural energy, he felt the growth of his Ryutsu, and his heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. The efficiency of practicing Ryutsu in the summoning world is at least twice that of the ninja world. He sighed secretly